It was a world with many labyrinths where adventures await, and where at every step fearless heroes who dared to conquer these expanses awaited many dangers. But at the same time, the reward was too great. A legend told by the adventurers of this world. Once every few decades, in any of these endless labyrinths in which deadly danger could be clipped at every turn, a black hole opens up, leading to another world, sucking in everything in its vicinity. It is said that those who enter a black hole and survive are rewarded with great wealth and superhuman strength. Backlad Labyrinth, 38th floor boss room. A long corridor led into the emptiness of a dark maze, from which came an inhuman roar. A huge monster, as if sewn from the parts of different beasts, towered over the hero, who clutched his sword tightly in his hand. There was no fear or regret in his heart. He only had two choices right now: to die, or to defeat this monstrous beast. On the monster's nose, a long, sharp horn towered. Its eyes were black and deep, and there was no life in them for a long time. The size of the monster was truly enormous. Only the bravest did not tremble before the face of this monstrous beast. The man smirked a slight smile. His eyes were calm and his gaze focused. It was obvious that this was the first time I had ever been confronted by this kind of creature. That was fast, as expected from a lichen. On his shoulder, the man held a huge, weighty hammer. It was Adventurer Bud, a bear cannibal. Lichen stood in front of the corpse of the defeated monster. He looked at the result of his work with a satisfied look. On his broad shoulders lay the black cloak. No, his coordination was excellent right now. If he started, it would be easy from here on. Bud laughed a thunderous laugh. Well, he would do anything for him. But still, is that monster really dead? Doubt could be heard in the man's words. He leaned on his huge hammer and breathed heavily. The battle had been exhausting. It was now necessary to make sure that this beast was no longer a threat. Lichen, shut up for a second. Had to check it out. He activated the life detection. It was as if the whole world around him shrank into a single point and his senses sharpened. His heart began to beat at double speed. He looked around the room looking for any abnormalities. He even held his breath to concentrate better. The damp walls of the dungeon were silent. Water was dripping somewhere nearby. The air was heavy and soaked with death. After finishing his procedure, Lichen said that there were no abnormalities. He continued to stare at the corpse of the defeated monster, from which a vile odor of rot was already beginning to emanate. The European Unionist was silent, his gaze directed somewhere else. There was doubt in his voice. Was everything really all right? Then what's this? The man pointed his dry finger somewhere to the side. His voice trembled with surprise. The space in front of them began to pulsate, and after a second, a black abyss appeared there, sucking everything in its path. The hole began to widen with each passing second. Its blackness was frightening in its obscurity. The two men stood in front of the unknown anomaly and looked straight into the eyes of their death. A grave coldness came from this black hole. With wonder and wariness, the men looked at what was happening. It was a black hole. Had it happened again? Their eyes widened in surprise and their mouths opened in a mute shriek. They stood in front of the black hole, gathering their thoughts and deciding what they should do next. Lichen said that even with his powers, it was strange. He can't see anything beyond that hole. This was the first time something like this had happened. His voice was confident, but there was still some worry. Bud turned and in a growling voice asked him what he planned to do next. Nobody knows what happens when you go into a black hole. Few people ever come back alive. Without a second's hesitation, the man replied that he was going. Now he was filled with determination and a desire to find out what lay beyond this uncharted black circle. He was an old adventurer, and as he was supposed to be, he wanted to be one of those who would open the veil of mystery. Bud laughed out loud again. Without hesitation, they will go there. They are both adventurers and friends. In all their adventures, they are only the two of them. The men took a determined step forward toward the black, frightening abyss. A second later, they fell into a dark, bottomless pit. The men didn't realize what was happening to them. It was as if they were falling somewhere very deep, their speed increasing with each second. They screamed in surprise. There was no turning back. Consciousness gained. Voices became barely audible, and thoughts suddenly vanished, making their heads empty. They were flying at great speed into the black, impenetrable abyss. toward a new life that promised them great dangers. Lycan lay on the green, soft grass. His body ached as if he had run several dozen kilometers. His eyes slowly began to open, and through his open eyelids the bright sunlight began to reach his consciousness. He was lying in some kind of meadow, his nose beginning to pick up acrid, grassy odors. Head-splitting, the man stood up and began to look around. It was a strange place. He sighed heavily, trying to figure out where he was. He didn't realize how long he had been unconscious. Time had become something abstract to him. Usually he woke up at the slightest noise, but now he seemed to have been lying down for quite some time. He grabbed his head, trying to gather his thoughts into a clump, but they scattered away from him like ants. Rising to his feet, he started calling loudly for his friend. There was no one around. He had to find his friend as soon as possible. Something might have happened to him. But no one responded to his shout. The man seemed to be alone. A man stood in the middle of a large glade. There was not a cloud in the sky, and the sun was shining bright and warm. Everywhere was green, and life was flourishing. Somewhere in the distance, towering age-old trees formed a forest edge. He wondered if the black hole they'd come through was gone. This world, and the way they'd used to get here, was very strange. He had to be prepared for anything to keep himself alive in case of danger. He had traveled to different places. It was the first time she had seen such strange vegetation. The trees seemed to be made up of individual scraps, and they were incredibly tall. The man used his ability, and in a second the entire space around him went black, radiating. Sounds quieted and attention focused, senses sharpened. It was a detection of life. The man was trying to see if there was any living thing near him and if it was a danger to him. He began to emit vibrations to detect unfamiliar objects nearby. He had to be alert. The man looked around in all directions. This world seemed very strange and unfamiliar to him. He prepared himself to face the danger, for anything could be waiting for him here in this new world. Life detection should show animals that are green and people that are red. But there were only green dots, and they were very faint. It wasn't like anything he'd seen before. Besides, he didn't see any red dots. His ally must have gone somewhere else. We'd have to find him. Maybe he was in trouble. The man looked around worriedly for danger. Maybe his friend had gone to another world. No one guaranteed that everyone would end up in the same place after passing through a black hole. Maybe they were scattered to different worlds. The reception radius increases slightly. Range 1,000 from here. The man amplified his signal to recognize in this place even the air was different. There was a lot of speculation as to who it might be. Suddenly he became alert. Something had startled him. His eyes widened and his heart began to race. He felt some strange vibration I'm not used to in normal animals or humans. The blue one's life force was not that of a normal animal. The man moved forward, prepared for any outcome. He was used to facing various monsters, but now he had to concentrate, because there was no partner to support him. He had to rely only on his own strength. The life energy this creature exuded was like a magical beast. He didn't know what the creature's intentions were, but he had to be prepared for anything. His mind conjured up vague silhouettes of what might be lurking nearby. The man looked in his inventory, searching for weapons. Soon he pulled a huge sword from its sheath. It was a weapon that had saved him many times in difficult situations. Now, the sword's sharp blade could save his life. Amazing he can use the inventory here. The stuff inside it seemed to be in order. The man examined his weapon carefully, searching it for damage. But everything was fine. The ball still glistened with its sharp blade in the sunlight. Lycan grabbed his sword and thrust it forward, ready to defend himself against the unknown creature. He concentrated on one thing, keeping himself alive. The blade of the sword gave him confidence, and he felt more secure with the weapon. The beast seemed to think it had found easy prey. From afar, heavy footsteps could be heard, unlike anything the protagonist had ever heard before. The monster was quite large, judging by the heavy post. The grass crumpled under the monster's ugly paws as it inexorably approached, sensing its prey. The beast was like a huge pig. It moved straight at the man with great speed. A roar emanated from its vicious mouth, and it was brimming with sharp, rotten fangs. Despite its enormous size, the monster moved quite fast. The man prepared to fight back. He had already spotted it. The monster rushed at the man, rousing with a growl, its huge jaws ready to devour him as well. The protagonist was ready for anything. He bounced aside, and the creature did not have time to grab him, only snapped its jaws. Lycan immediately jumped closer. A precise strike right into the huge body of the creature. There was the sound of meat screeching, blood spurting in all directions. The beast roared in pain. The monster roared in pain that pulsed through its entire body, but its fate was already sealed. The blow was fatal, and the creature fell to the ground with a loud thud. The man stood in front of the defeated beast and held his sword with a strange-looking blood dripping from it. Even though he didn't have much strength after moving to another world, he was able to easily defeat this strange beast. There was an unpleasant smell of dead meat emanating from the creature. It seemed to be a scavenger. He had never seen such a magical beast either. The beast was like a huge boar, its body covered in stiff fur. The beast let out a death sigh, and that was the end of its life. Its eyes rolled back and turned white. Even though he had never seen such an animal before, the man could devour it. He clenched his hand into a fist and concentrated magic power into it. Putting his hand forward, the man began to absorb the magical power. An energy pulse like an electric shock went through his case. It was a strange sensation, new to him. He walked over to the monster's corpse and pointed his hand at it and began to gather magical energy. His body was slowly filling up with power, which spread out like a warm stream. The monster began to slowly evaporate, its bones becoming brittle and falling apart like dust. The man's strength was unbelievable, and he swallowed the monster almost whole, taking all of its life force. The monster was completely vaporized, leaving behind only a handful of ashes. The man stood in front of it, staring thoughtfully. His exhausted body began to fill with new vitality. The difference between magical beasts and ordinary beasts is that they have a magic stone in their bodies. The position of the magic stone is symmetrical to the heart of the magic beast. This stone is where all the power of the beast is stored. If he uses magic power absorption, he can steal that magic. It's exactly the same as in his world. The similarities were quite obvious after all. It would help the man adapt more quickly. He looked thoughtfully at his hand. Now that he knew a little more, he would find it a little easier. He looked up at the sky where the bright sun was shining. Hope began to stir inside him. He would be able to do this. Even in this world, he would be able to fight. He didn't know what he could get in this world, but he must test how far he could go with his powers. The man looked up at the clear sky, and hope for a bright future glittered in his eyes. Not all was lost yet. First, he had to find food and water. Lycan stopped in front of a small stream. It would be nice if he could eat the animals here, but maybe they could be dangerous to him. Suddenly, he heard a woman's shrill scream somewhere in the distance. The man stood up and looked around with a startled look. Where was it coming from? He tried to figure out where it was coming from, but so far he had failed. So far, there is not a single living person within range of life detection. The man pondered. The voice he had heard was not there. The scream was most likely made with magic. Someone is trying to trick him. One must be on guard. Perhaps it was some kind of trap. He thought in that case the distance had to be greater. He bowed his head and began to think through all the possibilities. He had to be on his guard. He ran towards the creek. He had no contact with the people of this world yet. Still, it was necessary to gather as much information as possible. Several huge monsters like the ones he had defeated at the beginning of his arrival in this world were rapidly approaching their prey. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage. All they wanted to do now was eat. They were rapidly approaching a small carriage beside which the rider on horseback was galloping. He had a sword in his hands, and he was ready to slay the monster swallower. The carriage was traveling at a great speed. Its rear door was open, and there peered out the frightened face of a man. The protagonist ran towards the sound, his movements quick and precise, and his eyes focused on only one target. He had to get there as soon as possible. Maybe these people needed help. Strange, have these things stopped? It seems one of the beasts had stopped and had fallen behind, but one was still stalking the strangers. We had to hurry. He stopped on a small hill, and hiding behind a tree began to watch a carriage pass by. It was an ordinary carriage drawn by 2 horses. Horses in a carriage, but people must have been inside. The carriage was a small box. It must have been cramped inside. But then things began to happen that were completely incomprehensible. The man stared at the strangers. What were they doing? One of the magical creatures flew straight at the rider on horseback. It seemed that this man had no chance against such a thing, but he still stubbornly moved forward with his sword out and prepared to fight the unknown creature. All living things have magical powers. That's what the life detection shows. There are two men with magical powers on the map. The man could even sense horses. He could sense all life cycles, including heartbeats. That's strange. But he couldn't sense the rider on the horse at all. Is there a skill in this world that allows one to avoid being detected? The man grasped the reins and drove his horse straight into the monster, determination shining in his eyes. The beast had already managed to get close enough distance and delivered a crushing blow to the rider. The man turned around, fear for his life flashing in his eyes. He was obviously unprepared for this turn of events. He had to act decisively, or everyone would die. Suddenly, the rear doors of the wagon opened, and a bright beam of light, like a blazing fire, poured out of them. The creature was almost upon the wagon, ready to topple it. But then there was a huge explosion, and beams of bright light flew in all directions, and I had to squint to avoid being blinded. The creature roared in pain in a wrenching voice. The monster's eyes filled with blood, and a ducking shriek erupted from the plastic. The monster realized that a huge fireball was flying at him, and death was about to overtake him, but it was impossible to react. As soon as the fire touched his rough skin and flared up like a match. From the rear doors of the wagon, a pretty woman looked out, holding a wand in her hands. It was probably with this device that she was able to use her magic. The man looked at her from the bushes, not hiding his surprise. Is that fire magic? But it was too early to rejoice. The creature had regained its senses and was once again chasing its prey. This monster did not intend to retreat. It seemed that the magic had only angered it, and now it was rushing at the wagon with its stinking breath from its mouth. A look of horror flashed across the girl's face, as if she realized the inevitability of what was about to happen. She realized that now, this vile thing would catch up with them, and it would tear them to shreds. The man turned around too and looked at the approaching danger. There was nothing he could do now, even if he wanted to. The monster's speed was too great, and he screamed in terror, but alas, there was nothing he could do about it. Lycan watched this and made the only decision he could. He had to act now, or these people would die. He didn't know them, but still some instinct told him to save these people. He jumped out of his hiding place, right into the road, and blocked the way of the infernal monster that was getting closer to the wagon with every second. There was no fear in his heart. He was willing to chop the thing up now, as he had already dealt with the monster. The beast ignored him and jumped high up. Hopefully in the leap to catch his prey, the man ducked down, and in one swift movement cut off his ugly leg, which had a hoof on the end of it. The creature winced in pain, but before it could stop itself, it nearly crashed into the wagon, nearly toppling it over. The guards, who were probably supposed to be guarding the wagon with the people, looked at the stranger who had suddenly come to their aid. At this time, the protagonist crouched down on the ground and put his sword forward to prepare for battle. It was not the end. The man cut off the monster's leg with a single swing of his sword, but it would have been dangerous if the warrior had collided with the carriage, given its strength. The creature stood a little ways away and snorted viciously, glaring at its opponent with bloodshot eyes. The beast was apparently angry and was ready to lash out at its prey again. For now, he just cut off his foot by stepping aside. There was nothing in those eyes but instinct to devour everything in his path. The huge boar ran in with renewed vigor and towered over the man. From this angle, its silhouette looked even more horrifying. Blood and stinking saliva were dripping down its throat. Even with his leg cut off, he's still very strong. With his fur and fat and skin, he has a solid defense between his neck and back. If he wants to cut his head off in one blow, his only option is the throat. But the man did not hesitate, and he threw the monster to the ground, swinging his sharp sword in front of its ugly face. The creature, unable to stay on its feet, fell, or else shrieked. With a single swing of his sword, he sliced its neck in half. A jet of black hot blood celebrated. This blow had to be fatal. The monster didn't stand a chance. Letting out its last breath, the creature finally succumbed. Their weaknesses, a strong man would cut down his enemies head on. The man got to his feet, still looking around for more monsters that might be lurking nearby. The people he had just saved looked at the stranger with astonishment and some horror. No one dared to say a word. All were terribly frightened, and it was unclear whether it was the monster or the man who could defeat him in one blow. Lycan stood over the corpse of the huge boar and wiped away the drops of blood that were left on his generally. The beast was no longer a threat, but merely lay on the ground bleeding its own stinking blood. During this battle he had used all of his magic power, and now he needed to obtain the magic stone. He bent over the creature's body, trying to absorb its magical energy. All this time he didn't say a word, and the guards watched him in amazement. He began digging into the corpse, sticking his hand into the viscous, slimy substance. The scent of the corpse was so strong it brought tears to his eyes. After a few seconds he found what he needed and pulled a small pebble covered in blood from the body. If one has an extremely large amount of magic, even through the vault it will leak out. In the future, having magic stones with you will simply be a necessity. The man he had just saved came up to him and began to speak. Apparently words of gratitude. The protagonist turned to him, but as expected, the language remained unintelligible to him. As expected, they have a completely different language. They are similar to humans, but still there are some differences between them. Noticing the protagonist's gaze fixed on himself, the man looked at him fearfully. Lycan used life detection again, needing to figure out who these creatures were. All this time, the protagonist had a look that would make even the bravest man shake. With his ability, he was able to see the magical stone in the stranger's body. It was as small as a walnut, but still it was a little clearer to him now. He was human after all. But the humans of this world have a frighteningly small amount of magical powers. No wonder why they are so weak. Well, what about the people in the carriage? The protagonist turned to the carriage, which was unharmed. The people in it were apparently still afraid to come out. There was a small old man standing near the carriage who turned around and looked fearfully at the newly arrived people. He said something in his own incomprehensible language. The doors of the carriage opened, and on the cushion kindly placed by the old man was someone's graceful foot in a neat boot. It appeared that two people were coming out of the carriage. They were women. One of them was wearing a cloak and the other was wearing some sort of ceremonial dress. She was probably very uncomfortable. So it's another girl who has magic. The stranger looked at him with grateful eyes and smiled broadly. She began to say something in her own language, but the words were still incomprehensible to him. She's much younger than he thought. Judging by her manners, she's of high status. This girl seemed to be thanking him, and her companion was giving the girl a stern look. Lycan apologized and said he didn't understand their language. They probably don't understand what he's saying either. Is he right? The man tried to speak in as good-natured a voice as possible. The girl looked at him thoughtfully. She didn't understand him. Her eyes were anxious and interested. Well, it was the first time he was in a place where he couldn't communicate with other people. The man stood and looked silently at the two girls. It was useless to say anything because they would not understand him anyway. Suddenly, the man got down on one knee and began to bow. He didn't understand them, but at least they should have the same rules of etiquette. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and looked at him in surprise. The men standing next to her raised an eyebrow, as if trying to figure out what was going on. Probably they were a little shocked by the act. The protagonist thought since this girl showed respect, followed etiquette, and said every courtesy, he should also follow her example. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. This was how one showed respect to the royal court in his former world. But he wasn't sure if they understood his intentions. He thought that etiquette was of no use to an adventurer, but you never know what you'll encounter and what turns out to be of use to you. The man stood in front of them and looked at them with a studying gaze. The woman turned to the girl and began to say something to her in an incomprehensible language. You could see from their faces that they were surprised by something. But as always, the protagonist could not understand anything, because their language remained incomprehensible and alien to him. The man wondered, what's the matter? They seemed to be arguing about something to do with him. He tried to figure out from their facial expressions what emotions they were feeling, but it was still a mystery to him. The older girl had her head in her hands and seemed upset about something. So the younger girl came up to her and seemed to start convincing her of something. Their voices were loud and sonorous. The protagonist was no longer trying to understand them. The younger girl came up to him, and folding her hands in a gesture of gratitude, smiled and began to speak. She tried to explain herself using at least gestures, as she realized that the protagonist didn't seem to understand them. Suddenly, she approached him and took his hand. The touch was warm. The protagonist felt it even through his gloves. The girl seemed to be inviting him to go with her. She looked at him with her bright eyes and smiled. The girl pulled the man's arm toward her, and with her other hand pointed to herself. She seemed to be inviting him to come with her. She pointed with her other hand toward the road, and there seemed to be no doubt. The girl smiled, gratitude and joy shining on her face. The man opened his eyes wide and seemed to understand. He lowered his eyes and realized everything. He accepts their invitation. The man looked at the girl with a weary gaze. Anyway, it wouldn't be a bad decision. He needs information about the locals. It would be great if they were friendly. The two stood like that for a few more minutes, staring at each other with studied eyes. The man went to the nearest spring, which had clean water. He needed to wash his face and clean his weapons. After all, he had gotten very dirty during the fight with those animals. The man moistened a small cloth and began to wipe the blades of his ball, which was stained with the blood of the unknown creatures. His mind was full of thoughts, pondering how he was to behave with these new acquaintances. After all, he knew nothing of their culture. He took a small pebble out of his pocket, which he had taken from the magical creature. After wiping it with his handkerchief, he tucked it back into his inventory. He had to be careful, though the locals seemed friendly at first glance, but he could expect anything from them. This was a new world for him, after all. He thought it would be best not to show anyone his skills and abilities that were not in this world. It would be strange if he went in empty-handed. The man looked at the blade of his ball, which glinted with sharpness in the sunlight. Perhaps he should put his things in a small purse. That way he won't arouse suspicion, because he could be mistaken for a murderer or a looter. Who knows how the locals will react? Now he looked like a normal traveler. The man put a small bag on deeper. Instead of a ball, he took a club so as not to arouse suspicion. The man was about to head back to his new acquaintances, and had already taken a couple of steps when he suddenly heard a strange sound. He hid deeper in the dense grass, which there was plenty of, and began to listen to all the rustles around him. Watching from his improvised hiding place, he saw one of the girls begin to use some kind of spell, a ball of magical energy glistening in her hands. This girl was a mage after all, and his suspicions were confirmed. The younger girl was leaning over an injured man who had tried to fight the creature earlier, and was using her magic to heal his leg wound. The man sat on the ground, naturally gritting his teeth in pain. Under the influence of magic, the wounds on his leg began to heal gradually. Soon, only a small scar remained, but the bloody and torn clothes showed that the man had been injured. The protagonist was watching everything that was happening intently. This girl is using healing magic. He thought the one who used fire was a more skillful mage, but her skill level is much higher. He began to approach the carriage, accompanied by the man who had previously been the rider. Is it normal for him to ride with them in the same carriage? Asked the man. How long had it been since he'd ridden such things? Quite a long time. He would have to get used to it all over again. They climbed into the carriage, which was surprisingly spacious. The coachman whipped the horses and they moved forward, the wheels tapping on the cobblestone road, gradually lulling the tired traveler to sleep. Sitting in a comfortable carriage and for the first time in a long time being in relative safety, the man looked out the window at the scenery running by. His tired body began to ache, a pleasant more spread out over all parts of his body. Fleetingly, the man thought that the carriage was indeed large. Soon they arrived at a huge building. A massive gate opened in front of them, and a guard dressed in armor stood beside it. This was the feudal lord's residence, Zydmore's domain. The man climbed out of the carriage to stretch the bones swollen on the road. The weather was fine. The warm wind fluttered his messy hair to the points, and he began to think over a plan of further action. It was necessary to understand what the intentions of these locals were, and whether it was possible to cooperate with them. The man had already relaxed a lot. His attention had dulled, and he hadn't noticed that a vague silhouette was watching him from a large window. The man squinted at the strange visitor. The protagonist was sitting under a tree, not arousing any suspicion. A figure approached him and brought him a tray of food. The man squinted, so this was the visitor they were talking about. That was Sanikel. the head of the Zydmore family. He was dressed in a neat, lavish suit. He asked his interlocutor what he thought of this man. Another man, also dressed in a neat dress suit, replied that the stranger had terrifying power. His face was serious. Apparently, he too had been disturbed by recent events. The man's name was Isaac. Pensive, he said, with all that, the man had excellent manners. He had a thick lock of blonde hair which gradually changed into sideburns. His face was light and noble. This man was a knight. Sanakil was surprised that his interlocutor spoke so highly of this stranger. Isaac added that the stranger had saved his daughter. At this time, the protagonist was enjoying a moment of complete peace without paying any attention to them. In his hands, he had a cup with a hot drink. Apparently, it was tea. Sanakil said that he would give this guest a hut in the garden, and then Isaac must decide what to do with him. The man nodded understandingly and left the room. It's been exactly 1 year since the main character arrived in this strange new world. During this time, a lot of things have changed, and he has already had time to get used to the new place. The sun was already crawling behind the high mountain, painting the sky in the bright colors of sunset. The day was drawing to a close, and there was not a cloud in the sky. Lycan ran forward, cutting through the air, his sword in his hands, the earth swiftly passing beneath his feet, his eyes focused on one point and his heart beating fast. There were 2 magical beasts here. The man felt it with his magic sense. It was as if 2 bright dots had appeared in his mind. He tried to breathe in time with his running. The man swung over a small hillside and moved on. In the distance, 2 unknown creatures could be seen huddled together, doing something with passion. Hearing the approaching danger, the beasts raised their heads. They looked like some kind of humanoid mammals. Their whole body was covered with thick fur, and their mouths had small, sharp teeth. Seeing the danger that was approaching them with great speed, the beasts roared and looked at the man with wild eyes and began to defend themselves. But the protagonist was faster and stronger than them. He had enough several swings of the ball to defeat the 2 magical beasts. And so, in a split second, he was already standing beside the corpses of the 2 magical beasts. It was no problem for him. During his stay in this strange new world, he had learned the habits of these animals well. The man stood in front of them and shook off drops of blood from his clothes that had gotten there during the brief battle. The hunt was over, and the man was returning with a clear conscience to the residence that had become his temporary home. He was met at the entrance by the same permanent guard. The gate opened with a creak, and the man stepped inside. He felt safe here. There was also a guard with a spear who was supposed to guard the place from outsiders. Isaac was already there to greet him. He waved and said hello good-naturedly. Lycan shifted his gaze to him and began to approach him. A smile shone on the man's face, and somewhere he was still the same as the day they first met. Walking up to him, the man asked, was he hunting again today? As fast as always. Lycan said hello in return and smiling asked, did he want to practice today too? The man had already changed his clothes and threw away his old tattered cloak. Isaac replied in a cheerful voice that of course he wouldn't mind practicing. In that case, the protagonist readily handed him his sword. They understood each other easily since the man had already learned the local language. Well, then they would practice in front of the cabin. The 2 men moved straight along the cobblestone road. Everything was surprisingly neat here. At first, it was even unusual for the protagonist. Isaac thanked the man for his help. They stood opposite each other, and Isaac took his sword in his hands and prepared to spar. It seemed that the protagonist had become his personal trainer. They stood opposite each other, ready for a fierce fight. Isaac lunged at his opponent with a wooden sword. His face was flaming with rage. It seemed that this training was giving him a lot of pleasure. The protagonist skillfully defended himself and parried his every attack. Still, the difference in skill between them was striking. The protagonist has been living in this place for a year now. He was able to master the local language, thus solving the most important problem. They continued practicing as if they were merging in some crazy dance. It was beautiful and frightening at the same time. At first, he was treated with great contempt. No wonder, for he was a newcomer, and no one knew what to expect from him. In principle, the man was prepared for such a reception, but thanks to the respect he received from the feudal lord's daughter, Lady Luvianafel, and this knight Isaac, he was able to fully fit into this family. And now, he was treated the same as the others. Their fierce battle continued, and it seemed that they were fighting to the death. Each man's movements were honed to perfection. Swords crossed, and the wooden sound of blows resounded everywhere. But still, the protagonist had far more skill than this knight. Lycan easily dodged and brought the wooden sword blade straight to the knight's throat, leaving him no choice. In a trembling voice, he said he surrendered. He still had a lot to learn, and that was what they had been training for. Their sparring was over, and now the men were heading in the other direction. The knight said in a dejected voice full of regret that he was still no match for the protagonist. The latter replied that it wasn't that bad. The knight shouldn't be complimenting him. 172 Isaac smiled and said in a sarcastic tone, "If even he praised him, it doesn't make him stronger." The protagonist agreed and looked at his sparring partner in a friendly manner. At this time, the rest of the knights were watching them keenly. Seeing that the two had finished, one of the men called out to the protagonist and begged him to be next. He seemed to have no choice but to gain a lot of prestige among the knights because of his skill. Another guy's turn came, but the protagonist easily defeated him as well. Everyone stood in a semicircle and watched with great interest. While sparring with Isaac, they were joined by other knights and servants. Recently, the facade of his hut had stopped looking more and more like a training ground. It was not surprising, because the fighting skills of the main character were amazing, and everyone wanted to test themselves in a fight with him. Lycan quickly overpowered the newcomer and said it was the next one's turn. The guy who had just sparred with him bowed courteously and thanked him in a stammering, shy voice. The protagonist was about to start the next sparring session when he was clicked by someone's female voice. The governess approached him from behind. She came a little closer and said that Lady Luvianafell wished to see him. Please have him come after breakfast today. Several other knights stood beside her, looking at their teacher in anticipation. After a little silence, the woman squinted her eyes and added squeamishly that he might be so kind as to wash himself before coming to an audience. The woman's name was Gria. Apparently the man was a little embarrassed by this, but kept silent. He nodded understandingly and said he would be sure to show up. After training and breakfast, he showered as he should, and dressed in a more respectable manner, was already pacing the spacious corridors of the castle. All the way he groped himself and examined his new clothes. Still, he could not get used to the new fancy clothes. All his past life he had been accustomed to wearing only the clothes in which he hunted, but here he had to wear special clothes for every occasion. The girl smiled her friendly smile and said hello to the protagonist. She was very happy to see him. Next to her stood the same governess, the same woman who seemed to be everywhere at all times. The man bowed and greeted the girl, calling her Luvi. The shortened name sounded even a little sweet. Hearing the man call mistress, the governess frowned and looked at him. Their gazes crossed, and it was as if an electric spark had passed between them. It was evident that the woman was pleased. The young lady told me to call her by her nickname, Luvi. It was her own whim. You must never call a young lady madame or madam. In that case, she would be very displeased. The rule is only enforced as long as Gria or the maid Marinka is around, but the man interrupted his thoughts. Luvi approached him, calling him her wolf, and told him she had a small request. She said she wanted to go to the cliff, so she asked him to protect her. The man nodded his head and said he was listening. If Isaac summoned him, he would go with his mistress. The man obediently closed his eyes and nodded back. The lady said in a ringing voice that she had received permission from her father and was just about to tell the head knight. Besides, the girl hesitated as if trying to find the right words. She said after a moment's hesitation that she wanted the man to wear his normal clothes, not this livery, and that in this their thoughts were in agreement. The man nodded understandingly and looked into the girl's bright eyes. He headed to his room to change for the hike. His current attire was quite different from his morning outfit. The room where the man lived was rather modestly decorated. A bed, a table, a chair, and a few barrels, woven from the thread of rock spiders. Though not particularly handsome, it has magnificent magical protection. The pants are also made of rare materials by an outstanding craftsman. This garment constantly accompanied the man on his difficult journey, and every time helped him out. And this black massive cloak is made from the hide of a bear king. It also has excellent magical protection. The gemstone sewn onto the collar has an additional self-healing effect. As he thought, He didn't feel strange in his familiar outfit. On the man's shoulders were familiar clothes that did not constrict his movement, and to which he was completely accustomed. Still, the clothes of this world were much worse in comparison to his outfit. The man was pulled out of his thoughts by a man's shout from behind the door. He turned around. Someone was knocking insistently on the door. Most likely the protagonist had already guessed who it was. A knight he already knew stood on the doorstep. He was dressed in full battle gear and said that the protagonist had a job to do. He must guard the young lady's carriage. They would move out immediately. Lycan nodded his head quickly, as a sign that he understood. Taking up his massive sword, he took a few wide steps towards the exit of his hideout. It was not going to be an easy job, but for him, a man of experience, it was no problem at all. As he left his hovel, he caught the knight's gaze, as if he wanted to say something to him but did not dare. Still, when the protagonist went out and closed the door behind him, the man was indignant about his appearance. But he immediately reprimanded himself and said that it didn't matter, though such are problematic for a young lady. The man pondered, of course, any way you look at it, he didn't look like a noble guard. Besides, he wasn't used to all these rules of etiquette, as it was only an excess in his life. He came to a carriage with 3 horses in it, and a horseman on horseback standing beside it. The man prepared himself. The job was not difficult, but still, anything could happen. His job at the residence is to keep the head of the family and the young lady as when they go out somewhere. Although they only go to the forest and the outskirts, they go to the city. In other words, he was one of the court guards. The man raised his gaze to the sky. Birds were fluttering there. He fell silent. It's a great opportunity, but still, he's been here too long. This family's home is not uncomfortable, rather the opposite. Returning home, they quietly took in a strange stranger like him. They treated him here just fine, as if he were a member of their own family. However, there was a catch. He didn't come to this world for a peaceful way of life, to see things he'd never seen before, to fight powerful enemies he'd never fought before. He wants to find wealth and power. That's what drives him. It seems that there are labyrinths in this world, too. It is said that besides magic stones, magic beasts also have rare treasures. Of course, he wants to try to explore these labyrinths. The man thought about his comrade. If he were here, he remembered the times when they had fought magical beasts together and mined the treasure. Suddenly he felt something. His ability picked up something incomprehensible, a blob of magical energy that was rapidly approaching them. A magical beast, and a big one at that. It's coming. The man had to deal with it. He headed straight into the thicket of the forest they had planned to ride into together. The rider looked at him askance but did not stop. He seemed to realize that if this man was going somewhere, there was a need. The protagonist began to sniff as if to catch the slightest vibrations and changes in the animal's behavior. It was necessary to determine exactly where it was and how much strength it would take to kill it. The man snapped out of his seat and ran straight ahead. The guard also readied his weapon to protect the young mistress. The man did not pay attention to anyone like a beast stalking its prey. Black shadows skittered forward. He ran through the dense thickets, trees whizzing past him. His attention focused only on the approaching source of magical energy. His gait was firm and decisive, and his actions were as if they were automatic. His body had gained incredible strength from years of training and fighting monsters. The beast was already close. The man could feel it with his ability. He readied his sword, the blade gleaming in the sun, revealing a deadly beauty. Suddenly, he caught a faint vibration in the air. Men stopped and prepared for battle. He already knew roughly what kind of creature he would be facing. Along the large tree trunk, an unknown creature was already descending towards him. It looked like a monkey and a spider together. It had 6 legs and a long, ugly body. Its muzzle was completely covered with fur, as was the entire body of the monster. Indeed, it was just as the man had envisioned. It was a spider monkey, quite large. It would take a lot of strength to deal with it. The beast had already swung its huge paw to strike. The creature jumped down from the tree with a rumble, roaring with a comfortable bass. It bared its teeth and looked at the man with its lifeless white eyes. The man jumped towards her and had already drawn his sword. He had to wait for the moment to slay the beast with a single blow. The creature seemed only too happy to meet him. The monster hissed, releasing a thin white thread from its mouth. It was a threatening sound. The man concentrated. His pupils narrowed to the limit and stopped on only one target. The monkey prepared to attack. The man couldn't let that happen. He swung the ball and with quick jumps started to approach the monster. He had to kill it as quickly as possible, or it would hurt the Lord and the others. The monster noticed the man and turned its huge, ugly head toward her. Lycan was approaching her like a shadow, his movements so fast and precise that he seemed to act almost like a robot. Noticing the approaching danger, the ape bared its teeth in a predatory grin, its eyes now needing to fight him as well. The creature roared with impatience. Yes, I had bloodlust reflected in my eyes. No matter how many creatures a man killed, he only saw in their eyes a lifeless lust for killing. With a quick leap, he came at the ape with a single slashing blow. There was the whistle of a blade cutting through the air, and a second later there was the death rattle of the monster, and the viscous sound of tearing flesh. In a few seconds, it was over. The decapitated monster fell to the ground with a thud, spattering streams of black blood in different directions. The man had no trouble dealing with this monster. His strength was many times greater than those monsters. The only thing left to do was to extract the magic stone from the creature's body. He thrust his sword into it and began to cut into its tight, stinking flesh. Even in this world, magic stones are highly valued. He took out a bloody pebble from the body of the defeated monster and began to scrutinize it. The stone was completely ordinary, but it had magic power. Besides using them in rituals and magic, they are also suitable for potions as an ingredient. He didn't know all the details, but it seemed they were also used to create magical tools. In short, the stones were quite common and valuable consumables. Soon he returned to Da's carriage. There already waiting for him was the knight sitting at last. He called out to the man and asked how it went. The man silently came a little closer. He dropped the magic stone in the guard's hand, looked at the man out of indifference. The guard deftly caught the stone with his hand, and a satisfied smile stretched across his face. He looked at his comrade with a smile and they moved on their way. Their path took them through the forest, the carriage moving slowly enough for Lycan to keep up. The man walked a little behind, surveying the surroundings for danger. We were quiet so far. Soon they arrived at the place. The guard told those sitting in the carriage that they were already there. A cheerful exclamation was heard from the window, and Madame that she was going out. The girl jumped out of the carriage and immediately ran into the forest. The guard wanted to call out to her, saying that it was dangerous here, but she didn't seem to listen to him. Now she was fascinated by the terrain. She didn't seem to come out here very often. A wide smile stretched across her face, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Just as she had thought, the view here was truly superb. The two men and her maid stood a little further away, keeping their guard up. Right now, their main concern was keeping this little girl alive. Soon they came to a small hillside, which offered a stunning view of the land. The landscape was quite strange, with small mountains and hollows everywhere. The girl inhaled a full breath and admired the scene before her eyes. For her, going into the forest was almost her only entertainment, as she spent all her free time in the residence. Her companion stood beside her, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. The young mistress was in a much better mood than usual, but for a split second it seemed to him that sadness flashed across her face. She sat in her room and waited patiently while her assistant braided her hair. The girl had to look flawless all the time, as she had noble blood in her. She had to match it. The maid asked the young mistress, "Does she like this hairstyle?" The girl replied briefly that she did and thanked her maid, but there seemed to be sadness in her voice. Then the woman put a dainty necklace around the young lady's neck, which only emphasized her beauty. This jewelry had a small stone on it, and the chain was of pure gold. No longer were the dark clouds enveloped, but in the center gleamed the bright white disk of the moon. Night was already prevailing outside. Despite this, the room was buzzing with activity. The tables were set and the dishes were delicious. Behind the table, the heads of the families were seated in two huge armchairs. A man's booming voice was heard. He called everyone to attention. As they knew, today was his daughter's 14th birthday, and she had become an adult. Tonight, they're celebrating it, so let everyone support us this evening." The daughter was sitting next to her father, but at the same time, her face was not happy about the celebration. Her eyes were filled with sadness. There were enthusiastic cheers and shouts of hurrah. Glasses with drinks flew into the air. Everyone was happy and celebrating. Everyone was in high spirits, and now was the time to celebrate. There was noise everywhere. People were celebrating, eating, and drinking. Everyone was having fun and having a good time. Such celebrations were rare, so everyone tried to make the most of them. Lycan was standing by the reins or near the table. A servant came up to him and asked if he would cut food for him. The man politely replied that it would be fine. The protagonist was dressed in elegant clothes befitting a solemn occasion. The man looked at the fatty piece of meat that was lying on the plate, dripping with its juice. A lot of saliva immediately formed in his mouth. He was hungry and ready to eat whatever was served. The servant man bowed courteously and brought him a huge fried chicken on a plate. The man looked at it with an appetizing lick. He took a napkin and carefully, so as not to violate the rules of propriety, tore off a large chicken leg and began to chew it with gusto. It was delicious. Cooking something like this with lots of spices gives just the perfect balance. The food offered to him, the man hesitated. However, he thought that Mrs. was just a stuffy child. But it seems that in this world 14-year-olds are treated as full-fledged adults. His gaze turned to the lady who was sitting next to her father in the large upholstered armchairs. The servants were busy bringing them food and drink. The girl looked as if she was worried about something. Despite the festive atmosphere, her face looked sad. In other words, marriage at the age of 14 is legal. The man didn't notice that he had already eaten a whole chicken. Suddenly, Isaac came up to him. Isaac came up to him suddenly and said that he was eating too much. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. "Isn't it? This chicken is really good, isn't it?" The knight offered him a drink of wine, pulling out a bottle of booze from somewhere. His voice was cheerful. It was obvious that he had already had a drink. Wine straight from the royal capital. It's rare for them to have this kind of wine. The protagonist agreed. He would drink with him. Suddenly, the man's face became serious, and his voice became half a tone quieter. He asked the protagonist if he could talk to him alone. Lycan agreed, but wanted to object to something. But the knight didn't let him finish and hugged him in a somehow friendly way. Soon they found themselves in a large hall. The man asked him to apologize, but could he stay away from the library for a while? The protagonist wondered what he was talking about. Would something terrible happen if he was there? The man shook his head. There was no one in this house who didn't trust him, but he busied himself and tried to find the right words. After all, the man said that starting tomorrow, messengers from other families would come to congratulate the young madam. None of the noble families would understand such a thing. The man tried to speak as softly as possible, to avoid unpleasantness and to smooth the edges. And there may be some uncomprehending people around the lady. They might pick on unnecessary things. Lycan nodded understandingly and drank from his glass. The daughter of nobles is burdened with the role of guardian of the bloodline. Everyone wants to appear to be a good candidate. Isaac took a couple of sips of wine, too, apparently annoyed by the whole thing. Lycan nodded understandingly again. He understood everything, his appearance and the fact that a stranger was in the manor. The knight apologized again and averted his eyes shyly. A huge cliff rose straight up to the sky, where white fluffy clouds floated and passing birds soared. From the very top of this cliff, a waterfall burst down, dropping tons of pure crystal water onto the ground. Lycan was on full alert. He stood in the middle of the tall grass and looked somewhere in the distance. His gaze was as serious and focused as ever. It took some thought now he could leave on his journey without any restrictions. He stood in front of the entrance to the forest thicket, his gaze staring into the distance. He's currently hunting prey near the mansion. If he goes deeper into the mountains, he might encounter a strong magical beast. In all this time, he had grown tired of bloody fights. All the monsters he'd encountered were very weak. It had only been 3 days since he had started heading deeper into the forest. He was lucky to have been able to meet him so quickly. The man grabbed his reverie, and in one sharp motion pulled it from its sheath ready to attack. The distance was too great to use life detection. I had to hide behind the slope and then come a little closer to attack. The monster's huge elephant-like paw thundered to the ground, and flames seemed to burst out from beneath its paw. The beast opened its huge maw and approached the corpse of the slain magical beast. After a few seconds, its teeth sank into the dead flesh, and there was a wet sound of tearing flesh. This monster was really huge. It looked like a big porcupine, Its back was covered with thick, sharp needles. It had 6 paws and it had 3 eyes on its head. It was the first time a man had ever seen such a magical beast, 3 meters tall and 6 meters wide. It also had an incredibly strong body, and it had 3 eyes, which was also strange. It had 6 legs, but they are quite short compared to its body, so this creature should not be able to move quickly. Now he must think of what he must do. The man lurked even more quietly so the beast couldn't see him. So far, he didn't know its weakness, or how to fight it in principle. It was very dangerous to fight this huge thing under these conditions. The man wondered if he should attack this animal before it realized anything. The man gripped the hilt, which was already an extension of his hand. The man stood on the dais and looked down at the beast from above. As long as the creature was preoccupied in advance with its prey, it paid no attention to him. After a little thought, he made what was probably the only decision he could make. It's not going to work. It would be foolish to challenge such a monster without knowing its weaknesses. You could be killed that way. Today, this predator was too dangerous. The man was about to leave when suddenly a small branch cracked under his foot. The beast shifted a startled look in the direction of the sound. The beast looked at him with its big eye and roared with a bass that was not with anyone. Now the man was in danger. A look of fear flashed across his face. Did the creature see him? His heart skipped a beat. He wanted to hide quietly, but he couldn't. I'd probably have to fight now. He activated the wind to get away quickly. Otherwise, the creature would attack him now. And since he didn't know how to counter it, it could be deadly. The beast became even more alert and raised its huge, deadly spikes upward. With a growl, the beast fired thousands of needles into the air. The man barely had time to jump aside before there were several hundred sharp spikes where he had just stood. If he hadn't, he would have been stabbed through and through. It was truly terrifying power. A piece of land was ripped out where he had just stood. Waves were flying in all directions. The man several times used a gust of wind to get away from the needles that were chasing him. They were falling down from above like rain. It cost him great effort not to be hit by these deadly ones. A gust of wind was not suitable for flight. There was no choice. He had to get away somehow. If he spent all his mana, it would no longer be able to keep its distance, and the creature would finally catch up to him. Suddenly, the man noticed that the creature had stopped attacking. For a second, he thought the monster had surrendered and he was safe. The monster roared again and arched its back, exposing more deadly spikes. And then a terrible realization came to the man. No, this was a preparation for an attack. He lightning quickly activated a gust of wind to get as far away from the line of attack as possible. A deafening roar erupted from the creature's throat, mixed with an air wave that the man barely managed to dodge. But still, it hit him a little. He braked a few meters away from the monster I was looking at with all 3 of my eyes. The man was shocked at how strong this creature was. He definitely wouldn't be able to overpower it alone. He realized that it was the icy air that was freezing to death everything it touched. He realized it was ice-cold air that was freezing to death everything it touched. If he gets hit with his current equipment, he will inevitably die. Though if hit by a slow opponent, it's still a chance to dodge. But if he went deeper into the forest where the monster's attacks wouldn't get through, he could get rid of it. He pushed himself off the nearest branch and began to run away in the opposite direction at a high speed to get out of the monster's sight as quickly as possible. The man hid behind the nearest trunk of a century-old tree. He had already run about 30 meters. Now he should be able to get out of here without any problems. But suddenly something changed. The danger wasn't over yet, and out of nowhere came the roar of an animal. The monster was still chasing the protagonist. The monster's huge body, tremendous speed, was moving straight at the man. Strangely, the monster was not at all embarrassed by the man running into the forest. It also pursued him. With a rumbling roar, she ran through the thick of the forest paths, breaking trees and scattering scraps of earth in different directions. The monster ran through the thick forest, breaking trees and scattering pieces of earth in different directions. Lycan bounced to the side again and rushed to run away. The monster's spikes were about to catch up with him, but the man was still a little faster, which was perhaps out of ply him with life. It wasn't over yet. The monster was determined that he would catch his prey. The man was getting nowhere. The monster kept up with fewer and fewer options left. He had to act now, or the monster would catch up with him and tear him to shreds. The man ran up to the cliff. hoping to get away from the monster by jumping on it. He took advantage of the windbreak and flew many meters up, running up onto an earthen ledge and trying to get a grip. He remained in relative safety for a while. The monster was down below and watched with a snarl at the prey that had just escaped him. He walked around trying to find the ragged trail. Upstairs, that monster couldn't climb, so the man was a danger. He leaned against the trunk of a tree and breathed heavily. He needed to catch his breath. The beast wouldn't find him now. How incredible this magical beast was after all. The man exhaled heavily, trying to get his thoughts in order. He pondered for the battle with this monster. He would need to come up with different battle tactics. For now, it was best to restore his magic. He had used too much of it while trying to evade the monster with the air currents. He took out 3 small magic stones from his pocket, which glittered in the sunlight. Still, he had managed to walk away with some loot. Next, he pulled out a small vial of magic potion from his pocket. Come to think of it, he had a magic cure, one that wasn't in the family home. It was time to try it in action. As soon as the man touched the miracle potion with his lips, his stomach twisted. He bent in half, and I tried to cough out the foul taste in my mouth. The medicine was really disgusting. How can you drink that? It's insane. What the hell is this stuff? He wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his jacket to get rid of the annoying, nasty taste, but still he had to drink, digesting the disgust. It seemed to spread down his throat like oil. It was an incredibly disgusting sensation. But still, there was no sign of full regeneration here. Was the effect too slow? This was very strange. If he didn't recover from this unpleasant experience, it was all for nothing. Maybe he should try a potion from his old world. He was more used to it after all, and the odds of it working were much higher. He pulled out the small vial from his pocket again. The man thought. It was just as he thought. The effect of this potion was too weak. The regeneration was palpable, but it wasn't enough to restore all his strength. The tincture from his world was not restoring his Manu now either. He had to find a replacement for it. The potions from the past world didn't work in this world, or were too weak. If he encountered a magical creature again, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to return home unharmed. He had to be as careful as possible not to attract attention. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, and the sky was painted in the bright red and yellow colors of sunset. In the distance there were mountains, behind which the bright sun disk was hiding. The man had managed to evade the monster, and now he was heading towards his temporary shelter, weakened. Soon he approached the very gate that led to the family's residence. But something was not right. The man noticed something strange near the house. Next to the entrance was someone's carriage. It was not the family's carriage. It had a completely different look. Besides, there were no horses in it. Probably they had been released to be fed. The man wondered if it was the aristocrat's carriage. They must have had visitors. They seemed to have arrived when he wasn't home. If a guest came from far away, its staying overnight is quite normal. The man began to look with interest at the carriage on which the stranger had arrived. It was terribly luxurious. There were precious metal lamps hanging everywhere, and the carriage itself was upholstered in some black material, also very expensive on Avito. Several days passed. Night reigned in the sky, with a bright crescent moon shining in the middle. Black clouds started to clip almost the whole sky. The man slept in his room, recovering from another hunt. It was quiet and dark, with only the light of the moon coming through the window to illuminate the small space. By the man's bed was his sword. Suddenly the man woke up and felt something. It was a strange feeling. He immediately prepared to fight back. His internal organs seemed to clench, and he began to look around the room with a quick glance, searching for his foes. With his sixth sense, he caught a glimpse of an incomprehensible being that was 2 blobs of energy. There was a magical creature on the grounds. Moreover, it was heading towards the main building at high speed. The man became worried. Luvi and Marina were inside. Rushing out of his seat and slipping his cloak on in a flash, the man rushed to save the women. It was an intruder. Action had to be taken immediately. Who knows what intentions this creature had sneaked in. Someone stealthily walked across the courtyard. If an inexperienced person had been here, he wouldn't have been able to even notice him. There was the barely audible sound of footsteps on the grass. The protagonist caught a glimpse of someone's vague silhouette climbing the wall as if it were some kind of spider. He was dressed in black clothes that hid his face and had an equally dark hood on his head. The man was climbing the wall, His movements were honed to perfection. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had climbed walls. The protagonist noticed it. The movements were characteristic of an experienced assassin. He quickened his step to catch the intruder immediately. The man stood on the paving stone floor and watched the intruder's movements. He caught the magical vibrations with his sense, and noticed that one of the magical dots was moving straight toward the bedroom window. It was the young mistress's bedroom. A horrible realization flashed through the man's head. At that time, the girl was sleeping peacefully in her soft bed, and had no idea of the danger that lay ahead of her. The intruder ran down the wall without even falling. Apparently, he was using some strange magic to keep himself at such a height. His speed was staggering, and he was fluttering like a bird. If Lycan used the stairs, he definitely wouldn't be able to get there in time. There had to be some other way. There was less and less time left. The man's mind was racing with thoughts, and his heart was beating twice as fast. Finally, he realized to use a gust of wind. The powerful jet of air threw him high up, and the man rushed to catch up with the unknown intruder. After using this spell a few more times, he flew even higher, pushing himself off the wall. He was like a shadow skittering swiftly across the cold stone walls of the castle. At this time, the intruder had already come as close as possible to the bedroom window and was already climbing down the rope. He had only to break the window, and he had already entered the young mistress's room. A black silhouette flashed through the window like a ghost. He stood in front of the window and watched what was happening in the room. A girl was sleeping there, and she didn't hear what was happening outside. Her eyes were closed. She was having a carefree and beautiful dream. At that time, an unknown intruder broke open the closed window frame. He inserted small daggers between the sashes of the frame and began to loosen it so that he could finally open the window silently. But suddenly, from where they appeared black shadow, as if out of nowhere, it pounced on the uninvited guest. There wasn't even time to react. It seems the protagonist made it in time. The man flew down on the uninvited guest with the sharp blades of his sword in front of him. The uninvited guest tried to defend himself, but it was in vain. The man was like a hawk finding its prey. The protagonist gritted his teeth and glared at the stranger with his murderous gaze. He flew down like a stone, and now he was ready to slay his enemy. Yes, uninvited guests. Before he could even do anything, the man stoned him, and they both flew down. The two of them were like shadows that fought silently in the darkness of the night. For a moment, the face of an intruder appeared, wearing a mask, most likely a girl, judging by her eyes. Her frightened look said that she didn't expect to meet any resistance. Having met such a powerful blow with her whole body, she flew down. A few seconds later, she crashed into the nearest bushes. The young lady's life had been saved. Lycan peeked out the window to make sure Mistress was okay. Indeed, everything was fine. Mistress was still asleep in her warm bed. Luvi curled up in her bed and began to whisper something in her sleep. The sight was peaceful. The man couldn't let the sleep, much less the lives of this young girl, be interrupted. The next morning, the protagonist met with the head of the family, with Isaac already standing next to him. They were talking about something near the entrance of the manor. The voice of the head of the household was alarmed, and so this man was a killer targeting his daughter. The man couldn't believe what had happened. Isaac looked at the protagonist with the same worried look. The head of the household lowered his head, sadly recognizing that he had been too naive. He was just on duty in front of her room, but to enter through the window, he hadn't envisioned such a thing. Lycan looked at him and only remained silent. It was decided that the young lady would marry Shadris, he being of a noble family connected with the royal family. This marriage would be honorable. The head of the family expected there would be interference from families that don't want a girl from the rural nobility to be their next queen, or those with daughters of their own in the same position. However, the men didn't even think any of them could go so far as to send an assassin. If Lycan wasn't there, then his daughter rather would be. The man covered his face with his hands as if trying to push the horrible thoughts away from him. Isaac approached the protagonist and asked if he could capture the assassin without killing her. The protagonist fell silent and thought about it. The assassin had magic, so she was a serious danger and could get away with her magic ability. We had to act decisively because the young mistress's life was at stake. The probability that she could use some powerful spell was too high. If this skill allowed her to target the young mistress, even from a distance, leaving her alive would be too dangerous. Isaac, But for a woman to go that far, it was simply unthinkable. The protagonist only listened to their concerned sighs without saying a word. It was over. Everyone was safe now. The head of the family turned to the knight. He said that he had heard that when a murderer was caught, he would immediately choose death. It would be useless to capture her alive, wouldn't it? The knight realized it himself. But still he was a little disappointed. But if they could at least get her to give the name of her employer. But the older man interrupted him. He said that even so, this woman probably wouldn't say anything. Besides, even if they found out who ordered it, there's nothing they could do. In that case, they'd better not know anything. Isaac remained silent, frustrated by his omission and the fact that they couldn't find out anything about the assassin. It was quite possible that someone else might be able to make an attempt on the young lady's life. But suddenly, the face of the head of the household glowed with joy and gratitude. In any case, only one person realized that the uninvited guests had sneaked into the house. He looked at the protagonist with unbearable gratitude. His killing skills and speed are simply astounding. To climb that high so quickly, is that some kind of special power? The man wanted to know more about his comrade's abilities. Lycan still remained silent with his head down. He didn't want to give away all his secrets at once. Besides, these men had been around for a long time, but still, I should have known about his trump cards. The head of the family said he wouldn't tell him anything, and he just smiled. He walked up to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked to be allowed to formally thank him. The man wants the protagonist to continue to protect his daughter. Lycan bowed as a token of his appreciation. Night had already covered the sky with a dark blanket, and there was not a living soul around, only crickets chirping somewhere in the thick grass. Everyone in the house was asleep. Suddenly, someone threw a hook on the wall of the house from the opposite side. Following him, a strange man in black clothes, his face hidden by a mask, climbed up the steep wall. The mercenary had a large crossbow in his hands, which he was most likely aiming to shoot through the window. The man sat on a high fence and watched the scene to take aim, but suddenly, as if from the shadows, the protagonist appeared. He created a huge air vortex with a single wave of his hand, which went straight into the face of the uninvited guest. He didn't even have time to do anything. The powerful stream of air shattered his mask along with his head in half a second. Lycan easily jumped back into the courtyard, right where the defeated body of the assassin lay. It was the fourth. The bloody body of a man lay on the floor, a huge puddle of black liquid. This enemy was quite persistent. The man turned back to assess the situation. The man realized at that moment that he couldn't leave here just yet. He had to guard her sleep as the cases of assassins had increased lately. Lycan had dressed properly again, and was sitting in full parade at the table and seemed to be eating breakfast. Opposite him sat the young mistress. Next to them was their faithful governess. The girl poured questions into the main character. She was very curious. What does he eat for breakfast in his hometown? What clothes do noble women wear in his homeland? What kind of sweets does he have in his homeland? The girl was curious. She wanted to learn as much as possible about her new friend. The man was sitting at this time and drinking tea from a neat cup. Today the young mistress had called him. They had not spoken for a long time. Perhaps that was why the young mistress was especially talkative today. La Envy was the name of the protagonist's mistress. These are people who have come from another world. They are extremely rare, and the locals take a special interest in them. They say that all of them are said to have some kind of extraordinary power. However, the records say that they are all missing. In other words, it's just a local legend. But it seems the young mistress believes that La Envy is the protagonist. The girl sat in her chair and squinted her eyes, smiling at the protagonist. Her governess approached the girl from behind and said dryly that it was time for another meeting. The girl looked at her in surprise. In a ringing voice, she thanked the protagonist and said it had been a lot of fun. She apologized for keeping him from his business. The man rose from the table and bowed courteously. After bowing, the man said he had to go now. He was about to leave the hall when suddenly the girl called out to him and asked him to stop. The man stood still and turned his eyes to her. She folded her arms across her chest and said she had a small request. She said these words as if with some embarrassment. Moving closer to the man, she shyly asked if she could ask him to show her that stone on his chest. That little red stone. As soon as the man heard the request, his eyes widened in surprise. This was not the plan. Damn it! He'd been trying to make sure no one saw him the whole time, hadn't he? The man reflexively grabbed the comma where the stone was on his chest. And how did this girl notice him? At this time, the young mistress smilingly continued to look at the protagonist. He unbuttoned his jacket and began to show the stone which had been hanging on his breast all this time, and which he had tried so hard to hide, but it had been unsuccessful. From the side, Marinka came up to him and brought the silver tray. The man carefully placed his talisman on an expensive silver tray. The servant presented it to the young mistress, and the girl took it reverently in her little white hands. It was very beautiful. The girl gazed at the amusing thing with admiration. She took the talisman in her hands and began to scrutinize it with some affection. There was admiration in her eyes. Suddenly, the girl began to remove from her neck the precious necklace she had been wearing all along. She had removed the jewelry from her neck and now held it in her hands. She called Marinka to her to bring it to her, and the maid came over, but she still didn't understand anything. The governess was indignant and wanted to object to something, but the girl interrupted her and said it was all right, nothing to worry about. Marinka brought him a tray with the jewel the mistress had just removed. The man didn't understand what was expected of him. Does the girl really want him to give her his magic stone? It was unthinkable. Everything went cold inside him. It was necessary to stop this one as soon as possible. Just don't tell him to give up his magic stone. In his mind, he begged the young mistress to stop. He was on his own. The man squeezed his eyes shut but tried not to show that he was embarrassed. The girl began to speak in a soft voice. She addressed the main character, calling him Mr. Wolf. She said she would give him her jewelry, so let him please give her the stone as a token of appreciation. The man stood in front of her and didn't know what to do. The situation was bad to say the least. The man was silent and looked into the eyes of the girl who was waiting for an answer from him. He couldn't refuse her, but he didn't want to give up his magic amulet either. The man agonized in his thoughts. They would definitely not recognize that the young mistress's gem was equal to the wanderer's stone. Something had to be done. In other words, it is an offering, an initiation on the way to becoming a servant, a reward for a favorite knight. However, she doesn't know that this gem is a rare treasure that grants stamina recovery and magic recovery. So far, she thought that it was just an ordinary gem. The man obtained this stone while exploring the dangerous labyrinth. He also collected a large number of magical stones to fuse. Besides, it's just a beautiful stone, which he entrusted to a famous craftsman, investing his entire fortune. Since then, he's always supported him on his adventures. In other words, it was proof that he had lived. The man's mind began to bring to mind snippets of his past life, when he had fearlessly fought monsters, all his difficulties on the way to the treasure. If he refuses, he won't be able to live in that place anymore. First of all, the girl would probably be upset. But as he thought, he couldn't give it up even if his benefactors threw his face in the dirt. But still, the man, against his will, as if obeying to some instinct, agreed, graciously putting his hand to his breast in acknowledgement. He hadn't expected himself to do such a thing. But the girl's face immediately dissolved into a satisfied smile. She looked at him with a look of gratitude and recognition. Having exchanged his jewelry, the man turned around and walked towards the exit. He was overcome with many emotions. On the one hand, he was very upset that he had parted with his jewel, but on the other hand, he would now have much less strength. He climbed the stairs and agonized with the thought, why had he done this? Why had he only agreed to this act? His head was splitting. He was soon to leave this estate. Adventures awaited him, and there was no way he could linger here. White, fluffy clouds drifted across the sky, and life went on at a steady pace. The man lay in his den contemplating. He would slip away just before the wedding preparations. It would be all right if he substituted for him and sneaked away. Of course, the young mistress will be sad, and she will certainly be upset. But in time, she would probably forget all about the wandering wolf. The man got dressed and went about his business. After this meeting, the lady busied herself with preparations for the wedding. She dressed up, choosing the most beautiful dress. Her servants were at her side, tidying up the girl for the festivities. In order to help the young lady, someone was always there for her day and night. The number of people on night watch has also increased. Soon the girl was completely ready. She was wearing an elegant dress, and on her head was a magnificent hat. The girl was simply irresistible in this form. A young lady went to her relatives in another town to perform the solemnization of her marriage. She got into her carriage, the coachman whipped the horses, I did not move forward, gaining speed. Effie. A man was sitting under a sprawling tree and thinking about something of his own. The weather was beautiful. The sun was shining brightly, and there was a light breeze on his body. It was as if nothing around him existed. He just sat there looking out over the vast fields, over which the fluffy clouds came like ships. A man dressed in simple country clothes approached him. He asked wryly, "Is it really so much fun to watch the vegetables?" The man's name was Mord. The protagonist looked at him with his serious gaze. Mord asked him if he wanted to chew on a slate leaf. He held out a small pouch to him. The protagonist thanked him and took out a leaf and began to chew. Mord sat down beside him and Riley told him not to spoil the mood with his appearance. The man mumbled something under his breath, clearly not wanting to talk about anything. They were sitting under a tree chewing on the leaves of a plant. Absorbed in contemplation, the protagonist didn't even notice the man sitting next to him. He was in some kind of trance. Perhaps the leaves had an effect. Suddenly, his interlocutor began to speak. "By the way, the knights haven't been practicing at all lately." There was some reproach in the man's voice. The protagonist replied in a colorless voice that he had no motivation. He tried to show with his whole appearance that he was not in the mood for a long dialogue. Mord noticed that he lacked not motivation but strength. The man was smiling a wide smile. It was obvious he was in high spirits. He said that Isaac also became exhausted, and that's the case with almost everyone. It's a common phenomenon. The young lady is getting married. To think the knight will be all alone. For a moment there was an awkward silence between them. The man didn't want to keep the conversation going, but he didn't want to be impolite. She gave him, the man who was alone in this other world, a place where he could belong. The image of the young lady who was looking at him with a smile came into his mind, the only person who treated him with warmth. The man wanted to repay at least this kindness and leave the manor soon. Despite his words, what could he do? Right now, the man was in a very difficult position. He looked thoughtfully at his hand and sank even more deeply into his thoughts. Suddenly, a hunch pierced his head. That's it, a magical beast, that's the way out. The local knights will not be able to deal with such an opponent. They don't have enough skill and they aren't good enough at magic to face such monsters. Lycan only knows how to fight in that case. He would repay her kindness with a fight. He appeared to his feet, and all the while, without saying a word, looked off into the distance. His interlocutor raised a surprised look at him. Soon he came to the local armory. Many types of weapons lay before him. There were swords, short knives, even gloves with retractable claws. There are no weapons like me here that are meant for large animals. Bombs should only be used as a last resort. Well, he had tested his opponent's abilities, and the rest could be found out later. He threw on his dark cloak and slipped out into the street like a shadow. The forest thicket was awakened by the loud sound of the monster's roar. It was so loud that a small flock of birds flew away from their seats and flew away from the danger. Lycan ran with all his legs from the danger looming over him. Huge beasts curled up in a ball rolled after him, in an attempt to crush him. The man took advantage of a gust of wind by pointing his arm to the side. He bounced off the stone rock good. If he baited it and it came back at the last moment, the beast couldn't suddenly change direction. The monster stopped and released its spikes. It looked around, searching for its missing victim. His eyes were frantically searching for the man, but he couldn't see him because he could only lift his head a limited distance. Taking advantage of this moment, the hunter rushed at him from top to bottom, displaying his sword to chop off his head in one clear blow. Well, in a few more moments, the beast would be defeated. The man grinned his teeth like a predator who had found his long-awaited prey, cutting through the wind and flying straight at the monster's neck. But just his sword touched the monster's neck, it immediately bounced off and surrendered with a metallic sound. The man flew off to the side as if he had just slammed into a concrete wall. The recoil was incredibly strong. He didn't realize what it was. What incredible strength and flexibility this beast had. It didn't even penetrate down to the bone. The beast felt the blow and turned its fiery maw on him. Now the man had to run away immediately. The monster had spotted him and was already preparing to attack. This was very bad now. Things were getting fast. It was like time had slowed down. The beast opened its maw, spewing a torrent of cold wind from it. The man used his spell to evade death. The man turned around and saw the monster's monstrous eyes staring at him with unspeakable bloodlust. Half a second later, thousands of sharp, deadly spikes soared through the air and moved towards the man. He reached for his ball but did not find it in place. The needles were already flying at him with great speed. One of them stabbed him painfully on the leg. Now he could not continue the battle. He had to retreat to save his life. Once again, he was unable to defeat this monster and had to flee. He used several times of wind to accelerate as much as possible so that the monster couldn't catch up with him. Cutting through the air, the man flew like an arrow to escape death. The beast roared, roaring through the neighborhood. She looked after the fleeing prey. Today, the man had also failed. Soon he returned to the manor. Night had fallen by this time, and the windows of the house were beginning to light up slowly. The man creaked open the door to his hovel and fell in like a sack of potatoes. His strength was almost gone. The battle had been truly exhausting. For the umpteenth time, he had failed to defeat the monster, only to use up most of his strength. As soon as he reached the bed, he fell onto it, a pleasant ache and fatigue spreading through his body. A second more and the man would have passed out from helplessness. The battle was really dangerous. He was breathing heavily and trying to get his thoughts in order. Who would have thought that he was even using a combination of breath and spikes? This is some new combination skill that needed to adapt a different battle tactic. The man's clothes were torn on his side and a large wound could be seen underneath. Since he had a first-class magic potion, he survived. But otherwise, he would have definitely died there. This problem also gives him a headache. He would make his own middle-grade magic potions, he is not versed in the local plants, and does not know the local recipes. That was a big problem. Can on the bed, the man had already retreated a bit from the battle, and was immersed in his own thoughts. In any case, he would have to find a healer and find out the recipe. Memories of that awful medicine plagued his head. He couldn't expect much from this mixture. Well, on the bright side, he did realize the limits of the magic beast's power. It's dangerous, but there is still a way to defeat it. However, the problem remained the same. The man didn't know where to attack the animal to slay it. It had incredibly tough skin and bones. It was also very defensive on all fronts. Of course, the area of the neck in front of the spikes was open to hit. Very hard to reach. Come to think of it, it was the eyes that were worth aiming for. He probably wouldn't be able to hit them a second time. If you hit close to the throat, the weapon can pierce through, but that's pretty dangerous. The throat is the closest thing to a mouth. Bud was better suited to fight such a foe, but he wasn't around right now. Soon he'll fight him again. And so on goes the method. And they'd better face each other soon. The longer he endures here, the harder it will be to defeat the beast. The next day, the sun would set. The mountainous landscape spread out in front of the protagonist's face, showing all its power. There was a penetrating wind all around, but the man was well dressed, and the wind did not pass through his tight clothes. The man walked through the forest trying not to make a single rustle. He had to find the monster as soon as possible and try to kill it this time. With the help of his instinct, he detected the monster almost immediately. With powerful magic, it was easy to detect. In the man's mind, a vivid image emerged, of magical energy. The monster lay curled up in the great glade, sound asleep. He looked even more frightening from afar. The beast lay on the ground with all of its eyes closed. Right now, it was at its maximum vulnerability to attack. This was the perfect opportunity. The man hid behind a nearby knoll and began to watch his prey. He was asleep. The man never dreamed of such a chance. It was a chance not to be missed. Lycan took hold of his amulets given to him by the girl. Otherwise, he scrutinized the small jewel. The pebble was so small that the man had to gently pick it up with 2 fingers so as not to damage it. The young mistress gave him her jewelry, but he thinks the old amulet was still better. He's more used to it. The man crouched down and hid even more in the dense grass and began to creep almost silently toward the monster's huge, spiky body, trying to get a good look for a future attack. Now, as long as the monster was asleep and paying no attention to him, he could pick any vulnerable point to attack. The man took hold of his sword and quietly drew it from its sheath. Well, now he had a choice of where to aim. Throat, perhaps? The side? No, none of those were right. He must hit the third eye as he had previously planned. If he destroyed the eye, he would be outmatched. He quickly jumped down from the cliff and swung his sword forward, flying at the monster like a hawk. From this angle, he looked like a bird of prey. Suddenly, the monster hissed. We had to act now. He wouldn't get another chance. The man clenched his teeth and prepared to plunge his sword into the eye of the huge, ugly thing. The monster began to stir and opened its huge eye located on its head. Bad, it's deviating from its target. It raised its head and the man, instead of stabbing it in the eye, slashed his sword straight into the monster's neck closer to the head. The sword went into the flesh like a red-hot knife into butter. The beast roared in pain. Did he really hurt him? The man was surprised. Impossible, he hit the same place he hit before, right? The beast finally awoke and roared in pain from the sudden attack. His eyes widened, and now his neck glistened with a deep cut from which blood spurted. The man immediately bounced away from the monster that was writhing in pain. And a few meters away from him, the monster's sharp teeth clattered. At the last moment, the man managed to dodge. Bouncing a few meters to the side, he landed on the ground and began to watch the animal from the side. The man braced himself, as if prepared for the creature to attack him now. The beast roared, grinning into its huge maw, and it glared at the man who stood only a few meters away. Something's changed. Something that wasn't there before but was now. The man scrutinized the creature's body, but what bothered him most was the scar he had left with his cut. After all, he couldn't do that before, because the density of the creature's skin was too high. But then a fleeting hunch flashed through his head. Perhaps it was the jewelry. He thought of the little amulet the young mistress had given him the other day. The man took the small piece of jewelry in his hand. Could it be that this little thing was enhancing his attack? In his homeworld, he had only defeated one person who possessed the cut ability, but he paid a terrible price for his victory. And now, he had obtained an accessory that gave him such a powerful ability just by being in his hands. It was impossible. Incredibly, the truth was that his sword had wounded that monster. Well, now we had to make the most of this opportunity. Then he can damage him. He could defeat him. Inside himself, the man exulted. He had found a way out of the situation. At this time, the monster continued to roar, its roar filled with pain and rage. Suddenly, the monster ran in the opposite direction of him, the ground shaking with its heavy footsteps. The man realized that the beast was going to attack him. The needles on the back of the huge monster stirred, and after a second began to fly forward by the hundreds, aiming directly at the protagonist. The man used a gust of wind to somehow dodge the hundreds of needles flying straight at him, but it turned out that the monster had nothing left to fire. The monster had used all the spikes the other day, and it still hadn't fully recovered them. The man wasn't wrong to attack it so soon. Well, the plan changes. The man turned around and stared straight at him, no longer fearing that his life might be in danger. If he pursued him, the monster would have to look in his direction. The monster turned its ugly face toward him and bared its toothy maw, drool dripping from it. The huge porcupine threw its head back and a deafening roar erupted from its mouth, mixed with the frosty breath it intended to freeze the protagonist with. But the man dodged its attack in time, and the cold air only flew past him, showering him with snow. All that was needed was to keep his distance from this beast. Frost breathing wouldn't be a problem if he used the Bear King's pelt. It was supposed to completely protect the warrior's body from frostbite. The monster curled into a ball and began to roll behind the man with a rumble. The ground began to shake beneath his feet as the monster's weight was colossal. Lycan ran with all his legs, and behind him rolled a huge hulk, gradually gaining speed. The ground sagged beneath him. It looked like this animal was paddling several tons. The man turned back around. It was hard to avoid from his role in the woods where you can many obstacles, but it was different in the rocky terrain. He ran off with all his legs, but the monster kept up. The man used spurts of air time after time to avoid the monster. The beast had already raised its huge paw and approached at a sufficient distance to grab its prey. But the man immediately used a gust of wind, and like a bullet went away. He stood back, the monster unable to reach him, only snapping its toothy maw. The man stood firmly on his feet and prepared to use his last dash to strike the monster deadly blow, and finally finish it off. A powerful blast of air threw him upwards, and the protagonist gained monstrous speed and putting his sword forward flew straight at the monster. The beast lunged at him too, opening its toothy maw. But the man dodged, and there was the wet sound of tearing flesh and the roar of the monster. The sword sliced through the monster's body from its mouth to its neck without much trouble. But the protagonist was not going to stop. He ran on, tearing the huge body of the monster, which could no longer resist him in any way. The monster roared, one bleeding. Now his fate was sealed. There was nothing else holding him back now. The man stood next to the downed corpse and surveyed the result of his actions. Now his new adventure would begin. Wish the man tried to speak but stuttered, apparently out of fear. In an uncertain voice, he asked the protagonist if he was the adventurer. Several people in country clothes stood in front of the man, arms folded and looking at him fearfully. At this time, he was eating a fried fish, which he had just caught in the nearest river and was now roasting on the fire. He looked at them with an unkind look and took a bite out of the fish. Looking askance at the strangers, he nodded affirmatively. That was right. The elderly man opened his eyes even wider, either in surprise or fear. It was as if he'd swallowed his tongue and couldn't say a word. Next to him stood several other men in similarly poor peasant clothes. After gathering their thoughts a little, the two men began to stammer. They were from a neighboring village, and they had a request that only Mr. Adventurer could fulfill. A grimace of horror appeared on the face of one of the men. Apparently, he was very afraid of what he was talking about. He said that the white ghost had appeared. With hope in his voice, he asked, "Can the protagonist do anything about it?" A man asked, "What kind of ghost is this?" The local was surprised. He is an adventurer, but does not know who is Zag. They walked along the country road, gradually approaching the bridge over the river. The man began to narrate. A Zag is a ghost, a magical beast, a creature that breeds just like a normal beast, but ghosts were different. They are considered a kind of spirits that spontaneously appear in forests and labyrinths. Their appearance resembles that of humans, but they have no eyes and grow horns. They are extremely strong and not easy to kill. They catch humans and eat them. As the man was telling this, his voice began to shake with fear. Lycan had already finished his fish and was just sucking on a small stick with fish on it. He asked the locals how it had happened. The man started talking. First, one child went missing. Then they thought it was a common beast or something else like that often happened. The parents went into the forest to find him. On that occasion, the child's mother was also attacked. The father somehow managed to escape and returned home. That day, he said, there can be no mistake. It was Zag. Then, they all remembered the man's face. It was contorted in a straight line of horror. Not only are the villagers missing, but also bears. Wolves and ghosts are too many for them to deal with on their own. At this rate, soon they won't be able to enter the forest at all. The man said these words with a peculiar sadness. Lycan thought for a moment and, leaning his hand to his mouth, asked, what would be his reward if he rid them of the pesky ghost? The men lowered their heads, their voices made doom. They could only offer 1 silver nugget. They had nothing else. In fact, it was not surprising if you looked at their appearance. The protagonist wondered. The price was quite cheap, considering that he was risking his life, but luckily he had almost no travel expenses. After all, he was staying at the manor now and everything was provided for. What he needs now is information about this world and useful experience that the locals have, which means something like this is just the perfect request to start his adventures. The man took a seat on the nearest bench and said quietly, "Okay," he agreed. The locals were very surprised that the man immediately agreed to help them, even though they offered him a very small fee for his services. Their faces immediately lit up with happiness and surprise. They began to thank the man for his kindness. Could it be that their nightmare was about to end? As he said goodbye, the man turned around and said he needed food and a place to sleep. He wants local people to organize these things for him. The place where these people lived was a small village of several houses. The decoration of each house was rather sparse, considering that they were simple peasants, and smoke was already billowing from several chimneys, indicating that the inhabitants had come home. The traveler came to a large building that resembled a large stable. Behind his back, he had a small bag in which he kept all his equipment. The man stepped inside, and a persistent odor of hay and horse manure hit his nose. Yes, that was it. It was an old stable. The protagonist sighed heavily, but there was no choice. He lurched away onto a pile of fragrant hay. It sagged crisply beneath his heavy body. Oh well, as long as the rain and rasa stayed away, of course, that would be enough for him. Sleeping in places like this is normal during adventures. Not as nice as the Zydmore cabin. Still, not a farewell, the family instructed him. If asked where he came from, it was best to answer from the north. The man nodded. La Envie must remain the strictest of secrets, but the time would come when he himself would have to reveal it. The head of the family gave him a parting gift from his family, a token of respect, and for the magic stone he had given them earlier. There were two small pouches on the silver tray. The man untied one of them. The pouch was filled to the brim with gold coins. So much. That would give him enough for a long time without a poor life. Isaac came up to him and the men shook hands firmly as a sign of friendship. The knight told him goodbye, that he would like to meet him again. The protagonist accordingly nodded. When he left the family, the whole court came out to see him off. Everyone waved goodbye to him and saw him off with a warm and sad smile. These people had become a real family for him, if it could be called that. At this time, even the man himself felt a little pang in his chest. The day was dawning. The sun had already begun to rise from behind the distant hilly mountains, and the small village was slowly coming to life. Lycan and the local man had entered the forest, and were now standing in the thick grass almost waist deep. In his hands was a long cleaver, which he hoped to use for self-defense, though it was unlikely that this small knife would help him in his fight against the ghost that kidnaps and devours people. They soon arrived at the crime scene. The local man said that the mother had been attacked near a nearby rock, and he pointed to the crime scene with his hand. At this time, his voice began to shake with fear, as if he was recalling the horrible events to you again. The protagonist looked around. Pretty close to the village, not even 1,000 feet away. It's even more dangerous to go into the forest like this. There were still traces of blood on the rocks. This is where it all happened, no doubt. The local man put his hat on even tighter, and turned around and said that in that case he was counting on Lycan. He was about to leave, but the protagonist stopped him. The man said he had already found the ghost that was terrorizing their village. The locals turned around. I didn't know what to say out of surprise. His eyes darted around and were now ready to fall out of their orbits. All because the man used his vision. Most likely the same blob of energy he saw was the ghost the locals are talking about. He's within 300 feet of them. Lycan ordered the man to stay close to him. The man stuttered and nodded. The man was scared to death. He certainly hadn't expected the monster to show up so soon. The main character's field of vision was caught by an indistinct figure that sat in front of a tree and almost blended in with its surroundings. The unknown person sat with his back to them and apparently did not notice anything. His skin was a strange dark shade, covered with some sores. The man squinted his eyes and braced himself for the possibility that the beast was about to attack him. He gripped the handle of his ball tighter, and it felt like his own in the palm of his hand. Before the man could get any closer, the monster turned around and stared at him with its empty hollows instead of eyes. The man braced himself and braced his entire body. The monster stood before him. It looked exactly as the locals had described. It let out a wrenching roar. It had 2 eyes instead of eyes, and its mouth stretched out to become unnaturally large. Its entire body was covered in slime, and it was a dark gray color. Well, now it was time to see how this thing would attack. The man grabbed his sword and thrust the sharp blade forward. The beast stood before him. It was 2 heads taller than him, and stood on half-bent legs. Its body was a vile color and also covered in some other slime. The monster conveniently growled, opened his black hole that was his mouth, and swung his weighty paw to strike. The man began to back away. The monster's movements were slow, but its arm was very heavy. The monster began to walk slowly toward the man, making the same wrenching roar. He swung his weighty arm and tried to hit the man, but he bounced back in time to hit the tree trunk. There was a crunch and a crack, and the beast roared with renewed vigor. The impact was so strong that the trunk of the tree cracked and it fell to the ground. A flock of birds flew out of the tree before it, and quickly flew away in the opposite direction. It turned out that this monster was quite strong. The monster looked at the protagonist with its lifeless gaze, and with slow but steady steps came closer and closer. But still the monster's movements were rather sluggish, and he didn't seem to be intelligent. But even if 10 or 20 people gathered together, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. The beast was too strong for them. Lycan thrust his sword forward. This would be no problem for him. The monster was sluggish and slow. Just a deft twist and this creature would already be defeated. He began to rapidly approach the monster, and the ghost roared at the same time and began to wave its powerful arms. But it didn't last long, just a fraction of a second, and now the monster's head is flying to the ground and his face is frozen in a death game. Well, the monster has been defeated. It's time to return for the promised rewards. 571. The two men who had hired him to kill the monster were waiting for him at the entrance to the village. They were standing at the entrance, talking about something. Lycan walked back with heavy footsteps. The men noticed him and began to shout with joy. They asked the man how it was. Was he all right? Was there a ghost? From behind the monster hunter's enormous body, a small old man who had escorted him to the scene of the crime looked out, a satisfied smile on his face as well. Lycan began to speak. He apologized to the humans. He had completed the task. It had one nuance. He thought of giving the magic stone that was in the ghost instead of the proof. But when he defeated it, the whole body turned to dust and disappeared. He didn't know that ghosts don't leave behind magic stones. After these words, the men's faces lit up with happiness. They were incredibly happy that their suffering had finally come to an end. He had already defeated him. To hell with this stone. Defeating it was enough. The man nodded incredulously. Well, all right, that's their will. But there was something he wanted to ask. Are there any good doctors here? The man thought for a moment, he said. In which case he'd have to get to the nearest town. One prosperous town, Valkyr, was not that far away. The man had said that the wanderer should look there if he wanted to find a doctor. Lycan repeated the name of the town to himself. Well, he decided that he would go to this town right now. Before he met a strong opponent, he needed to replenish the recovery potion. The people were approaching the walls of the city, both riders and travelers laden with many bags. There was no doubt they were going to this very city, so the man was on the right path. The town was quite lively. There were neat houses everywhere with tiled roofs. On the streets were carriages and various wagons with goods. Ordinary people went about their business. In a word, peaceful life was flourishing. The man entered the city limits. So this is the town from the post station. The size is small. There were a lot of carriages. Looks like these are the carriages going into town. I should have stopped by the tavern first. Maybe I could meet someone. He walked up to a large, neat building. Above the doors, there was a picture of a running horse's head. There was also another small sign with a mug of beer on it. The protagonist pulled back the veil that separated the tavern from the rest of the city and carefully stepped inside. It was very lively inside, with a lot of people eating and drinking and talking amongst themselves. The air was a bit stale, and the smell of alcohol, cigarettes, and human sweat was everywhere. There were two people behind the bar, a large man dressed in an apron and a woman who was working on something. The man's face was very concentrated. Apparently, he was cooking something. In his hands were two small sticks on which pieces of meat were pounded. He held them over the grill, and the treat gave off a pleasant, direct aroma that gradually spread in all directions. Lycan walked up to him, and in a gruff voice said he'd like to order 5 of these kebabs, and some SC. The man perked up, and in a cheerful voice said that now it would be ready. He had a happy smile on his face. He was very happy to see a new customer. At this time, the curtains were pulled back and another person entered the tavern. He was a decrepit old man who was plainly dressed. He squinted his eyes at all that was right. With his lips pressed together, he watched all those people laughing, eating, and drinking. Old man walked up to the bar and unintentionally bumped into the main character, who was standing there waiting for his order. Next to the man, the old man seemed tiny. From behind, Lycan looked even more formidable and intimidating. The old man cast a quick glance at the large sword that was at the belt of the protagonist, and at his face, which was streaked with scars. At this time, the man was appetizingly eating the kebab, and paid no attention to the stranger, who kept studying him with an inquisitive look. The old man hesitated and scratched his pliant beard. Squinting his eyes, he continued his observations and hummed with interest. Lycan heard it and turned toward the stranger in surprise. Was he addressing him? The old man grinned and confirmed that he was addressing him. He grinned, a wide smile appearing on his face. In a cheerful voice, he said, judging from the way the man looked, he must be an adventurer, but he wouldn't happen to be interested in an escort-type job, would he? The man pondered. The accompaniment sounded quite interesting. The old man confirmed, escort the carriage for 4 days, a reward of 10 silver nuggets. The old man went on. In a cheerful voice, he said he would like to take the valuable luggage to Valkyr. As soon as the man heard the name, it was like an electric shock. The old man continued, unfortunately, his traveling companions have suddenly fallen ill, so he is in a quandary. The man thought. Everything was working out just fine. If he could also complete his work on the way to town, that would be just fine. I wondered if he should take the opportunity. After a little brainstorming, the man agreed. Good, he agrees. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, but then he'll wait. Let the man come as soon as he's free. The old man will introduce him to the customer. Soon the main characters finished eating the kebab. He licked the last stick and finished the last sip of sake. Wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his cloak, he asked for the bill. After he had paid, he left the inn and went on his way with a quick step, for he had business to attend to. They met the old man, as agreed, and he led him to the customer who needed an escort. As they approached, the old man waved his hand and said hello to a full-bodied man of short stature. When he met him, he called him Cheney. The man was standing beside a wagon on which several crates of goods had already been loaded. The wagon was pulled by two large, shaggy horses. A full, mustachioed man waved happily and greeted the old man by calling him Afin. His chubby cheeks lifted and his mustache quirked into a good-natured smile. The fat man laughed and looked at the protagonist. He said that this man looked like a brave man who had done a long service. The old man seemed to have found the right person for him. There was a very strong sense of satisfaction in his voice. The old man laughed and smiled broadly as well. The fat man came closer to the protagonist and took off his hat and introduced himself. He said it was a pleasure to meet him. He was a caravaner, and his name was Cheney. The protagonist replied dryly that his name was Leakin. The man put his beret back on and smiled and began to talk. He said that he had to hurry and return to the store that was in the town of Valkyrie. But both attendants had suddenly fallen ill. This time he would rely on just the two of them. Hearing the word two, the man was surprised. Is there going to be two of them? The customer nodded and looked away. From where they came from, a young girl appeared. She smiled cheekily and said that Leakin wasn't registered, so don't let it drag them down. Her voice was ringing and her eyes burned with the fire of excitement. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Ida. She pulled out the small keychain that hung around her neck from her scent. Even wider smile, She-Tail Leva said. Who husband, she had a gold rank. Seems the girl was satisfied with the effect produced. Lycan squinted and began to stare at the new girl studyingly. What the hell is that? Is that a girl? Just don't let them tell him she's the second chaperone? Is he going to have to keep an eye on this little girl as well? Cheney shouted to the girl to come down immediately. It was dangerous on the roof of the carriage. The girl protested and said she would stand guard here, so it was okay. She was just a child, so she protested against any orders. Leakin pondered. It seems this girl was about the same age as Luvi. She didn't look much like an adventurer. At least the bravado was conspicuous. The girl was armed with a light bow. Lycan turned to her and asked, "What's with the gold rank and not being registered?" The girl hummed and looked up at him from below. A wry smile stretched across her face, and her eyes glittered even more. He doesn't even know about the organization. Her voice sounded mocking. Indeed, the man had no idea what kind of organization he was talking about. The old man approached him from behind and laughed. So Lacan is not registered with the Adventurers Guild, right? Adak at this time sat down on the edge of the roof of the carriage and smugly smirked with her arms folded across her chest. That's right. If they were to underestimate her, it would be greatly regretted. After all, she's a gold-ranked girl. The girl was very proud of her accomplishments and tried to convey her importance to everyone. Cheney sighed. Well, he was sorry, but they were leaving immediately. He wanted to get through more before they made the halt. It was time to depart. A man asked this annoying little girl to come downstairs and walk. The girl apparently wasn't happy. But she can see better from up here. Lycan looked at it all and slowly began to get annoyed. What was the point of weighing down the crew when they were in a hurry? What a useless girl. She would only get in the way on the journey. Still, the customer managed to persuade the girl to go downstairs, and she easily jumped to the ground. The man wondered if the so-called organization could pay a salary even to such a newcomer. The man activated his vision and saw that the girl had quite a large amount of mana in her. Perhaps she was just talented as a sorceress. Who could know, but either way, one had to keep one's eyes open. The old man approached the protagonist from the back and whispered that he was counting on him for these 4 days. The man nodded affirmatively. It wouldn't be a problem for him, but still this little girl was starting to annoy him. The customer studied with his eyes the man who would accompany him. He had to have a secret weapon or something. Lycan raised his hand and said they needed to decide on their duties. He would go ahead of the carriage and clear the way. He will try to match the speed of the carriage, so let them follow the situation. Ada will follow behind them. The girl was furious. Why that unregistered bastard? The girl pouted her lips and made a serious, disdainful expression. As a gold rank, she will decide where she wants to go. She will take the initiative. From the outside, it looked ridiculous. The girl looked like she was trying her best to be better than she really was. Lycan said he had no objection, but the girl didn't let him finish and said that if there was no objection, then we should move out. The old man wished them good luck in parting. Eda quickly went ahead of the carriage, not even paying attention to anyone. When they were attacked, the target would eventually be someone who was ahead of everyone else. Lycan went forward, but the girl yanked him back. He turned back to her and looked questioningly at the annoying child. Ada immediately turned around and walked in the opposite direction. She seemed to have changed her mind, though perhaps today she would do her old man a favor and trust him with everything. After all, she'd just be doing him a favor. She sounded like she was trying to change her own mind. The protagonist watched her in amazement and understood nothing. Lycan ran quickly ahead of the wagon, some distance away. The horses clattered their hooves on the hard ground and the wheels spun the world. The girl ran behind, barely keeping up behind everyone. Lycan had no trouble running like this, but Ada was already on her last breath. She really wanted to rest because she wasn't prepared to run at such a fast pace. Soon night had fallen, and heavy black clouds began to batter the sky. The caravan moved forward through the dense thickets, where something rustled every now and then, making it creepy. The man lit the magic lantern that was on the wagon, and a bright beam of light cut through the darkness of the forest. It was a magical instrument, a steady light that shone brighter than a candle or torch. Thanks to it, they could keep traveling even when the sun had already set below the horizon. Chaney turned to his companion and suggested a halt. They had been walking long enough and they were tired. They needed to rest and regain their strength. So they did this. They let the horses go and tied them to a tree, and brought them a bucket of cold water. Nearby, a man spread a cloth on the ground. It was a kind of makeshift camp. Lycan came back from the forest carrying a pile of firewood on his shoulder. He had to make a fire to keep warm. He asked the customer where he could put the firewood. The man gasped and marveled at how quickly he had collected so much firewood. The customer thanked the protagonist profusely. Chaney turned to him and said with astonishment, he was walking ahead the whole time, but didn't stray at all in the dark upland road and maintained such a tempo the whole time. That's just amazing. The man was silent. I guess he didn't want to respond to that flattery. He said he'd build a fire. Finding some stones, he started to arm the improvised fire. Chaney hung a small lantern on his staff. It was a strange device, hitherto unknown to the protagonist. The customer presented his hands to the lantern and whispered something. As soon as he did so, the magic lantern shone with a bright light. The man was surprised and asked, "Is this to ward off evil spirits?" Chaney exclaimed in surprise. He had said that his companion was well informed it was a magical instrument, but it was not. The man was embarrassed and replied that it was just very much like magic. He finished his birthing fire and turned around to ask his customer if this size would fit. He looked at it and asked him to make it a little narrower. Now he would start the fire. Chaney brought an object to the fire, more like a bottle, and pressing on it, fire began to come out of its neck. Lycan watched in amazement. Could this really be another magical tool? He thought such things were expensive, but he wonders how rich his customer is. In the city, soon an old man came up to them. He exclaimed happily, "Everything was ready. Well, then he will prepare the food." The old man had a small pot of water in his hands. The old man hesitated and asked by the way, what should they do with this young lady? For she had fallen behind during their march. The old man asked his companion if he thought she could catch up with them after remembering she had a lot of work to do now. Chaney sighed heavily. Lycan listened to their conversation but didn't say a word himself. He thought that was a rather rude remark for such a young girl. She chased them as hard as she could, but after the third break, the girl could no longer catch up with them. She lacked physical stamina. The old man frowned his eyebrows. Becoming food for magical beasts at a young age is rather unfortunate. He wanted to talk to the main character about it. The old man asked if the man could get to her before dinner was over. The man hesitated. He was terribly reluctant. His whole body was tired after such a run. Besides, he was very hungry. Leaving a client behind during an escort is like putting the cart before the horse. They have protection from evil spirits, so at least a little bit. But they should be protected, right? The old man confirmed. Well, if that's what they say, then maybe it makes sense. Fatty approached him and, apologizing, shyly asked him if he could make a request of him. The protagonist nodded affirmatively. If he as a customer approves of it, he'll go. Cheney wanted to offer him his lantern, so that the man could light his way during the search, but he refused. He didn't need it, for he had his own eyesight, and he could see better with it than he could in daylight. But to the customer, he said he was satisfied with the light of the night stars. He had to avert suspicion so no one would think he had any superpowers. Lycan wrapped himself in his cloak and set off into the forest through the thick grass. He needed to find that annoying little girl who, despite her bravado, was not so strong. He had already moved quite far away from the fire, only small echoes of warmth reaching his eyes. The two men remained behind. He needed to get through as soon as possible. Who knows what might have attacked them during his absence. The man was walking through the forest, but then he felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. The man became alert. He used his spell and a powerful gust of wind picked up his body. The man ran with great speed, cutting through the air. Leaves and branches whipped at his face, but he no longer paid attention to it. He had to find this girl as fast as he could and get back soon. Since they were in the forest, who knows what dangers might be waiting for them here. The soup was almost ready, with yakut meat floating in it. The wonderful aroma was spreading all around and seemed to lure anyone within a radius of several kilometers. Suddenly, why did you horses rustle as if rather than being frightened of something? The old man stirred. Something was wrong. The old man reluctantly rose from his seat, kneading his aching bones, and said he would go see what was wrong with the horses. His customer turned around and said he would keep the fire going for now. He was ready to enter the darkness of the forest and see what happened there. The old man wanted to take another step, but suddenly the tall figure of their bodyguard appeared in front of them. He appeared in front of them like a shadow out of nowhere. On his shoulder was an exhausted girl. It seemed to be Ada. The man said in a firm voice that he picked her up and went back. The old man was surprised and horrified at the same time. He could not believe his eyes. How could this man move at such a speed? His eyes were about to fall out of their orbits and his breathing was ragged. The old man immediately thought about it. It was simply impossible. It shouldn't be like this. Humans simply can't move at such a high speed. There was definitely something wrong here. The two men looked at their companion in surprise and now seemed to be afraid of him. Ada lay on the blanket, almost exhausted. The smells of food were already starting to reach her. The girl slowly began to open her eyes and come to her senses. As soon as she studied the food next to her, it immediately revived and jumped up from her seat. It looked like the girl was terribly hungry. The old man laughed. Finally, she woke up. He told the girl to let her know that Lycan had brought her here. Hearing this, the girl gasped. She apologized to him for that. But she immediately laughed and took on all her usual cheerful appearance. The girl said that it was just that there just happened to be a tree in one strange place. Even a person like her couldn't protect herself from it. She laughed. Anyway, she's starving now, so the girl said to get her some food. The old man laughed and happily poured her a treat. The man sat off to the side and watched everyone. He was beginning to be slowly amused by this state of affairs. The night was over and they were all well rested. The dawn should be coming soon. The protagonist woke up before everyone else and started to look around. Thanks to the magical protection against spirits, there was nothing strange in the campgrounds. But still, things were not so good. The man squinted his eyes and began to stare. Activating his vision, he was horrified. A large number of magical beasts are gathering around the edge of the defense. There were 200 of them. This was already a big problem. The man immediately woke up Etta. The girl didn't wake up immediately. She still didn't understand what was wanted from her. The man immediately woke Etta up. She still didn't understand what was being asked of her. Still finally awake, the girl sweetly stretched and asked, "What? Is it breakfast already?" The man said. They were leaving immediately. It had to be cooked now. Ada, that was really mean. Does he want her to go without even eating breakfast? But that's just the way it was. They had to move immediately. Their lives were in grave danger. Cheney said that they had to move out right now because Lycan said that 200 magical beasts were approaching. As soon as the girl heard that, a look of horror flashed across her face. Is it really that many? She had never encountered so many magical beasts before. Cheney pondered. He had been told that using strong magic stones to protect against monsters could actually lure them in, but he had completely forgotten about it and ended up abusing it. He thinks the only thing they can do is to leave, while the evil spirit defense is activated. Lycan asked, what are they going to do next? Fatty didn't understand what he meant. The man asked him what he thought would happen when he brought such a huge number of magical beasts straight to the city. The customer thought about it, and what he realized gave him goosebumps running down his back. He imagined that horrible picture of a multitude of magical beasts heading straight for the walls of the city. It had finally gotten to him that because of them, the city could have suffered greatly. He can't even imagine the punishment they would have received. They'll be out of town for a while, so let them keep it activated. It's still some kind of defense. Lycan said they would take care of the matter as soon as they left the plains. The man nodded understandingly. He hoped for his companion's help. He was scared now, as he realized how much danger all the members of the squad were in. Ada asked what about food they hadn't even eaten. The protagonist replied that everyone could have a quick snack while they were on the road. They had to leave now. And having loaded the goods into the wagon, they began to move. They moved in the usual column. The protagonist was in front, the wagon in the middle, and the girl was walking fast behind, driving fast down the dirt road. The wheels clattered, everything was going according to plan so far. Lycan at one point yelled for everyone to get ready. They're about to leave the forests. We need to be ready to defend ourselves. Everyone shifted a frightened gaze back. They knew what they would see there, but still a chill ran down their spines. There were many black creatures watching them from behind. They grinned their teeth as they watched their prey slowly slipping away from under their noses. There was some kind of monstrous magical aura emanating from the forest. If you looked closely, you could see hordes of magical creatures slowly approaching them. The monsters grinned their mouths and stared after the departing carriage. They roared through the trees, their eyes glittering with rage. It was a veritable horde of magical monsters. As soon as the girl saw them, she jumped on the carriage and screamed. She was terrified. She had never seen such a huge number of magical creatures before. The old man turned to the man and said, "That's a lot of them, but isn't 200 a lot? Looks like half of them didn't even show up." But the girl didn't seem to share their calmness. Even if it's only half, aren't they too many? Impossible. Even find 10 adventurers like her, it would still be impossible to win. She assured them that they should have run away. She had heard there was a garrison in the town they were headed to. So let them defeat those beasts instead. They can't handle them. The man stopped her. He said that because of such an act, all the villages on the way to the city would just be destroyed. Doesn't she realize that? The girl was silent, but there was still horror on her face. Besides, do they have magic stones? Fatty worried. Asked the protagonist what should they do now. He was at a complete loss. The protagonist fell silent and looked sternly in the direction of his customers. He should have refrained from making a decision until he saw the full picture, but there was no choice. He had to act now. These people were terribly frightened. Among the pile of magical beasts, there were bears, wild boars, wolves. Here only small-level magical beasts that looked like wild beasts. The man grinned. They didn't pose any danger to him. He turned to the girl and said he was going to stretch a little. Let her defend the carriage. The girl only looked at the man in surprise. She didn't understand what he was going to do. Before the girl could say a word, he had already rushed straight at those infernal brats. The man ran straight into the thick of things, no fear in his soul. He swiftly swung his sword and cut down several creatures that were the first to stand in his way. Scarlet liquid splashed in different directions. This battle was nothing more than a simple warm-up for him. The beast noticed, and all of them rushed at the man, opening their vicious, toothy mouths. He had fought various magical beasts that were much stronger than these ordinary ones. The sword blades whistled, cutting through the air. One by one, the magical beasts fell dead, cut down by the main character's sharp sword. He cut them down like some bushes, as if they were no danger to him. From behind, a huge bear had already appeared and opened its wide mouth and roared with anger. But the man had foreseen everything. It was as if he could read their movements and knew them beforehand. When he got back from the animal, he dodged, and with his sword back out, he thrust the blade right under the animal's lower jaw, piercing its head through. He rushed from one beast to another and chopped them up without much difficulty. It was just a warm-up for him. He was just playing with them, and the beasts were already dead before they could even attack him. When he didn't have time to use his sword, he beat the monsters with his fists. His punches were so strong that he could break an animal's back with one swing. How strong this man was. He used his spells and a vortex of air currents began to form around him, which were like sharp daggers tearing the monsters' bodies apart. A real meat grinder began inside. Blood flew in all directions like a fountain. The sight was horrifying. The beasts were already doomed. They were dying by the dozens at the hands of this hunter. The man ran up to the huge bear that had already prepared to attack him, and with one mighty swing of his sword, chopped it diagonally in half. Soon it was over. A man stood in the middle of a mountain of animal corpses. Everything around him was covered in blood. It was a massacre. No one had a chance to escape. The man stood in the middle of this horrifying sight. It was almost completely covered in blood. The protagonist returned to the wagon and said that he was done. Disabling the protection against evil spirits wasn't a bad idea. Everyone looked at him with great surprise and fear. None of them could believe that this person could have such power. Cheney said that it was the first time he had seen such amazing sword skills. Moreover, not to be covered in blood in the process, he was simply amazed. By the way, the man was completely clean. Ada, too, was shocked now. She addressed the protagonist with great reverence. In a stammering voice, she asked, "The man, after all, he used to be the owner of the title, wasn't he?" He only remained silent in response. Ada quickly ran up to him and started running around asking him about his merits. She said that the sword was very cool, probably very famous. The girl asked the protagonist to let her hold the sword, but he sharply refused. She smiled broadly and couldn't stop admiring the protagonist. It's amazing how her rhetoric has changed. At the beginning of their acquaintance, she thought he was an unregistered bastard. She wondered, does a man wear those things too? Lycan nodded his head, his whole appearance. He tried to show he wasn't in the mood for a long conversation. The girl continued to pester him. On the third day in the morning, they sat around the little camp and again prepared their food. In the middle was the same wok, which was probably filled with soup. A girl was sitting on a big broken piece of wood and complaining about life. She was saying that was how a group of red monkeys last night had been the worst. They kept aiming at her. The girl barked, trying to rewrap her wound. Lycan turned to the girl and noticed her scarf. The girl noticed it, and smiling said that it was yellow and quite nice, wasn't it? The man didn't share her enthusiasm. He said that this color stands out quite a bit. Even in the dark, it makes a good target for magical beasts. The girl seemed to have figured it out. But why did he tell her before? Lycan smirked, but then Cheney's voice called out to him. The man smiled and thanked the protagonist once again. Thanks to him, they were able to get here safely. Even though he would have to make it by tomorrow no matter what, it looked like they would be able to make it by tonight. They haven't arrived yet, that's right. He'll be in the care of these two until the very end, for he feels as protected as possible right now. Ada, smugly smirking, said that now the man could be calm. The protagonist only remained silent and looked at her with a stern gaze. Although he was annoyed by this girl's boastfulness, still she was creating her own atmosphere. They finished their meal and continued on their way. Suddenly something confused the man and he stopped his step. After that, he ordered the others to stop. The carriage stood still and the old man asked, "What is the matter?" Lycan said there was likely to be an ambush ahead. The two men wondered, could this man have detected an ambush from 800 feet away? The old man laughed. What an incredible detection ability. He'd never seen anything like it before. The man told the others to keep going another 500 feet. In the meantime, he would ascertain their intentions and deal with them. Cheney nodded understandingly and asked the old man if he was okay with it. The old man nodded his head and said he didn't mind. Ada perked up. She had heard the bandits were there, and a big smile appeared on her face. Now it was her turn to go on stage. She was really in a fighting mood. But the main character stopped her abruptly. He said that the girl couldn't even handle the monkeys properly last night. The girl started to make excuses. It was all because it was night. There was no way she could hit with a bow when it was so dark. The man hesitated, bowing. Can't she use magic? The girl clenched her teeth in resentment and anger. Magic? Of course she can't use something like that. What kind of stupid question is that? The caravan continued as planned, the man leading the way and scouting the situation. The caravan continued as planned, the man leading the way and scouting the situation. They've gone almost 500 feet. A little more and they'd hit the 3D search range. Stop, we should have stopped. The man ordered everyone to stay in their seats until he said it was okay. If he decided it was dangerous, it was to run away immediately. Everyone was in agreement. In addition, he ordered the girl to keep her bow ready, but don't let her shoot, because if she did, it would put them at a disadvantage. The girl wondered, why would she do that? But the man didn't answer her, only briefly saying that he'd be back soon. He began to move quickly, scouting the area. Soon he found them. It wasn't too hard for him, considering he was using his ability. They had a score of men with bows and swords on both sides of the road. Their ability to hide in cover and conceal their presence is also admirable. Such skills should not be possessed by bandits and their kind. These guys have been hiding here for a long time, even before the carriage showed up. This ambush wasn't designed for them. So they've been at this job a long time. Well, now he more or less understood and had learned everything he wanted to know. He drew his sword and prepared to attack. Lycan moved forward with a quick stride. He ran like a shadow cutting through the tall grass. His footsteps were almost completely silent. From this angle, he looked like a shadow sliding across the field. He quickly ran up to the enemy positions, so that they didn't even have time to react. The last thing they saw was his sword. Lycan flew into one of them and with one blow, pierced the poor man's body through and through. The archer who had seen it all had already drawn those his and prepared to shoot, but the man was in control. He swiftly slashed with his sword and in one fell swoop cut off the leg of the archer who was aiming at him. Another man was sitting in the tree, already intending to take an arrow out of his quiver. But it was very difficult to hit this man, for he was moving at an incredible speed. Lycan took advantage of the gust of wind, and in a flash jumped to a great height, in a few seconds shortening the distance and approaching the tree where the last of them sat. The man didn't even have time to react before he was right next to him, knocking him off his feet with his powerful kick, but he didn't have time to finish his business. Not even a few seconds passed. The stranger's head flew in different directions, blood all around. The man was surprised. He didn't realize what had just happened. He turned his head in the direction he thought the shot had come from. There was a man standing there, and he was holding a strange object in his hand. It was an incomprehensible cannon. It had a large muzzle from which shells were likely to fly out. The bald man held the weapon in his hands and smiled predatorily, looking directly at the protagonist. Lycan used a gust of wind to knock the unknown object out of the stranger's hands. It could have posed a great danger to him. It's unclear what his intentions were. The man reacted and dodged the spell at the last moment. He didn't expect such resistance and aimed his gun straight at the enemy. There was a loud pop and a shell flew into the protagonist. With great speed, it was approaching the man, tearing the air currents. There was a loud explosion that shook the entire neighborhood. An explosion so powerful that birds flew up from everywhere. The girl heard this and started looking around, frightened. Something terrible had happened, she realized, but her fear was so strong that she couldn't move. The men heard the explosion too. The old man said he was worried about their escort. Wouldn't it be better to go and check it out? Cheney stammered in agreement. The old man was right. The carriage was already rushing at full speed, with Edda sitting on top and calling for the protagonist. She was screaming at the top of her voice to find her comrade. But it turns out the man was fine. He was walking toward them as if nothing had happened, dragging the dead man's corpse behind him. In his other hand, he was holding the gun. He grudgingly asked why they had come. He told them not to move on. Ada ignored his words. Much more importantly, what was the explosion here? The old man asked, was the man all right? He showed them the cannon, and he said the explosion was caused by this thing. It looks like magic tools. It's powerful, but the man was able to handle it since he only had one person with him. If they stopped the bleeding, he might still be alive. Maybe they should interrogate him. After all, he might have valuable information. It wasn't a bad idea, after all. The old man turned to his hireling and said that they would need to report back later and the bandits to the feudal lord. But first, we need to hurry up, right? The man timidly confirmed the old man's words. On top of everything else, these guys had an adventurer's badge. Ada. As soon as she heard those words, she shouted indignantly. She couldn't believe her ears. The girl could not believe it. She refused to accept this truth. She jumped down from the carriage and ran up to the man. He replied that it was all very difficult to understand. Either the weapon is stolen or it belongs to that bandit. The girl grinned. So it turns out that this gun may not belong to the bandit. Hope flashed in her voice. She didn't want to believe that adventurers could act so unhumanely. The man himself didn't fully understand. There was probably no way to know whose it was. In that case, how valuable is this thing? The girl jumped on top of the carriage and shouted that there was no point in lingering any longer. We had to continue on our way. Soon they came to a large road, at the end of which they could already see the town. It was surrounded by a high fence. At last they had arrived. The girl was the most excited of all. They had finally made it. They had made it. The carriage advanced farther and farther and turned sideways. Cheney turned to the old man and said, "They're getting off the road, doesn't he understand?" The old man grinned and said his throat was a little dry. Besides, he wants to wash his hands and feet before entering the city. That's right. Washing in the riverbed wasn't a bad idea. They got out of the carriage and came to the river. The water was cold and fresh. The girl got into it at once without even undressing. She was incredibly pleased with the cool, fresh water. For the first time in a long time, she would be able to refresh herself. The protagonist also sat down next to her and scooped the water into his palm. The old man watched them silently from high above. He stroked the tired horses. They too needed a little rest. Then he shifted his gaze to his companion and asked him, "Why doesn't it come down here?" The man was rummaging through countless bags, apparently searching hard for something. Finally, he pulled out a small box. Smirking, he looked at her. Just as he had decided it was necessary to give it up. She's right now, he doesn't want to let go of this box, so... He noticed that the old man was watching him intently and asked what was the matter. It was a little strange. The old man laughed his laughter. This man was too cautious, then he probably had no way out. To the last, the old man remained calm. Turning to the other side, he put his hand straight out to where the main character was sitting with the girl and applied a sleep spell. Cheney, when he saw all this, was very frightened. His eyes widened. Their companions fell asleep. The man didn't realize what was happening. He asked the old man what he had just done, but he only replied that he had just put them to sleep. He had the same familiar smile on his face. Completely unconcerned, as if that's the way it should be, the old man said they wouldn't wake up for another half a day. He blurted out, but even though he said half a day, they would sleep forever. Afin pulled the gun that the main character had recently brought back from his pocket. It was a weapon, after all. He pointed the barrel straight at his companion. Cheney began to guess something, that the old man had handed the weapon to the man himself, hadn't he? It was like an electric shock. That old man, he can use magic. The merchant didn't even know that. The old man laughed. That's why he kept it from him. But why did he become a coachman? If he can use magic, there are plenty of ways to make good money. Afin smirked and looked at the merchant with a contemptuous look. He didn't stop pointing the barrel of his gun at him. Good money? Cheney finally figured it out. Being a coachman for 5 years, the old man was just doing the job given to him by the real boss, didn't he? His eyes frowned. His mouth twisted in anger. The old man's face began to transform, taking on predatory features. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were suddenly white and strong. In a rough voice that changed in a second, he said that such a man did not exist. His real name was Maracas. As soon as poor Fatty heard that, he was horrified. This same cold-blooded Maracas. Snippets of a man fully clad in a hood flashed through his mind. This was a true ruthless killer who killed everyone in his path, knowing no mercy for anyone. The old man laughed and put his hand to his face. Such a farce. It's just child's play. Well, for Zakara, answered the old man. Hearing this name, the merchant's face covered in cold sweat. He knew it. Zach Zakara was behind all of this. It was strange that this man was now concerned about that fact, and not the fact that his life was in great danger because he was in the crosshairs. The old man smirked and said that he hoped his buddy would have pleasant memories in the afterlife. Suddenly, he curbed himself and said that he seemed to be talking too much. To think that he would end up killing him himself. He had really caused him a lot of trouble. He gripped the cold hilt of the weapon tightly in his hand. We should hurry up and get this over with already. He didn't like long goodbyes, but then the merchant's face became calm indeed. It's all right. Suddenly he said the name Lakin. When he heard that name, the old man was numb with fear. He felt the back of his head as if a huge, massive figure of a bodyguard was standing behind him. He didn't understand how this was possible since he had just cast a sleep spell. The old man immediately turned around, pointing the barrel at the man and prepared to pull the trigger, but still he failed to do so. There was the sound of cutting flesh, and the man's hand fell to the ground along with the barrel, splattering the ground with blood. He grasped his arm, from which blood was trickling. The man screamed in pain. He certainly hadn't expected this, but how could it be? Why didn't the dream work? Lycan stood and looked down at him. What did it really matter? The man was calm and cold. He held a sword in his hands, the cold point of which only portended a swift death. He swung around and with great force struck the old man in the back of the head with the hilt of his sword. The old man made only a groaning sound and fell to the ground, unconscious. The man looked at his opponent. He had no reason to tell him all his reasons. Right now he saw how the old man had made a mistake. It's foolish and dangerous to reveal your secrets. This man, intoxicated by his momentary victory, had forgotten everything. He had forgotten that the spell might not have worked after all, and he would have been in danger. Soon they led to a town. It was much larger than all the surrounding villages the protagonist had been in before. There were tall houses everywhere, covered with neat shingles. The streets were much wider, and there were many more people. The man stopped at a local inn to catch his breath and gather his strength. It was very cozy. He was lying in a large, spacious bedroom on an equally large bed. The dawn rays had already penetrated through the curtains of his room, and the man was forced to wake up. He began to toss and turn, and uncovered himself and began to crawl out from under the warm blanket. The man woke up rather quickly. He rubbed his head. Still, the protagonist had gotten a good night's sleep. Now he was full of energy and strength. Walking out of his room, the man thought it was a pretty good place to stay after all. As you might expect, it was recommended by a local merchant after all. He began to descend the stairs, which crackled under his weighty body. Suddenly he heard a familiar girl's voice. It was Ida's. She waved at him and wished him a good morning. The girl was in high spirits. She was already eating some kind of bun along with some meat. The girl satisfiedly said that the food was delicious. Let him come here and eat with her. The man ignored her and dragged the chair in the opposite direction. The girl resented such a cold reception. They're comrades who completed a task together, aren't they? The man sat down a little farther away and irritably began to think. What had she even done? Played with the red monkeys at best. Nothing else. All she did the whole way was whine and brag. A useless child. The waiter approached him and politely asked him if he wanted to order something for breakfast too. The man nodded, except that he said he wanted to order some drinks. Soon a plate of food was brought to him. On it were several slices of bread, scrambled eggs, salad, and pieces of meat. Next to it was sauce and cutlery. The man took a piece of bread and began to chew it enthusiastically. He ate thoughtfully. Of course, the bread and jam are delicious, but the portion is a little short. He called the waiter and asked him to bring him another plate. The girl followed his example and demanded an additional portion. The waiter stammered and said that everything would be ready in a moment. At noon, their customer arrived at the hotel. Sitting at the round table, Cheney was smiling. He thanked them heartily for waiting for him. Thanks to these people, they were able to achieve a good result. Their association had returned to the position of leading merchant for the feudal house of the city. An indescribable joy could be heard in the man's voice. He was truly grateful to his companions. Lakin replied that he was pleased to hear that. Well, he would not ask for details. The girl interrupted him and said indignantly that she would like to hear it. Lakin raised his hand, and the girl noticed that there was no ring on his finger. She didn't say to study his fingers. For some reason, she found it odd. The man began to slowly get annoyed by this. This girl, she is weak in everything, but still notices this kind of nonsense. That ring contains the effects of abnormal state resistance and poison resistance. Thanks to wearing it and being careful, he was able to resist Maracas's dream. He folded his hands in satisfaction. Well, we must move on to the reward. First, he turned to the girl. He handed her the bag containing her reward. As soon as the girl saw how much she got, she started to resent it. There were only 2 silver nuggets. The reward was supposed to be 5, wasn't it? This isn't what they agreed on. The man just silently looked at her with his eyes squinting. The merchant smiled and asked the girl to show him her adventurer's medal. The girl sighed heavily and blanched. She pulled out her medal and waved it right in front of the merchant's nose. There, it's not a fake, he can see that. The man took the small gold medal and began to scrutinize it. Backside, he noticed an inscription there. It was a name. The man asked the girl, "Is her name really Elidel?" "Yes," she replied, "that's correct. Ada for short." But there was uncertainty in her voice. The man looked at her carefully and said that name sounded more like a boy's name. Ada laughed and said that was why she had been brought up that way. Maybe the girl was trying to hide something, and maybe it was the real truth. The merchant continued to scrutinize the medal. By the way, the promotion to the silver class happened 18 years ago. So then, how old is she now? As soon as the girl heard this, she took a deep breath, but she couldn't exhale anymore. Ada faltered and began to laugh nervously. She couldn't find a decent answer because she realized she'd been lying to them all along. The girl cursed and jumped up from her seat in an attempt to escape. She didn't want to stay here any longer, as she realized that she had been exposed. She had been deceiving them all this time. But she could not escape. The man's firm hand grasped her wrist and now she couldn't move. The girl whimpered in pain. The man's grip was really ironclad. She begged him to let go, but he did not listen to her, but ordered her to sit down. His face darkened. Cheney turned to the girl. To pass off another adventurer's medal as one's own is a very serious offense. The man's look became serious, but at the same time good-natured. The girl shouted that this medal was no stranger. It is a memory of her father. Grief could be heard in her voice. The girl was ready to cry now. The merchant said that even if they are blood relatives, they are lying because they are not the person they claim to be. "She's not really registered with the guild, right?" The girl looked at him with a doomed look and sighed heavily. That was all I had left her. She knew perfectly well that there was no point. Each adventurer organization has a wide network of connections with local feudal lords and merchants. They share more detailed information than they can imagine. So once the imposter becomes known, it spreads everywhere. She understands it all perfectly well herself. The merchant's face is even more serious. And if something like this happens next time, she won't be able to register officially anymore. After saying those words, the girl clenched her teeth. I bulged my eyes with fear. This was like a death sentence for her. The man tapped his finger on the table and handed the token back to her. Only out of respect for her father would he turn a blind eye, but only once. The man asked her not to do it again, because she was endangering not only herself but others as well. Ada took the token and leaned it against her chest. The girl quietly whispered her thanks under her nose. She understood everything perfectly well at that moment and was terribly ashamed. After everything that had happened, she packed up her things and wandered to the second floor. Now she needed to be alone to recover. The man apologized to the protagonist for the misunderstanding. And now for his reward. The man took a coin from his pocket. He held out a gold nugget to him. For them, this was a very important task, so the reward increased accordingly. The protagonist was surprised. Is that a gold nugget? He couldn't believe his eyes. This was too much. The merchant stopped his protest. No, increasing the reward depending on how the job was done is common practice. The man said it without a trace of sarcasm. He said Lycan's work was worthy of such a sum. When a merchant increases the reward, it means that he wants to establish a friendly relationship with the person. May they have a pleasant partnership in the future. The merchant stretched out in a wide smile. This man was good-natured and honorable. This kind of person appreciated a good job. Lycan took the gold coin and smirked. Well, that's understandable. In that case, he would accept it. It was quite a lucrative offer. He would get a lot of money, and he would get to fight monsters. Everything was just as he wanted it to be. The man started to become embarrassed. He would like to talk about future cooperation. He said he would like to ask the merchant for a favor. Would he agree to hear him out? The fat man laughed. If it was in his power, he would certainly fulfill the request, that he was as benevolent as possible. Lycan said he wanted the man to introduce him to an experienced doctor. He would like to learn how to make medicinal potions. The merchant hesitated. Doctor, that's right. Besides, if they talked about someone who met his standards, the man put a finger up after all. He had one person in mind. She's a rather difficult person in many ways, and refuses to take on an apprentice without exception. But the merchant will at least try to let the man meet her face to face. Well, that was great news. He would handle the rest on his own. The merchant asked him to wait a few days while he made arrangements. I did not disperse in different directions to go about my business. Walking down the street, the protagonist pondered his problems. Thanks to this person's negotiation, he will at least be able to meet the doctor. He got a map, but her house is located in an incredibly dark alley. Locating the place will be quite problematic. And what lies ahead for him on this road? He looked at the map more closely. There was nothing wrong with it, but there was one problem. Had he really gotten to the right place so fast? The man closed his eyes and activated his sense. A huge energy sphere of colossal size immediately appeared in front of him. It was exactly the same as the one inside humans and magical beasts, but now it was just huge. Lycan was surprised at this himself. Her magic power was simply incredible. A level of a scale maze master, maybe even more. Even when he entered the city, this place was the one place he wouldn't want to go near. He peeked out from around the corner and fearfully began to look around. For the first time, goosebumps ran down his back. What kind of doctor was this man? Soon he came to a wooden house that was already starting to crack. From the outside, it looked old and decrepit. There was a small vegetable garden next to the house, where all kinds of crops were growing. It was rare to find wooden buildings in this city. The man stopped near the fence and began to study the doctor's dwelling with interest. There was no path to this house, and even the actual entrance to the yard was not visible. However, according to the map, the right end of this fence was the entrance. He pushed forward and a secret door opened. Well, now if he went around the shadows of the hedges, he might get in. The man walked a little farther. He'd managed to get past the cloak, only to pass under the rows of trees that formed the archway, and then he'd be able to approach the inner entrance. He probably wasn't sure of it himself. Soon he approached a wooden door. Behind this door is the owner of this magical power. A chill ran down the man's spine for the first time in his life. The owner of the house felt as if he sensed that an intruder had come to him, and a voice came from behind the door. The owner of the house asked who was there. Lycan replied that he had asked Cheney to introduce him. The man gave his name and said he wanted to see the doctor. He tried to speak as courteously as possible. A woman's voice answered that she had heard from him. The door was unlocked so he could come in. The man took hold of the doorknob or pulled it toward him with ease. When the doors opened, a funny picture appeared before him. A huge, massive ape stood in the middle of the room, looking at him with a surprised look. It looked peaceful and did not express any aggression. Their gazes crossed and the two began to stare at each other for several seconds at a time. The monkey looked at him with surprised eyes but didn't move. The man wondered, is that a monkey? No, of course the doctor can't be a monkey. A woman's voice called to him from the other room and told him to come closer. The protagonist walked into the room and politely apologized for such a sudden visit. He looked into the room, still hesitant to go inside. The man looked around. There were a lot of cabinets with a lot of shelves. On each shelf were some magical tools, plates, spoons, small bowls, jars with some liquids. And at first glance, it was clear that this was the house of a witch doctor. The woman sighed heavily. Well, that and everything was clear. So he was the same adventurer who'd accompanied Cheney. An old woman was sitting in a wheelchair, her long hair, which had already grown long enough to sit on her shoulders. She was dressed in some sort of robe, made of the fur of some unknown animal. The old woman looked at him with her yellow eyes and studied him from head to foot. She said her name was Sheila. The man said his name was Lycan. He wanted to say something else. An old woman interrupted him and told him to wait for a while. After all, it would be rude to leave a customer standing. She gave Jericho's name and ordered him to bring a chair for a customer. The same monkey entered the room a moment later and was holding a small stool. Placed a chair in front of the guest, the monkey withdrew, making satisfied noises. The old woman apologized to the customer for this. The man thought, there were too many strange things here. It wasn't just the amount of magic. This is Dr. Sheila, an incredible creature. At first glance, she looks like an elderly woman. However, the shape obtained through 3D object detection belongs to a young woman. Roughly speaking, it's just a mask. Is she constantly projecting a false figure using magic? That remained a mystery. Her magic power was so great that even the man couldn't say for sure. The woman began to speak, and the old woman whose voice filled the entire space of the room. She would begin by thanking him. They had been in his care in a recent event. The man began to recall everything that had happened to him recently. I see, so this old woman was also involved in the merchant's business. The woman hesitated, but replied that she was. Now she heard that the man wants to learn healing. Furthermore, wants to limit himself to healing and restoring magic medicines. But why? The woman squinted her eyes and looked at the protagonist with interest. The man began to speak firmly. He said that he is just an adventurer, and often goes into the forests or labyrinths for long periods of time. Healing medicine and medicine that replenishes magic is always necessary for him on his journey. However, adventurers don't usually think about doing it themselves. He doesn't know how other adventurers are, but he wants to know well what he is entrusting his life to. His voice sounded as confident as possible. He wanted to write and dream here so that the old woman would not consider him ignorant, except when his wounds heal, or his magic is restored with the medicine he made himself. As if to say, the man seemed to be choosing his words. He couldn't quite explain, but feeling the reaction to his own skills made him happy. The man got busy. A little while later he said that he thought he liked making magical medicines. He expressed himself as simply as possible so as not to arouse suspicion, and so that the woman would definitely believe him. He looked at the woman expectantly. She just sat silently, her hands clasped in front of her, scrutinizing the man. She was curious. It was the first time someone came to her with such intentions. The woman smiled and said that it looked like the man wasn't lying. She was interested in the fact that he specifically liked making magical medicines. Still, he was right to be as direct as possible. The old woman asked him to show her the medicines he had made with his own hands. Soon he pulled out 2 vials of medicine from there. One was a healing potion and the other a magic restoring potion. It was the best medicine he could make. Woman, it was a rather strange container, the likes of which she had never seen before. Sheila asked how to open it. The man said to turn the lid to the right. The woman did so, and the vial of medicine opened. The woman looked at him a little and said that the medicine was quite well made. Then she asked, "Where can I buy such a thing?" The man replied that the old woman could not buy such a thing anywhere, but he had no desire to sell the ones he had now. Then she took another potion and shook her head as she took a closer look. She said, "This is just a shame." The man watched her actions carefully. It's a woman. Maybe she has a skill for judging the quality of objects. Sheila opened the small vial of medicine and poured a small drop onto her finger. Then she tasted it. The woman squeezed her eyes shut, trying to determine the consistency, and so, the magic recovery medicine. She did the same and closed her eyes. After a bit of silence, the witch doctor said that she understood everything now. She lifted the vial of medicine to the light and began to examine it. She didn't exactly know the ingredients, and it was the first time she'd ever seen a potion like this. But the effects were great. 915. She set the vial of potion on the table. If a man could do something like that, no matter what city he went to, he could pass himself off as a competent doctor. The protagonist hesitated and squinted his eyes. I don't know if he'd be asked to tell her about the source of the cure and where he'd learned those skills. But what would he be left to do? The protagonist hesitated and squinted his eyes. I don't know if he'd be asked to tell her about the source of the cure and where he'd learned those skills, but what would he be left to do? When she looks at these pieces, she can tell that the man has seriously struggled against his limitations. She is also interested in the reason why E-Man wants to learn new skills. However, she would first like to see if he has the ingenuity and stamina to become her apprentice. Resourcefulness, endurance. The man thought it would take a good effort if the woman was so serious. And what could he do to prove it? The healer ordered him to go to the Adventurers Guild. Here, have him take the ministry's commission. The woman gave him a small piece of paper. The man set off soon. He found himself at a familiar building. There were a lot of people there, wearing a wide variety of gear. It was clear from their appearance that they were adventurers. The man stood at the entrance and scrutinized the room with an attentive eye. It's actually much more relaxing to be around commas who are in the same line of work as you. At least you know what to expect from them. A man approached the reception desk and introduced himself. The girl sitting there interrupted him and started talking. The man didn't even have time to speak. The girl in the special uniform said she'd heard a lot about him. Today a man came to register as an adventurer, right? Turns out the girl knew everything in advance. Could have told you about him too, unless Sheila had. But the woman shook her head. No, a merchant came yesterday and said that he thought an adventurer named Lycan would be coming soon, so he guaranteed his talent in advance. The woman apparently quoted the merchant's words. The protagonist smiled. He was pleased to hear such flattering comments about himself. The woman continued to speak admiringly. She said that Capet spoke of him as a very experienced adventurer, so he would like the guild to accept him. That's what he said. Smiling, he thought that it was good that this merchant was so considerate. This was exactly what one researched to expect from a great merchant. And now we had to get on with the registration and formalities. The girl turned to a locker that stood nearby. She said she was in charge, and the main characters could call her Ira. Soon she pulled out a thick, weighty book, and Tho brought it to the table. The girl needed to write down the name of the protagonist. She asked if it was true that his name was just Lycan. The man nodded his head in the affirmative. The next question was place of birth, but the protagonist didn't remember that. Work? The man answered that there was nothing in particular. The next question was age. The protagonist answered that he was about 28 years old. Ira smiled. That was the end of the formalities. Good job. Well, now he was registered with the guild. Now he is registered as a copper-ranked adventurer in the Valkyrs Guild. The adventurer medal will be made tomorrow, so have him complain, then come tomorrow afternoon. The man nodded understandingly. He turned his head sideways toward the signs and asked, "Are the assignments on those signs?" The girl replied that that was correct. On the right, they are divided into copper rank, silver wound, gold rank after a man receives his medal. He can immediately take the task of copper rank. The man thought for a moment and tried to comprehend everything that had been said. He continued to stare at the errand board, but there didn't seem to be any ministerial commission. She turned around and looked at the man with a smile, as if she knew what she was talking about. Smiling, she said that the ministerial commission can't be accepted by just anyone, so please let her make a direct application at the front desk. In this way, a suitable commission is chosen for the applicant. The man nodded and muttered to himself that he understood. First of all, what was this commission in the first place? It was necessary to learn as much as possible about the hierarchy here. Ira began to tell us. The Ministry Commission is an aid system where the rewards are tax-deductible, for the sake of people who are in trouble but have no money. The goal is not to get money, so the reward is always one big copper coin. The man was surprised it was that cheap. The girl nodded her head. Yes, the reward was very small, but many people gain experience through ministry commissions, so their value is factored into promotions. It seemed like the man was beginning to understand bit by bit. And this is the shortest way to advance to the silver rank in principle. It wasn't that bad. He nodded his head. Well, that made sense to him. He would like to make a training request to the ministry's commission, preferably by the time he came to pick up his medal tomorrow. Ira leaned her hand to her forehead, as if giving an officer's honor, and said it would be done. 942A man stood in front of a huge mountain of square-shaped boulders that looked like huge slabs of concrete. They were stacked all over the place. Lycan looked at them with his eyes wide open and remained silent. Was this really his first assignment? An old man who was holding his head stood nearby and read. He was saying that he was really sorry, and Oye apologized deeply. The girl at the front desk said that the garden stones of a man named Forby have collapsed and become dangerous, so please let the protagonist help his wife clean it up. The girl's voice sounded very sonorous. If the man doesn't complete the task in one day, his rating will drop. And now he stood before the rough big stones. To remove all this in one day, that is certainly not something any man can do. Lycan walked up to the old man and asked what happened here. The old man sighed heavily. He said, "I wanted to give some money for my daughter's wedding, so I sold my last house." He spent whatever he had left to buy this cheap house. Originally, surplus stones from the mason were piled haphazardly near the house, but it all collapsed due to an earthquake a few years ago. These huge wars had torn apart both house and field. He had no money to move, no way to remove the stones, nothing he could do. There was nothing to be done about it, and he had put a roof here for a dwelling. The man pointed to the right between the stones, which looked like a door, and above it there was a rag of some kind hanging on sticks, which was an improvised roof. Lycan wondered, could this really be his house? The old man smirked. It was. The old man said that this was his 12th request for a commission to the ministry. On the similar that a strong mage who could help here still hadn't appeared. The man sighed heavily, naturally gritting his teeth in grief. Of course, it would be too difficult to manage without magic. They must have hired a mason and a mage to transport the stuff. While this old man was expecting a small miracle, he kept sending countless inquiries that were of no avail. But this could not even be called a house. He was living in this cleft between the rocks. It was simply inhumane. People don't live like this. Lycan rolled up his sleeves and said he would start work. The old man perked up and cheered. So he would do it after all. The man said that for the old man to stand there for a while, he would take care of everything. The old man looked at the man in surprise. He didn't understand what was going on. He wanted to stop the man as he didn't understand. Does he want to unload these huge boulders alone? He knows you can't just move something that heavy, doesn't he? But the protagonist wasn't listening to him. He had already taken hold of the massive boulder and on pushing lifted it up. His muscles creaked. His teeth clenched. He carried a huge boulder and put it on his shoulder. The burden was really heavy, but the man was also very strong, even though it was heavy. But he continued to carry the boulder. He tried and he huffed and puffed. The ground was sagging under his feet, so heavy was he. At this time, the amazed old man just watched the man hauling the huge boulders. To do such hard work for one big copper coin, all the people just abandoned the task and went home, passing criteria. He remembered what the healer had told him. She said that after that she would decide if a worthy man was worthy of her training. In the man's mind were the words of that witch doctor, "Let's see how he does." The protagonist dragged the boulders one by one. His muscles were starting to ache. Lycan groaned from the heaviness, but still stacked the huge waves in order. He had already shed his clothes as it was very hot. The old man looked at all this and could not believe that at last, after so many years of useless requests, he had been heard after all. But he was horrified at how strong this man was. Now these clumps were very neatly laid out. It was just incredible. Lycan finished his work and, breathing heavily, stood on one of the big boulders. With this, the old man would be able to rebuild his houses and fields. The man breathed heavily and looked up at the sky. He was incredibly tired. The work was really hard. The old man suddenly burst into tears and he burst into words of gratitude. He approached the old man and, holding out his hand, said that he should give him a coin for completing the task. The old man finished crying and cried out in surprise. The hands of the protagonist were all in calluses and scratches. Indeed, he had worked hard. Stammering with fear, the old man handed him the coin. Of course he would pay him. Soon he left. Arriving at the Adventurer Guild, he stopped by the front desk. The girl said that it took him 4 days to complete the task. The man muttered affirmatively under his breath. Their eyes crossed. The man looked very tired after a hard task. The girl smiled and started digging through her papers looking for the next task. The man asked for the next task. The girl nodded and brought him a sheet. As soon as the protagonist saw what he had to do, his eyes widened in surprise. "This assignment will be problematic." The man asked the girl to change this assignment. He is not sure he can do it. Change to a whisper. Similar must be a secret. But Sheila said the girl should be sure to give it to him. The man wondered. So that's how it was, a test after all. Ira waved her hands and began to assure the man that it was not dangerous and let him not worry. But the girl's trembling voice gave away her lie. She said the man just had to play with the kids at the daycare center all day long, that's all. The man thought for a moment. If the assignment was to kill, he wouldn't want to, but that didn't mean he couldn't. But to play? A strange assignment indeed. He asked if it was possible to make it so that he wouldn't have to do this assignment today. The girl cheerfully replied that it is certainly possible, since this assignment is always published. He could come here at any time and perform it whenever he pleased. Well, then the man decided that he would do it tomorrow. He thanked the girl at the front desk and headed for the exit. She thanked him goodbye for his hard work. The girl asked if he was going to rest at the hotel. The man got a little busy and said he now intended to go into the woods for a while. A man shouted with rage, swinging his sword. The sounds of a furious battle could be heard everywhere. His eyes blazed with fire. Blood was whipping in all directions, and someone's huge severed arm fell to the ground with a wet sound. In front of him stood an incredible-looking monster. It looked like a large caterpillar, and it had a round mouth full of razor-sharp teeth on its head. It had 2 whiskers on its head, making it look like a huge moth. Its entire body was covered with a thick layer of white fur. 985. The man had no trouble defeating this monster, and he stopped, sighing heavily. His heart was beating very fast, and the adrenaline had not yet had time to drain from his body. He crouched on the ground to rest, leaning on his sword. He needed to catch his breath. The battle had been beautiful, but exhausting. Suddenly, he remembered something he'd almost forgotten. He remembered that his life only revolved around labyrinths. The answer to that question also could be found in a maze. Well, we had to head there. There were a lot of questions that needed to be answered. Memories, there had to be something that could help him remember who he was. But he would think about that later. For now, he had to get to the task at hand. Soon the man was at the place. It was a church drive. When he appeared before the children in all his appearance, they looked at him with horror and could not understand what a strange and terrible man had come to them. One of the nuns, trying to contain her fright, said to the children that it looks like this man has come to play with everyone today. So please let the man introduce himself to the children. The protagonist fell silent. He tried to smile as kindly as he could, but instead of a smile, he got a creepy grin. He said his name was Lycan in a mouthing voice. Not only children, but even adults would be scared to death at the sight of such a man. The children were naturally frightened. They looked at him with their eyes round with fear and were now ready to cry with terror. As it happened, the children began to scream, tears streaming down their cheeks. The nun was horrified. Oh my God, he made them cry. Lycan laughed to himself. Well, he didn't think that was a problem. He had a plan. The children continued to scream loudly and cry with fear. Soon he returned to the guild. A smiling girl was already waiting for him there. She said that she had heard that the children were delighted. The orphanage asked the man to stop by again sometime. Because of all these tasks, the man had forgotten that he was to be paid for his labors. The girl handed him a copper coin, and he took it with 2 fingers and slipped it into his pocket. The girl said good-naturedly, and yet though the man initially disliked the task, still he managed to surprise her. How did he do it? The man replied that he remembered one thing from the labyrinth. In the past, he had a chance to explore a jungle-like labyrinth. There were little monkey-like magical beasts, and something occurred to him. They used to scramble the heads of their victims as an amusement. The girl was horrified by such a story, but nevertheless continued to listen attentively. If this was how the magical beasts had fun, he thought the same thing might work with human children. He made a ball the size of a head and ivy and gave it to the children. They enjoyed playing with it. Listen to him attentively. Humans and magical beasts seem very different in this regard. The girl asked, but that only applies to boys, right? For girls, this kind of thing isn't really a big deal. The man started talking about labyrinths again, and the girl wondered if his whole life was about labyrinths. The man continued to narrate. In the past, female crab-like magical beasts looking for a mate would decorate their shells with flowers. And the man thought that human girls might like flowers too. So he picked a few, and it went exactly as he thought. As he had expected, his experience in exploring labyrinths came in handy in this situation. The woman was very surprised. She just kept silent and listened to every word of the protagonist. She couldn't believe it, and at the same time she was surprised by his ingenuity. Also, some tried to climb on the man, and when he went, they somehow became happy. Eventually, all the other children climbed on top of him. As you might expect, the man is not very good at this sort of thing. Next time, please have them give him a different assignment. The woman perked up and began to speak. She said that Sheila asked her to tell her that the man had passed the exam. The protagonist was surprised. What? That fast? Is that the way it's supposed to be? What a shame. He was ready to continue for a few more days, but as it was, it worked out even better than he thought. The exam turned out to be pretty easy. In that case, he had no business being here. He thanked the girl and after saying goodbye, walked quickly to the exit. She shrieked and asked him to wait a little longer. The man turned around irritably. He didn't want to be detained here. But the girl was asking him to do at least one more task. She had one, and she would want him to be the one to complete it. The man didn't understand what all this meant. The girl pulled a small piece of paper from her desk. Recently, she had received a strange assignment. Just in case, she wanted to ask someone experienced like him. The man was interested, and he asked her to tell him more about the assignment. Ira smiled and thanked the man profusely for agreeing. She said the order came from Donnie from the Lampy village. He's a famous trainer of magical beasts, known far beyond his village. The man was interested in this assignment, so he set out on his journey. Soon he arrived at his destination. The village was enclosed by a high wooden fence. Upon entering the village, the protagonist quickly found the right person. He was a swarthy man, dressed in light clothes, who was carrying 2 buckets with some fruit or vegetables. He turned to him and asked if the man's name must be Doni. The man turned around and looked at him in surprise. What does he mean? The man hesitated. He didn't know what to say, but he did ask the protagonist, "Is he from the guild?" Lycan stood a little ways away and eyed the customer carefully. Yes, that was right, the man introduced himself dryly. As he got a little closer, he said he heard that the assignment they had him on said to take a magical beast for a walk. Donnie, stammering, started to say, yes, that was it. They want a man to take their gibbon for a walk. Lycan looked up and asked if this was the gibbon that was just above them. The man looked up in surprise. Still spotting his pet, he rejoiced. So that's where he was. The man called his name. The animal's name was Paleto. Something stirred in the trees a second later, and the humble tree began to hang down the lower part of the monkey's torso. Soon the whole monkey appeared. It was like the one the man had seen in the witch doctor's house. The monkey looked at them with his eyes while he continued to hang on the tree. Soon he jumped off and was with his master. Donnie looked at him with a look of pride and said that this kid was their pride. Let him greet the guest. The monkey folded his hands in front of him and bowed. Even though it was an animal, it was still quite well-mannered. He's really big. His build is better than the monkey in Sheila's house. He's also really fast. It would probably be hard if he had to fight him. The monkey looked at the protagonist with a wary eye. Since he was unfamiliar to her, she behaved with great caution. She owner quickly approached her comma and tried to reassure her pet. Suddenly, the man noticed that the owner was giving orders to his pet with some magical spells. That was interesting, so that's how this man controls such a large beast. Donnie apologized to the protagonist for waiting. Well, he asked him to take the monkey for a walk in the woods on the other side of town until tonight. The men wondered, and that was the assignment? It sounded pretty simple. The man hesitated. He didn't think this job was worth 1 big silver coin, but Lycan asked the pet owner, "Does his pet happen to attack people or something?" Hearing such a question, the man's face changed. How absurd. He assured him that this animal was very kind and malleable. Also, the man pointed with his hand at the basket of apples, apparently. That luggage was quite heavy. May the man please take it with him to feed the monkeys on the road. He looked at the 2 large buckets. It would be hard to carry this until the evening. The pet owner explained the intricacies to him. He said his pet eats a lot, so let him be understanding. It's pretty heavy duty. Lycan wondering if he could put it in his inventory when they reached the forest. He asked his host, "Is there anything else worth tracking down?" The man approached his pet and stroked its thick fur with unspeakable affection. He asked Lycan to let the monkey do whatever he wanted. Soon they were on their way. In fact, it was supposed to be an easy walk. Everything was quite simple at first glance. After a while, they were already in the forest. The man sat down on the ground and began to rest, admiring the beautiful views. But it was only necessary to wait until the evening, when the monkey would walk. While observing the pet, the man noticed that the monkey was just twirling his head in different directions. What is he trying to do? Paleto swiveled his head in different directions and just sat in the big grass and turned in quiet sounds. Monkey swiveled his head around, examining all the nearby surroundings. It was strange. He had been doing the same thing for some time now. What does he want? He hesitates to go deep into the woods for a long time and goes back out. He wouldn't have been ordered to do something so useless. In other words, it's not what Donnie wanted. The man got to his feet and started moving toward the monkey. The monkey gave him a surprised look and began to worry. When the monkey saw that a stranger was approaching her, it became very frightened, and with a frightened look began to look at the man, who tried to approach her as slowly and cautiously as possible. The monkey's eyes became filled with terror. She bared her teeth and fell to the floor with her hand covering her head. She seemed to be very frightened of him. But why? It's a wild animal. Submissive posture. I guess he can't disobey his orders. Strange, but obeying his orders. Large amount of food, good reward. Magical beasts that don't obey orders. The man began to put all the puzzles together, and soon a whole picture was formed. He didn't understand, but somehow he managed to guess what the point of his quest was. The sun was already beginning to set over the horizon. The day was ending, and it was necessary to go back to the customer for payment to take him the magical beast. The man opened the gate and they entered the city together with the big monkey. The pet walked obediently beside him and seemed perfectly calm. When he saw this picture, he dropped the basin of water and vegetables that he had apparently wanted to cook. His look said that the man was very surprised. His eyes went wide, expressing complete incomprehension. A single phrase froze on his lips. Why? The protagonist came close to him and told him that the task was done. Now it was time to give him the coin. The man hesitated and said he couldn't do that. He can't do it. He can't give her up. The protagonist wondered something was definitely wrong here. Why was this man starting to cause trouble? Lycan spoke calmly. He said taking him for a walk, just like the customer said. The man stammered and said that at any rate, let him do it again. He was counting on him tomorrow. But the protagonist did not listen to him and continued his monologue. The reason is that he didn't let the monkey escape, right? Upon hearing this phrase, the customer seemed to realize that he had been exposed and swallowed his tongue. Stammering, he asked why did he feel that way. Lycan realized after all, so that was the reason. Donnie wondered, but how had he gotten it back? Despite the fact that the man had given him orders to run away. It was very strange, practically impossible. Lycan replied that he had just scared him a little, and the monkey immediately became docile. The man couldn't believe it. This simply couldn't be happening. Even without a magic whip, their gibbon obeying someone he had only met today. It was true that he had threatened him and forced him to obey, but the man didn't have him on a leash. If he had actually tried to run away, he didn't know what would have happened. Paleto fought desperately against the order given to him. If he didn't, it wouldn't be easy to get him back. The man looked at his pet in surprise. The main character asked in a firm voice, "So what was the point of all this farce to let one monkey escape? It's very strange and funny looking from the outside." Donnie realized that his plan had been discovered. He lowered his head and said that even he didn't want to lose this beast. The man began to narrate in a sad voice. Many rich people in the city own a gibbon from Lumpy Village or a timber wolf from Bart's Village. There has always lived a forest wolf, but in the past, they sometimes kept monkeys too. Said he'd heard recently that the Lord decides who to keep through battles. Fights. The protagonist wondered, what fights? Every 10 years, both villages bring their best magical beasts. The one who wins stays at the Lord's estate. There was a period when the forest wolves kept winning battles. That was when the custom of keeping the forest wolves in the Lord's house came about, thus putting an end to the battles. However, the other day, the Lord came to the village. When he arrived here, he immediately spotted a gibbon. He liked the animal immediately. He asked them to let him revive this ancient tradition. That's what he eventually decided, Lycan asked. Is it a small honor? After all, the monkey would end up living at court after all. The orderer lowered his head even more. Everything was like this. Even the whole village is happy about this event. And of course, the neighboring village they were competing with was furious. The situation on both sides became heated to the max, and the atmosphere became more and more like a war between two villages. Absolutely everyone wants to win the competitions and become the Lord's supplier, whatever it takes. Lycan turned his head at him and asked, "Isn't he like that? Doesn't he want that?" Donnie looked at him with a sad look and said that Timberwolf and Gibbon were suited for different things. The forest wolf is a magical beast, suitable for combat as a guardian beast of a feudal estate. He inspires true terror. But the ape is good for helping in daily life, so he is not so important to the Lord, for he can always hire laborers. Paleto was always more interested in helping older people living alone and running a household without men. The man didn't want to let him fight to serious wounds, just for the honor of their village. That would be very foolish and cruel to the animal. However, he cannot disobey the Lord's decision. Therefore, he tried to avoid the battle by asking the temporarily hired adventurer to release him. Lycan now understood everything. Donnie nodded his head. It had been after all. And then to make a fool of him for letting the monkey escape. Irritation could be heard in the voice of the protagonist. Donnie tried to justify himself and waved his hands. He was very sorry. That was why he decided to make the reward big. He planned to give the coin as soon as the monkey could safely escape. Lycan pondered. On one hand, it was noble, but on the other, it wasn't that simple. The man shouted at his customer that there was no way he would believe that. He doesn't understand what pride is. The man wondered. Pride. What kind of pride are we talking about? Same thing, and it's a monkey. The man pointed his finger at the gibbon sitting a little to the side. The man said that he didn't understand how magic beasts felt, but he didn't think there was a magic beast that would be happy if he was told, "You don't know how to fight." At these words, the customer began to stammer. He didn't know what to say. Lycan continued. He said that it looked like there must be a strong connection between this man and the monkey. The man nodded his head. Life is much more important than anything else. Hunter wondered if such a man would tell him to fight for his own sake. The image of his ally he had lost so long ago surfaced in his mind. As a fighter, that would be his greatest happiness. Lycan turned to his customer and said let the man ask his pet himself. He walked up to his favorite monkey and laid a hand on his shoulder with a kind of fatherly warmth. Shyly, the man asked if Paleto would cope for his sake, for the sake of them all. The monkey clenched his fist tightly and bared his teeth. Paleto stood up on his hind legs and roared, his mouth full of sharp teeth, and hands made more. No one expected such an act from such a peaceful monkey. Soon he was placed in a cage. The locals were wary of the big beast. Magical beasts. They are fighters, aren't they? The man agreed. They are the best fighters in the world. Lycan said to send a new assignment to the guild, with the content combat training of a magical beast. Du wasn't surprised, his eyes widened several times. Lycan put his hand to his chest and smiled widely. That's right, he's going to train him. For once, there was real excitement in his eyes. He loved what he was about to do. There were several mugs with hot tea on the table. The protagonist took one of them and brought it to his mouth. They were sitting at the witch doctor's house, and the woman asked him how the fight had gone. Lycan sipped some tea and said that he didn't get to see it, but he had been training the monkey for 10 days. There was no way that the current Paleto would lose to some forest wolf. The old woman wondered, despite keeping this beast company for so long, he hadn't come to watch the fight. Some strange man he was. The man replied that his only duty was to train the monkey, Donnie being the trainer. The old woman drank a little tea and said with a satisfied look that she had heard that the monkey had gained a complete victory. But after that, the victorious Donnie objected. The timber wolf is more for defense. Gibbon is a magic beast that helps weak people. Taking this into consideration, the Lord will appoint the timber wolf as his new guardian beast. Lycan nodded understandingly, but he wondered what his opponent thought of it. The old woman smiled and closed her eyes. About that, in addition to their total defeat, the fact that the victory was actually gifted to them completely ruined their reputation. That village insisted on a rematch no matter what, and it was decided that they would try again in 10 years. By now, Donnie's probably running out of orders to train the beasts. Lycan pondered, so he is also in a close relationship with the doctor. She really knows no boundaries. Now he would like to move on to how he could become an apprentice witch doctor. He had already received a message from the guild. He would like to hear the result in person. The old woman smiled good-naturedly. She said that the man had passed the exam. Welcome, he is now her new cool student. Lycan bowed to her and said he was counting on his new teacher. Sheila said in a serious voice that they were now going camping. The man was surprised, just like that. Why? The woman mocked him. To gather herbs, of course. He came here to learn how to make medicine, didn't he? There are many different medicinal herbs growing around the city. That's one of the reasons she settled here. Now she has no shortage of medicinal ingredients. Lycan accordingly nodded his head. Okay, when are they leaving? The woman replied in a cheerful voice that they were leaving right now. The man was walking along a country road, and the place seemed more and more vaguely familiar to him. Soon he came to the mouth of the river. Of all places, this was the place to set up a meeting place. The man began to look around. He recognized the area, and he didn't like what he remembered. It was at this point in the riverbed that Maracas's true identity was revealed. She didn't do it on purpose, did she? It would be very rash of him to be trapped again now. From the nearby bushes came Sheila. She no longer looked like an old woman, but a young girl standing in front of him, a small bag of supplies on her back. The girl took a full breath, and stepping a little into the water began to rinse her hands. The man stood a little behind and modestly asked, "So where are they going?" The girl was just wiping her face with a wet cloth. She turned around and asked in surprise how the man could know it was her. The latter replied that ever since they had met, he had seen her exclusively in this form. He knew from the beginning that the old woman's face was only a mask. The man closed his eyes and sighed. The girl looked at him with an attentive gaze. So he could use magic eyes. The man was surprised. It was the first time he had heard such a fancy term. Exactly. Oh well, it was all right now. The girl smiled a welcoming smile. She always uses that form when she leaves the house. After all, it's much more convenient that way. She headed in the opposite direction and told the man to follow her. The sorceress pushed herself up from the ground and began to develop some incredible speed. Sheila felt like she was flying above the ground and her feet barely touched the surface. Most of the time, she was just in the air. Lycan couldn't keep up with her. He was getting exhausted. What kind of speed is this? And she's still accelerating. So how come she said to follow her? He can't let her get away from him. All the man could see was his teacher's back. He was trying to catch up to her, exhausted. The girl was always a bit ahead. Her physical form was way better than the protagonist's. The distance between them could not be shortened. Even though the man was exhausted, the woman was always one step ahead. They were already running so fast that the wind was hurting their faces. Suddenly, the woman stopped due to sliding on the hard ground. They were standing in some strange place that was completely overgrown with unknown thickets. The healer had said that this place should be suitable. Lycan only had time to run. He was breathing very hard. It was the first time in his life he had to run so fast and so exhausted. The woman turned around and, smiling, said he did a good job. At least he was able to keep up with her. That's worth a lot. The man was ready to faint now. The strength of her legs, she was simply monstrous. Smiling, Sheila said that it was all because she was using acceleration. As for her stamina, she used recovery the whole time. So it was all magic. It seems that the man had difficulty with Forby's garden stones. It is true they were too heavy, and it took a great deal of strength to unload them. Why hadn't he decided to buy them then? The woman looked at her palm. In her hand were several small, strange balls of some kind. The protagonist wondered, what the hell is this? That it's her stamina-restoring medication. She didn't tell him he couldn't use the medicine, did she? Yeah, men are starting to come around. Stamina. A cure for recovery. Really, how could he not have thought of that? She noticed the confusion on his face. What is it? He didn't know about this? The woman seemed to have figured it all out as she thought. This man is La Envy. She guessed she would have to teach him, and she should start with common sense. A tense pause hung between them for a second. The protagonist's face turned as serious as possible. And when did she realize it? The woman tilted her head to the side and said that the man had a very scary face. Even if he is La Envy, an apprentice is an apprentice. Cheney told her that he didn't get to know La Envy, so he wanted the witch doctor to teach him different things. Lycan nodded understandingly. It had finally gotten through to him. Although the merchant seems like a good man, he's quite cunning, and he's also seen right through him. There have been quite a few instances where he has atoned for such a feeling. It wasn't something to hide forever, let him think to himself. The woman picked up her basket and began gathering herbs. Lycan pondered for a moment. Trade. That's one thing, he is without offense, though he is cunning. Well, here's the monster inside this woman. The man shivered. He really didn't want to meet him. After that, the man will be practicing closely with this woman for some time. If the man has nothing to hide, it will be much easier to ask about everything. It's probably better that way. Unnecessary secrets are unnecessary trouble. Soon they came to the herb gathering place again. The woman pointed to the clearing with her hand and said that it was the man's turn. This whole area is a treasure trove of medicinal herbs now. She would tell him about their types and characteristics, and then they would gather them. Among these herbs, there are herbs that are very poisonous. There are also some that lose their effectiveness if not handled properly. Let the man get that into his head. The woman pointed her finger at her temple. They began to gather various herbs from the area. The man plucked some strange root from the ground and showed it to the herbalist. She began to explain something to him. Soon they came to a small stream. The healer said it was a good place. They would gather herbs from night until dawn, for that is when their healing properties are strongest. She handed the man a small bag. She told him to use this when he would gather herbs. It's a pouch with a box attached. A box in the bag? What does that mean? The woman replied that the Lycan world probably has one too. If they put a lot of stuff inside, they don't feel the weight of it. Yes, the man began to recall it was his inventory. He took the bag in his hands and began to look at it with interest. The man asked the sorceress if she could grant strength to vessels in this world. You woman looked at him in surprise and told him not to say such strange things. If it's not a container like a sack or a jar, what is it going to attach forces to? The man replied that it would be people. He pulled out a long sword from his body. From the side, it looked terrifying and exciting at the same time. The man drew his weapon and said that in his world this is called a vault. It is one of the skills bestowed in the labyrinths. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. She had never seen such a thing before. His body itself is a box. Surprise. A burying ground? Even a sword that big could fit inside. Also, it apparently has a large capacity. The women asked if it could hold 100 such bags. The man nodded his head in agreement. The woman asked, "What about the 1,000 bags?" The man wondered if he would take out everything he had right now. He thinks he would never have tasted anything like that then, so he's not sure. Sheila was surprised. This was a truly amazing ability. He shouldn't show it to other people. In this world, a box with such a large capacity doesn't exist. Also, other people can't take items out of them, so the man will become quite popular. There will probably be people who will want to get close to him just for the box. That's how important it is. Let him be very careful. The protagonist once again nodded his head in agreement. After gathering some, they built a fire and started to cook a meal. The healer poured some soup into the plate. Smiling, she said she was glad Lycan was carrying the kitchen utensils with him as well. The man said that everything he has is inside him. Sheila looked up at the sky and pointed her finger to say that the sun was almost over the horizon. It was time to start gathering resources. She cast her spell and a glowing ball of light like a small sun disk appeared from nowhere. He looked at it in amazement and asked what she did right now. Continuing to eat the soup, the woman said it was a lantern. A very simple spell as long as it has magic power. With annoyance in his voice, the man said that he couldn't do that. The woman was surprised. Even though he has such great magic power, he can't use the lantern. Can't be helped after all. Magic is just something that is bestowed upon man. It's not a skill like medicine that you can just learn. It's the same with magic. If he doesn't practice it, he probably won't be able to acquire it. Lycan looked at her in surprise. The woman thought for a moment and said that it looked like the structure of magic in this world was much different from where Lycan came from. The woman asked, "How do they acquire magic in their world?" The protagonist thought I should have phrased it simpler. Magic is a rare ability gained when he defeats magical beasts, particularly when defeating a maze boss. You can't just gain a certain kind of magic, but there are magical beasts that you can safely gain certain types of it from. There are some adventurers who go to the same labyrinth over and over again to acquire the magic they desire. The woman nodded her head. Well, it was all clear to her now. Magic could be mastered by anyone here. You just need the potential for magical power. He was curious to know about it as well. Compared to the people in his world, the average magic power for people here was too low. Exactly. The woman shook her head. Only those who were born with a lot of magic power can learn magic. Furthermore, those who are able to use magic will begin to teach them, and those become able to use magic. In addition, the amount of magic power a person can wield depends on a certain type of ability. For fire type, fire magic. For wind type, wind magic. You need a talent for each respective type of magic. Lycan hesitated for a moment. In that case, in this world, perhaps he could master magic through training. Sheila agreed. That's exactly what she thought. The man asked her if she could teach him magic. The woman again answered in the affirmative. Of course she can do it. And here she will become your master as well. They still have some time. Maybe she can teach him the lantern spell. Well, let the man try to repeat after her. Lycan looked at his hand. He already understood the structure of this magic. Could he really use a new type of magic just by looking at it? He closed his eyes and concentrated all his magical power in one finger. As he recited the lantern spell, he waited for the result. The man opened his eyes and a bright fire flashed before him. Had he really done it? It's on fire. The man rejoiced at his success. His teacher stood beside him and smilingly looked at her new student. The woman praised him, but she honestly didn't think he'd make it on the first try. He must have a good understanding of how magic worked. The man fell silent. He didn't want to reveal all his secrets. Closing his eyes, he once again applied the lantern spell. In front of his magical sense appeared, which was a blob of magical energy. For now, he needs to practice using only this spell. By using and creating different sizes at different distances, he will be able to improve his skills. If he tries to learn other types of magic right after he has just mastered one, it will lead to... Well, here the woman noticed that he wasn't listening to her at all. But a smile appeared on her prescription. He was just like a child. Lycan looked with wide eyes at how many lights he had gotten. He was very pleased with what he had accomplished. Indeed, now he was like a small child watching a flock of fireflies. And the time of their trek was slowly drawing to a close. The dark forest towered over them like an impenetrable wall. They collected a lot of useful herbs. There were about 10 sacks full of herbs. The woman was very surprised to think that her new student had collected 100 pieces of each type of herb. She had only told him about them this morning. "After all, that's what was ordered to be done," replied the man in a cold voice. The woman smiled and said that honestly she wanted to see him complain. The man replied that because she had taught him how to use the flashlight, there was no problem. In reality, he was using the 3D object search to find places where a lot of medicinal herbs were growing so he could gather them quickly. But keeping quiet about it for now was the best solution. But then, the girl asked to support him with those bags in her vault. We needed to move on to the next place. The man nodded in agreement. They ran along the forest road at a great speed. When the birds saw them, they flew up in fear. The sign arch ran ahead as always. The man could already keep up with her a bit. His physical condition had improved a lot over time. How far are they going to go? The man pondered this the whole way. They'd been running since morning. He finally realized why Sheila had taken on the guise of a young girl. If an elderly lady ran past them in the woods at that speed, it would be too shocking a sight. But as it is, there's nothing suspicious about it. Looks like I need to take the revitalizing potion again. The man drank the vial of liquid. Great strength began to spill over his exhausted body. Just as he thought, this stamina recovery medicine was extremely effective in action. Now, he had enough strength to move on. His legs, which were already starting to ache, had regained strength. At this rate, it looked like he would be able to continue running for a while longer. However, compared to the first dose, the effect of the second dose was slightly reduced. It looked like he wouldn't be able to use it all the time. The effect wouldn't be as drastic, but his stamina would be constantly restored. There wouldn't be any side effects either, and his accumulated fatigue would also disappear. Even if he regretted it, it couldn't be helped. Now is the time to learn the skills he can only learn from a master. Medicine is his flesh and blood. They approached a large cave, a black chasm that beckoned with its obscurity. It was the entrance to the dungeon where they would need to gather more healing materials. Once inside, they began scouring the walls for the magic stones they needed. Soon the man found one that was attached to the wall. The healer looked at it with an appraising eye. She said that it had a good color and that it would be a good stone. This gem will be a universal catalyst. It's very annoying to just have to keep coming back, so this time they'll take as much as they can get. After all, they have storage skills. The man took the miracle stone in his hands and began to examine it carefully. They began to quarry stones that were embedded right into the wall. Then they stacked them on a sheet. It was quite humid inside, and the damp odor penetrated to the very lungs. The stones broke away from the wall one by one, falling to the ground with a loud sound. The man immediately picked them up and collected them. Soon they had to call it a day. The healer said they had already dug up quite a bit and she thought it was enough. With that much, even if she shared it with a man, she'd have enough for years to come. Lycan turned to his master and asked to be allowed to provide light for their return. The man used the lantern spell. Lighting their way, the man walking ahead of them, they slowly began to move toward the exit. The woman was walking behind, thinking about something of her own. Still, neither of them let their guard down. Sheila noticed that the man was doing quite well. The fact that he could continuously control it meant that he knew the basics of magic well. Maybe she should skip a bit and start teaching him some other magic. The man turned on her and looked hopefully at his teacher. Really? Was that what she thought? Suddenly, the protagonist heard a strange sound. It sounded like heavy footsteps, as if someone big and very heavy was approaching them. He wanted to warn the woman, but she said she knew full well. It seems she sensed the enemy even before the man did. A huge man was approaching them, holding a large, sharp pickaxe. As he approached them, he chuckled. I feel pretty good about someone just coming in here whenever he feels like it. It's his mine, after all. The digger seemed to be addressing the witch doctor specifically. So he's saying this mine belongs to him? The man nodded his head. Yes, it had been 5 years since then. She looked at the intruder with a serious gaze, studying his appearance. Sheila turned to her student. It looked like a new phase of their training was about to begin. The digger looked at them in surprise. The woman told him to watch her carefully. When the new class starts, the Mind Dweller swung and his huge pickaxe flew at them and laughed loudly. He ordered everyone to give up their gems. Besides, the lady would stay with him. The healer ordered her apprentice to act with her. Together they cast a petrification spell. Not even half a second later, the giant could no longer move. His body became rigid, and his movements were forever stiff. This is a petrification-type spirit magic. If it's pretty low level, you need to touch the opponent for a better effect. The woman said this while holding on to Digger's long beard. Smiling, she said, "Besides, it's a special type of magic." She clenched her fist and used dehydration magic. The stiffened body began to shrink as if it were made of some kind of corpse. The face began to fall inward. In a matter of seconds, only a single skeleton remained of the body, and it soon crumbled into dust. All that remained was the armor that this man had worn when he was alive. The armor fell to the floor with a resounding sound. The woman looked at the result of her work and smiled. Now the danger was over. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing. This man's body had turned to sand. He had never seen such magic before. How powerful this woman was. She leaned over the pile of sand that was left behind by the man. She didn't say that if a person had a low level of dehydration magic, it wouldn't end up like that. But even that level of dehydration was enough to take a life. After all, it was best to see it in person. Her voice sounded calm and casual. If he felt his blood run cold because of this magic, then he would still be able to move. A chill ran down the man's back as he watched intently as the woman went over the sand left by this stranger. She asked him, "Does he need that helmet?" The man shook his head in the negative. "Oh well, then we need to go back and process the medicinal herbs. They'll be working for a few days, so you'd better be prepared." They moved forward towards the exit of the dungeon. Of course, seeing it in person was the best way to memorize the spell. This is a woman who looks like a young girl has lived for over 100 years. And it's a monster that possesses a huge amount of magic, able to turn a person into sand in an instant. Just thinking about it was creepy. As you left the dungeon, the man was tormented by intrusive thoughts. All this time, he had thought he had made a mistake by deciding to acquire new knowledge. Now he was even a little scared. Soon they approached the witch doctor's house. The familiar roof rose into the sky. Night had long since fallen, and the man lay on a haystack and rested. He needed to regain his strength after such a hard hike. But he did not notice a large black figure towering over him. A weighty paw was already over his face when suddenly the man opened his eyes. He noticed the name of the guest. Jumping up from the bed, he began to look around all around him. His eyes were crazy. He was fully prepared to fight back the uninvited guest. But there was a monkey standing in front of him. It looked at him with a frightened and surprised look. The man screamed with fear and surprise. His scream spread far beyond the confines of his room. Sheila heard this scream and came into the room. She grudgingly said that it was very noisy in here and he should be up by now. Let him go and get everything ready for today. The man got up from his warm seat. He finally remembered he was staying at her house to learn how to make medicine after all. He was used to living, of course, but for the first time he had to sleep next to a monkey. Not the most pleasant feeling. He looked up and saw bunches of various plants hanging from the ceiling. Lycan stepped closer and began to look them over. A 3-word ceiling stuffed with dried herbs. Looks pretty impressive. So that's why the roof on this house is so high. The healer shouted at him in a stern voice to hurry up. Why is he standing there like a statue? They're starting. Gosh, here the woman noticed that the man hadn't even had breakfast. That wasn't good. He was coming out, of course, and the monkey waved at him in a friendly manner. Soon he found himself in the witch doctor's workroom. He stood on the ladder and began to pull out the bundles of herbs that hung from the ceiling. The man put his hand to the bundles of grass on the table, uttering the word "take." One of the tufts of grass flew into the air and headed straight for his arm, which he had tentatively extended. The action was almost automatic. Well, the man was and still is having trouble getting used to it. After all, he was just starting out. The old woman had already assumed her usual appearance and was watching her disciple with an ironic smile. That's right. Let him keep repeating it until he gets used to it. The takeaway is basic spatial magic. If he keeps practicing, then learn the intermediate level move spell. It is quite useful. Today he'll have to dry the herbs, and tomorrow prepare the moss and seeds. After that, he'll need to make a potpourri for defense against magical beasts, so have him hurry up. The man muttered to himself under his breath that he understood. He was starting to get annoyed, but he obeyed his teacher unconditionally. He poured some fruit into a small barrel while the witch cleaned them. and forked out the seeds. The huge monkey was doing his job. He brought a large barrel on his shoulder. The woman was tying a knot on a small sack, deftly wielding it with her fingers. The man was already so tired that he could not move. He just sat down at the table and rested his head on it, immediately fell asleep. The work was not difficult, but it was very tiring. The woman sighed happily. God, this place was finally going to be clean. Despite having that extra pair of hands, it wasn't so easy, because she had to teach him in parallel. Walking over to him, she immediately woke him up by saying in a loud voice that they weren't done yet. The man snorted and woke up. He seemed to have finished all the work. Now, so what's the matter? The woman pointed to a large barrel that stood in the room. If he sells that barrel of potpourri, it'll make some room in here, won't it? The man sighed. It was like that. In a tired voice, the man asked the master in a complaining tone if possible some medicine for stamina would be nice. It came in handy. Sheila exclaimed, "What a scruffy look." He was in the prime of life. At least let him shave. Let her not talk nonsense. He's been working non-stop for 5 days now, and studying magic at the same time. Even though he's an adventurer, he doesn't like being judged by monster standards. The man ran his fingers through his stubble. Having dressed in other cleaner clothes, he went to the market together with the witch doctor and the monkey. Beforehand, they took 2 barrels to sell. Soon they came to a store on which hung a large sign indicating that they bought and sold various agricultural commodities. The seller, an elderly man, seemed very happy to see the witch doctor. He said he knew she was coming soon, so he waited for her. The man kindly invited her to go on ahead and he would pour her some tea. The woman apologized and said she would have to refuse. She had slept very little today. Sheila would leave as soon as she gave him her order. This time she has 2 barrels of potpourri to repel magical beasts. Hearing this, the vendor got very excited. Wow, 2 barrels of potpourri. He was filled with gratitude. Apparently, this was a scarce and valuable item. And then the man turned his attention to Mrs. Sheila's companion. The woman apparently noticed his surprise and said that his name was Lycan, and he was her apprentice. She would probably send him here occasionally, so she would ask him to take care of him. The salesman walked closer and looked into the main character's eyes. Miss Sheila's apprentice? He had never heard of her taking on any apprentices. There's still a lot of water left in the potpourri, so they need to let it stand for a month and another before they start selling it. The salesman nodded his head in understanding. Now we had to talk about payment. The man pulled a pouch of money out of his pocket and handed it to the witch. She took the payment and, smiling, said it was a good price. Hunter watched it all from the sidelines. This amount of coins, it's a much better price. This much could be gotten for just some wild grass. The man couldn't believe it. They left the shop and continued on their way. In parting, the healer said she would deliver the next batch of goods as soon as she had finished preparing them. The merchant waved goodbye and said he would look forward to it. Lycan raised his voice. He said that perhaps he was a little late with his question. But doesn't it work on Jericho? The woman replied that she had cast a transformation spell on her pet, so the protection from evil spirits has no effect. They went into several other shops, where the woman was received with equal warmth. All the merchants were happy to see her, and they paid a lot of money for her goods. The man watched it all from the sidelines in amazement. Customers vary from store to store, but no matter where they went, she was greeted everywhere very politely. Apparently, this woman enjoyed simply great prestige among the local merchants. He thinks she had acquired a special status as a doctor in this town. Now every resident treated her with great reverence. Soon they left the last shop and they had no more goods left. The woman sighed heavily and said she was incredibly tired. She couldn't believe it, but somehow they had managed to finish all the work for the day. The man looked at her incredulously and asked if she was sure. She looked affectionately at her student and said that he had done a good job today. Now it was time to go home. At last they would be able to have a proper rest. The woman sighed. It was like she remembered something. Oh yes, he said he wanted to go to the labyrinth, didn't he? Then she suggested he take a break of about 10 days, so he could go to the labyrinth. The man was surprised, wasn't he? You could hear the joy of nothing in his voice. The woman said that it's just that both the medicinal herbs and good with seeds will dry out in that time. She would sleep it off as well. Lycan looked at the old woman gratefully and whispered a quiet thank you. The woman said that the nearest labyrinth, namely the Holberg labyrinth, was 2 days away. However, at his pace, it could be traveled much faster. The man nodded. The journey would only take half a day. He threw his cloak over himself, and full of joy, he moved forward. The labyrinth. At last, he could see the labyrinth of this world. But first, he needs to get information about this place. True, he wouldn't gain any experience by knowing everything ahead of time, but he needed to know at least its structure. The man walked down the street and looked around. Suddenly he felt something, someone calling out to him. A man in neat clothes was walking towards him. He turned to the protagonist and said that he had a message for him from the master. Lycan moved closer to the man and said that if he wasn't mistaken, this man was Cheney's servant. That's right. The man said that his master would like to dine with him. The protagonist grinned. Dinner? It would be nice to grab a bite to eat and regain some strength. All right, he'll go. The servant thanked him heartily. Now, we had to talk about the meeting place. Cheney greeted him cheerfully outside the resto. He said the man looked good, much better than last time. He was standing near a table with 2 chairs. Lycan asked, "Is it that bad?" He was damn tired from working for 5 days with almost no sleep. Indeed, at least now he could enjoy a delicious meal and finally get some rest. The man pulled out a chair and sat down next to him. Cheney was very happy to see him. He said the man had helped him tremendously, as got him apprenticed and joined the organization. Lycan apologized for only being able to answer right now. The man smiled and told him not to worry. It wasn't worth the apology. He was glad everything had gone well. He turned to the waiter and waved his hand, saying they could take the food out. A few seconds later, a platter of delicious food. There was meat, buns, salad, and soup. The aroma from the dishes spread all over the neighborhood. The man began to eat. He ate through both cheeks. And finally a warm wave began to spread through his body. His muscles were gaining strength. Lycan ate carefully and said it was quite tasty. His interlocutor confirmed he liked this restaurant too. By the way, he would like to talk about something. He wanted to ask about the weapon the cold-blooded Marikis used. The man remembered. Was he talking about that magic cylinder? Lycan remembered. It was still in his inventory after all. The man asked, so what did he want to know? It was created by a close friend of Dr. Sheila's, a famous magical weapon maker. The man interjected, a close friend, what does that mean? The merchant said a local who was a lord bought it from her, or at least he should have. And why such a weapon ended up in the hands of an assassin is still an open question. Lycan asked, what would happen if they showed it to Dr. Sheila? Why not? The idea sounded good to them. The man asked the protagonist if something similar had happened in his homeland. The man shook his head in the negative, but something similar to this mechanism. The merchant was sitting nonchalantly and poured a drink from a mug. The atmosphere between them was friendly, but suddenly the protagonist yelled at you. Wait, isn't he getting a little too relaxed? It seems like he's telling outsiders too much about himself. But on the other hand, he is a good man, and he still owes him for the help he gave him. Now there was a good relationship between them, however. He doesn't know how much things from his past world are worth here. Their relationship will depend on their price. You couldn't tell too much about yourself. The man stopped talking and picked up the mug with the drink. The merchant must have noticed the man's confusion and asked, is something wrong? He started to wave it off, said nothing was wrong. Just a little dizzy. Alcohol, he was trying to avoid suspicion. Lycan turned to his interlocutor. There was something he would like to ask him. The man aghast and asked what was it. The man's voice became serious and he said he wanted to know about the Gulber's labyrinth. What's in this labyrinth? The merchant fussed and said he didn't know that much. He only had a vague idea. He spread his hands. The protagonist replied that would be quite enough. Getting a little off topic, should he buy a card? Do they take them in town? The merchant nodded. Yes, there are a couple of map stores here. Even a simple map shows the terrain and the stairs to the next floor. Though the cheapest ones sometimes omit this information too, it's better to pay more. But the map will be more reliable at the same time. Better maps sometimes indicate the type of magical beasts that dwell there. Wait a minute. What's with the stairs? The man is interested in this moment. Cheney said that the labyrinths are divided into several floors. The protagonist interjected, meaning they can be used without even defeating a floor boss? Floor boss? The man interrogated him. Their conversation went on for quite some time. They sat at the table in a rather friendly atmosphere, eating and drinking. The conversation continued with themselves. This incomprehensible dialogue continued for some time. But thanks to it, the man came closer to the purpose of his visit. He roughly understood the structure of the labyrinth of this world. Many wagons with goods were arriving at the gates of the city. There were many people there, many of them traders, or simple vagabonds who were looking for a shelter further away. Beyond the city, a dense black forest, and even farther away towered the high black mountains. It was a strange town. There wasn't even an entrance tax. Here and there were people dressed in all kinds of clothes, and you could tell from them what kind of condition they were in. Like everywhere else, there were many merchants. One of them stood at his shop calling out to customers, "Cheap potions, come on over," as he shouted to his potential customers. They have normal medicines too. If people don't buy them now, they'll regret it for the rest of their lives. There were also a few people standing there who were in a group. They were dressed as adventurers. The men were looking for rangefinders. They had a team of 5. The only thing they were missing was a rangefinder. The atmosphere around the labyrinth was fundamentally different from the one in his world. The man was walking down the street of the city and looking around. However, this atmosphere did not annoy him. As he walked by, he noticed a few people looking at something with great fascination. Something seemed to be going on there. He saw several men dressed in armor. One of them had beautiful facial features and long white hair braided on his head. They dispersed ordinary people, pushing them in different directions. From the outside, these people looked menacing. They looked askew at everyone. They seemed to think of ordinary people as some kind of trash. Seeing this, the protagonist became angry and glared angrily in their direction. The merchant warned him. He said to be careful of the knights of Count Golber. They are very dangerous people. Lycan asked, "Are they very strong?" The merchant asked him not to make such a horrified face. It might arouse suspicion. The man said that these people are not that much stronger, rather problematic. Lycan added that they also like to pick fights. He was absolutely right. These people harass and blackmail the adventurers who are lucky enough to find the treasure. A similar thing happened last year. An adventurer found a decorated sword in the labyrinth, but it belonged to a relative of the Count. This man had once escaped with it into the labyrinth and died there. Lycan asked, "In what way decorated?" The man replied that this sword had a special effect on every item in the treasury. Even a small blade with this effect would be incredibly expensive. Regardless of the price, anything found in the labyrinth belonged to the person who found it. That adventurer was a good man and a swordsman. He wanted to use it himself, however. The Earl's Knight saw this sword and forced the swordsman to auction it off for power. Auction it off? What does that mean? The man shook his head in agreement. It was just as he'd realized. The guards had given him a very small fee. Only the Earl's Knights participated in that auction. The others were simply not allowed to attend, and the reason for that was this excessive suspicion. The man nodded his head. It was clear. So this was what the Count was really like. He had to be careful and less likely to be seen by these people. He was physically stronger than them, but he didn't want to get himself in trouble. He would like to participate in life-threatening exchanges in the labyrinth, but he has no desire to involve himself in conflict outside of the labyrinth as well. It was necessary to confine himself to treasure hunting only. Maybe he should go back. A strange thought flashed through his mind. The man walked down the street trying not to touch anyone since he didn't know anyone in this town. Suddenly a man blocked his way. He addressed him rudely, preventing him from passing. It was one of those guards. He asked the man rudely, "Where did he come from?" He mumbled. He didn't want to confront anyone right now, so he had to get rid of this annoying man as quickly as possible. He replied dryly that he came from Valker. When he heard the name, the guard rejoiced. He said he had been there recently, a beautiful city. With a sly grin, he said, "So he's going to explore the labyrinth and make money. Then let him remember to drop something off for him on the way back." Lycan said nothing but merely walked past inside the labyrinth. The guard wished him a fair wind as he passed. The man muttered words of thanks under his breath. Clearly, this soldier is different from those guys. He's probably a former adventurer. So far, he didn't pose any danger to him. Around the entrance to the labyrinth, a multitude of people had gathered. All were waiting for their turn to move into the dangerous depths, on a treasure hunt that promised them great riches. Many people, including the guards, moved forward. In the middle of the labyrinth, which was very dangerous for ordinary people, not everyone would dare to go there. The man marveled at how big this entrance was. "I'm already being told of the number of adventurers looking to make a profit. He looked around at everyone present. They all looked bright and energetic. The number of street stalls was as large as Valker's shopping district. When he heard about the Count's problem-solving methods, he thought this place was terrible. However, it wasn't quite like that. The man believes the Count can't control people's hearts. Needing to find a way inside, the man moved forward as if oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, he was blocked by a man in uniform. He shouted, "Where's he going?" The man turned around to look at him, who continued to yell at him to get back in line. Lycan wondered, having to wait in line to enter the maze, for the first time in his memory. But there was nothing to do, so the man joined the queue and waited patiently for his fate. More and more people entered the labyrinth. Men, women, teenagers. Everyone wanted to try their hand and hunt for treasure. He took a map out of his pocket and opened it and began to scrutinize it. This place on the map is marked as the entrance. To get to the first floor, you'd have to go down the stairs. Activating his vision, the man saw many points of energy. It looks like there are only humans here for now. He guesses the magical beast will only start appearing on the first floor. Need to walk faster up the stairs. Suddenly, something confused him. Something strange has been happening. People disappearing. Or the other way around, it's like they're coming out of nowhere. No wonder, I guess it's supposed to be like this. Many people appeared, waving to each other and smiling happily. Well, okay, he decided he'd deal with that later. Right now, he needed to concentrate on his journey. Now it was his turn. He approached the entrance with some trepidation. A large staircase led into the labyrinth. And there he was. And more than the man had expected. Even life detection can't see the lower floors. It's just like the mazes in his world. After a while, he went down to the first floor of the labyrinth. There were also many people walking around and searching for treasures. There were a lot of people here. The man was even surprised by it. He tried to pass by carefully so as not to hurt anyone. In one place, 2 adventurers, a mage and a knight, fought a creature resembling a large ape. While he was watching this incident, another monkey of the same kind rushed from his back and prepared to grab him. But the man felt it all perfectly and drew his sword and in one swift motion cut it in half. Blood spurted in different directions, and the monkey only managed to moan and fall to the floor dead. Why, he killed several more of these creatures. One of them he cut off its head, and the other he simply cut in half in mid-air. This place was too boring for him. He needed to move on. The monsters on the first floor were too weak. There wasn't even any interest in killing them. All this time, he had been comparing the labyrinths in his world to these. In the labyrinths in his world, there were forests, fields, sometimes some buildings. Even the light level was different. Would this stone labyrinth ever end? Although he thought it wasn't so bad. Soon he came to a fork. There were 2 paths which led to unknown places, probably to the lower floors. Activating his vision, he saw 2 energy points that were rapidly approaching him. 2 magical beasts. What would happen on the second floor? 2 beasts flew straight at him, Razin, in their huge mouths. They were timber wolves, common opponents who, to an experienced adventurer, posed no danger. Lycan swung his sword and in one fell swoop cut both of them down. The wolves only had time to lash out and fall to the floor bleeding. The man turned back around and looked at one of the downed monsters. A short distance away, he spotted a small chest that had fallen to the floor. There was a small reward for the small and weak. He picked it up from earth and began to examine its contents. There was some small object in the chest. What else was it? The man gently picked it up with 2 fingers and began to examine it. It was a light red, soft thing. Is there some kind of liquid inside? It looked like some kind of egg. Suddenly, something distracted the man from his study. There was a strange sound from outside. He immediately turned his head in the direction of the sound and prepared himself. One of the timber wolves grinned its teeth and walked forward, having already seen its prey. There was a man standing there, defending himself with a sword and a small broken dagger, trying to drive the beast away. He did not succeed well, for he drove it into a corner. Behind this man lay another man, apparently a woman who he seemed to want to protect. He walked farther and farther away, his eyes filled with terror. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he was about to die. And then the monster leapt at him, opening its stinking maw. The man covered himself with a shield, hoping it would help him. Already resigned to his fate, he let out only a pitiful groan. Lycan was just in time. He jumped on top of the monster and with one blow, cut it in half at the neck area. The wolf didn't even have time to squeak, but fell dead to the floor. A small chest fell out of it. The man went to it, and opening it, he saw a small dagger lying inside. The boy came up to him and began to speak timidly. So far, he was only able to make some inarticulate sighs from the exertion. Still gathering his thoughts, the boy thanked the protagonist in a small voice for saving them. The man turned to him and said, as if nothing had happened, that there was something he wanted to ask. The boy looked at him in surprise. He was even a little frightened by this reaction. Lycan opened his hand and, showing the boy his recent find, asked, "What is this?" He looked carefully at the little thing and immediately replied that it was a red potion. A small red potion. The man asked, "What is this thing for?" The boy answered with a little thought that the thing was to heal wounds and fatigue. Lycan questioned him with interest. He said, "Red potion. So there are other kinds?" The boy stammered and replied, "Yes, there are quite a few kinds. Restoration potions are divided into red ones for stamina and healing and blue ones for mana, which are available in 3 different sizes. There are also yellow potions that cure abnormal conditions and green ones that get rid of poison, but they are quite rare." The man nodded. He more or less understood. Lycan held out a small potion to him and said that in that case he should use it. The boy was surprised. He could not waste such a precious item on such minor wounds. The man said he wasn't giving it to the boy, but to the girl who looked seriously injured. The boy turned to look at her and noticed that she was lying curled up and moaning in pain. It seemed as if she was about to give out her last breath. The boy apologized and, clutching the potion to his chest, said, "It's coming right up." The girl was barely breathing. She was turned over on her back, her eyes barely open. She seemed very exhausted. The loss of blood was considerable, and action had to be taken now. "The girl has turned very pale from blood loss. If you don't give her the potion now, she might die." The boy clapped around his friend and stammered, asking the man how he could repay him. The man turned around and said it was okay. He didn't need anything. After drinking the miracle potion, the girl was instantly revived, and her cheeks turned pink and full of life. Well, he'd learned everything he needed to know. Soon he descended to the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. It was much darker, and the humidity in the air had risen. This floor had no variety. The man turned his head in different directions but saw nothing but stones, a great many stones. Although it is not different in appearance, there is magical power inside this stone. He walked over to the large stone and began to scrutinize it. So this is what the magical beasts of the 3rd floor look like. Suddenly the stone stretched out and turned into some kind of energy wave, which now rushed towards the man. Lycan reacted quickly and chopped off the limb that was reaching for him. Indeed, it was such a disguise. It turned out to be a large slug. It shrank back and took on the appearance of a normal rock again. The man thought about it. It was very strange. So these creatures have the properties of slime. Looks like we can't just cut it open, because it's going to fuse right back together. The machine squinted its eyes and tried to think of the best way to hit it. It was worth watching the actions of the other adventurers. He hid behind the rocks and began to watch the man who had also approached the rock. The man threw some kind of sharp object like a knife at stone and began to get the monster's attention. Slime immediately reacted and lunged at her attackers. One of the adventurers, apparently the girl, started to apply some kind of spell, holding a small dagger in her hands. After a few seconds, a pillar of flame burst out of her hands and flew straight at the monster. As it slammed into the stone, it completely incinerated the monster. The girl immediately snatched the magic stone that fell out of the monster. They managed to do it as quickly and safely as possible for themselves. They clapped each other's hands and laughed happily. They had done so well. The man was watching from the sidelines. Well, it was very clear to him. It seemed that magic was more effective than a simple slashing weapon. But then it's time to use your secret weapon. He pulled an obscure object out of his inventory, and this was an incendiary dragon glove. It was worn on the arm and was a large sleeve from which flames were released. It's a magical weapon that shoots light when he puts magic through it. But he wondered if everything would work out the way it should, and prepared to strike with the hand on which this magical instrument was. The glove quickly dug into the soft and pliable material that made up the stone. Lycan applied his magic, and the gauntlet glowed with a bright light, incinerating the vile slime. Oh, great. Everything worked out just the way he wanted it to. Now it's going to be a lot easier. The man scrutinized his device carefully. There are many cases where magical beasts with high resistance rates to certain types of A are so weak to others. If he recognizes their weaknesses, it will be easy to handle. People started throwing surprised glances at him, watching the man handle all the dangers with ease. The glove stabbed its point into one stone and another. and each of them was incinerated and destroyed in a fraction of a second, before they even realized what was happening. Just as he thought, the labyrinths were pretty great. The man was getting into the excitement. For the first time in his long time in this alien world, he was beginning to enjoy himself indescribably. This is where he felt alive. His memories of his childhood and youth were as if in a fog. He faintly remembered adults yelling and kicking his legs, and he was always hungry. Soon he was taken into the orphanage, which was located at the temple. The nuns were called loving mothers, but they were terribly strict and stern, and not at all kind. When he thinks of the orphanage, nothing good comes to mind. The children were exploited and abused, and they evaluated who would be sold to the highest bidder. But basic necessities and education were provided by charity. Now he realizes it was still better than nothing. However, in those days he knew nothing and escaped. Even after escaping, there was nowhere to go. He fainted from hunger and cold. It was then that the little boy found his first labyrinth. He stood before a huge entrance whose blackness beckoned to him. He entered the dark wasteland of the unknown labyrinth and began to advance. His legs buckled, but still he went forward, overcoming his inhuman fear. Suddenly, from the darkness of the labyrinth, a horrible creature pounced on him and opened its mouth to devour the boy. The monster was about to bite him, but suddenly the boy saw a sword lying near him. That was his salvation. Grasping the huge hilt, he forcefully thrust the sword blade into the monster's eye. It went in easily, splattering blood everywhere. The monster shrieked and fell to the ground with its last breath. He had killed his first monster. Holding tightly to the handle of the broken ball, he moved farther and farther into the darkness. The boy looked at the sword blade that had saved his life with wonder and gratitude. Through luck and the labyrinth, he survived, and he continued to survive. In this way, he acquired both the skills of strength to fight and a rather large sum of money. He had few good experiences with humans, but the labyrinths kept him alive. They were cruel but just. God's just judgment was indeed in the labyrinths. That's what he believes with all his heart. Soon he went even lower, all the way down to the 25th floor. This place was very different from the previous ones. The stone around was cracked, and the dampness increased. It was even hard to breathe, but the man was used to it by now. Lycan ran at the huge monster that opened its square mouth and looked at him with its 8 eyes. It was a golden flying spider, one of the monsters that live on the lower floors of the labyrinth. The man used a gust of wind to leap even higher, and now from the air he flew straight at the monster's back, thrusting his sword forward, intending to strike it with a single blow. Lycan stuck the blade of his sword into the spider's back with great force. The ball easily pierced through the shell and entered the soft flesh. The spider was defeated. Soon he was down another floor. The labyrinth didn't have much variety in the floors, and all that indicated that he was going lower were the monsters. But they were too weak for him. The man didn't make much money, but the box the merchant gave him was already full. Nothing else would fit in it. He only had 1 day left to explore. The man thinks he could make it to the lowest floor so far, 30th. But right now, that's probably enough. Through excessive greed, no good ever came of it. He slung his bag onto his shoulder and headed for the exits of the maze. It would be pointless to just run through in one fell swoop. Better, he'd come back another day and examine everything properly. The next day, he also approached the labyrinth to begin another sortie. Soon, the next day, he came to the exit of the labyrinth and was about to go inside, when he was followed by 2 guards. One of the guards put his hand forward and stopped him. He told him in a thunderous voice to come to them. The protagonist wondered, what did they want with him? The guards surrounded him and asked him politely but confidently to come with them. Soon they approached some kind of gate which also had a few guards. The protagonist saw that there were quite a few guards there as well. In addition, there were more adventurers there. The man quickly guessed it was the soldiers' post. They also seemed to be buying goods from the labyrinth. The merchant was telling him that it was best to sell locally for cash. The man shifted his gaze to a small shop where there were many people trading something. The 2 guards began to talk to each other in a concerned tone, one of them asking where the captain was. The other replied that he had just called for him. Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard. It was a man of tall stature and middle-aged. He had a rather sturdy build, and he was grandfathered in a shining armor. This was the captain of the maze's security division. He politely apologized for summoning the man here. The main character introduced himself and said his name was Lycan. A demon lord? Who called him that? The head of the guards smiled and said they would get back to that later. He asked if he could come to his room. Lycan says he doesn't mind, but asks the man to be brief. He is very hungry. The chief of guards nodded understandingly and asked someone to go over and buy them 10 kebab sticks. Soon a treat was brought to them on a plate. The shish kebab exuded a simply excellent aroma. The odor immediately made the main character salivate. He hadn't eaten normally for days. 2 men sat down at the nearest table and started a dialogue. The supervisor asked how the man liked this kebab. It's the most popular food item among the members of the security division. Lycan shook his head and said that they were simply delicious. Then the man took out a small leaf from his pocket and put it on the table. Now they would get to the heart of the matter. The man looked at the piece of paper and said in a serious voice that there had been a lot of complaints about the man recently. Lycan was wary and said as kindly as possible that he had no intention of causing anyone any trouble. The chief of the guard smiled and said he was sure he had. Looking at him, the man said he was a pretty strong guy. He could tell just by looking at him. Lycan probably wouldn't gain anything by asking for trouble like that. However, the chief of guards thought about it. There are people who were threatened by the protagonist on the 1st and 2nd floors. Also, people who were attacked by him, so he can't ignore something like that. Lycan got busy. He didn't do anything like that, but suppose if he did. What is wrong with assaulting someone in a maze? Murder and theft should not be considered a crime in a maze. The chief of guards looked closely at the protagonist's face. That might be true, but they have a duty to protect adventurers in the Golber. Regardless of whether it happened inside or outside, they keep an eye on everything. There was a tense pause at the table. The chief of guards interrupted it and said he understood the guy's situation. He's not from around here, right? The protagonist replied, that's right. He came from the far north. The knight's voice was as polite as possible. He continued, as the man already knows, a lot of people are challenging this labyrinth. Among them, there are also many young people without any experience. These guys are improving their skills by gaining experience on the upper floors. The feudal lord wants to create an environment where these young men can easily grow up. Lycan remarked that they seemed very caring, treating the young adventurers that way. The man replied that they did, even though it was dangerous. Everyone was doing their best. But if a strong person joins who is clearly on a different level, say someone like Lycan, there's a concern, no doubt. That's how it is. What's he going to do with them? What kind of feelings? He seemed to fly over the heads of the other participants on the stairs. The man replied that that was right. He wanted to get to the lower floors quickly. He seemed to have guessed, is that why he was called a demon lord? The warden laughed, said he gave them a good scare. Also, too many earth slugs were killed on the 3rd floor. Was that him too? The man began to guess. It must be the name of the very slugs he was killing. The man agreed he had indeed killed quite a few of them. The chief of guards nodded understandingly. Well, he wasn't trying to do anything wrong, but the 3rd floor is important grounds where single mages can hunt. People have their own circumstances, and a senior mage also needs to make a living. The man seemed to be starting to understand something. There were quite a few conventions here after all. He nodded understandingly and said he would abstain hunting on the 3rd floor. The head of security was very pleased with this response. It was excellent. He said that it would really help them a lot. And there was one more thing he found hard to say but still needed to. The complaint came from some other people. Because he walked by them, they got distracted and one of them got hurt badly. Now that was weird. He has no need to respond to such an attempt to pick a fight. However, this captain works to protect the weaker adventurers. Lycan placed 2 small red potions on the table and said that in that case, let the captain give them this from him. As soon as the man saw it, he was surprised. A little red potion, and 2 of them. Adventurers said one was for healing and the other as a token of his apology. He doesn't care how they are used. The captain took the potion in his hands and immediately softened. It turns out, this man is not only strong but also very good. The captain thanked. Thanks to this, it is possible to mediate with young people. Other than that, he's counting on him. Lycan was eating his kebab with gusto. The captain asked with interest, by the way, he arrived 5 days ago, right? And where did he manage to get to? The man replied, it's the 26th floor. Once again, thunderous laughter shook the room. 26th floor? Well, that's a truly amazing result. God, what a great guy. The head of security seemed very pleased with the result of this conversation. Lycan asked, "He's also rebuying goods, right?" The man thought for a moment. "Oh, even though this place has the highest prices, they don't get robbed, so it's reliable here. He would also be told about the evaluation results for free." Lycan said, "That's good. Well then, he will ask to buy everything." As he got closer, he said he would take this table. The captain wanted to say something, but didn't have time. The man began to empty his bag of loot. As various items poured out of the inventory, the captain's face changed and took on surprised features. Suddenly, the doors swung open and several guards rushed into the room. They shouted worriedly, "What's going on?" Not just then, they heard a very loud sound. The protagonist finished dumping his stuff on the table. After that, there was no space left at all. The captain looked at it all with a dumbfounded look. There was so much stuff here, but it wasn't even about the number. This sword can only appear once on the 25th floor, to think. It actually made it to the 26th floor. Alone. In 9 days. The captain still couldn't believe it. There was no way this man could conquer the 26th floor alone. Lycan soullessly asked, "So he's going to buy them?" The captain replied that of course he was, but they didn't have enough money to pay for it all at once. The man replied that in that case, he would stay in this town overnight. He would come back tomorrow to collect the money. Would that be okay? The captain scratched the back of his head and said apologetically that he would give him a check. Then the protagonist firmly said that he also had a small request. The captain asked, "What is his request?" "He's all ears." Lycan turned around and asked, the way the captain would tell him where he could get a good meal. Soon the man returned to his town of Walker. He went in through the main gate, and he made his way quickly inside. Behind him rode a wagon with goods and a few other people. He was in a lousy mood. He realized he'd screwed up. He'd lost his cool and ended up selling the item from the maze. But what the mouthpiece really meant was that he should have sold the box he'd loaned him. There was nothing to be done about it. He would sell the rest of the items Cheney had left for him. Anyway, he could just challenge the maze again and pick up the best stuff on the lower floors. Suddenly a girl's voice came from somewhere. It was Ida's. She shouted that she had finally found him. Where was he all this time? It was clear from the girl's appearance that she was extremely angry. But the main character didn't react to her in any way, and just walked past. Stunned by this treatment, the girl rushed after him and shouted at him not to ignore her. Did he forget? She's Ed's. Why didn't he say anything? The man turned around and said that he wasn't silent, and she was just an annoying stranger. She was even more surprised. Aren't they comrades who work together? The man replied that all this time, she was really just a burden that was constantly slowing them down. Stammering, the girl began to speak. Nevertheless, they went on a journey together, you know. This time she registered correctly and worked hard. The girl happily showed him her new badge. She asked if he wanted to team up again. This is the rebirth of their team. The man just walked by without paying any attention to her. The girl got even angrier. She told him to stop ignoring her. Suddenly, out of the man's surprise, she pounced on him from behind and groped him. She said she didn't want to continue doing volunteer work. She wanted more. If the man is with her, they will have the power. That man, he doesn't understand. The man fell silent and after a moment's pause said she was a magic user. Let her learn to use her magic first. The girl didn't immediately realize what she was talking about. Even without other people, she would be fine. Ada didn't seem to understand what the man was saying. She just stared at him with a surprised look. At this time, he went about his business as usual without paying any attention to her, leaving the girl alone in the middle of the street. She stood there, trying to make sense of the words. Is she a mage? Soon the man came to the witch doctor's cottage. Everything was unchanged there for a long time. This house had become for him even a native one to some extent. Inside, the Znaharka was already waiting for him. As soon as she saw the man, the woman told him to sit down at the table and drink tea. The man heard her and plopped down on a stool next to the table. The woman asked him how far he had managed to get. The man replied, something 26th floor. The woman asked him if he was glad he went there. After drinking some tea, the man replied that yes, very glad. Then it was good. He said he was thinking about going there again for his next vacation. But now he had a lot of things he wanted to ask. The man started to speak but was interrupted by an intermittent knock on the door. Could it be who he thought it was? The woman was wary. Did they have visitors? Ada was standing outside the door, banging on the door with her fist, begging to be let in. She also asked if Lycan was here. A man came to the door. I opened it rudely and asked her why she came here. This isn't his house, she knows that very well. When she saw him, the girl was overjoyed. As soon as she saw him, she abruptly started talking. Isn't it obvious that she came here to meet him? The man coldly replied that he had no need to meet her. But the girl didn't even listen to him. She begged him to tell her where she could learn magic. It was obvious from the look on her face that she would not give up. The man looked at her in surprise. What did she want from him? She told them not to fuss at the door. Her pet appeared next to the old woman and looked at the newcomers with a frightened look. The old woman smiled, but sternly said that if she had come, let her come inside. At least she would pour her tea. As soon as the girl saw the witch doctor, she immediately became lively and excited. The girl seemed to know who was in front of her. This woman is Dr. Sheila, isn't she? The girl thanked her and shoved the man aside and went inside. The man wondered if she knew how to thank people and started drinking tea. So she wanted someone to teach her magic and decided to look for Lycan, didn't she? The girl nodded affirmatively. She asked the organization and they said he was in the house. Ada drank the tea with gusto and said it tasted incredible. She said that the woman knew how to make tea perfectly. The old woman grinned and said she was glad she liked it. Lycan didn't seem to share everyone's optimism. He told her in a cold voice to go home. He couldn't teach magic and he had no desire to introduce her to a teacher. The girl turned to him and asked, then why did he tell her she had magical powers? The man replied that they were two different things. The woman smiled affectionately and turned to the man. What if he taught her himself? Such a suggestion made the man speechless. That was something he didn't want to do. The girl was surprised, could he? The old woman looked at them with an affectionate gaze. She turned to the man. Doesn't he know he can learn a lot by teaching someone else? Right now he's mastering one spell after another, but it's only superficial knowledge. The process of teaching others will make them truly his. If he looked from a broader perspective, it was actually a shortcut for him. The man closed his eyes. He didn't initially like the idea. The girl had worn him out quite a bit back during their trek. The old woman put her hand on his leg and said she would teach him a fire arrow in return. The man stirred. The same one? Well, that was a good suggestion. If that's what his teacher says, then. But the man didn't have time to finish. About the girl was already jumping for joy. Sheila told the girl to keep the fact that she was studying magic here a secret. After all, it's very important. The girl didn't seem to fully realize the responsibility that was placed on her. Leaning over to the man, she told him to take good care of her in that case. In addition, she called him master. The man held his head and sighed heavily. He told her to stop calling him master. Ada began her training. She tried her best to use lantern magic, but so far she had failed. Eventually, she tackled her head. This is going nowhere. Does the flashlight really work? She asked. The man fell silent or looked sternly in the girl's direction. With a studied look, he looked her over. Indeed has great talent as she possesses a lot of magical power, but she's unable to control her core. Just as he thought, the problem is his techniques. Talented people can't understand why those without talent can't repeat. The man needed to think hard about what he was doing. Let him try to explain it. The man fell silent as he thought about his words. The old woman turned to him and said that they would soon finish the medicine. Afterward, they would immediately start making a batch for next season. The man nodded understandingly. The girl raised her hand and shouted that she wanted to help too. In that case, she could grab a ready batch of medicine. The girl shouted that this was just great, and she was sure to make it at all. The old woman was stirring something passionately, and thick smoke was billowing from her pot. The production of medicines was in full swing. At that time, the girl loaded with bags of medicines went to the market to sell them. There was already flavored tea on the table, and filled the whole room with its wonderful smell. The old woman sat at the head of the table and thanked the girl heartily. They had managed to finish faster than usual only because of her. The girl laughed and scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. She said that unfortunately she has to postpone her magic training. She has an errand to run for the guild, so she can't come here for the next 3 days. Sounds good to me, but she shouldn't rush through the training. She knows it all too well. The girl screamed that she knows everything. We'll definitely keep everything a secret. The girl turned to the main character. Maybe they need to take a break for a while. The man smiled and Riley thanked her for her hard work. He turned to the old woman and asked, "Is it okay if he goes to the labyrinths again then?" As soon as the girl heard about the labyrinth, she said she was going too. The man turned to her and said, "But she has an assignment from the guild." The girl started beating her fists on the table and shouting that she wanted to go to the labyrinth. The Znaharka intervened in the matter. She gently told the girl that a man could not take someone of her level into this labyrinth. It was perfectly normal to improve at her own pace. She should understand that. The girl wanted to object. Besides, if she doesn't fulfill the requests already accepted, their trust in her will suffer greatly. If she wanted to reach the silver rank quickly, she should work on her conscience instead of looking for different tricks. The girl sighed heavily. She understood all of this perfectly well. Lycan sighed heavily. God, he really didn't want to get caught up in watching the kids while in the maze. He wasn't some babysitter after all. The old woman said that she had no plans to collect medicinal herbs for now, so he could explore the labyrinth at his pleasure. The man said he really appreciated it, and thanked the old woman. He said that if possible, he would at least practice a fire arrow of some high-level magic before he left, but the old woman sipped her tea and said there was no need for that. She had taught him the basics. He'd better master them in real combat. She inhaled, and said it reminded her of something. She walked over to the shelves that held many vials of potions. Here, she would give them to him as a parting gift. It's a magical restorative pill she created. Let the man take them with him into the labyrinth. The protagonist thanked his teacher heartily. Soon he approached the entrance to the labyrinth. As always, the place was buzzing with activity. The man walked along the wide streets that were crowded with people. As always, people were buying and selling something. There was talk all around. This time he plans to go to the maze for 10 days. He doesn't need to buy dried food, at least stock up on non-perishable food. The man looked away and noticed the man behind him. He was standing there, talking about something. He approached the shop and, pointing to a particular item, said he would take this one. The seller was a little frightened at the sight of such a formidable man. He accepted the payment and thanked him for the purchase. At this time, an unknown man was following the protagonist. He did not take his eyes off him while the man gathered all the materials he needed. After collecting everything he needed, the protagonist went about his business. The two non-acquaintances who had been following him while he was shopping turned their interested eyes on him. One of the men sighed heavily. It was just like the rumors said. There was quite a bit of pressure coming from this stranger. One had to be careful. Apparently, if he looked at the man with his left eye, he would be petrified immediately. The protagonist apparently overheard these conversations. What were they saying about him? What kind of heresy are they talking about? And who's out there spreading these strange rumors about him? Suddenly he saw an old acquaintance. It was the chief of the local guards, waving his hand affably and approaching the man. There was a bright smile on the guard's face. It was obvious that he was glad to see an old acquaintance. What's he doing here? Soon the man found himself in the city's security office, the guard's room. First, the man wanted to apologize for his rude behavior the other day. They were sitting in a room across from each other, having a casual conversation. The protagonist said he didn't remember having anything to apologize for. The guard said he was talking about the time they kept him here under suspicion. They weren't very attentive. The man apologized again. He said he heard from John and Solis that the man saved them. And to top it off, he also gave them a red potion. Must be the two of you who were attacked by the Timberwolves. The man began to remember. They certainly embellished the story. Lycan said the warden must have approached the wrong person. Are they done with this? He'd like to prepare for the descent into the labyrinth. The head of security immediately jumped up and asked him to wait a bit. Theodal has been informed of his arrival. One of the soldiers is probably on his way, but the man was adamant. He got up from the table and said that he had no business with either the feudal lords or the soldiers. The chief of the guards kept urging him on. He said, "Don't let the man say that." They wanted to thank him for selling them such an abundance of goods from the labyrinth. The man said he didn't want thanks. He was remarkably straightforward. Another guard came to the room where they were sitting and called for the captain. The soldier said Lord Henjit had arrived. The man looked around and asked if they had brought him to the reception room. The protagonist grinned while the chief of guards kept begging him to let him save face in front of the feudal lord. The protagonist was already heading towards the labyrinth of the Holber. There were a lot of people crowded near the entrance. A man standing in line and patiently waiting for his hour. He declined Doug's offer and decided not to stay. That soldier. He said he was the feudal lord's second son, but man, don't know if that's really true. Before someone called him out on it, he said, "Sure to sell all the good stuff right here." Not that he particularly cared about manners, but when someone went out of their way to act impolite, it really wasn't pleasant. Okay, he wouldn't have to deal with aristocrats or soldiers while he was in the labyrinth. He was in his element here. There were many people heading into the labyrinth, and the man quickly blended into the crowd. According to the maze guide in the guardhouse, there are 30 floors in the maze. Last time he backtracked after the 26th floor, but this time he'll go much deeper. The man was determined to test the spells he had learned from the witch doctor on the first floors. He wanted to make sure he could use them in real combat before he continued deeper into the labyrinth. Several figures appeared in front of him, literally out of nowhere. But the man wasn't surprised as he had been the first time. It was a familiar thing to him now. I see, and so now he's together. The one the healer told him about. On each floor there is a large beast that is twice as big as the other magical monsters. If a person defeats it twice in a row, a mark will appear on the floor. If the adventurer says the word floor after her appearance, then in his thoughts will appear the floors on which there are worse marks. Thinking of the desired floor and saying the transition, the person will be able to be transported right there. It takes time to move between floors, so this spell is pretty handy. Should have tried using transition when returning, but he will have to defend himself properly. He was on the 11th floor. There were stone columns everywhere, and somewhere in the distance stood the lone beast. It had a large growth on its head. The animal was called a crooked snout. It looked like a big boar. His whole body was covered with thick fur. Lycan stepped out from around the corner and began to watch his new victim. This was the creature he planned to use the new spell on. The man cast a spell and a pillar of flame erupted from his hand. It flew straight into the monster's body. The monster squealed in pain and fell to the ground. The blow was really hard, but it still didn't die. Now he has a chance, while the monster lies there and hasn't recovered from the shock. I should have used the strongest spell in my arsenal. The man concentrated all his energy and focused his attention. Putting his finger forward, the man redirected all the jets of energy straight at him and used the fire spear. Immediately, a powerful energy pillar of bright flame erupted from his hand. As soon as it reached the monster's body, it immediately pierced it. The hit was right in the neck, and the beast died instantly. Its internal organs literally vaporized. It worked, but with a small caveat. The activation is too slow. At this speed, he won't be able to use the spell in real combat. There were also columns on the 12th floor. Man there encountered a flat albino snake. It was lying on the ground, sticking out its bifurcated tongue, and here the man applied his spell. As soon as the snake sensed it, it made a loud hissing sound. It lunged at the adventurer and bared its venomous fangs to miss him. The man above reacted quickly and drew his sword. He quickly pierced the serpent's head, and it died in a flash. Well, it shortened the activation time, but it's still slow. Besides, isn't shooting from the finger the wrong approach? It's certainly easier to aim that way, but he feels it limits his magical power. Another monster flew at him. It opened its wide mouth and now looked like a lump with teeth. It was a brown furball. The man put out his fist now and used the fire spear. The jet of fire was much larger and more powerful, and it scorched the monster, almost completely covering it with fire. He ran straight at the monster with his hand and used another type of attack. Lycan held up his fist and sizzled the beast as it roared in pain. It's still no good if he uses his fist, but it takes a lot more energy to gather magic. If he uses his hand as a blade, accuracy and power goes down. Waiting for him on the 16th floor was a small tree that was cracked in half, and the crack formed a mouth. There were small eyes on the tree. The tree spread its branches like paws and tried to grab the man with them. He stood in front of it, waiting for the right moment to attack. The branches were already practically closing in on him. The man gathered the energy to create a stream and direct it straight at the beast. Once again, he thrust his hand forward, exposing his palm. Energy began to flow through his body, heading towards his arm to release and create a powerful strike. A powerful fire beam erupted from his hand, cutting the tree in half like a blade. Now it was perfect. Speed and strength and precision were all there. Fire spear palm strike. Soon he descended to the 21st floor. He stood in front of the cave entrance. The blackness was terrifying, but at the same time Manila him new adventures. Lycan was once again facing a huge monster that sat on the floor, blocking the passageways. It was a suppressor, one of the monsters of the lower floors. The man looked at it and wondered, this is the big monster needed for the transition. I wonder if he can't stand because he's too big. Even when sitting, his arms are quite long. He is unable to move until he is attacked. In that case, the first attack will be key. He will solve everything with a single shot of the strongest fire lance he was ever capable of. The energy inside his body literally boiled. Fill the body with magical energy, and slowly gather it below his navel. Develop and create a flow, from his stomach to his chest, over his shoulder and into his palm. The energy flowed in an inexorable stream. A powerful column of fire erupted from his hand. The fire spear flew forward, cutting through space, and after a few seconds it had already crashed into the monster's stone body. With such a powerful blow, the stone monster began to crumble to dust. There was a large explosion, and in place of the monster's head was a large hole. After such a powerful, concentrated blow, the man would need to clean himself up. He stood there, breathing heavily as he looked at the result of his work. Soon he realized that his strength was almost leaving him. This is not good. He's almost eaten exhausted, and there are still many floors left to go. He's used up all his mana at once. That's right, he can take the blue potion. How could he have forgotten? But still, it wasn't enough. Luckily, he only got the potion out. He'd have to use whatever he had. The man gathered up all his potions and popped them into his mouth in one fell swoop. The sensation was unspeakable. The taste so vile that he couldn't help himself. The man threw up everything in his mouth. The potions were tainted. Somehow his body rejected them too. What was that feeling? Right, he remembered that he still had the pills the nurse had given him. The man took out a small pill and popped one into his mouth. He sat leaning against the nearest wall and began breathing heavily to rest. He began to recall his words. The witch doctor had told him that. Potions, even he understands the potions. Only knows that people shouldn't take them more than once. Potions, though part of their world, they defy the very law of nature. They have an instant effect, but you shouldn't take them repeatedly. The man grinned. They definitely have special laws. Unlike the potions, the pills the doctor had given him didn't have an instant effect, but Manu was recovering at a steady rate. I should take a break before the huge beast shows up again. He took a small piece of bread from his pocket and began to chew it vigorously. He needed a snack and to regain his physical strength, but suddenly he was distracted by a strange, loud sound. The devil. Looks like he didn't even have time to rest. Someone is definitely heading this way. The suppressor stood before him once again. The man scrutinized the monster's enormous body. What a bad time it was, after all. His mana still hadn't recovered, and behind him were 6 other people whose intentions he didn't know until now. It was getting interesting. Excitement burned inside the man. Well, let them attack. The man grabbed his sword, thrusting it forward. The beast swung its huge paw and was ready to crush the man here and now. He put out the hard blade of his sword, and it made contact with the monster's hard body. The big stone broke off at the point of contact. Someone's heavy footsteps were approaching the man. Their armor clattered against the concrete floor. Probably some kind of knights. Indeed, in front of him stood several people dressed in knight uniforms. Also with them were mages. One of the men smiled broadly and greeted the man. Lord Thomas Duga, the heir to the Earl himself, had arrived. The man turned around, distracted from his work. What are they up to? That's all we need. People started whispering about something in the back. One man said that he should electrocute him then, right? The knight looked at him and said with a smile that they were counting on him. He raised his staff up and began to recite a spell. His voice sounded terrifying. Even the air began to vibrate around the man, and he started listening to these sermons. Then he realized that a man was wasting so much time on just one spell. He didn't want to fight with anyone. The man swung his huge axe to finally deliver a crushing blow to the monster. A loud bang sounded and the hammer made contact with the monster's clay body. At the same time, the sorcerer who was standing behind finally finished reading his spell. Shatter with electric sparks. The man himself could even feel the pressure the spell was exerting on the environment. Soon the monster's body began to disintegrate again, into many small shards. The Lord admired the results of his work. Everyone around him was in awe of such a thing. What a beautiful pronunciation. What an amazing attack. That suppressor didn't stand a chance. Lord listened to all this and was pleased with himself. The man walked backward with the hammer on his shoulders. He was thinking. He had killed this monster with one blow, but here was the question. Why did these men come? At this time, people shouted in admiration. "Oh, brave warrior. His efforts in supporting Thomas will not be forgotten." The people seemed to be very pleased. At the man's feet, he hit the stone floor with a loud thud. It seems there was something valuable in there. The protagonist wondered, at what point did he become a support? I thought they said he was the Earl's heir or something, and yet, he must be the older brother of that awful soldier boy. If he takes that money, he's going to be under some other obligation. He shouldn't have gotten himself into this kind of trouble. He turned back and walked with a confident gait. He threw back that it was only his battle. They began to echo him in rapturous acclamations. They called him a wonderful man, so humble. Did they really get to see a real knight on this battlefield? The man squawked and looked irritably in their direction. He needed a break. Soon he found himself on the 28th floor. The adventurers dodged the landslide attack to avoid being welded to the endless masses of Earth. The center of magic power seemed to be inside this monster. The man gathered his energy into a fist to use the fire spear. An explosion and the Earth masses began to dissolve. The monster was defeated. On the 29th floor, he was met by a hammer-headed snake. It opened its toothy mouth and flew straight at the man. He dodged her sharp head at the last moment to avoid being stabbed through. The snake hissed furiously and opened its mouth to grab the man. But the man flew back and defended himself with his sword and prepared to cut it in half. This monster didn't give him much competition either. Just one strike of the fire spear burned its head. The man was breathing heavily after the contraction. These two floors were quite heavy. As expected, the magical beasts on the lower floors were on a completely different level. Looks like the next floor will be the last. The labyrinth master must be waiting. I wonder how strong he will be. The man was already anticipating the taste of battle. As he entered the next floor, he saw some indistinct black silhouette lying on the ground. He walked forward with a steady gait. It's not like it was. A huge octagonal space about 50 paces wide. The size of the other rooms and passageways was nothing compared to the other rooms and passageways. He finally reached the lowest 30th level of the labyrinth. There was some monster lying in the middle of the room, snoring comfortably. It looked like he was asleep. The beast was human-like, and its entire body was covered with thick fur. It had two small, twisted horns on its head. It looked like some kind of ape, but much bigger and uglier. The owner of this room seemed to be in front of the protagonist. It was the boss of the Olgang labyrinth. The man pushed with his foot with great force to wake up the monster, but there didn't seem to be any reaction from it. Suddenly, the monster's paws moved. He began to rise. In one fell swoop, the monster rose to its feet, arching its back and letting out a growl. Lycan looked at it, and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. He'd never seen monsters like this before, and now the monster stood before him in all its glory. Its face was truly terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth was full of long, sharp fangs. Even though this monster was sound asleep just a few seconds ago, he instantly came to full alertness. He's not just a beast, he's a powerful warrior. The man exhibited admiration for this beast. Finally, he would have a worthy opponent. With his enormous height and incredible muscle mass, his movements are absolutely silent. Thank the god of labyrinths, by looking up now he could really try his hand at it. Before he could finish his thoughts, the monster swung its huge paw, and the claw slid almost a few centimeters from his face. The man barely managed to dodge at the last moment. He already had a few scratches on his face. The monster had gotten him after all. But his torso was exposed. The man dodged and grasped the ball tighter and prepared to chop the monster. Unbelievable! The monster immediately repelled the attack. It had a terrifying reaction speed. Finally, the man had met a worthy opponent. He was incredibly happy that he could now fight at full strength. And also, this monster's movements were top-notch. The man dodged the monster and swung his sword at a convenient moment. Now he wouldn't miss his chance. But it wasn't that easy. He didn't notice, but the big stone was already flying towards him. It slammed into the warrior's body, and the warrior bounced back with a groan. It was unbelievable. The monster had great intelligence on top of everything else. A doubt crept into the man's mind. In this position, would he be able to repel his attack with dignity? The monster swung his arm, and the man barely had time to dodge, catching moments to slash his sword at its paw. He recognized that this monster was quite strong. His heart pounded loudly in his chest, and his breathing became ragged. For the first time in his life, he is facing such strength. This creature's reaction speed and physical data is simply amazing. But it was the large claws on its paws that alarmed him the most. With these claws, it could easily chop through any obstacle. Even the sturdiest cloak made from the skin of the king, Bear himself, is cut through by the slightest touch of his claws. They can pierce the body down to the bone. The two opponents stood opposite each other and glared at each other furiously. The man had his sword out. trying to defend himself against the monster. But he was walking in circles around him as if he were the master of the situation. The monster felt he was stronger. The monster swung and intended to hit him with his right leg. The monster's paw twitched. The man opened his eyes wide and felt the strongest blow. He dodged the monstrous claws at the last second. One blow and he's finished. If he keeps on the defensive, he'll lose for sure. Swinging his sword, he lunged at the monster with a shout, right in the forehead. He had to act decisively or he'd be finished. He struck one after another, but the monster opened its paws to repel them. He was already at his limit. But if the man stopped for even a second, the monster would kill him in an instant. He had to be faster, faster. The beast just stared at him with his beastly eyes, as if realizing that the man could not defeat him. Eventually, the protagonist's exhausted. His lungs were burning with fire now, his strength was leaving him. The monster jerked its leg, and the man, unable to hold on and missing the moment, received a powerful blow straight to his stomach. The blow was so strong that it felt like his very soul was going to fly out through his mouth. That's the kind of powerful punch that sent a man flying into a wall. A few more seconds and he'd be flattened. The monster lunged after him with its huge claws. At the last moment, he activated the three-dimensional analysis to calculate the best trajectory and not die. He needed to push off the wall to save his life. The man turned around and thrust the tip of his sword forward to stab the monster that was already flying at him. The monster closed with his hands to block the sword. The blade began to enter the flesh. The sword stabbed into the monster's arm and entered it almost halfway. But the monster managed to block the blow. The monster waved his hand and tossed the man aside. It was impossible to deflect such a blow. The man flew to the side and with his last strength managed to slow down. The monster was sitting some distance away from him, breathing heavily. The monster looked at him with its burning eyes. It only seemed to make him angry. He had a huge sword wound on his arm. The man realized that the hide of this thing was too thick. He was unable to even scratch it. Breathing hitched. He tried to concentrate. Too bad he wasn't wearing the princess pendant. But now, he didn't have a second to take out the pendant from his inventory. With this power, he would have been able to defeat the monster. But now, there was no choice. He remembered picking herbs with Sheila. She said the man had made good progress. It was time, and now you could teach him magic techniques. They were of intermediate level. The man was interested. The old woman smiled and said she would tell him about the magic of displacement. It is used both in battle and in everyday affairs. It is a type of spatial magic. In a way, it is one of the most important magic techniques. She pointed her finger at the bundle of magic grass and it immediately rose up. Well, that magic had this peculiar effect. The ability to move material objects with the power of thought. She asked the man, "Does he understand the importance of such a technique?" He wondered. The man replied that in that case there was no need to move anything by himself. The old woman nodded. It was so in their time there were many ways to move things. Let him take this technique and think about it carefully. Which means being able to use more than one of them at a time. The man understood perfectly. He stood opposite the monster and held out his sword. The man concentrated his magic and began to cast the spell. The princess pendant immediately appeared from his inventory. The necklace immediately hopped around his neck by itself. Now its magical abilities were enhanced as well as its physical defense and strength. The monster roared a grin into its maw. They threw themselves at each other again, each fighter wanting to win for what it was worth, even at the cost of their lives. The monster reached out a paw to grab the man's head, but the man dodged and thrust his sword forward. The blade was already a few centimeters away from the monster's head and was about to chop it in half. "He's got him at last," the man was jubilant. But suddenly the unforeseen happened. The monster still managed to reach up and grab the man's neck with its huge paw. He squeezed so hard that the air began to escape from his lungs. Even though his life had left him, he was going to take it with him to the other world. His paw clenched tighter and tighter, and the man wheezed. But then it was over. The monster disappeared and the adventurer fell to the ground. A small chest fell to the ground beside him. Lycan was falling to the ground, his power nearly depleted. His breathing's even more erratic. He's losing consciousness. He must take the pill now or he'll die. The man quickly threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed as quickly as possible. The medicine began to move down his throat and relief came quickly. He was almost dead. Had his corpse disappeared a moment later, the monster would have crushed his throat. If this labyrinth hadn't been one of those ones where the monster's body turns into a treasure chest, he'd be dead by now. The man's sword is broken, but it served a good amount of time. I wonder what's in the chest. He opened the lid of a small chest and took out a golden stone from there. This monster was creepy. The man recalled the moments of the fight and his heart began to race again. No, he was an incredibly powerful opponent. Lycan clenched the award in his fist. Now, this golden stone seemed to him the most valuable thing on this earth, because he had gotten it almost at the cost of his own life. He returned to town to sell what he had gotten. Cheney greeted him cheerfully at the restaurant. He congratulated the man on his excellent first pass of the maze. They were sitting at a table, and for once the man had a chance to have a good rest. The merchant asked him how it felt. The man replied that it was quite fun. The boss of the labyrinth turned out to be very strong. He was one step away from death. The man thought about it and said that didn't sound like much fun. Cheney asked was he able to get anything of value. Lycan replied that to his surprise he had not gotten equipment but a golden stone. The man was surprised by a gold stone. What improves performance? That's exactly what happened. But the same thing he was told by the head of the guards at the entrance of the labyrinth. He also added that the golden stone was only of value to adventurers. Therefore, no feudal lord would be interested in it. That's right. But if you put it up for sale, it's the famous adventurers who'll snatch it up. By the way, the merchant said he wasn't even surprised that the man knew the head of security. He is a very pleasant man, unlike the knights of that lord that the man met in the dungeon. The man thought for a second. What a wonderful city it would be without those dastardly knights. There's no other way to put it. Suddenly, the protagonist shifted his gaze to the side where the stranger was standing. On his back, he was holding some sort of musical instrument. Seating himself on a chair a little ways away, he placed a musical instrument more like a big pot in his lap and began to run his fingers over it. This thing started making strange but pleasant noises, and the man started singing. What is that, strolling musicians? The man sighed, remembering they were in his world too. He didn't know much about music, but it sounded just fine. He must be a professional. There was an array of delicious food on the table. A man was celebrating his first passage of the labyrinth in this world, listening to beautiful music and eating beautiful food. It's even a little too elegant for him. And if you put that thought aside, it makes the evening even more beautiful. The musician finished his song and fell silent. Lycan opened his eyes wide. Lycan tapped his hands simply and rose from his chair. His interlocutor was startled. What was the matter? Lycan didn't seem to be himself. But the story that musician sang. There must be a sequel. The man's eyes had a look of admiration in them. He said he'd like to hear it. Is that possible? The tip is enclosed. Cheney asked the waiter to tell the man to keep playing. A waiter approached a strolling musician and offered him a coin in return for playing further. The man happily continued playing. The song said of the ruler Mahazal. The man's voice lulled the protagonist to sleep. It was simply beautiful. The song said that the ruler, not knowing death, rots alive. Immortal torment and pain to him servant, century-old enchantress cursed the king. In the name of the sorceress who ruined the whole country. The terrible witch, the mad El-Shilla. Night had already fallen upon the city. They had finished their celebration rather late, and now the man was returning home in the twilight. He entered the house, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, the displeased voice of a woman parted. She said he might as well knock before entering. So she's awake. The woman's silhouette was barely visible in the dark room. She told the man to sit down and she'd pour the tea. Soon there were 2 mugs of hot drink on the table. They took their mugs and began to drink tea passionately. The woman set the dishes on the table and asked him how things had gone in the labyrinth. The woman heard this and congratulated him. So we should celebrate his victory. The protagonist said that the labyrinth master Olgung was a terribly strong opponent. Lycan is on the verge of death. To me, anyone can defeat this monster on the first try, said the old woman. In fact, the man was only able to defeat it because he had learned the magic of displacement. It was she who taught him. These words were spoken with great gratitude. For a second, there was a pause between them. The woman closed her eyes and leaned her head forward. It was like she sensed the man wanted to talk about something, and he began to speak timidly. In a diner, he heard a song by a traveling musician. Her name is the Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. The woman sipped some more tea and said she knew one. The man smiled and asked if she had another name. El-Shilla, right? The woman smiled. And here she was called by her old name again. So she's the witch the traveling musician was singing about? The woman replied that the story had certainly been overplayed. Well, yes, she is the Wapudo witch. She agreed so easily. The The man was surprised. Another man in her position would have started to play the fool. The woman replied that he had reason to ask her that question, right? Then the man replied that it was only speculation. But if she really is that witch, everything falls into place at once. Therefore, he came to this conclusion. The woman smiled and said she knew he would have exposed her sooner or later, but she didn't think it would be so soon. They're a scary bunch. The woman began her story. She said she used to be an ordinary person, a peasant. She had an innate talent for healing magic since birth. Therefore, the first principal of the kingdom decided to make her his concubine. Right before the engagement, a woman fell in love with his father, King Mahazal, and he was promoted from the prince's concubine to the king's maid. She was perfectly happy with her life. Everything was fine. The king was a wise and strong ruler, and she was honored to be under his wing. He noticed her innate talent and introduced her to the best mages in the kingdom as teachers, whereupon she plunged headlong into the study of magic. She dreamed that those happy days would last forever. Perhaps God himself decided to punish her for such a thought. The king thought seriously about keeping her young and sensible forever. He gathered the wise men of the whole kingdom and gave orders for these ways to fulfill his wish. 3 years later, they were able to find the secret spell of immortality. It required the use of an ancient dragon's magic stone found in the tomb of the very first ruler. The woman said she was against the ritual not just extending lifespan. It could grant immortality, but it could strip away humanity, turning it into a hollow shell. But despite what she said, the ritual was still performed. And after him, from an ordinary girl, she became an immortal witch with the same name, a woman obsessed with finding a way to live forever. The king had performed the ritual with her and turned into a rotting dead man. The woman lowered her eyes, and her voice made itself sad. Yes, the king had had enough of her immortality at first, but he got greedy, and he said he wanted to perform the ritual on himself. All the sages were vehemently opposed to the idea. In her case, the ritual was successful, only because of her youth and great magical power, but the king's body could not bear such a thing. The fear was confirmed, and he became a walking dead man, having lost his mind and memories. As a temporary measure, she and the royal minister ruled the city through magic and control, creating the illusion to the people that the king was still alive. But no matter how much they tried to soften the circumstances with lies, it couldn't last forever. The king's eldest son, who was to ascend the throne, suddenly died of an island disease. And the second son, hated, decided to take revenge on him. She had to punish the prince, and she couldn't kill the heir once chosen as king, so she joined him by siding with the rebels. After this, the kingdom had enough of the turmoil of the civil war. It spread throughout the country, and in a short time the kingdom was destroyed. But she continued to believe that as long as the prince lived, by killing the king he could restore their country. After a prolonged battle, the prince chased everyone out of the royal palace, and sneaking into the royal chambers, completely burned down his walking dead father, and committed suicide. She still couldn't understand what moved him at that moment. A nation that had lost its monarch had collapsed completely, and the witch disappeared without a trace. After this story, there was a heavy pause at the table. It seemed that even the air was heavy at that moment. The man said it was hard to believe the story, but unfortunately it was probably true. The old woman smiled and asked, would he believe the ravings of a crazy old woman? The man said he had an ability that he kept from her. It allows you to see people, animals, and magical beasts around you. It can also be used to determine magical power. From the moment he entered the city, he saw a blob of incredibly huge energy belonging to a mind-staggering being, bedecked comparable to the master of a high-level labyrinth. He was careful not to go near it. He never thought that the merchant would introduce him to the owner of such power, but it was not surprising that her master turned out to be an immortal witch who had lived for many years. The old woman smiled. So that's how you mean he was on guard from the beginning? The woman asked in a calm voice. And what was he going to do now? The man was silent for a moment and then replied briefly that he wasn't going to do anything. The woman looked at him with a smile and asked he was sure. The man nodded his head. He was definitely sure. He had no reason to do anything. She's immortal, which means the odds of him losing are high. In addition, she shared with him her knowledge and abilities. She was his teacher. He learned magic with her and he wants to continue. That's all. The old woman looked at him carefully. Then she nodded her head and thanked the man. He got up from the table and said that's what he came for. The woman apologized to him for making him listen to such a story. As he left the room, the man apologized to the monkey for waking him up. Jericho gave him a friendly wave. He was about to leave when the old woman said that she too was alert. She said with a grin when he came to her she was ready for one last battle. But she never imagined that the man would become her apprentice. Tomorrow is his day off. Have him come the day after tomorrow to teach the girl magic. The man cursed. He had forgotten about the girl. He seemed glad to forget about it. The next day, as he was supposed to do, he came to the house of the witch doctor and began to teach the girl magic. Ada mumbled the incantation under her breath with her thumb up, but still she couldn't get it right. The man silently watched with a serious look. Apparently, he soon got bored with it, and he approached the girl and told her to try to forget about the spell for a moment. First, you have to learn how to control the magical power. The girl asked, "What does control mean?" The man told her to close her eyes. The girl obediently complied. Have her focus on her lower abdomen. Let her imagine that there is something like a clot of energy there. Slowly, in time with her breathing, let her imagine this energy rising from the navel to the chest. Then, over the right shoulder, up to the elbow, to the very tips of the fingers. The girl obediently followed her teacher's instructions. Great, she's creating a flow of magic. Suddenly she felt something tickling her fingertips. The man kept talking, slowly let her open her eyes and look at her finger. Imagine releasing energy through the very tip and let her say flashlight. The girl did just that, releases the energy and says the word lantern. There was a bright flash and then it immediately went out. Well, I had to use it again. Repeat everything exactly as her teacher said. The girl still managed to light the little lamps. She gazed in amazement at the result of her work with open, wide eyes. Men watched all this with a smile. The girl started almost crying with happiness. It was magic. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and at what now payback. As it happened, the girl stuttered at first, saying that this was the first time she had ever managed to learn something. Tears streamed down her face. She ran up to her teacher and snuggled with her hands resting her face against his chest. All the while she was mumbling words of gratitude through her tears. The girl was incredibly happy that she was worth something. She's an enchantress. The man just watched the whole thing from on high. It was strange for him to see the way the girl was crying on his chest. A little mastered, the girl began to show the monkey her skills. She created several lights. Out of pride, showed them to Jericho. The monkey squatted and watched carefully as the girl enjoyed playing with the lights. The protagonist was also watching all this from the side. From the back, the witch doctor came up to him and congratulated him. The man hesitated. He didn't even know whether to be happy or not. To be honest, she seemed to be missing something very important. The woman smiled. Despite this, one enchantress was born under his guidance. The man had changed her life. The woman's voice sounded with a kind of maternal warmth. She asked him to look after the little one. Lycan looked at his ward in silence. He felt something like pride for this little girl inside. It's been a few months. A man was standing a bit in the distance, waving to someone in greeting. Are they the Tuck group of adventurers the merchant had recommended to him? 1839. The man had a sharp face and looked to be about 40 years old. In a rough but handsome voice, he said that their job was to guard them until they gave before the city. The man had high hopes for them. There was confidence in his voice. A girl came up to him and said hello, saying she was the granddaughter of the healer Sheila. Her partners are walking behind her. Our old acquaintances, Lycan and Ida, appeared before us. Their eyes filled with determination looked forward to their future, to meet adventure. On an overgrown path, shrouded in the shade of century-old trees, father and son were returning home, passing a time-forgotten building with faded signs that read Cooking Club and Handicraft Club. They had long ago merged with the rhythm of this land where every day was filled with the work of hands and the silence of nature. Well, shall we begin? Words hovering in the air like an invitation to another but invariably valuable day of labor. The sun was already setting, and its last rays were shining through the foliage when my son, covering himself from the blinding light with his hand, mumbled apologetically, "Well, yes, I'm sorry." The father, whose face darkened with displeasure, only grimly threw back, "Chihiro, look, the sun is out." It was their routine. dialogues without embellishments, where every word was weighty and familiar like their daily journey home. Father, addressing invisible interlocutors, exclaimed with irony in his voice, "Do you want me to rest outside? Ah, heaven." The words were full of defiance and tired sarcasm, perhaps to the hardships of fate or to those who had once left their building in oblivion. He was shouting into the void, reflecting in his voice the echoes of days past and the inevitability of nights to come. Their lives were as simple as these moments of evening, repetitive, but each time leaving a unique imprint in the memory of the rural landscape. "Oh, wow," my father muttered faintly as if answering an unspoken question. His voice was not so much angry as tired with the unshared understanding of his labor. In the workshop, soaked with the smell of wood and the warmth of coals, time passed. My father, armed with long experience and an unchanging bandana, watched the fire carefully as it turned the raw wood into embers. "Why does he resent it?" thought the son, watching his father from the corner of the room. His gaze was full of incomprehension, and his hands were automatically doing their usual work. The son, concentrating on cleaning a wooden plank, was busy with his part of their family business. His silent diligence contradicted the inner restlessness caused by his father's sighs. In every movement of his knife was the desire for perfection taught by his father. In every fold of his clothing was the desire to earn approval. Their silent symphony of work, echoing with the crackling of the embers and the whisper of the flames, told the story not only of today, but of all those days that had faded into oblivion, leaving behind only the ashes of past successes and the relentless pursuit of tomorrow's mastery. In the workshop, where every stroke of the hammer and stroke of the steel wing told stories of the past and dreams of the future, lived a master craftsman. Rokuhiro Kunishiga's name was known far beyond their small village, and he was spoken of as the most famous blacksmith in the land. The fire that licked the new steel with flame was his companion in the creation of exceptional swords, the uniqueness of which lay in the special forging technique passed down through the generations. His father's hammer descended confidently on the anvil. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded like the music of ancient legends where each sword had its own soul, and each spark was like a living note in the symphony of life and death. The son watched and learned, absorbing every sound and every movement, knowing that one day he would continue this great art. His son, a young man with a determined gaze and unwavering ambition, spent his days learning from his father. "I learn under my father day in and day out," he shared, looking at the master whose movements were precise and sure, as if each sword already knew its destiny before the fire shaped it. The moment of truth for every blacksmith is when steel meets fire. It is a test of material and craftsmanship, a play of elements where a sword is born from the flames. Rokuhiro, the master whose name resounds among blacksmiths as a hymn to craftsmanship, in this second embodies the ancient ritual of transformation. His hands, strong and precise, hold the sword over the coals, allowing the heat to penetrate the steel, preparing it for future battles and feats. In the forge, where the echo of the hammer echoed in the silence, tension hung in the air. The son, raising the hammer above his head, froze, waiting for the command. "Strike!" Rokuhiro's loud order cut through the air. The hammer struck the red-hot metal, sparks flying in all directions like stars in the night sky. The blacksmith's face reflected the seriousness of the moment, his gaze focused and determined. "Now," was the only word needed to synchronize their actions. His eyes read the unwavering skill passed from father to son through fire, steel, and sweat. Away from the blazing forge, life went on as usual. In the aquarium, filled with calm water and the quiet rustling of fins, the fish continued their usual circles. Their peaceful, uh-huh. In contrast to the thunder of the forge reminded them that even in the most stressful moments of life, there is always a corner of calm somewhere. In the midday silence of the house, where the morning light streamed in through the windows, a man sat at the table, deep in thought. "Father," his son started to say, but his words faltered as his gaze fell on the aquarium, and he thought about something of his own. Rokuhiro, busy with his morning chores, suddenly heard his son's address. "That's how it is." His son's monologue was interrupted without really beginning. as if his thoughts were still with the fish in the aquarium. 15. The boy entered the room and broke the silence. "Breakfast is ready." His voice was subdued, but there was a familiar determination in it. The son nodded gratefully, his face lighting up with a smile. His father's concerns always brought him comfort. "Do you often have conversations with them, the fish?" he asked his father, watching as his son once again became distracted, staring at the fish swimming in the aquarium. "Ah, it is." The son smiled as he answered his father, acknowledging his little escapes from reality to the simplicity of the aquarium world. These moments were a respite for him from the rigorous rhythm of their work together, allowing him to forget for a moment the heaviness of the blacksmith's hammer and the fire of the forge. In the cozy setting of a small kitchen where everything is in its place, Rokuhiro, a manly blacksmith with broad shoulders, sits in front of a hot bowl of ramen. He is frozen like a statue, and confusion is written all over his face. His voice is full of regret and slight irony. He admits his mistake and wishes him a pleasant appetite, but there is a sense in his voice that the meal no longer seems so appealing. The boy looks at his father with genuine surprise. His eyes are a mixture of concern and embarrassment. He cannot understand how his father, so skillful with iron and fire, can be so clumsy with a spoon and chopsticks. The boy interjects, puzzled, as if trying to solve a riddle as to whether the goldfish could have said something so unusual that it led to this outcome. Now they are both at the table, where the mood seems lighter and more conversational. The son looks away, his eyes full of thoughtfulness, and we can only guess at the depth of his thoughts. Rokuhiro continues to eat, but his attention is now focused on his son. The words he speaks reflect a father's pride and hope. His boy wants to study seriously. The weight and importance of the future challenges that lie ahead for the young mind can be felt in this statement. Rokuhiro's son, a boy with serious and grown-up eyes, looked at his father with mild bewilderment. He stood on the doorstep, leaning against the door jamb, his gaze full of quiet thoughtfulness. The atmosphere around them was imbued with the spirit of everyday life and simple pleasures, and the dialogue between father and son flowed softly and naturally, intertwined with the sounds of everyday life. Rokuhiro kept the conversation light, but there was more to his voice than just words. He was determined to support his son's dreams no matter how they sounded in the humming silence of the kitchen. In the forge, the place where fire and metal intertwine in a dance of creation, there was the sharp sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. Sparks spattered around, illuminating the blacksmith's tired but determined face. "Bam!" echoed through the room, emphasizing the weight and precision of each blow. The blacksmith looked at the result of his work with strain in his eyes. Straight, the single word he uttered carried the weight of years of skill and endless striving for perfection. His gaze reflected not only concentration, but endless self-discipline passed down from generation to generation. As the hammer in his hands rose again, preparing for the next blow, his determined sigh rippled through the air. The short sound that accompanied each movement was like a mantra, sustaining his strength and concentration in this ritual of creation. In his every movement, he could feel the steadfastness of the mountain ranges from which the metal for his work had been mined. There was silence in the house, broken only by the light splashing of the water in the aquarium. These babies were brought home by their father, the son thought, his gaze lingering on the smooth movements of the fish, which made him forget the hustle and bustle of the day. They seemed like little magicians able to clear the air of tension. The musings were interrupted by my father entering the room with an energy and enthusiasm that could have lit a star. "You're about to get excited. Go see what I bought." You could sense the pleasant anticipation in his voice of the surprise he was about to share. The son, at first surprised at his father's unexpected energy, bent his head over the book, but interest immediately awakened in his heart. "What?" His gaze met his father's, and curiosity kindled in him. "I went into the store on my way back from the grinder," the man went on, and in his hands glittered a find worthy of the story he was ready to unfold to his son. The glow of Rokuhiro's eyes lit up the room as he opened a small bag with 2 goldfish swimming in it. "Fresh goldfish?" he exclaimed, like a little boy who had just found a treasure. It was more than just the new inhabitants of the aquarium. It was a symbol of wonder and magic that he wanted to share with his son. But the boy's reaction was restrained. His expression remained unperturbed. "What? And where is your joy?" The father was perplexed as he observed his son's calmness. Rokuhiro's joy was palpable, but it did not resonate in the boy's heart. The son looked at his father with a slight smile, but there was a look of concern in his eyes. "Who do you think is going to take care of them?" His question was full of the realization that a new responsibility now rested on their shoulders. "Certainly not you, father," he thought, knowing the passion and forgetfulness of his father, who so often needed a boost for daily chores, not to mention caring for the new members of the family. In the light of the setting sun streaming through the window, Rokuhiro stood at the table with a winning smile. "The vendor told me that goldfish are good luck." His voice sounded cheerful, as if he had shared the secret of the greatest wisdom with his son. The son, with his back to his father, immersed in his own thoughts, listened to his words. The boy's attention was drawn to the unknown depths of his own imagination, where his own plots and experiences were spinning. His father, for his part, had no doubts about the power of ancient beliefs, and his enthusiasm enveloped the room like a warm blanket. A man was showing his new pet, expressing his thoughts on the symbolism of their coloring. "Red brings good luck, black drives away trouble," he reasoned, and his gaze was full of confidence that each fish carried a special meaning. "And this three-colored one?" he asked, hinting that each color was capable of influencing their lives, bringing it special shades of happiness. The son, mildly amused by these folk notions, replied to him with a touch of sarcasm. "Does some cool stuff too?" His words came out with ease, and there was a sense of love for his father in them despite the ironic overtones. Then my father, entering the room with a bag in his hands, cheerfully declared, "If there are fresh goldfish in the house, they are lucky." His voice filled the space with optimism. "Why don't you stop saying fresh every time?" The boy no longer hid a smile, for his father's words were full of good humor and warmth. "Anyway, they're all good luck, that's why I took them," Rokuhiro concluded, and his steps were light as if he had just found the key to an inexhaustible source of joy. The boy looked at his father in disbelief and said that a fish is called fresh when it is about to be eaten. When his father thought about it, as if he could really do that, he decided that he would take care of the fish. The man's face was full of thoughtfulness and incomprehension. It was as if he were trying to find answers to the questions that had always plagued him. The boy thought that with a father like him it would be a hassle. In the end, after buying this pet, he had even more worries. The next day, they continued their hard work in the forge. The hammer pounded like a drum, beating out the rhythm of the work. Sparks flew in all directions. The blacksmith's face was focused on his work. He had to make another masterpiece of blacksmithing. Every day coming to his forge, he took up his hard work, his son bandana tied over his head to protect his hair. He watched his father expertly forge another masterpiece of blacksmithing from softened metal. Once again, the hammer came down on the anvil with a loud sound, spraying sparks of light in different directions. Soon, this lifeless piece of metal would yield another beautiful sword that would serve its owner in battle. The forge was filling with bright light with every second. The work was boiling. Sparks of fire were flying in different directions, and the young man was descending on the heated piece of metal with a new force. The heated piece of metal lay between the hammer and anvil, preparing to take the next hardest blow, and would soon turn into a sharp sword blade. At this time, another stranger was approaching Rokuhiro's house. The man draped his jacket over his shoulders, and with a casual stride approached closer and closer. Finally, he came to his destination. The father, heated by the fervor of the work, turned to his son and said in a heavy voice that it was time for them to start dinner. In this hard work, it was necessary to take at least some breaks to avoid fainting. The man looked at his son with an appraising gaze, and said with satisfaction that the boy's arms were getting stronger. Chihiro looked at his body in surprise. He couldn't believe that he was getting stronger and stronger every day. But then suddenly the father laughed and said that the boy was a long way from him. The man rolled up his sleeve and showed his huge muscles. The man had gotten incredibly fit over the years working in the forge. Suddenly the boy turned around and looked at the entrance to the forge, as if he saw something strange there. Another man stood in the doorway, holding a bag of groceries in his hands. When the blacksmith heard this, he thanked him joyfully, and a radiant smile spread across his face. The man handed the bag of groceries into the hands of the boy and asked how he was doing. Leaving the smithy, in a disgruntled tone, the blacksmith said that the man would have warned him that he was coming. A friendly dialogue ensued between them. Rokuhiro asked the newcomer how things were going in the city, and he replied with a low expression that it was not peaceful. Rokuhiro nodded understandingly and lowered his gaze. The man's name was Shiba-san. He was an old friend of my father's, and he often came to visit them, bringing food or just checking up on them. The fish in the tank were swimming in different directions, waiting for a treat. One of them swam closer to the water's edge to catch the food that someone's caring hand had started pouring into the tank. Shiba-san looked at the boy and said in a cheerful voice that he had grown a lot. The boy did not believe these words and asked the man if he was sure. Shiba, in a loud voice, said that the kid didn't get bigger than him after all. Let him apologize. Chihiro looked at him with a calm gaze. Soon they sat down at the table and prepared to eat. The father of the main character was already in the kitchen. Sitting at the table, Shiba asked the boy how his training quokka. After some thought, the boy replied that he was doing well. He was getting the hang of it. After thinking for a bit, the man sarcastically said that he thought the protagonist's father was the most suitable representative. Hearing this, the blacksmith grudgingly asked him to stop. Shiba smiled and told him not to be modest. The man's gaze grew serious as he began his story. Shiba said that Chihiro's father, 16 years ago during the war, was more famous than they, the ones who actually fought. He grinned and said that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the famous blades he had created had ended that long, bloody war. Throughout the story, the man squinted at the blacksmith and smiled good-naturedly. Suddenly, the man's voice became serious, and he told the boy to remember that his father had saved many people. He was a hero. Chihiro sat quietly across from him with his arms folded and listened to every word. He was well aware of his father's accomplishments. The boy lowered his gaze and said in a sad voice that he had heard that the number of those people was over 100. In the boy's voice, he could hear regret and even envy at his father's exploits. Smiling, Shiba said that he listened to these grateful speeches with joy in his heart every time. People say such things very often. Everyone remembers Rokuhiro's exploits very well. The man pointed his finger at the boy and squinted at him and asked, "Does he work hard every day, just like his father?" There was no reproach in the man's voice, only a friendly sneer. All this time, the boy just sat there looking at the man with a calm, serious gaze. Chihiro smiled and said that he had heard that too over 100 times. It was obvious that the guy was sick of hearing all this. At this time, my father was in the kitchen, and I could only hear their conversation in half an ear. The room was idyllic and the family cozy. The man wanted to say something else, but he suddenly stopped short. The boy looked questioningly at his father, who paid no attention to them, but was busy with his own work. Shiba suddenly seemed to pull himself together and said in a loud voice that he was talking too much. It was time to finish. The man rose and with a quick step walked out of the house. At parting, he turned around and gave them a friendly wave. The father and his son stood in the doorway, watching him with serious eyes. From a distance, it was hard to tell them apart, except that the father was much larger than his son. Rokuhiro made a disgruntled face and crunched his neck. The son looked at his father and asked, "What's the matter?" The father continued to crunch his neck as if he didn't notice the question. After finishing his procedures, the man said that the boy would soon turn. If he wants to become a real master of forging swords, he should know not only about the positive sides of this business. Still tilting his head to the side, the man thought. He searched for the words to properly begin the difficult conversation with his son. There was thoughtfulness in the man's eyes. Chihiro looked at his father with his usual gaze. Although he didn't look interested on the outside, inside he was eager to know what lay ahead. After a moment's silence, the son said the man can tell him. But it's not that he thought much about these negative aspects. The boy's voice became more confident, but seriously. He wanted to become a master like his father. All this time, the blacksmith was like a living embodiment of the ideal for him. They went into the house. My father was huge, so he ducked down to avoid hitting his head on the door jamb. After thinking for a while, he said he understood. The room was quite spacious. A little in the distance lay a sword hidden in its scabbard. The man approached the stand and said in a serious voice that there were several more balls stored in the basement, most of them created before the protagonist was born. He was in awe of his weapons, as he understood the labor involved in making them. The boy came closer to his father and bowed his head with interest and asked, "Were they all used in the war?" His father nodded his head, carefully taking the weapon. He lovingly said that blades always save people and give the beginning of a new era. It was evident how much the man treasured these things. Slightly sliding the sword out of its sheath, the blacksmith looked at its shining blade, which seemed to reflect the warrior's entire resolve. Then the man became serious, he said. For all that, a sword is a tool for killing people. The boy continued to watch his father's actions. Although his gaze was emotionless, it was just a mask. The man suddenly swung his sword, preparing to strike. The blade, with great speed, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, began to approach the bamboo stick, and soon, in one motion, sliced it in half. Not my question hung in the air. Could they be indifferent to the death for which the sword was created? It was a rhetorical question, of course. Taking people's lives is bad, but war is war. The blacksmith's voice sounded as serious as possible. In the wrong hands, swords can take the lives of decent people. Realizing this, it is necessary to challenge the creation of blades. In a calm but serious tone, Father said that the one who should wield the sword is the one who has faith, the one who will destroy the bad and save the weak. They are such. This man had a great responsibility, for he was creating a murder weapon, carefully hiding the sword in its scabbard. He said that responsibility and faith are necessary qualities for one who wields such a deadly weapon. He turned to his son and told him that next time, he would first sell the actual made katana. Every such time he entrusted the sword into the hands of a man, these two qualities would be pressed upon him. The son listened attentively to his father's instruction, absorbing every word. With a serious look at his child, the man asked him if the boy could cope with such a burden of responsibility. The boy thought about it. It was difficult for him to answer this question unequivocally. To make a sword is certainly difficult, but to take responsibility for killing people is even more difficult. His eyes drooped. The boy's gaze became serious, and in a firm voice he said that despite everything, he was ready to take on such responsibility. The man looked at his son silently. He was very proud that he had raised such a man. But that was not all. The boy had much more to learn and realize before he could become a real master. After a little silence, the blacksmith turned around, and with a quick, firm step went to the exit of the room, throwing over his shoulder to his son that it was time to go back to work. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is it right now?" Turning around for a second, the man said that after saying that, he would expect great success from his son. The gaze was firm and clear. Chihiro looked at his father without taking his eyes off of him. That's right. Now he had to become a real man and learn to take responsibility for his actions. He was alone in the empty room, thinking about everything that had been said. He looked at his father's broad back as he slowly drifted off into the distance. Chihiro was a little afraid of what lay ahead, but his father was always ready to support him. After waiting a little while, the boy told his father to clean up the pieces of bamboo he had scattered during his performance. As if yanked back, the father turned around and said he would do it now. The tall castle rushed upwards towards the clouds themselves. It was a monstrous monolithic building that inspired fear and awe. There were many people gathered near the entrance. Life was going on as usual. Someone sat at a table and drank tea. Someone hurried on his business. The man with the bushy mustache slanted his contemptuous gaze to the side and ordered someone to be wasted. It was obvious from his face that it was not the first time he had to dispose of human lives, 38 months later. A man dressed in a ceremonial-colored shirt swung his katana, and in one fell swoop chopped up the poor man kneeling in front of him, his hands tied in a tight knot and hidden behind his back. It looked like an act of public execution. The last one left, the executioner did not even remove a drop of blood from his sword and said contemptuously that he would give him an easy death. The last survivor bowed his head and humbly awaited his fate. The man clutched the piece of paper with his huge hand. In a loud voice, he said that they were bullying them. He gets angry every time he sees them. His eyes were full of anger. In front of him stood a blood-stained boy. Tears were pouring from his eyes. His face was full of despair. He had already resigned himself to his fate. The man threw the pieces of paper on the floor. They looked like some kind of propaganda leaflets. With obvious anger in his voice, the man turned to the kid and told him to just give the names of the members of this movement. The flyers said for everyone to go after the Dragon Awakening faction. Another man holding a bloody katana said with a sneer that he was shaking so pathetically. Let him say something. After being silent for a while, the captive began to stammer his words. The bearded man looked at him with interest, waiting for him to say something. His eyes were burning with rage, and he seemed about to breathe fire. The boy got his thoughts together and almost cried, saying that until this group came to town there was peace and quiet. But now they rule everything by brute force. Next to him lay the bloody corpse of another poor man. They steal money, land as they please. It's an outrage. The guy screamed with impotent anger. His eyes were burning with rage. There were drops of blood on his face, but he still didn't give up. It looked like he was part of some kind of resistance. The man got angry at such words and in a rage hit the guy in the face with his fist, blood splattered. After wiping his fist from the blood, the man calmed down a bit. In a calm voice, he said that it was very brave of him. But this guy's nothing but a lowlife. The poor guy was lying on the ground trying to recover from such a blow. The ringleader looked down at him and asked the guy in a dismissive tone, "Does he even know who's covering for him?" Spitting Alice spit a clot of blood on the ground. The guy looked at him with eyes full of anger. He replied that it was a black mage, so it didn't matter if the adults were shaking in fear. He should shut up and obey. The boy's words echoed through the vast building. On the balcony, a man dressed in a neat tuxedo stood, a wry smile on his face. He said quietly that he was interested in this guy. Suddenly, near the boy's face, some strange black shoots sprouted from the ground, looking like tree roots. The poor man's eyes widened with fear. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he was going to die. A man in a hat bent over as if trying to see something on the floor. Next to him stood other uniformed men who looked like members of the group. He was coming down the stairs, holding some sort of bundle in his hand. He turned to the head, saying that he had received payment just now. A smile gleamed on his face. Tension hung in the air. The man came a little closer and asked the people present if they had ever seen magic. He thought that bravery came from ignorance. At that time, the powerful roots of the tree had already completely encircled the boy's neck and were squeezing it tighter and tighter with each passing second. The poor man could already feel the air ceasing to flow into his lungs, and life was about to leave him. But he did not stop struggling. The man looked down at his victim and calmly asked, "Is this the first time?" I could see in his eyes that he could take a human life without blinking an eye. The boy could hardly breathe anymore. His eyes blurred, his awareness began to sink into a viscous abyss. A few more seconds and his life would be ruptured forever. Suddenly the man seemed to remember something and he smiled broadly again. He looked like an executioner taking the lives of his victims left and right. His lips moved and he quietly began to speak. As long as the head pays them to do so, they will not interfere with other people's work. The man with the beard said worriedly that he couldn't help but feel uneasy about their system. But when it comes to people who are so naive, he didn't get a chance to finish, because the man in the hat interrupted him. Folding two fingers, he said he thought he needed to explain even more politely. He had a strange tattoo on his arm. The man's gaze was cold and full of ruthless malice. A fire aura began to form around him. Behind him stood the boy, who was watching with eyes full of horror, the wooden trunk already completely wrapped around his neck, leaving only a small possibility of breathing to keep from losing consciousness. In the same calm, soulless voice, the man said that wood decomposes with time. A fire began to blaze in the middle of the room, inexplicably kept in the air. All the people watched this spectacle with horror. Corpses were lying everywhere. There was a distinct iron odor of blood in the air. The train's wheels cut the silence of the day. It was rushing forward, cutting through space like an arrow. Chihiro had already grown a lot and had matured a lot. His face had sharp features, but his gaze remained the same. A familiar voice called out to him, and he turned around. Shiba-san, a friend of his father's, came into the compartment. He wished the boy a good morning, and he had the same good-natured smile on his face. It turned out that it was impossible to upset this man with anything at all. The man came even closer to him and asked if he could sit next to him. He was holding a dried fish in his hand, the smell of which immediately filled the entire carriage. The boy looked at the man with surprise. Apparently, he didn't expect to see him here. Does he eat capelin? They agreed to meet at the station. What's he doing here? Seba Slovno paid no attention to his bewilderment and said in a cheerful voice that it was beautiful weather. The kid continued to watch intently with his old acquaintance. It was the first time he had ever seen anyone eating dried fish on the go. The man nonchalantly plopped down on the seat across from the guy. He was in high spirits and asked with a sneer, what was the guy's harsh look? He offered to Hiro a fish, but he declined. Sheba sunk his teeth into the food like it was the last bite of his life and began to chew fiercely. The train was moving at a moderate speed, slowly rocking its passengers. White, fluffy clouds stretched across the sky, like ships sailing across the sky. A man asked the boy with interest if he could ask him a question. The boy reluctantly nodded his head. Sheba looked at the scar on the boy's face with interest. He was choosing words to tell him this in a softer way. His gaze was still cold and calculating. The man said that if the guy didn't want to, it was possible to heal that scar more beautifully. Hearing these words, the boy was embarrassed. He knew it himself, but he didn't care. While continuing to eat the fish, the man said, that scar is right in the eye. Or will the guy leave it like that? It's unclear why this man suddenly cared so much about what's on Chihiro's face. There was an awkward pause in the room. After a little silence, the boy began to speak. The noise of the train sounded measuredly, as if lulling its passengers to sleep. The guy seemed to have a hard time talking about it, but he overpowered himself and started talking. When he washed his face in the morning and looked in the mirror, he always saw that scar. Every word seemed to be difficult for him to say, despite his seemingly serious appearance. He immediately recalls that day every time he sees himself in the mirror. Sheba looked at him with an attentive gaze and listened. The boy continued to speak calmly. Thanks to him, he starts his day with a new dose of hatred. His voice sounded calm, but it was obvious that he was trying to hold back the anger that was gripping him. The man looked at him carefully, and as if in a cautionary tone said that if he continued to do so, he would surely break down. Lowering his eyes, the boy asked in an indifferent tone, should he stop doing that? He didn't seem to know what he wanted out of his life. So emotionless and cold was his voice. The man sighed heavily and took another bite from his fried fish. Outside the window, the cityscapes were passing by, blurring and turning into one continuous line. Soon the train arrived at its destination. Its wheels creaked and it stopped at another station. People began to come out of it in droves, and anxious, happy, and sad voices began to spread throughout the station. The huge locomotive emitted a blue vapor that filled almost the entire space of the station. There were a lot of people going about their business, and they didn't even seem to be paying attention to each other. The city lived its own life. Loud voices, the hum of cars, and birdsong blended into a cacophony. After a little thought, the man said that this city was run by the Dragon Awakening faction. Looking at him with a look of incomprehension, the boy asked, are these bandits somehow connected to them? Is he sure? The man replied firmly that yes, he was sure. After a little thought, he said that he hadn't personally checked, but that was the only lead he'd managed to get. In a sad voice, the boy replied that he understood. Well, they had to move on. Chihiro said in a serious tone that they needed to assess the situation. If they would make contact, they could offer them a deal. The boys walked into the crowd of people and were immediately immersed in a multitude of voices. Sheba said it wouldn't work. Soon they came to a square where something terrible was happening. There were 4 hangmen hanging there. The one who had done it must have no principles in life. A few people were protesting, pointing their fingers at the scene of the horrible massacre. It was to be expected. The 4 poor men hanging on the ropes were members of the Purification faction. The man looked at them with a serious look. The Purification movement became a warning to others. Those who rule this city will not let anyone get in their way. Chihiro looked at this horrible sight with a blank stare, and seemed to not even pay attention to the fact that the man was addressing him. There was nothing but emptiness and hatred in his eyes. He was burning with the desire to take revenge on those freaks who allow themselves such inhumane acts. They're a group of real scum who'd sell their own mother. The kid gripped his katana tighter, clutching its hilt hard with his hand. He barely digested the urge right now to rush in and cut down these scum of society so they wouldn't poison the lives of other ordinary citizens. There were already a lot of people around. Some were angry. Some women were crying bitter tears as they watched this horrifying sight. The boy said with certainty that they would take over the apartment of this group, if only the man would lead him to the right place. Near a large building, several men in dress uniforms were sitting at a table. They were talking amongst themselves and joking around. Their lightheartedness was very infectious. A few people were sitting at a table and jokingly talking among themselves. They were saying that they were the busiest people in town. Another kid with white hair came up to them and said reproachfully that they were just sitting on their asses, that things would be easier if the swordsman helped them. One of the men sitting at the table smiled broadly and said that if some idiot who forgot where he belonged came in here, he'd slaughter him right away. The guy with white hair sighed and said that all the people sit peacefully and let themselves be ruled like cattle. Will the danger actually appear? He didn't have time to say anything, as a knife swept past him with great speed, slicing through his carotid artery, splattering everyone around him with blood. After that, it stabbed against the wall, not far from his companion's face. They didn't even have time to react. For a few seconds, they still didn't understand what had happened, but blood was already gushing from the poor man's neck. Several people turned to the direction where the knife had come from. If they didn't understand the situation, they looked that way. The boy who had been the victim tilted his head to the side, blood gushing out of his neck in quick spurts, and dripping onto the snow-white tablecloth and his dress shirt. He didn't even realize who had killed him, but his fate was already sealed. Siba-san stood a little in the distance and said with an ironic smile that he was very embarrassed. His hand had just slipped. The poor guy he had just stabbed with one blow was already sprawled on the table, bleeding. The people sitting at the table didn't even realize the horror of what was happening, as Chihiro jumped onto the table and grabbed the head of one of the people present with his hand. One of the men sat in a stupor, unable to do anything. He was trying to understand who had dared to attack them so brazenly in broad daylight. Fear glittered in his eyes. Chihiro slipped his katana to the neck of one of the men, ironically apologizing for interrupting their conversation so unceremoniously. The man gritted his teeth, still trying to figure out who it was. The men realized that they had been so boldly attacked only when the body of the first murdered man fell with a clatter onto the table, splattering the others with his blood. The kid turned around in one swift movement, standing on the table, and in one fell swoop slashed the necks of 3 other people. Blood started pouring out. They didn't even realize it. The bearded man squinted and said he understood and thanked the executioner for his work. Talking to this man made him uncomfortable, but there was no way out. Turning to his victim, the man said his silence would lead to nothing good, so he was dragging his family into it. The poor man gritted his teeth, blood streaming down his face, but he couldn't wipe it off because his hands were tied. Through gritted teeth, the kid muttered that he had no family. The man leaned in and said he was sorry, but the information had just come in. He fell silent for a rhetorical pause. Just got a tip about the kid's little sister. The man moved even closer to the poor man's face, so close that he could already hear his stinking breath. He handed the leaf to his subordinate, and in an orderly tone told him to go to the address written here. Hearing this, the poor man lost the power of speech, and his breath came in spurts, and his eyes widened to the utmost. The subordinates gathered and began to leave the room with a quick step. The man turned to his victim and said in a snide tone that he must hate himself for not being able to hide it. The poor guy didn't listen to him. A deafening scream came out of his mouth as he tried his best to stop these people. The bleeding guy shouted that he understood everything. He would tell everything he knew. One of the subordinates opened the door wide, ready to go out and execute the deadly order, but suddenly something changed. Something happened that none of them expected. One of the bastards' bodies was immediately cut open by the katana, blood gushing out of the wide wound before they could even realize it, as one of them fell to the ground, saying goodbye to his life. In front of them stood a guy in a black jacket. All present immediately grabbed their katanas. His movements were as fast and precise as lightning, and no one could have predicted them. Blood was pouring out in rivers, and screams were heard everywhere, turning into a gurgling sound. The poor lad, who had just been tortured to death, looked with horror at his mysterious savior, who now caused him even greater terror. The figure of the protagonist from this angle looked simply horrifying. His look was all but lifeless. He stood covered in drops of blood and severed limbs. Now, He looked like some kind of ghost that had appeared to carry out a bloody revenge. The man with the beard turned around. His eyes became frightened. He shouted, "Who are they? What are they doing here?" A fleeting hope flashed across the boy's face. Is he going to be rescued now? Chihiro stood in the doorway and looked into the back of the building. Shiba-san was sitting on the corpses of dead people behind him. There was blood everywhere, and the bodies of the guards who were supposed to protect this place. But they lacked professionalism. Upon hearing the man's question about what the guards do, Shiba, parodying the voice of one of the guards, said that they shirked their duties. Sitting on the half-dead body of one of the guards, the man said that he was the father of the boy who was only Rokuhira Kunishiga. Then he asked if he had heard of him. The man couldn't say anything but clenched his teeth and looked up. Shiba continued his story. He said that this man, and only he, possessed special processing techniques. It was a master loner. Behind the back of their leader, more assassins had already appeared, like chain dogs ready to fulfill any order. The man asked in a stern voice what they wanted. The protagonists were now outnumbered, but it turned out they didn't care at all. Standing in the doorway, the kid looked like a real butcher from bloody urban legends. In a quiet voice, he said that all he wanted to do was ask something, and he also had something to tell them. His face was transformed and contorted with rage. He was almost all stained with the blood of his enemies. The boy's voice became fierce, almost shouting. He said that such scoundrels as these had no right to hold a sword. At such words, the bearded man became furious. He ordered his servants to immediately deal with these scoundrels who dared to invade their domain. He ordered them to finish off the intruders immediately. The men rushed towards the guy with their katanas out, preparing to chop him at the same moment. Their leader ordered them to be killed on the spot and then hanged. But these words had no effect on the boy, and he only gripped the hilt of his katana tighter. His face was calm and centered. He wasn't afraid of such petty criminals as these people were. His goal was much higher. Rokuhira Kunishiga etched black magic into the blade. Shiba silently watched from the sidelines. The protagonist's father created a magic sword with special powers. Chihiro stood in the doorway, ready to finish off those bastards here and now. A short sigh escaped from the guy's mouth. He gathered all the energy in his body and channeled it into the sword. At the same time, his weapon became a part of his hand. With a metallic sound, the sword began to emerge from its sheath. It was covered in some strange energy that inspired fear and terror. It was the heaven of the abyss. The guy stood in the doorway as if he were some ancient swordsman preparing to slay a monster. It was partly so. He swung his sword and magical carps appeared from nowhere. The sword began to glow with magical energy. Those present didn't understand. What the hell was this? Who the hell is this guy? They stopped and watched in horror. Shiba-san watched from the sidelines and thought, this kid has a blade that his father made last. He put his whole life into it. Chihiro looked at his victims like a hunter who had found his long-awaited prey. A vortex of magical energy began to swirl around him, infusing the sword with each passing second. His opponents were already running at him with all their legs, swinging their katanas. They didn't realize yet what kind of power they would have to face. The air was filled not only with sparks from the clash of swords, but also with the heavy weight of unspoken words lurking in the depths of their gazes. It was a battle not for life, but for honor, in which every blow echoed through the ruined walls. My heart beats in time with the echo of footsteps and the clash of swords. The invisible storm gathers its forces, overwhelmed and tense. In every look, one can read the foreboding of impending chaos. Suddenly, there are shouts and a whirlwind of black cloaks bursts into the crowd, bringing destruction. Swords plow through the air, shimmering in the light of the setting sun. Chihiro, standing out among the others, stares piercingly at his opponent, ready for a decisive attack. With every movement he makes, anxious sparks of anticipation fly. The crowd retreats, leaving room for a duel. Fates intertwine in a dance of edge and force, where every sword stroke is filled with determination, and every slope is a whisper of death. Hearts freeze in anticipation of the outcome, knowing only the shadows that dance on the walls in the crooked mirror of this war. As the shadows grow longer and faces fill with gloom, the pulse quickens. Anticipation hangs in the air, and a spark flares in this tension. Resistance is born where there seems to be no hope. Faces are frozen in a mask of horror as a hero emerges from the darkness, ready to defy fate. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, his eyes sparkle with fearlessness. Niskiki. His cry cuts through the air, the echo of his will spreading faster than the wind that drives the clouds. And while the storm rages on earth, life goes on unperturbed elsewhere. Birds perched on wires become mute witnesses to human passions, unaware of the battles raging beneath them. They lead their melodies, ignoring the noise of swords and shouts, reminding us that even in chaos there is room for calm. In a world where every day is a struggle, moments of respite are worth their weight in gold. Shiba-san throws his head back as he swallows a bite of fried fish, a small victory over fatigue, over pain. He closes his eyes for a split second, and in that silence inside he finds a tiny island of peace. But his tranquility is deceptive. Opening his eyelids, he sees only destruction before him. The glazed eyes of war victims stare at him, waiting for answers. He steps through the silence, through the door that separates him from what is left behind. Tell me everything you know about Hisyaku. The words, born of despair and hope, echoed off the ruins. Hisyaku? What do you mean? The words spill out through the tension, his gaze sliding over faces, searching for the answer he already knows but can't accept. Secrets lurk in every shadow, and every whisper could be a thunderclap that brings everything around him down. The figure of Chihiro appears before him, clad in a dark cloak, reflecting the essence of what the world calls the Black Magicians Organization. They are a web enveloping the city, invisible and pervasive. Those behind you, he says as if it were a simple statement, but each word weighs like a sentence. And here he is, standing before his judge in the person of the one who accuses him, who passes judgment. You pretend you had nothing to do with it, but it doesn't matter. Your subordinates have already thrown you in hell. Fate has already decided their share, and it is inexorable. In this game, every move can be the last, and every word can be the beginning of the end. After facing the inevitable, the hallway is silent, broken only by heavy footsteps. The smell of pain lingers in the air. Are you okay? A calm voice cuts through the silence, addressed to a wounded comrade sitting on the floor, tired from the struggle. There was no response, only a groan of stubbornness and rejection of reality from someone struggling to keep himself on his feet. Monsters. Hisyaku. Those people. His words intertwined with fear and the realization that they were facing something unimaginable. If you are plotting to go against them, you are out of your mind. The exclamation is more than a warning. It is a plea to stay out of the coming storm. But the eyes of the one who stands before him tell a different story. They are determined to face that storm head-on, even if it takes his last breath. Do I look like a sane person? I don't care what kind of monsters they are. Chihiro's words pierce the air with as much determination as his gaze. He's not looking for approval. He's not waiting for understanding. His soul has already chosen a path, and now there is no room for doubt. Kill them all. I must. These words are not a request, not a question. They are a statement of a mission he intends to accomplish no matter what. He knows that every step forward could be his last, but he will not stop. It's all untied, Shiba said quietly, trying to untie the ropes on the poor man's arms. You've had a hard time, said Shiba as he helped Pan up. Thank you very much. The words of gratitude burst out through the pain and fatigue to the stranger who had become an unexpected ally in the storm of events. And you, actually. He tries to find the words to ask about the stranger whose appearance is shrouded in mystery. His gaze is full of questions, and each one seems vital. I am Shiba. A short answer said with the same confidence as his actions. A name that becomes another mystery in this story, where each character harbors a deep layer of meanings and motivations. The world around them seemed to freeze. I don't care what kind of monsters they are. I must. The words are lost in the ruins of the destroyed room. He realizes that his task is far from over, and he faces a choice that will determine not only his fate, but the fate of many. Kill them all, he says, and there is determination in his eyes, the same determination that leads him through the darkness. He knows his path is not an easy one, but he is willing to walk it no matter how difficult it may be. And then Shiba enters as if interrupting his train of thought. That's the way it is. Do you understand, asshole? His words sound like a throw of the gauntlet to fate, a challenge that cannot be refused. He is ready to support this battle because now their paths are intertwined by a common thread, the fight against an unknown threat. You had better swear to his words. Sheba inspires confidence and certainty. He's not just an associate. He's a reminder that there's no room for hesitation in this fight. He knows the value of decisions made here and now. Thanks, helped out, tossed Chihiro over his shoulder. Done, I yelled at him once. Words of gratitude are replaced with a joke, diffusing the tension, even in such a dark chapter of their story. Sheba's irony is his way of fighting fear, his sword against despair, if only because traces of their activities began to appear about 4 years ago. That's right, they know about Hisyaku. The conversation turns to analyzing the problem, to trying to find the thread that will lead them to the origins of the darkness. Sheba and his Chihiro are not just allies in circumstance. They become a team ready to meet their enemy armed with determination and newfound understanding. Something vaguely about a small group of elite spellcasters, but nothing definite. Chihiro's words are full of bewilderment and uncertainty that they are dealing with forces beyond their comprehension. Sheba doesn't hide his irritation. And I'd really like to have concrete information. He wants understanding, he wants answers that could help them in this struggle. He tries to justify himself to Chihiro for his outburst. You don't need to add anything. Sheba realizes that every ally is important in these circumstances, and every harsh word could cost them the cooperation they so desperately need. Yeah, and yelling at him was unnecessary, said Chihiro calmly. Chihiro addresses his victim directly, his voice full of anxiety and pleading. What do you know about Hisaku? Tell me everything. It's no longer just a fight for survival. It's a search for truth in a world where every single piece of information could be the key to understanding the danger that threatens them. The fallen bastard, weighed down by the battle, struggles to choose his words. Shh. Okay, goddammit. His voice trails off. His eyes lose focus. He's on the edge of consciousness. But even in this state, he tries to convey an important message. These people, he begins, but his words are cut short. Chihiro, sensing the importance of the moment, urges him to continue, but the man is no longer able to say more. Chihiro, realizing the seriousness of the situation, addresses the bastard even though he's disgusted. Hello? But the man is still not breathing. Sheba, realizing the need for action, proposes a plan. Brother, let's go get some air, shall we? He offers a rest, a chance to catch his breath and gather his thoughts to face the challenges ahead with renewed vigor. The man's eyes rolled back and he wheezed in pain, losing consciousness. The kid tried to shout to him, but it was already futile. The last drops of life were leaving the man's body. His eye began to roll strangely inward. The kid who had just been released from captivity was watching everything that was going on with interest and some fear. The protagonist ordered the bastard to immediately tell everything he knows. Suddenly, the man's face began to deform in a strange way, the skin on it stretching as if something was moving underneath it like huge worms. Chihiro looked at the poor man in horror. He was screaming in pain, and it looked like he couldn't see anything. Shiba-san stood with his back turned to everything, not noticing anything. Suddenly, he heard the cracking of wood and the screams of his comrades. Behind his back, a real drama was unfolding, as huge snakes, tree roots were ripping out of the man's body. They grabbed people and threw them in different directions. The roots were like giant snakes, which, smelling their prey, began to pounce on everyone indiscriminately. The poor fellow watched the huge roots of the tree coming towards him, and was resigned to the fact that he was about to be torn to pieces. His lips only managed to whisper one phrase. We. Suddenly, Shiba-san grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, and as if complimenting his phrase, he said, "They won't die," as if he had come to his senses and realized the horror of the situation. He tossed the poor man aside with such force that he flopped to the floor and rolled upside down on his ass. The man apologized for being so rude, but that wasn't what he had to think about right now. Lying in such a strange pose, he noticed that he was already in the street. The man asked if the guy was hurt by any chance. He was still trying to regain consciousness. Soon they were on the street. The danger had passed them by, but for how long? The guy thanked the man for saving them, and a little hesitantly asked who he was. In a cheerful voice, the man said, "Great." The guy was confused. Shiba turned to look at him and muttered to himself that this guy was still green. At this time, the poor man was trying to hold back his gagging as he struggled to comprehend what he had seen, even though all the wizards lived in the city. But it was possible to meet someone like this in the countryside. Suddenly, the man remembered his partner, who at the time was furiously battling the distraught tree roots. Chihiro was standing in the house, shrouded in tree roots and chopping them with his sword. His face was still covered in blood and his eyes were staring into the void. A man remembered him and ran into the house screaming. The guy said it was pretty damn dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, he asked what happened to the guy they'd just rescued. The man said he was alive and well, just a little groggy. He was still thanking the kid for the miraculous rescue. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he was upset, only he had the opportunity to learn even more about the Hisayaku. The man said that a spell had been cast on this man. That's very considerate. But judging by the scale of the tragedy, it was done by a very capable enchanter. He gritted his teeth in anger, and once again a small opportunity to learn a little about his main goal eludes him. At this time, the man's face was already completely deformed by the huge infernal roots. It bore little resemblance to a human face. The skin was stretched and one eye was out of its orbit. All that reminded him that this creature had ever been human was his mouth. The room was already almost completely braided with huge roots that seemed to breathe. The man said he was planning to look into Tokyo. Chihiro said he would go with him. Suddenly the kid stumbled and Shiba grabbed him by the scruff of the neck to keep him from falling. This kid is pretty exhausted today. He can barely stand on his feet. The man looked at his companion with a concerned look. Despite the past 3 years, this kid has no combat experience at all. Although he is still far from wielding a magic sword. But this guy is already capable of handling such problems completely on his own. A small turret stood in the grass, and a bright yellowish light radiated from it. Rokuhiro's workshop and home was protected from the outside world by a barrier that prevented evil forces from sneaking in. And if something wrong happened inside him, Shiba would be able to know about it thanks to this barrier. The man shrieked as if he'd seen his own death. His eyes changed in an instant to a look of genuine horror. He stood in front of a completely destroyed house, the ruins of which revealed 2 silhouettes that were vaguely familiar to the man. And that thought pierced his heart like a sword. The bloody body of a man was lying on the ground. It was already hard to tell who it was. A vague guess pierced Siba's brain from this. It was as if he had a chill inside. For a few more seconds he stood there, staring dumbfounded at the horrible picture, unable to move even a part of his body. Sitting over the bloody corpse of his father was Chihiro. The guy was still unemotional. He was completely covered in blood. Despite the horror of the situation, the guy remained calm. Shiba finally came to his senses and rushed to the boy's aid. He didn't seem to be paying any attention to him. It wasn't until the man came close that he turned his weary gaze on him. The man questioned the boy. "Is he all right?" There were a million thoughts going through his head. A man ran up to them and started asking the guy, "What did she have going on here?" The boy kept his hand on his dead father's chest, holding his sword to it. Inside him, it was like something had broken. Something very important. In a calm voice, the guy answered that it was the 3 spellcasters. His gaze was directed into the void, expressing nothing. Today, the man inside him had died. Several people stood in front of the blacksmith's bloody body, holding their weapons. They surrounded the man, who was already badly wounded and could not resist them fully. Suddenly, they appeared out of the darkness like ghosts. The little boy lay in the ruins of his own house, unable to move a finger. He was exhausted. He could not help his father, who now faced an unknown danger, and it was eating him up inside. Suddenly, one of the men raised a hand with a familiar tattoo. My eyes began to darken, my awareness falling into a dark, viscous void, stammering as if squeezing every word out of himself. The boy said he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, everything was already done. The man looked at him with frantic eyes and tried to understand what had happened in such a short time. He was standing next to a guy who was hugging the already cold corpse of his father. The man didn't know what to say. The situation was really terrible. During the war, the protagonist's father had made 6 magic swords. After the war was over, all the swords went back to his workshop and were hidden in the basement. Now, everything was destroyed, and it was very difficult to find anything that had survived. The man scrutinized the ruins of the house. Had all the swords really been stolen? Goosebumps ran down his skin. The man grasped the boy's shoulder and began to examine him to see if he was all right. Right now, the most important thing for him was to know that he was okay. "We should have called a doctor." In a heavy voice, with all his will in his fist, the boy said that it was nothing and that he was fine. At this point, his mind went blank, and he began to drift back into his childhood memories. He remembered the time his father took him to the basement and showed him some boxes. In them are magical swords. Each one has its own specific property, magical power. The boy watched his father proudly show him the results of his labors. After a little silence, he quietly said that this was the sword he should strive for. Hearing his son's reasoning, the blacksmith said it was quite possible. But let the boy remember something. Chihiro was alert and prepared to listen carefully. At the goat's hand towards the swords, the man said thoughtfully that all these swords could not be called a proper reference point. The man's voice was serious and ingratiating. Looking at his son with a cold gaze, the father said that he should not admire the ability to create a strong sword. His gaze was cold and serious, but at the same time overflowing with paternal love and care, wanting to teach his son and pass on to him as much priceless knowledge as possible. Father kept talking. He said the boy should see the world with his own eyes. For what purpose and what kind of sword should he make? That's a question the lad must find the answer to through hardship. His father said that he too had been searching for the answer to that question day after day. And even after all these years, he had not been able to find it. Chihiro looked at him with a serious and seemingly soulless gaze. Grinning his warm fatherly smile, the man said that he would gradually gain their wits. The boy nodded his head and continued to look at his father with a seemingly expressionless gaze. He wanted to say something else, but he was too shy. Eyes downcast, the boy began to speak. His voice was calm and poised as ever. A little look at his father said that if he decided to have a serious conversation, he should have worn a more serious jersey. This t-shirt looks too carefree. The man's t-shirt had a round sun painted on it, and the words "sunshine is good." The man stared at his clothes in surprise. Does his son really think that of him? I mean, she's a badass. The boy replied that only his father thought so. Now all that came to mind was his father's bloody face. The dearest person in his life, who had been his support and encouragement all these years. Now he was all alone. Drops of already cold blood froze on the man's face, forming a crust. The guy still couldn't take it. Hot tears started streaming down his cheeks, and his voice started to break into a scream. Something very important had died inside him. Now, in his heart, there was only emptiness and pain. Through his tears, stammering, he asked, "Who were all these people?" Sheba looked at him with a tarnished gaze. He himself was overwhelmed with pity for the little boy. He didn't know what to say, didn't know how to comfort the boy. Through his tears, the boy stammered that these people had no idea how serious his father was about those swords. There was so much pain in those words that no words in the world seemed capable of describing it. The boy grunted. His breath hitched and he couldn't say anything else. He was so overwhelmed by this grief that nothing existed for him now but the bloody corpse of the person he loved most. With eyes full of bitter tears, he looked at the ruins of his home, the place where he felt protected. Now there was only rubble. The picture of him and his father sitting at the table, his father making faces at him, and him looking at him with the same serious gaze. It was the warmest memory of his life. Tears flowed down the guy's cheeks. He couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. He had tried to be serious for so many years, but now he was broken. The only question that plagued him was, why did it have to be like this? He didn't understand why he deserved to be punished like this. Shiba-san also felt guilty about the incident. He apologized if he had caught up a little earlier. Perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. The man agonized, but how could they even find this place? The guy didn't hear anything at all anymore, he just cried, going over in his memory all those moments that were for him the dearest in his life. He remembered that moment, and the very tattoo on the arm of the man who had taken his father from him. He remembered the sarcastic smile with which the bastard had killed. His eyes filled with rage. His breath came in quick gasps, and his heart began to beat with such force that he felt like it was going to fly out of his chest. Through his tears, he began to speak, vowing to himself. The boy gripped the sword in his hand even tighter. He must convey his father's beliefs to them. Those words seemed lost in the abyss, in the grief that had taken hold of the boy and seemed never to let him go. He looked down even more, and now he was staring forward with almost lifeless eyes. There were a lot of thoughts in his head, which he was trying to put in order. The wound on his soul had not had time to heal, and now he was reminded of his desire for revenge. From that day until now, nothing is known about Hisayaku. Not magical swords. He put his katana back in its scabbard. He thought with annoyance that he had just discovered some clue. And again, everything slips through his fingers. The boy thought sadly that it was not surprising that it was at such a moment that his father's sword was used for evil. But there was nothing left to do. It was necessary to solve this mystery and avenge the death of a loved one. He gritted his teeth and thought that he should find the Hisayaka and the rest of the swords as soon as possible. The kid was sitting on the windowsill looking at his katana. Small fish were flying in the air next to him. His soul was empty. His gaze was serious and calm. Outside the window, other houses of the big megapolis were shining with their windows. The pale white moon had already risen into the sky. Chihiro was sitting on the windowsill, contemplating his katana, when the door of the room swung open and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. The large, tall hotel building towered over the rest of the city. Everywhere hung various advertising signs welcoming future customers, enticing them to buy a new, useless product. The black windows of the hotel looked at their future visitors. It was Tokyo, the city of nightlights, but the streets were still bustling with life. It didn't stop for a second. In the distance, the windows of high-rise buildings that looked like big beehives glowed. Shiba walked into the room and turned to the kid. He said that if he was still awake, they needed to go somewhere. Chihiro turned to him and asked what was wrong. With a serious look at the boy, the man said that they were in Tokyo at the most opportune moments. Finally, the man paused rhetorically, waiting for the right moment. The guy kept looking at his katana, the blade of the sword reflecting his face, full of determination and cold calculation. Beside him, fish swirled in the air. Finally, they were on the trail of the one who had seen the magic swords. This path would lead them to their father's enemies. The sword slid into its scabbard with a clap. An atmosphere of tension hung around. They must move out. There was no time to delay. As we all know, Japanese society is held together by swords. At the same time, allowing the possession of balls for self-defense contributes to the deterioration of public order. A respectable car stopped outside the hotel, from which several men in expensive suits got out. However, both Yakuza and important people from the cool business. There was a girl standing by the lockers talking excitedly. She was wearing a school uniform and a short skirt. The girl continued. She said that all these ranks of society desire a more effective means of self-defense, and here comes their hour. The girl's eyes lit up with anticipation. Many magicians from all over Japan gathered in one place. In Tokyo, there are over 1,000. This is where most of the magicians are located. The girl was standing by a news sign. Bringing the two sides together was her job, too. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time the girl had interacted with the most dangerous ranks of society. She looked at the sign that said in big letters, "Need information about the Hisayaki." There's a flame sign on her hand. It was a request from one of the regular customers, 3 years ago. Shiba looked at the girl and asked in a friendly way how was life. The girl's name was Hinao. In a cheerful tone, she replied that everything was fine. The girl noticed that the man had been gone a long time. What was he doing? He said that a lot had happened in the meantime. It was obvious that he wanted to share his worries. Smiling, the girl asked, "What are his plans now?" "There are quite a few lucrative jobs. He can work as a bodyguard for the Seiko company director. Bodyguard to the chairman's daughter, mansion guard." The man interrupted her and said he wasn't looking for a job right now. The girl looked at him in surprise. After hesitating a bit, he asked the girl if she knew Rokuhiro Kunishiga. Hearing that, Kunao made a serious look. "Of course she knows everything. Who does he think she is?" The man continued his question. "And does she know that he was killed too?" His voice was still calm. They stood behind the bar, the man sitting on a small stool. The girl replied that she knew everything perfectly well. When she found out about it, she was so surprised. People say that the magical swords were stolen by some group and all that. There was interest in her voice, Suddenly she interrupted and with confusion asked, "What's the matter exactly? Why does he ask?" Shiba leaned on the table and began to speak. That's when she learned that this man was related to Kokuhiro Kunishige himself. The news had changed her attitude toward the man. The guy's gaze was cold and serious. He looked through the man. His gaze hadn't changed in the slightest, only the desire for revenge. Hinao rested her head on the table. She was terribly bored. As usual, the only people who came to see her were the Yakuza and the powerful enchanters. She lay on the bar and tried to kill time somehow, to finish her work day as soon as possible. Suddenly, the reception bell rang. The girl had already greeted the new visitor, but she stopped half-heartedly. The doors opened and a small child was shown on the threshold. What was he doing here? Children were a rarity in a place like this. The city was lively. The nightlife was going on. Cars were whizzing back and forth. People were busy doing their own things. Huge posters and signs hung everywhere with colorful actors. The light of street lamps and car headlights illuminated the streets. In the stream of people, one couldn't even see their faces. Each of them no longer represented a separate individual, a boundless stream. This city, if you compromise even for a moment, it will be impossible to rise. The protagonists opened the creaky door and stepped inside. Shiba greeted the owners of the place with a loud cheer. Chihiro shivered, embarrassed for his companion. Hinao, standing behind the bar, ordered them to stop yelling. The two immediately fell silent. The sweet smell of spices wafted through the air. The atmosphere hadn't changed a bit since the men first came here. Turning to the newcomers, the girl said irritably that she was sick of these loud-mouthed men. Her face showed that she was not in the best of spirits. When she saw Chihiro, she waved at him. Had he decided to drop in on her today, too? The girl could tell that she was happy to see them. Chihiro greeted her discreetly. She continued to demoniacally cheer. Apparently, she didn't get many good visitors. She said, "This is really cool." The guy wondered, "Is that cool?" The girl walked closer to them. "Well, yeah, he comes here a lot." After a slight hesitation, the guy thanked her for telling him right away. His gaze softened a bit, so she's saying someone saw a magic sword. The girl nodded her head. It had been after all, and she was vacationing at their place now. On numerous shelves were frog figurines, cacti, and other things that were meant to create a homey coziness. Soon they came to the bedroom where a little girl was lying on the couch, sleeping sweetly. She didn't even notice those who entered her room. The boys looked at her in surprise. "That's some little girl." Chihiro glanced at his friend in surprise and asked, "Is this girl an eyewitness?" His eyes and voice were filled with disbelief. She shrugged her shoulders, and in her cheeky way replied that that was just the way it was. She came in, and went straight to bed. Hinao stood behind the bar while the little girl who had just arrived at the cafe unceremoniously shouted her greetings as if someone was waiting for her. The girl, almost syllable by syllable, said that she had come because she had heard that you could hire a warlock here, as she spoke loudly, as befitted a young child. Remembering this, Hinao laughed. She squinted at her little visitor and, leaning on the counter, asked in a snide tone, "And what's her order?" Her voice was mocking. In contrast, the look of the little visitor was incredibly serious. She clenched her fists, and with all possible seriousness said that she needed protection. She was being pursued by a bad man. I could tell from the little one's face that she wasn't kidding, even though it looked pretty comical from the outside. Kneeling down in front of her, the hostess asked the young lady, "How much money does she have? After all, the services here are not free." The little girl replied with the same seriousness that she didn't have a dime. Hinao shook her head pretentiously. The little girl repeated all the actions after her as if mimicking her. From the outside, it looked like a little sister mimicking an older sister. Hinao smiled. She realized that this little girl and couldn't have money. After thinking for a while, the girl asked what kind of scoundrels were after her. After thinking for a bit, the little mysterious girl whispered. She tried to make her tone as mysterious as possible. Putting her index finger up, she said that this person had the strongest sword in the world. At this moment, Hinao thought that this little girl had definitely seen a magic sword. The guy stood beside her and silently thought, "Well, it's time to get to the bottom of all this. It's a strange story until they know the details. It's hard to say anything concrete." The girl looked at them in surprise. "What are these two talking about?" Shiba sighed out of a sarcastic tone. He said that he thought it was probably just a childish story. The strongest sword in the world, he chuckled at even the thought of it. Hinao was offended by this attitude. She was trying to help him, and he was acting like a real bastard. In fact, you shouldn't have trusted the words of such a petty girl from the beginning. Hinao puffed up even more. But they were the ones who asked to be informed in every little detail. There was resentment in the girl's voice. At this time, the little girl who was lying next to him whispered one word through her sleep. Hippo. Chihiro glanced at her in surprise. A hippo? What kind of nonsense is that? At this time, the little girl would keep mumbling in her sleep something about cell division. Is she talking in her sleep? I wonder what she's dreaming about. Does this child really know about cell division? But then the little girl woke up with a loud scream. Her face looked mad as if she had just had a nightmare. The girl got up and began to look with interest at those who had come and disturbed her sleep. There was a look of incomprehension and a touch of fear in her eyes. After thinking for a bit, the girl enthusiastically began to ask, "Who are they? Are they enchanters? Would they protect her?" The man put his hand out in front of her and told her to be a little quieter before they needed to clear up a few things. The man squinted his eyes and said, "First, let her tell me why it was some rascal who was after her." The girl puffed up her cheeks and began to think hard. The man had put her in a stupor with his assertiveness. She looked at him with her wide eyes and did not say a word. Shiba asked in a loud voice, couldn't she think of anything? Quickly, she was splitting up. She should have been better prepared. At this time, the girl crossed her legs and looked at him with a wide smile. She was amused by this whole situation. And in fact, this is no place for her to play, so let her go home now. When she heard that phrase, she shook her head negatively. The man asked her in surprise, did she not remember the way home? After a little silence, she sadly replied that she had no home. In a stern voice, Shiba-san asked, what about Dad and Mom? The girl's look was clear. Her eyes were wet and she was about to pay for it. Well, now at least it's clear that this girl is an orphan. Shiba sighed and looked over at the boy. After a moment's thought, he asked his companion if he could take this girl to an orphanage. Chihiro asked rhetorically, maybe they should have dinner. The little girl looked at her askance. You could tell right away from her look that she was very hungry. The answer to the question seemed to come to herself. The boy sat down in front of her and asked her affectionately if she wanted to eat. The girl just sat on the edge of the couch and looked at him with her big eyes. She wanted to say something, but she stopped short as her stomach rumbled. It was clear without further ado that of course she was hungry. She was so thin that it seemed she hadn't eaten for days on end. She waved her hands and told the boy that he could see it all himself, or rather hear it. Chihiro sighed heavily. And what kind of behavior this kid had. It looked like she hadn't eaten in a while. Shiba and Hinao watched her from a distance. The protagonist looked at the little girl with the calm gaze. He looked at absolutely every point. He asked her what she would like to eat. Tempura soba, shyly muttered the girl to herself. Suddenly the girl's eyes lit up. And as if she had thought of something else, she wanted to ask if she could do something else. But the boy interrupted her, saying that she had already made her choice. Shiba stood outside smoking a cigarette. His pensive face was turned forward. Behind him was a beautiful black car. The man was immersed in his musings. This kid really likes to take care of other points on his father had once trained himself quite well. Pictures from such a distant past surfaced in his mind. There was a plate of appetizing soup on the table. It was tempura soba. The smell of this dish spread throughout the room, making one involuntarily drool. As soon as the plate of food was on the table, the girl screamed with joy. A man in a chef's uniform approached. He bowed respectfully and handed the boy another dish. The boy thanked him. The little girl said her name was Shal. He looked at the girl in surprise. Time of introduction. Okay, then he said his name was Chihiro. Shal chewed enthusiastically on the delicious food. It had been a long time since she had eaten such a delicious meal. And now she was trying to savor every moment of it. The poor thing was living on the street, and she didn't have any money for a normal meal. The girl with her mouth full started talking. She turned to the boy and said that if he asked her if it was good, she would say, uh-huh. In a serious voice, the boy turned to her and told her that when she was finished, he would take her to the orphanage where she would have someone to play with. When she heard that, the girl, she looked at him as if she didn't expect such a setup. Almost crying, she asked, so the guy won't protect her? Isn't this soup a sign of a contract? She was almost crying. The boy lowered his head. He himself didn't know why this happened. But even Siba doesn't think this is her place to play. The girl pouted her lips and said in a serious tone that it wasn't a game. From this angle, she looked even funnier and cuter. The kid said in a serious voice to then tell her the reason why she was being hunted by a bad man. The girl started to speak, she immediately stammered. Realizing everything, Chihiro said that she hadn't made up her story yet, so she couldn't answer right. Shao shouted that it wasn't true. The guy started to devour his noodles. Shao replied that she just didn't want to answer that question. They were sitting in a restaurant, eating. At that time, another tall man came through the door and went inside, looking for a free table. Thinking a bit, the guy said, then let her tell what was the strongest sword in the world. He needed to know at least something. Shao started talking with her mouth open, and she didn't manage to say anything intelligible, just a set of some incomprehensible sounds. The guy tried to hear her once, but nothing worked. Finally, he got through and took a sip. The girl said that clouds were flying out of that man's ball. Hearing this, the guy's eyes widened. It was as if he had heard something familiar. Oh, really? That kind of luck? It can't be. But she said clouds. It was hardly just a random guess. It was like a herd of goosebumps ran down the guy's back, about to get closer to figuring it out. After thinking for a bit, the guy timidly asked the girl, "Is it definitely not a game?" Shawl said in a serious tone that everything is for sure. It's not a game. After that, the kid asked another question. Did that rascal have a flame mark on the back of his hand? The girl hesitated. It was hard for her to remember. She said, "I think not, but..." She hesitated as if choosing words. At this time, the cook went to a neighboring table where the lanky man who had recently entered was sitting. The chef asked, "Isn't he going to order anything?" The stranger replied that it was none of his business and that he should leave immediately. When the cook heard this, he was indignant. He would not tolerate such rudeness. This is a noodle shop. If he doesn't want to eat noodles, then let him get the hell out of here. The cook was furious. Chihiro was engrossed in his conversation, but still kept his guard up. Who knows what might happen now? Leaning closer to the girl, the guy asked her, the one chasing her, was he Odin? At this time, an argument was going on between the lanky man and the cook. The newcomer said he was fed up with the cook. The girl said in a conspiratorial tone that he had many henchmen. Behind their backs, a real drama played out. The new visitor, enraged, jammed the chopsticks into the cook's throat with all his might. He began to wheeze, spattering drops of blood in different directions. The boy slanted his eyes and quietly watched the whole thing. At last he had a lead. So she had indeed hired herself a guard. The boy glanced at the corpse of the poor cook, who was lying on the floor, no longer breathing. 2 chopsticks were sticking out of his throat. Another cook saw this horror and shook with fear. There was a problem. The guy called out to the stranger, but he didn't even turn around. He only uttered a single word to Furaku. The man didn't even turn around. He had huge gold earrings in his ears. They were the kind worn by some shamans in ancient times. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange thing appeared that looked like a demon mask. Only the boy realized it was a time bomb. He had to act now, or he'd be blown to bits. There was a deafening explosion. The guy barely managed to jump out of the door at the last moment. A second later, the windows blew out from the powerful explosion, and people passing by began to cover themselves from the glass shards flying directly at them. The street was a mess. Everywhere were the household items that used to adorn the windows of the establishment. A guy was lying on the road a little far away, trying to catch his breath after such an incident. None of the people realized what was going on. What was this, a warlock? We should have run. We should have. They were stalkers after all. Shaw wasn't lying. That means she must have seen the sword she was talking about. I should have believed her right away. The boy, rising to his feet, apologized to the girl for doubting her words. And all around them was the devastation of the explosion. The place where they'd just been sitting was completely trashed. There was a huge hole through which another part of the street could be seen. The man who caused the whole disaster came out of the ruins of the cafe and with astonishment asked, "Is he still alive?" But that's the problem. In his hands he held a shawl which was dangling from a belt. The boy's gaze became determined. Now he knew enough to draw definite conclusions. A man was walking towards him in a casual manner. He was still holding the girl tied up. She didn't make a sound, just shaking with fear. Chihiro got into a fighting stance and prepared to attack his opponent. A plan of action immediately formed in his mind. First, the girl must be rescued, and then find out if this man was related to magic swords. The stranger held the poor girl tightly tied up. He said he only wanted the girl. He was not interested in the boy. The boy gripped his peelers tighter. One swing and it would be over. His movements are precise and quick. In an instant, he had shortened the distance and was already very close to the stranger. It took him only a fraction of a second to cut the belt that restrained the little girl's movements. "Siba," he shouted, calling to his comrade for help. Now another fight would break out. It's not uncommon in this town. A man appeared as if from nowhere and picked up the girl in his arms, preventing her from falling to the hard ground. She didn't even have time to realize it. The man jokingly said it would feel like a bad one, but let her apologize. Realizing that his prey was getting away from him, the man rushed to catch up with the girl. There was no way he was going to lose her. At that time, Siba put Shal in the car with him. The girl had already realized that she was on the verge of death and had already started to scream. He stroked her head to calm her down. They sat in the interior of the car. For a second, they were safe. The girl was shaking with fear and flapping her big eyes. She couldn't say a word. Her breath came in gasps. She was so frightened. Finally, she came to her senses and looked at her savior. She asked him what the hell was that. The man glanced at her and mumbled to himself that she seemed to have regained her composure after 3 somersaults. "Oh yeah, how's she feeling?" The girl mumbled something unintelligible to herself. It was obvious that she seemed fine. With interest in her voice, she asked, "What did that just happen? Is this some kind of magic?" The man nodded. The girl resentfully said she wanted to be able to do that too. After a moment's thought, the man replied that she could master it too, if she worked as a cursed one. Apparently she didn't understand the expression and stared at the man with even more interest. He began to explain. He said that magic is built on meta-energy, the energy of human life. It slumbers in each of the humans and even in her. Shal tried to comprehend the essence of everything that had been said and looked under her shirt, as if trying to find something there that could explain everything to her. "Don't get acquainted," who wanted to steal the girl, quietly buried out of spite. He said that he would not repeat it, but would only say it once. His voice took on a fierce tone. The man yelled for the guy to give her the girl back immediately. His face contorted with a grimace and hatred. He really didn't like it when things didn't go his way. Chihiro calmly swung the ball and the magic carps reappeared around him. He apologized, but he had other plans for this. When he saw it, the stranger's eyes widened and his heart skipped a beat. He saw something he never expected. It was a magic sword, and now it seemed his life would be cut short. Sitting in the car, the girl looked at Siba with wide, big eyes and asked, "Is that a goldfish?" The man nodded and calmly replied that he, the man they were talking about, had what she said was the strongest sword. When energy is released, it takes shape. A magic sword can amplify meta-energy, but the human body can't generate and maintain that level of energy on its own. This goldfish is nothing but the embodiment of a power that surpasses the abilities of man. His gaze grew tired of explaining such complicated things to a small child. While they were talking peacefully, Chihiro was energizing his sword to finally finish off this scoundrel. This man deserved no mercy after all. He was hunting a little girl. The man was shocked. He to me just materializes energy outside his body like him. This guy is energy. It's a magic sword. There's another one. The man couldn't believe his eyes. It was the first time he had encountered such power. One more? The boy stopped and thought for a moment. So it was all true after all. Yes, the magic ball's inherent reaction is energy. He was standing outside the cafe building he had destroyed. He said he didn't think after 2 meetings with them they could come to an agreement. He put out his hands and threw a lot of the very same bombs at the guy that he used to blow the cafe to smithereens. Dodging each hit, the guy asked him where was the second ball. The bombs were falling around him and exploding one after another, but he dodged skillfully. The stranger laughed. Of course he would tell him so. Chihiro continued to question him. He needed to find out as much information as he could about the swords. He asked, "So who had it now?" Surprisingly, the guy didn't lose his composure even in this situation. "What, he's this man's employer?" The guy dodged and jumped high into the air. The stranger laughed again. He called the boy a salaga. "You only ask people questions like that after you've taken your enemy to the wall. And now they're on equal footing." But still, the man couldn't believe it. Is this the power that was rumored to end the war? It's impossible. In fact, it's not even possible. If it's only capable of slashing attacks, then its technique is no different from ordinary magic. The man squinted his eyes. The girl, she's still around, isn't she? Hope flashed in that thought. The man screamed, trying to reach the girl. He said it was a snotty girl just giving everyone a hard time. The man tried to put pressure on the girl's feelings so you would finally give in and give yourself away. He said protecting her would be the same thing. Just more people who died in vain. Let her watch. That's what will happen if she keeps running around calling others for help. The man kept shouting. He said it would be just like her mother died. Sitting in the car, the girl listened silently, tears welling up in her eyes. Sheba glanced at the frightened girl. He would have to try and calm her down now. Otherwise, if she cried, this freak would know their location and that would make it harder. The man moved over to her and stroked the girl's head. He could see that she was terribly frightened. He didn't know what had happened in this child's life, that she had been through so much adversity. But now, everything would be all right. The man's voice sounded calm and confident to give at least the illusion of safety. The man in the street continued to rage. He was shouting, trying to push his emotions, but he was doing badly, to put it mildly. He threw a few more bombs at the building. A few more loud explosions rang out. Chihiro bounced aside at the last moment. The man yelled that now this milksop's death would be imprinted on her memory forever. The death of her poor mother trying to protect her. The poor girl looked towards the explosions with frightened eyes and couldn't say anything. It was the worst thing to hear in her life. She tried to forget that moment, to erase it in her memory forever. Well, this incident once again made her go back to those horrible days too, and the man, all bursting with scream. He yelled that it was the most pointless and dumbest thing in the world. He threw a few more bombs, and the street was shaken by several powerful explosions. The girl looked out of the car window and called out to Chihiro, hoping to find him. In her voice, she could hear fear and horror at the hopelessness of the situation. And the unknown killer continued to rampage. He screamed and taunted, trying to lure the girl outside. He said she had no mommy or daddy now. Chihiro, at this time, had charged up his sword of energy and was now ready to deliver a crushing blow to already shut this freak up forever. Enough, this man is right. Questions should be left for later. Now is the time for action. The man gritted his teeth in anger. This guy survived. Does he have this kind of technique? That's impossible. The guy at this time silently jumped up and drew his sword to strike. He ran towards his opponent like a bullet. The man barely had time to dodge at the last moment. A second more and the boy's sword would have cut him in half. Still dodging, the man wondered. So this person isn't even using his strength to its fullest. That was really close. Just how strong is this kid? Well, if he's black dissecting on the fly again, then he'll have a couple trump cards in his pocket too. He threw some of his exploding bombs at the guy again. They were right under the guy's feet, ready to explode in a second. He had to bounce back at the last moment or he would die. Luckily, the guy had enough reaction to dodge, and he jumped high up, a huge explosion erupting below. Shards of stone, glass, and wood flew in different directions. Shal watched the whole thing with her mouth open in surprise. He had managed to dodge. She clenched her small fists, and her heart began to beat at double speed. The unknowing assassin had gotten a hold of the kid, instantly tying him up with his belt. Another second before he'd hook his sticky bomb on his back and finally finish him off. That's a shame. He had already prepared to carry out his execution. Chihiro was calm, his heartbeat steady and measured. His gaze was cold and calm, and as always, expressionless. The assassin had already prepared to detonate his bomb a few centimeters away from the kid's body when suddenly, the kid cast his spell. Furaku. The man didn't realize anything for the first couple seconds. It was his ability. But it was too late. The bomb exploded, vaporizing his face. It blurred like plasticine. Well, that's the end of that bastard. His redness isn't just a defensive gimmick. It's an absorption ability. Bounced off in time and took no visible damage. Shaw, wide-eyed with admiration, watched all of this. Shiba Said proudly. He told me that he had said everything would be fine. Chihiro bounced off and stopped nearby. There were puffs of dust around him. A few seconds later, a huge explosion sounded behind him. The building was now ready to collapse completely. The assassin who had just wanted to commit a massacre had become a victim. The car in which Siba and the girl were sitting started up, and with a growl pulled up beside the kid, who was shaking off the dust. The car pulled up to him. The window opened, and the girl's delighted face appeared. Stammering and choosing her words, she said that the guy was just great. She was amazed. After a moment's thought, the girl said with an important look that it was Loy's time, and that she would hire him as her bodyguard. The boy looked at her in surprise and said that she didn't have a dime. How is she going to pay? The girl only snorted. He looked at her carefully. And yet this girl has no one at all. She's all alone. For a second, the boy felt sorry for her. He knew what it was like to be alone, but he already has a goal that is more important than anything else. And by fighting the pursuer, he is getting closer to it. The boy said that since their interests coincided so far, he agreed to protect her. The girl asked admiringly, "Is this really true?" She heard joy in her voice. She looked directly at Chihiro with big eyes. In a delighted voice, she said, "Yes, their interests are the same." At this time, Shiba was sitting behind the wheel, leaning on the door, and didn't say anything. It was clear from the look on his face that he was fed up. The guys concluded, so there's that. He wants to know 3 things. He walked over to the killer's barely alive body, which was still fluttering on the road. He threw him up against the wall and clutched his throat with his hands. The first question he wanted to ask was, who hired him? Why was it necessary to go after that girl and another? The guy paused rhetorically. His gaze became even more cruel. There was no mercy to be had. He glared at him with his sizzling gaze. The last question he wanted to ask, the sword piercing the cloud, was, where was he? Soon they returned to the cafe to see Hanao. She was standing in her usual spot. Still, her information was useful. Alrighty. At this time, the shawl dressed as a samurai, and trying to imitate the fight she had recently seen, waved her arms in different directions. The guy sighed heavily and apologized for the inconvenience, and thanked her for her help. The girl asked, so why was the wielder of the magic sword chasing the little girl? Chihiro coughed and said in a sad voice that he would have liked to know that himself. In the background, the little girl had run out of breath after all, and now stood trying to catch her breath. The guy turned around on her. Xiao was lying on the floor, curled up in a ball. She looked like she was in pain. Frightened, Hanao pulled her eyes out, and with a frightened voice asked what was wrong with her. The girl began to whimper that she was hungry. Laying on the floor, the girl said through her tears that although she had recently eaten soba, she had only had a couple of bites. Hanao said in a sad voice that she had nothing to offer. The shop had nothing left all over again. The guy sighed and said he was going to go to the store and get something to eat. He asked his girlfriend to look after the little girl. Hanao winked at him, and showing a thumb told him in a cheerful voice that she wouldn't let him down. Sitting behind the wheel of a car, driving somewhere. Houses and alleys whizzed past him. His eyes were focused only on the road. He clutched the steering wheel of the car tightly in his hands and drove it confidently forward. The kid was sitting on the ground trying to catch his breath. Siba came up to him and asked if his arm was all right. The boy replied with a stifled expression that he was fine, even though he knew he wasn't. The man approached him from behind, and with irony in his voice asked him if he'd gotten too loose 2 times in a row already. He should control himself. The guy mumbled over his shoulder that he knew all that, and he knew it himself. Shiba was still holding the assassin by the tie in a serious voice, said that there was no way to be careless in such a case. He ordered the guy to return with the girl in his car and get a good night's rest, and he would take care of the freak himself. Chihiro looked at him with a devastated look. He must know something. There was a loud sneeze. There was no way out indeed. There needed to be a good rest after all the incidents. The boy and the little girl were in the car, sitting in the back seat, her head spinning in different directions. They were on their way home, and right now, the main thing on their minds was rest. He now picked up the phone and leaned it to her ear, listening intently. She greeted her interlocutor. On the other end of the line was Chihiro. In a serious tone, he said he was waiting for her to explain. His face was calm, but he was slowly boiling with anger. The girl said in a defensive tone that she was in the bathroom when he left. That's probably when she snuck out. The guy said he didn't mean how she got away. Why is she here? Smiling in a carefree voice, the girl said the little girl told her she wanted to go outside. Chihiro listened to her intently, the little girl sitting in the back seat and looking around the interior of the car with interest. They kept going, the car picking up speed. The houses whizzed by them, blending into a single line. And come to think of it, she's being chased by the enchanter, right? On the other end of the wire, he now continued to talk excitedly. She asked the guy what he thought. Who would be able to come after her? The boy thought for a moment. That's right, enchanter. And if he comes to capture her, will he blame her for everything? The boy answered firmly that he would not. He now said that it would be safer to go with a guy, even if she was lost in the crowd. She said goodbye, and the phone beeped briefly. Shal apparently noticed the change in the boy's face and asked him why his face was so gloomy. Chihiro replied menacingly that it was because of her and her pranks. He understands his friend perfectly, but he doesn't think wandering the streets is a good idea, even if she felt like it. There was anger and resentment in his voice. The little girl sat in the back seat, her eyes downcast and staring at the floor. She tried to say something, but she stuttered. Trying to justify herself, she said in a sad voice that she had been locked up for a long time. Besides, you don't have to be afraid to face the enemies, right? The little girl looked at the boy with a hopeful look. He would protect her, right? The boy was silent, and his eyes slanted to the side. A thought flashed through his mind. Locked up. The girl went on. Ever since she'd been caught, she had been, looking in the mirror with a serious look. The boy asked why would anyone want to catch her. There was silence for a second. The girl seemed to be searching for words. Chihiro asked, does she still not want to answer? Unless it's to protect her, she would at least like to know why she's being persecuted. Shal pouted her lips and wrapped herself even tighter in her clothes. She didn't want to answer that question. She remembered the scream of the murderer who had shouted her mother's death. That memory brought her unspeakable pain. The boy sighed and realized that he couldn't get an answer from the girl, so let her keep quiet. A little while later, he asked her if she was hungry. Hearing this, the girl perked up and in a cheerful voice said she wanted a bun. The murderer who had recently wanted to destroy the little girl was now a victim himself. He sat with his eyes down. His hands were bound behind his back with powerful chains, and he couldn't have broken free if he had wanted to. The chains gripped his wrist, causing pain. The man sat in a chair, completely stiff. This room smelled of death. Seba approached him with a loping gait. In a stern voice, he said that he was the one asking the questions here, so let him try not to get on his nerves if he wanted to live. The man pulled a chair over to him and began to sit down. He said in a thoughtful voice that this freak seemed to know the whereabouts of the magic sword. The bastard grinned and said he wouldn't say a word. Seba's hard foot had already stepped on his shoe and pressed his toes painfully to the floor. The man looked at him with a lifeless stare. It seemed like he could have easily taken his life at that second. Stupid excuses don't work. Let him tell what he knows. His voice sounded cold. His foot pressed even harder on the assassin's toe, and a slight crunch was heard. The bones crunched even harder, and the man clenched his teeth, trying to take away the pain. Sheba was adamant. He was determined to get all the information he could out by any means necessary. In an ingratiating voice, he once again repeated his question. Where is the magic sword? His face expressed calmness and at the same time, inhuman cruelty. This man could be an excellent assassin if he wanted to. After a moment's silence, the mercenary gritted his teeth and said that if he spoke, they would both be buried. It was obvious that the man was struggling to cope with the pain that came over him. Saiba's foot was already pressing so hard against the assassin's toe that the floor beneath it cracked. But the man was adamant. He warned him one last time in a voice full of pain to give the little girl up and mind his own business. Despite the inhuman suffering, a smile stretched across his face. There are forces at work here that surpass human comprehension. Sheba looked at him with a lifeless stare. He didn't seem to care about the man's words at all. Soon the car with Chihiro and Shal pulled up to a local eatery. It was already late at night, so there weren't many customers. The hungry girl held a juicy bun in her hands now. She was ready to eat anything. The situation hadn't changed. The girl was still sitting in the back seat, clutching her food in her hands, the first tasty meal of the day. She said she was very grateful that the guy had saved her and fed her. In an emotionless voice, he said that was exactly how she should be grateful. There was a loud slurping sound. The girl took a big bite out of her bun and began to chew it diligently. Without turning around, the kid told her not to slobber on it and stain his parlor. Shaw was enthusiastically devouring the bun. It was insanely delicious. She couldn't contain her joy. Her eyes widened, and her mind was a veritable explosion of emotions. Right now, this bun was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. Without emotion, the guy asked, "So what's next? Are they going backwards?" "No, they stopped again at the same diner. Looks like somebody didn't get enough to eat." Now the girl was holding an ice cream cone that was about to fall apart, icing dripping from it. "The end of the meal should be marked with an end," the little girl said enthusiastically. Tasty dot. She held an ice cream cone in her hands and ate enthusiastically. "How much food can this girl hold?" The guy looked at her askance. "So what does she call a dot?" The girl wasn't listening to him anymore either. She was just eating. The guy said again to keep it down. She was so engrossed in the food that she didn't notice that she was covered in sweet frosting. She sighed happily. This was the most delicious dessert she'd ever had. Turning around, the guy over his shoulder told her to wipe her cheek. Then he asked tiredly, "Now are they finally going home?" Looks like the girl decided to make the most of the opportunity. And lastly, she ordered herself a large milkshake. Chihiro asked her irritably, "Hadn't she already set her mark?" The girl replied, letting the cocktail wash everything down deeper into her stomach. This girl was weird but funny. She started greedily drinking the sweet drink. The guy again wanted to tell her not to slurp, but she interrupted him. In a serious tone, as if she were speaking to the general public, the girl said that in confinement it was necessary to help her reach her stomach. He gave her a disgruntled look. Why so disgruntled? Yes, already having to take care of her. For all to see, the gang put another poor bastard on display. It was a horrible sight. There were a lot of people sitting around in traditional Japanese clothes. In the room was a pool in which a strange man was bathing. He was surrounded by many women. Suddenly the door opened and a few more people came in. Bodyguards, apparently. The man was unhappy about something. He had told everyone to keep it a secret. He turned to the man he was torturing and asked if he had given up following the girl and decided to come back. Even though he saw he'd failed, the poor man was bleeding. His eyes were gouged out with only black, bloody gaps in their place. He begged for death. The agony was so unbearable that only death could alleviate his suffering. His tormentor took a small shot glass from the table. He said, "And then there's that busy magic sword." Daruma still wouldn't have been able to handle it, but he had never heard of the goldfish ball. The man tilted the small bottle and began to greedily drink the contents. If what he said was true, then there are more than 6 magic balls. And why is the ball's owner protecting the little girl? There's so much he has to learn. Finishing his drink and sighing heavily, the man asked his subordinates if they had heard from the others. They nodded their heads in the negative. You could tell by the look on his face that he was dead drunk. His eyes were emotionless and there were large bruises under them. There had to be a change of style. They would act decisively. Shal finished eating, exhaled, and said that she had quite made it. Chihiro asked if she was satisfied with everything. There was a sneer in his voice. The girl looked away and looked somewhere to the side. There was no need for an answer. The boy could see that she was full. After a little silence, the girl said doomfully that her mother always told her to enjoy life. She looked out the window. But today she was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up with happiness. Even though she had to endure such a horror, the end of the day had brought a little joy. Chihiro listened to her half an ear and drove the car carefully down the road. The girl wanted to say something else, but she stopped half-heartedly. The traffic light turned red and the car's brakes whistled. The guy's phone started ringing off the hook and he picked it up. On the other end of the wire was Siba, asking where they were now. The man was worried about them, for the two had been gone for quite some time. Stopped at a stoplight, the kid replied that they were outside now. It was a long story to tell, so he would tell everything when we met. The man nodded to the unknown interlocutor and said he recognized their next target. Turns out their next target was Shogenichi, a well-known arms dealer all over Japan, a well-known figure in the underworld. Sitting in his secluded corner across from the former assassin, Siba said that it was the same man who hunted Shal. He was the one who hired this funny-looking pilaf lover. Face. He was already barely breathing, exhausted from the torture, and also found out an interesting detail. The cloud-piercing sword was from this particular merchant. The guy's eyes got serious. Something was starting to emerge. The cars were still standing at the light, ready to start. Their engines hummed and their headlights cut the night darkness with their bright light. Shal wondered where they were going. It's green. The girl's eyes were filled with incomprehension. The guy kept talking on the phone and as if he didn't notice the world around him. Judging by the words of this mercenary, and considering he had a magic sword. The conversation went on for a while. Surely this man knows something about Isayaku. The car wanted to start, but its wheels were stuck in something and just spun in place. It was impossible to move out of the way. The road formed into a strange hydrogen. The asphalt floated, sucking cars into itself. Something strange was happening. Chihiro didn't seem to be paying attention as he continued to talk passionately on the phone. The little girl flipped upside down on her butt with a violent jolt. Shiba said that he had now called Hinao and asked her to find out about this man. They were to meet at her bar and then they would decide what to do next. He'd get some more details now and then he'd go there too. From the whirlpool that suddenly formed on the road, a strange creature made of many fused human bodies began to appear. From afar it looked like a huge human millipede. Its arms and legs were sticking out in different directions, and its faces were blurred. A shapeless something directed its exhausted eyes right at the car where the main characters were sitting. It's like it found something. Finally, the kid finished talking on the phone and turned his attention to the horror going on outside the car windows. He grabbed his swords. A fight was coming. Trouble was following them the whole way. Someone clearly didn't want them to get home alive. Well, these were clearly non-local townspeople. Chihiro glanced at the monster that had just emerged from the asphalt. The little girl was sitting in the back seat, even afraid to move. For a second, the guy thought. The girl didn't even get out of the car. Hardly anyone would have recognized her on the street. At this time, the shapeless something began to split into a multitude of human figures that rapidly began to move towards the car with the protagonists. An incomprehensible black substance began to flow out of all the other cars. The people sitting in the cars began to dissolve as if they had been poured acid. The doors began to open and this black filth poured out of them. The windows of the protagonist's car shattered, and the black stuff came inside, enveloping bodies at an unspeakable rate. The boy tried to shake them off with his hand, but it was too late. The man who had caused the creature stood in the road and watched his creepy creation devour the car with every passing second. Chihiro went forward and knocked the roof of the car off with a single blow. The boy jumped out just in time. He would have fallen victim to the creature if he had been a second longer. At the same time, he grabbed the little girl in his arms. He landed a few meters away from the stranger. The one looked at him with interest, and there was the magic sword. Chihiro looked at the stranger readily. He certainly didn't wish them well. The man at this time began to speak. He said, judging from the look on his face, the guy must be surprised. The thing is, both of them are now famous personalities. The man had a face covered in tattoos. From afar, it appeared that his eyes were completely black. He kept talking. Literally, just now, a man named Sojo announced to everyone but the guy with the scar and his magic sword. At that time, the TV started broadcasting the news with a familiar face on it. As soon as Hinao saw Xiao's face on the TV screen, she was very scared. The man kept talking. He said that his employer said that he would pay any amount to whoever brought him the sword and the girl. This case sucks. Something had to be done. Hinao ran out from behind the counter and started frantically running around her bar. At this time, the unknown assailant said that the man who hired him was very respected in this city. Everyone in the world of shady business knows that. Hinao was horrified. For a moment, the thought flashed through her mind that now all the enchanters of Tokyo would be after these two. Chihiro pulled the girl tighter against him and told her to hold on. She just nodded understandingly. The girl realized that right now she needed to trust this man completely. The guy jumped a great distance and started trying to get away from this stranger. The one followed them with his black eyes and shouted that they would not get away. In a single hand movement, he ordered his monster army to move out and catch those two. The people, who had already become some substance in the meantime, began to move, emitting long groans. Chihiro held the girl tightly in his arms and ran as fast as he could. He turned the nearest corner, hoping to escape his pursuers. But they didn't lag behind. A whole crowd was already running after him. People were rushing after the guy, their bodies merging into one big stream. Chihiro stopped a few meters away from the mass of people running towards him and swung his sword, preparing to use the spell. One swing of the sword and the group of people was cut in half. The upper part of their bodies separated from the lower, along with their heads in an instant. A wet crunch sounded, and the shredded bodies fell to the ground, splattering dark red blood. The guy looked at them obliquely. Even from the cut they don't die, did he make puppets out of clay? The man was already standing beside the boy, ready to attack again. The sword, once during the battle, he had seen its true power with his own eyes. The power of this weapon ended the hell that reigned on Earth. Therefore, he is calm. The man spoke in an emotionless voice. He said, right now, the guy doesn't possess the power of all 6 balls. Chihiro wondered, is this man a war veteran? The man kept talking, as if to ignore the boy's surprise. He said that besides, he was too inexperienced for the owner of such a ball. All in all, he doesn't stand a chance. The puppets rose from the dead. Their bodies fused together again, and they rushed straight at the kid with a new flow. He realized these things are endless. We have to get the real one. Chihiro swung his sword, cutting down the hordes of creatures one by one. He held the girl tightly in his arms, preventing the puppets' hands from even touching her. At this time, there were more and more of them. They endlessly approached the two and stretched their cold hands towards them. His gaze was cold and calculating, his actions as precise as a bullet. Something had to be done about it, or they'd be torn apart. The memory flashed back to when he was sitting with his father at the table, and they had a complete family idea. Rokuhiro said with a happy smile on his face that tonight's dinner looked delicious too. The picture in his memory shifted, and in front of him was once again his bloody father, who sat at a table that had scraps of blood and flesh on it. The moments of normalcy intermingled with the horrors of death. He sat over his father's corpse, completely devastated. He asked himself, how many hours has it been? A voice answered him that only 4 seconds had passed. The guy's face was completely exhausted from suffering. He fell to his knees, me gathering the remnants of my strength into a fist. The figure of a stranger towered over him. Wryly, he asked, does it seem to him that it's been too long, right? The puppets were getting bigger and bigger by the moment. One of them had already snatched the little girl out of the guy's hands and was holding her by the scruff of her neck. The creepy voice kept talking. Did he think he could get around town quietly in a car? It was a long shot. Shawl dangled limply in the hand of one of them. Saliva dripping from her mouth, the girl was out of it. The creature blurted out a smile. He said that its ability to pick up the fluctuations of consciousness. It can locate a person based on the signals emitted from their brain. And then, coming closer, he can, as now, for example, resurrect the painful scene in the mind. Chihiro struggled to get to his feet, but his strength was leaving him. Wryly, the stranger said that it was normal. He dug around in his head, and it's a perfectly normal reaction. One of the puppets was holding the poor girl tightly by the scruff of her neck, just dangling like a puppet. This girl, the last of the Kiyonaga family. One of the puppets approached her master and asked in a wait-and-see tone if he could eat her. The man called his slave a fool. He needs money. Besides, if he eats the flesh of any of the girl's kind, it will make him eternally young, and then he can blame himself. The slave asked in surprise, did all of them die because of this peculiarity? The master nodded affirmatively. At that time, taking advantage of the momentary confusion, the boy reached for his sword. The puppet continued to hold the girl and asked with interest, but why did Shoujo need her? The man reached out his hand in an attempt to take the child. He grasped her little foot, squeezed it out of strength. The pain spread throughout the little one's body. Blood splattered in different directions. The girl screamed in pain, and the man merely stared at her in surprise. Blood dripping on the cold, wet asphalt. The boy struggled to get to his feet to end this nightmare. It pained him beyond belief to see a small child being abused like that, at the place where the girl's broken leg had just been. It was instantly fused together, the muscles intertwined as if forming the roots of a tree. The puppet looked surprised at such an amusing sight. Her wound had completely healed, a hallmark of any of the Kiyonagi family. In a second, the blood had already clotted and the skin had healed, but they didn't understand why Shoujo needed this child. Should we use her? The master replied that who knows, one thing is certain, this girl is unusual. By the look on the little girl's face, she was stammering, but she couldn't say a word out of pain. Naturally, this girl is far from a quiet life. Restless, poor thing. The man raised his bloody hand and brought it up to the girl's face. In a sarcastic tone, he told her not to be offended by her blood. Suddenly, the man stopped talking and looked at his bloody hand in surprise. He wished he could live a full life like her. The sword must be taken away too. He bent down and grasped the hilt of the katana. Chihiro was breathing heavily, sweat beading on his face as he tried to rise. The puppet pointed his finger at the crying girl and begged his master to let him interrupt her life. Suddenly, something happened that no one expected. The girl had already resigned herself to her fate and was only whimpering quietly in the hands of this monster. From behind, in the blink of an eye, a bloody drama was unfolding. The boy still managed to get to his feet, and he shouted for the bastard not to touch the sword with his filthy hands. The man didn't even have time to react before the guy pulled out his second sword and swung it at him. Chihiro swung his katana, fending off the man's blow. The man looked at him in surprise, and a calm voice told him to hold still, that it would be over now. His eyes widened. He didn't understand. How could this be possible? After all, this guy had just been in a half-dead state. In an instant, Oka's katana severed his arm and his pelvis fell to the ground with a wet sound. That very day became for the kid the source of his strength. And now that freak had made him even brighter. Chihiro held tightly onto the handle of his ball, his eyes glittering with rage. Now he would avenge all his suffering. There was the sound of a ball cutting through human flesh behind the puppets' backs, and blood began to pour out. The man let his eyes bulge in horror, but there was nothing more he could do. His fate was sealed. He didn't even have time to say his last dying words. At this time, one of the puppets was still firmly holding the girl by the scruff of her neck, not even noticing the bloody events unfolding behind her back. The guy jumped to his feet and with one powerful blow chopped several of the freaks in half, severing legs, arms, and heads. The blood vortex began to swirl around, filling the entire space with liquid metallic air. Blood poured out in rivers, human remains flying everywhere. The puppeteer glared furiously at the guy who had suddenly risen from the dead. His eyes filled with madness. He shouted that if the guy just tried that, he would finish the girl on the spot. But he didn't have time to do anything. As soon as his hand touched the little girl's face, there was a loud crunch, and the hand was easily separated from her body. Shawl was left standing on the ground. Blood splattered around her and the severed arm of her tormentor. She didn't even have time to realize now her life was in no danger. She knew how to hide her ability, and she never wanted to talk about it. Was she afraid he might want to use her power too? The boy knelt down in front of her, and his voice became calm and good-natured. The girl nodded. In her heart, she was still afraid of the inevitable. But in the end, she decided to tell him. The boy was staring exhaustedly away, trying to get his thoughts in order. Now the girl wanted to trust him. He took her in his arms, and she nodded accordingly. He looked down on her with a kind of concern, like an older brother guarding his little sister. She has a voracious appetite, after all. The little girl said she threw it all up. Smiling, the guy said she could have his portion. He set it aside for later and thought about grabbing a bite a little later. He handed the little one the food and apologized for letting her be in that situation. "You can't put that child in danger." The girl accepted the gift and said in a tired voice that it was nothing. She still had fear in her eyes, as if she were reliving those terrible events all over again. The guy shifted his gaze to his unwound car. It had been completely destroyed by the slimy slime. It was no longer possible to use the car. He threw the girl on her back and so tightly she grasped her arms around his neck. "We need to get out of here soon anyway." But still, it wasn't that simple. They wouldn't be able to leave so easily. As soon as the protagonists went in the opposite direction from this place, an unknown figure appeared in the depths of the dark tunnel. It was 5-1 of the mercenaries sent to kill them. He had the mask of an ancient Japanese demon on his face. With joy in his voice, he told himself that his employer would give him a large sum of money if he could catch them now. Another man was approaching them from the other side. They were trapped again, and now they had few escape routes. Chihiro stood there, looking at one or the other. The girl wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself against him. A tense silence hung in the air. Something terrible was about to happen again. In this short time, the friends had gotten used to being hunted constantly. Slowly, 2 unknown figures approached them. The boy clenched his teeth in frustration. Here we go again. The stranger was already approaching him from behind. A man wearing the mask of an ancient Japanese demon suddenly snapped out of his seat and ran at them with tremendous speed, cutting through space. He jumped high into the air, preparing to attack. His fists began to burn with fire. Chihiro quickly turned around and grasped the hilt of his sword. Another battle was about to begin. Suddenly, he was stopped by a guy who appeared right in front of him out of nowhere. He grabbed his arm and told him to hold his sword. Not a fraction of a second later, the mysterious stranger jumped up and with all his might kicked his attacker right in the jaw. There was a viscous sound of impact. The stranger in the demon mask noticed that this person is fast. Who is this person? However, he doesn't use magic. It's just ordinary agility. The other attacker folded his arms in a prayerful gesture and began to cast a spell while the guy jumped high up, hitting his accomplice with tremendous force. The man had no sooner finished the spell than the stranger extended his long arm toward him. The long-haired boy was there in a flash, and with great force he punched the man right in the stomach. The man in the demon mask was just stunned, watching it all from the side. Stunned as he watched his accomplices being slaughtered, he didn't understand how he got such dexterity. Suddenly he looked up, and the sign looked vaguely familiar. The unknowing savior jumped up again, and was already swinging his fist to destroy the man who was reading the spell. He struck his opponent with such force that blood flew in different directions and bones cracked and began to break one by one. The man smiled and folded his fingers in a strange gesture. At that time, the unacquainted masked demon shouted for him to stop. He put out his hand, raising it up to show that he was disarmed. In a doomed voice, he said that this time he surrenders. This guy's in plain clothes, he's probably below colonel. After saying that he did not want to oppose the state, the criminal disappeared from sight in a flash. No one even noticed how he had escaped. The stranger exhaled lightly, and transferring his gaze to the stunned boy, said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Strangely, the man knew his name. It turned out that they had known each other for a long time. Chihiro looked at him and thanked him for his help. The unknown savior. His name was Azami. Shawl peeked out from behind his back and looked at the stranger with a wary, frightened gaze. He didn't even need magic. Who was this? The guy spread his bloody hands and said cheerfully that things were taking a nasty turn. He had already exceeded his authority by a lot, so let them get out of here as soon as possible. The protagonist thanked his comrade once more and asked if his hand was okay or his arm. The girl would still be looking out from behind his back and asked in surprise, "Who is this man?" The man looked at his hand. For him, it was as if it was a common thing. Chihiro answered the girl's astonished question. He said that he was an ordinary enchanter, but he was the kind who dealt with the Yakuza and organized groups. The guy still realized he was seriously wounded, and staring at his hand, he screamed in pain. Soon they came to a familiar place. It was the same bar where Hinao worked. After all that they had been through, they needed to rest and recuperate. They opened the creaky door and went inside. Azami had already bandaged his hand and stopped the bleeding. When he entered the room, he greeted the hostess and asked how she was doing. Shiba was already sitting there leaning against the bar. Azami greeted him too. The man only mumbled something to himself. It was obvious that he wasn't happy to see this man. Hinao looked at the newcomer in surprise and asked, "Did he come to protect Shao?" The girl looked at them with incomprehension. She didn't understand what was going on here, and why there was so much attention to her person. Shiba glanced at his comrade, and with a disgruntled look asked if he had already found out about her. The boy answered in the affirmative, and he wanted to tell his comrade about what had happened to his car, but he stopped half-heartedly. Azami clocked the back of his head, saying he would have gladly protected her, but he blanched half-heartedly. Since the war, since the Kamunabi came along, their purpose hasn't changed, to eliminate any threat to the state. Shiba grimaced and mocked him by repeating his phrase. "Don't they care about private problems?" The man said angrily that it was better for Azami to get involved. Shawl perked up. In a cheerful voice she asked, in that case, would she stay with Chihiro? Hope could be heard in her voice. The girl jumped up from her chair and adopted a mock fighting stance, showing off her fighting attitude. This brought a smile to the men's faces. Shiba said that this girl was very happy. The guy asked, "Does he think that's what joy looks like?" Sitting behind the bar, the man asked his acquaintance, "Why did he come?" Azami replied in a calm voice that he was ordered by his superiors, because Sojo announced a bounty on the heads of those two. The guy pointed towards Chihiro and Shawl, who continued to rage. Azami approached Shiba and said with a firmness in his voice that he really hoped the man would tell him about their future plans. The man stared at him contemptuously. The one continued as if nothing had happened. He was very curious about the existence of Chihiro and the seventh sword. Even the top Kamunabi know. Only those who had helped Rokuhiro retire. There was a certain mystery in the man's voice, and he tried to speak in a whisper. Chihiro turned away and listened to them with half an ear. The man continued, turned out to be unknown, in whose hands magic swords are also considered a threat to the state. And his main task is to collect all 6 swords. For some reason, the situation around Chihiro's person was not publicized even among the upper classes. The boy hesitated, his gaze drooping. Azami continued talking. But if he keeps drawing attention to himself, then even a person like Azami were able to cover him, especially if he uses his sword in the middle of the street. Inside the cafe, there was an atmosphere of tension. Azami turned to Siba again. He said that the man should promise him that he would control the boy. Thoth. It seemed like he wasn't even listening to him. Sarcastically, he replied that now was the most convenient time for that. Apparently hearing their conversation, Chihiro, what did they mean? The man nodded his head at him and told his friend that he could see for himself. This guy's ready to fight. Chihiro sat silently, staring at a single point. His gaze was as focused and serious as ever. The fact that he can handle a magic sword is proof of the result of his work on his body and soul. A mere amateur would not be able to handle such a sword in 3 years. Shiba said that sooner or later the whole truth would come out. Didn't he already think this guy would spend his life quietly gathering information? Azami of the Big Bangs. Besides, the situation would now unfold much more rapidly. Shiba said that he also investigated and found out some things. And by the way, could the reason for Azami's business trip be exactly what he thinks it is? It was a rhetorical question. Still interested, the kid asked them what they were talking about. Azami was shocked. How did this man know everything? After all, he had kept himself carefully hidden. He seems to have realized there's no point in hiding now. In a month's time, the annual auction will be held, bringing together all the bigwigs of the underworld, the Rakuzaichi auction. It'll be very crowded, so it won't be hard to get lost. Rokuhiro Kunishiga's sword True Strike will be on display there. The man hesitated, as if trying to find the right words. And the seller of this sword is the very man thereafter. The unknown male served his hands in a lock and ordered Sojo to report the situation to him. The man asked him again. They were standing in a strange upside-down house. Was their meeting then that necessary? His greasy hair came down over his haggard face, and his eyes were still without the slightest drop of life. He said dryly, everything was going according to plan. So okay, it was over. Chihiro sat there thinking, Shujo. Not only does he have a piercing cloud, but he also has a true punch. It's silly to assume that he has no connection to the Hisayaku. Sojo has been at the top of the Kamunabi blacklist for over a decade. However, he still continues his activities in the underworld. He's witty and cautious enough that they can't take him down easily, thanks to his combat experience. Azami turned to the guy and said in a serious voice that it was too early for him to go up against this man. He would have very little chance of winning. Azami's subordinates just destroyed all the APBs on them, so they won't be looking for them for a while. The man looked at him sternly. This guy had really grown a lot. But judging from the tremors in his hands, he's still not strong enough. Therefore, let him leave Sojo in the auction to them. The boy nodded his head in agreement. Inside, he was still eager to get involved because that was why he had worked so hard to get here. Azami immediately realized that the guy was lying and didn't even blush. Shiba asked him, why did he say that if he knew it wouldn't work? If he wants to stop Chihiro, let him take the sword away from him. Azami handed the phone to Shiba. As he left the bar building, he said that there had been several other incidents with the Hisayaku besides the killing of Rokuhiro. They've never acted so decisively before. Apparently they're up to something that requires magic swords. I'm sure they're going to stir up the whole country again. There was still a month left until the end of the auction. The man opened the door and prepared to leave. In parting, he said that Chihiro should be well prepared if he still wanted to participate. The boy's eyes were still as serious as ever, but now he was filled with fury. He was only a few steps away from avenging his father. A moment from his childhood surfaced in his mind. His father had enthusiastically suggested that he play a game. It was sudden. What the hell kind of game is this? The boy looked perplexed at his father's enthusiasm. It was a game in the truest sense, the man replied. What kind of game? The man pointed with his hand to the fish tank and said they had to figure out which one they liked best. The man continued to speak excitedly. Legends say that if a goldfish is attached to a man, it will swim to his hand when he puts it in the water. Chihiro, along with his father, stuck their hands into the fish tank. They immediately swam up to the boy's finger, though he didn't even have time to fully immerse it in the water. The guy said it's not surprising at all since he's the one who feeds them. And he changes the water too, so they'll love him more. The man pulled his hand out of the fish tank and wove his teeth irritably. In a game like this, there's no need to congratulate the winner despite the bitterness of defeat. Well, it was time for them to get to work. It had been a long time and they were still idle. Shiba thought since the Kamunabi were involved, Sojo's representatives would probably leave them alone. However, it would be better for them to stay off the streets for now. They could work out a plan of action here, so Chihiro could rest for a while, and Shao would be safe. The boy gripped his katana even tighter. The words came to mind again. They must be up to something that they need magic swords for. The boy sat and thought. The phrases he had heard during the dialogue popped up in his head one after another. It was too early for him to confront him. Suddenly, Shao started talking in her sleep again. The guy sat on a chair and paid no attention to anyone. The girl had already fallen asleep and was mumbling in her sleep something about meatballs and seaweed. She was talking about tangerines and suddenly she blacked out. Her voice was weakened and sleepy. Hinao asked, surprised, "Has the girl fallen asleep already?" The boy nodded his head, but apparently in her sleep she plays word games and loses. He apologized to his friend Zato for having to hide them. There was a sign on the door of the bar that said an inventory. Smiling, the girl said it wasn't a problem. She could help them with that. A man with an elongated face and sharp features stood talking on the phone. His name, Madoka Isayaku. He had a nickname of Daruma. His trademark Darumas could blow anyone up, that's why they called him that. He's a high-ranking sorcerer who's a killer who never fails. But all this was only until recently. He remembered sitting in the ruined barn and enduring the torture. This time he was finished. The thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Siba looked at him with a contemptuous look and suggested he change his lifestyle. Daruma looked up with exhausted eyes. It was impossible to do such a thing at once. His family won't accept him for who he is anyway. Remembering his mother's face, who angrily asked, "Does he think he can just go back? He's the reason they're called a family of maniacal bombers." The woman didn't want to see him on her doorstep anymore. Daruma lowered his head. He fell silent as if recalling a passage from his past life. Shiba looked at him with his trademark stare. It was surprising to him too, since he was still capable of such a facial expression. Shiba thought that he could still change. Not all was lost yet. But who knows? He might be wrong. Daruma remembered those moments with some warmth. Lastly, the master gave him some advice. Sitting on the bed of his room, he picked up his cell phone and dialed his sister. An irritated female voice sounded in the receiver. The girl recognized him at once and said that it was nighttime. He wanted to apologize to her, but she said goodbye and wanted to hang up, but the man stopped her. Every word seemed to come to him with inexpressible difficulty. He said he would be different. He would change. His large earrings lay in the trash can. In a heavy voice, he said he would no longer live as an enchanter. The woman asked wryly, "Does he really think that's the only reason he should be forgiven for everything he's done?" The man replied that he didn't think so he intended to prove it with actions. It may take time, a long time, but he wants to redeem himself. There was genuine remorse in his voice. The woman on the other end of the phone was quiet for a moment and asked if he had called his mom. The man replied that yes, he had called several times, but she had not answered once. He apologized to her over and over again. No wonder it's nighttime. The man asked. Maybe then he should go to her in person in the morning and apologize. There was a family photo on a shelf nearby. The sister agreed. She was going to see her herself. Well, now she would pick him up too. Daruma, with a bandaged leg on crutches, was approaching his sister's car. He was determined to change his life. As of this day, the enchanter is dead. Now he must go through a long journey of rebirth to finally become human. He smiled, looking toward his sister out of warmth and gratitude. He swore to himself now that he would become a different person. But his plan was destined to come true. It didn't take half a second for his sister's body to turn blood red, and sprays of scarlet liquid flew in different directions. The man looked at it in surprise, not yet fully realizing the horror of the situation. A few seconds later, and his body pierced by a long, sharp sword, the man wheezed in pain. He didn't understand how he had been found. His sister had nothing to do with this. The man who suddenly appeared in the back seat of the car said that their deaths were payback for the Daruma not doing his job. Them? A gruesome guess popped into the man's head. A small trickle of blood was already running from his mouth. Suddenly he thought with horror of his mother, the dearest person in the world. The man was horrified at what could have happened to her. A dollop of explosives started coming out of his mouth. He was wheezing and saying he wasn't just going to die. He'll take him to the other side too. He didn't have time to say his phrase as his mouth began to deform. The stranger opened the car doors and got out with ease. Closing the door behind him, he left the poor man inside. His bones crunched and his body gradually deformed even more. He was no longer human. The pain was unbearable, but there was nothing he could do about it. That stranger was Sojo. He walked away from the car, wiping his sword clean of blood. The woman behind the wheel is unconscious, but still alive. He put his sword back in its scabbard, and this idiot, always inconsistent in all things. Since he had chosen his life path, the man paused. Let him follow it to the end. The sword hid in its scabbard and in the car. The man's body was further distorted by the monstrous doll. He was no longer human, but only a shell from which a monstrous creature was bursting out. In the end, he shouted that he would take him with him. Not even a few seconds later, a massive explosion shook the area. A tall column of flame began to rise. Filling the entire space around with the acrid smell of smoke was destroyed. Sojo was walking away and didn't even turn back. His brother that he has a great psychosensitivity. You can tell it's his little brother. Does he remember that the enemy must be driven mad and then killed? He replied that of course he remembers everything. The man squinted his eyes and said that the current object seemed to have a magic sword. But he would still make him feel his own powerlessness before striking, and let the other one just watch from the sidelines. Sojo agreed with that as well. There was another guy standing in front of the man, looking at him with an uncomprehending stare. So they wanted him to finish his brother's job and kill the guy with the scar. Sojo had already grabbed his sword. A chill ran down the boy's back. He was only bringing information. Why kill him? The maniac's eyes glittered predatorily. For the sake of what was about to happen, he needed to warm up. He grabbed the poor man by the neck and dragged him behind him. The boy could not do anything. The man's grip was incredibly strong. He could only accept his unenviable fate. His eyes burned with madness and his mind was in a monstrous veil. Now he was no longer a man. He had only one thing on his mind, a lust for murder and blood. He remembered moments from his deep childhood when he stood in a field dotted with flowers and human blood dripped from above. There were the bodies of many murdered and mangled people. The maniac's eyes glittered. It felt like an eternity, but in reality it was a few seconds, and his question sounded like a thunderclap. He held the poor boy by the neck. He was barely breathing. His eyes rolled out of his orbit so much that he looked like he was going to burst. His fate was sealed. At this time, the town was living its life. No one would have noticed the death of one little man. Around the corner, a man came out of a dark alley with a ball in his hand. A human body lay in the depths of the dark passage, bleeding. The poor man was no longer breathing. Sojo strode confidently away from the spot. His target was very close, only a few meters away. The people passing by didn't even seem to realize what kind of monster was wandering among them. He grasped the doorknob and pulled it toward him with a sharp pull. When he entered the cafe, the people present did not even immediately realize who was standing in front of them. Everything happened so fast that the brain did not have time to adapt to the rapidly developing events. The man lunged at them with the ball, but the guy reacted in time and blocked the hardest hit. He pushed the girl aside in an attempt to protect her. Their swords crossed in a martial dance. The sound of metal clashing began to be heard everywhere. The boy opened his eyes, and for a second he realized that this was the very man he had been hunting all his life. Sojo started applying the piercing cloud. The kid told everyone to run as far away as possible if they wanted to live. Shawl looked at it all with a frightened look. She couldn't move in a finger. A little girl was walking down the street toward the cafe building. The building was almost completely destroyed. Sojo stood near the hole in the wall, holding his bloody sword. He was surprised the kid wasn't dead. He had heard that he could fight another magic sword wielder here, so he showed up in person. On the way, Shao met Hinao. Upon seeing her, the girl grabbed the little girl by the shoulders and ordered her to hide immediately. Shao quipped and said that that's where Chihiro stayed, but what about him? There was blood dripping from the sword. From afar, the guy asked the man, "Is he Sojo? Does the blood on his sword belong to a villain?" Sojo said in an indifferent voice that he wasn't interested. Chihiro focused his gaze on this one man right now. Only he was his target. The phrase that Shiba had said a while ago flashed through his mind. It's too early for you to go up against him. But right now, those words didn't bother him. After accumulating all his power, the guy started to use the magic ball spell. Well, then this person wasn't worthy of holding this sword. Magic carp began to swirl around him. Sojo had already started to be covered in flames. His face took on a maddened look. Swords drawn. Let the battle begin. The limousine was traveling down the road, rapidly picking up speed. Shiba was sitting inside, chewing on a fried fish. His gaze was serious and wary. Opposite him sat his comrade. He was also thoughtful. That's right, so Sojo has a piercing cloud. It could cause a lot of problems. They sat opposite each other with pensive faces. Azami was thinking aloud. That's why he thought what was happening was strange. Especially putting a true blow to the auction and those orientations. Even for him, such behavior is utter madness. Assuming he has the piercing cloud, it all adds up. And he's supposedly confident that he can get back at them. Shiba suddenly jumped up from his seat. What? What the hell? The man was puzzled. There was an awkward pause between them for a second. Azami said that since this was the case, so it was really better for the guy to be quiet. He knows this man is ready to fight. That is why he needs to sit quietly. The man's eyes were full of seriousness. During the Unification War, all magic swords were on their side, but their wielders were not the advanced forces. In addition, unlike the ignorant people who wielded them back then. But then Azami noticed that his companion wasn't listening at all and was handing him a fried fish. He's talking about serious things now. What ignorance. Shiba looked out the car window and noticed that there were too many people outside. His companion nodded his head and agreed. Soon they pulled up to a large building that looked like a temple. Last week there were commemorations to honor the end of the war, and it looks like it. And this year they organized a special exhibit. At the entrance hung a plaque that read, 18th anniversary of the end of the war, father of magical swords, in the footsteps of Rokuhiro Kunishige. The children who were brought to the museum today will surely remember Rokuhiro as a hero. A mother holding her child's hand was showing him the exhibition. The child's eyes reflected in human interest. He looked at the exhibits with admiration, and it was as if he imagined himself in the place of this hero. Everyone praises the magical swords and their creator, for their merits ended the war. They have become a past worthy of respect. But now, right in the middle of the street, there are clashes between the owners of the magic swords. Chihiro was lost in speculation. How did he find them? The location of the true strike. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. The boy gripped his magic sword even tighter. It was time for the battle he had been training for all this time. All consciousness was occupied by the sight before his eyes. The boy remembered his father and his instructions. Sojo stared at him in surprise. He was almost unharmed, but even a sword master couldn't stand up to the thunder. Had the power of his sword helped? He was at a loss to guess. The man turned to the boy. He asked, how come he has a magic sword that he knows nothing about? Something about him being persistently interested in the sword. Doesn't he need a girl? The boy suddenly noticed that someone was peeking at him, and immediately shifted his gaze back. They both sprinted outside through the doors. Their movements were quick as lightning. Every second was precious. The two opponents jumped high up as if dancing some kind of mad dance. The piercing cloud has 3 features. The thunder is a thunderous boom. The shackles are. But the boy did not have time to complete his thought. The third was the freezing. Sojo swung his sword, and in an instant almost the entire street was under a layer of ice. Chihiro bounced off just in time and shattered the ice shackles that had nearly shackled his body. Sojo watched the boy's every move carefully. His ability is a chopping blow. The thought pierced his head like a dagger. He fended off the kid's attack, throwing his sword high up, but it was a deceptive maneuver. The kid was already behind him and was preparing to stab him in the back. Sojo felt it with some 6th sense and blocked the guy's blow in time with his sword. There was a clang of metal. The man pushed the boy aside across the stone floor, leaving a trail of dust behind him. He didn't just deflect the blow with an obscure hold. He was even able to push him back. The main thing was to manage to throw him further away for now. Chihiro concentrated and directed his serious gaze straight at his opponent. At this time, the 2 girls were running away from the battlefield. Hinao was leading the little girl, holding her hand. They had to run away quickly, or their lives would be in mortal danger. The boy realized that he was far superior to him. They stood opposite each other like two duelists. Plus, he wasn't even out of breath, so he put all his strength into that quick maneuver. Sojo stood there staring at the guy with a crazy look in his eyes. Chihiro prepared himself again and grouped himself. His eyes reflected fury. I guess I'll have to use the gold one. But now, in such a state, even if he succeeded, he could only maintain it for a few seconds. The guy realized that his strength was already running out, and he was not ready for such an overload. Sojo began to speak. In a colorless voice, he said that he loved Rokuhiro Kunishige with all his heart. Because his babies, these balls are extremely close to his heart. He's read all the books on it. And recently he borrowed this sword, a true masterpiece. How enthusiastic he was at that moment. Suddenly his voice changed to a maddening tone, but the moment of bliss proved meek. He clutched the hilt of the sword in his hand, but the boy did not answer his question. He pointed the gun right at the kid. How does a dairy boy like him get a ball he's never even heard of? Where'd he get it? Chihiro said in a calm tone that he didn't have to answer his questions. The man laughed. Well then, let him tell him what he is waving that sword around for. He wants to know if he has the right to wield it. Upon hearing the question, the lad replied that this sword lies in his hand to destroy evil and to save the weak. That is what he fights for. The man wanted eyes. It was obvious that he was not impressed by this story. It was the first time he had heard such enthusiastic speeches. You can make up a whole bunch of beautiful stories, but there's only one reason to create a weapon. Sojo looked toward the boy with a sympathetic gaze. He doesn't understand anything, rookie. The man leaned backward, so much so that he was now ready to fall down from a great height. Flames began to form around him. Finally, the man said that he would now explain to the boy what his father had wished for. Chihiro watched the scene with horror. A strangled scream escaped from his mouth. He couldn't believe the madness that was happening. The man easily bounced off the edge of the roof and rushed down. His father's swords, the most murderous weapons of all. The people below had no idea of the horror that awaited them. These swords only exist for one thing. Soon the man landed on the ground with a loud sound. The ground beneath his feet trembled. His eyes burned with madness as he held a sword in his hand. These swords are made for one thing only, to take other people's lives. Azami calmly said that right in the middle of the street, clashes between magic sword wielders would start. Casualties among the ordinary citizens would be inevitable. And then, all the glory of being a hero would vanish in an instant. Chihiro couldn't let this nightmare happen. He couldn't let his father's good name be tarnished by a freak. The sword in Sojo's hands began to glow with incredible magical power. The man recognized that Rokuhiro was a true master. This ball contained a powerful force. This is a true master of his craft, since he could create such a magnificent weapon. The passers-by stopped for a second and looked back in horror at the madman who was planning something irreparable. But their faces reflected nightmare and horror. Someone tried to run away to the side, but unfortunately, frightened cries of people began to be heard everywhere. Sojo was already completely mad, and there was nothing human left in him. His voice was already at its limit. He used a thunder spell. A powerful explosion shook the entire neighborhood. From afar, a very bright flash of magical light was visible. The assassin stood, dust and smoke swirling around him in a mad dance. He wanted to see the result of his actions now, but all he saw was his rival, who was standing far away from him. The powerful explosion had melted the road, and it was now a kind of magma. Chihiro stood on his feet with his last strength. Smoke was coming from him, and he blocked that powerful blow with his body. Thankfully, none of the bystanders were hurt, which sent Sojo into a frenzy. The man stood there, not realizing how it had happened. In a voice shaking with madness, he asked the boy how he did it. Chihiro replied that it was all on the principle of a lightning rod. If a lightning bolt comes across a lightning rod, it will discharge through it. That's how he saved those people. Sojo stood, trying to comprehend everything that had happened. He attracted the discharge of his sword. You mean his sword also has the power of thunder? Or was it him? He didn't have time to finish his guess. The man raised his sword and in the same crazy voice said that it was too early for the guy to rejoice. Did he catch one lightning bolt and is satisfied? So he can get another one. He was about to use his shattering spell, but something went wrong. The lightning went out before it could even ignite. Flashbacks from his childhood reappeared in the kid's mind. He remembered standing and arguing with his father about his t-shirt. Now he was standing almost completely charred. He could barely breathe. he said in a weakened voice, that of the two of them. Sojo was the only one who didn't understand. The man got even angrier and shouted for the kid to stop acting like a hero. He can barely stand on his own 2 feet. Not surprising, considering he took the hit. In a matter of tens of seconds, everyone around him would be scattering to the sides before the Kamunabi men arrived. But until then, something had to be done. The boy could barely stand, but there was still hope, and an unshakable will to live. A thought uttered in his mind. Magical swords only exist to take other people's lives. Until they came, he had to hold the monster back. The boy bent down into a fighting stance and prepared to make one last dash. The magical carps formed near him once again. It was time for the strongest golden strike. The guy's whole body ached from the incredible overload. He twitched, seemingly unable to strike now as the force had almost completely left him. He clenched his teeth and continued to struggle. The man stood there watching all of this from the sidelines. He said in a sarcastic tone that the boy didn't need to use his powers if he had to work so hard to do so, as if he were mocking the boy. Shozo's face expressed complete incomprehension. How has this guy not given up yet? Does he really have such a strong willpower? At this time, the kid was trying his best to gather the last of his strength into a fist. Looks like there was a leak during the accumulation. Shozo slowly approached him. He asked, "So the guy says swords are to save the weak? Is he protecting the little one out of the same noble motives?" At this time, Hinao Dark Street on the shoulders of a little girl. Shal, sitting on her shoulders, moved closer to her ear and said that if she was tired, they could switch. The girl grinned and said they should take their time. She realized that there was no way this little girl could help her. The battle was heating up with renewed vigor. Shozo looked disdainfully at his opponent. Nobility? That's a strange word. Murder weapon. That's a word more suited to Rokuhiro's creations. Chihiro at these words became furious. His charred face contorted into a grimace. He shouted that this freak dare not speak of his father like that. It took just half a second for the kid to get very close to his opponent, who barely had time to repel the scintillating attack. The man noticed that the man's power had increased by an order of magnitude over the course of the battle. The water magic splitting the air flew forward. A second later, behind the man's back, an ice formed. The very water that had come from the ball froze in an instant, but the protagonist was unstoppable. He was like a shadow flying through the ice. The man didn't even have time to realize when the kid was behind him. At the last moment, he had time to react and put his sword to the side for counter to attack. Their guns carried at great speed towards the bodies of their owners. One more second, and their lives would not be cut short. The sharp blade of the sword was only a few centimeters away from Shozo's face. The man stared frantically ahead, unable to understand how it was that this brat was fighting him as an equal. The fighters bounced off each other, moving a decent distance away. They had only a few seconds to catch their breath, and then they were ready to fight again. Shozo looked towards the kid in surprise. Did he dodge his punch? This is something he definitely didn't expect. This kid comes out stronger than he expected. At this time, Chihiro was struggling to stay on his feet with his last strength in his fist. His face was already completely covered in blood, and his clothes were worn out from the prolonged battle. He realized that there was no way to keep up with this man's reactions, so it was better to concentrate on counterattack. Almost missed it already. Well, at least fewer people will get hurt. The guy was standing in the middle with smoke coming from his body. Suddenly, through the window of a black car passing by, he saw familiar feet flicker and hide in the depths of the cabin. 2 men were sitting there, one of whom he was directly holding something. I had a scary girl in my head, but I got her after all. The guy squeezed the handle of the ball, which had already gotten very hot from this strain. A fleeting memory of the girl's face flashed through her mind, and her words when she said that in that case she would stay with Chihiro. The boy jumped out of his seat like a bullet and rushed to save his friend. From nowhere he had the strength. His main task now was to keep this little girl alive. Shozo. He noticed this and shouted after him not to run away from him. They're not done yet. In a second, a stone clump appeared from the earth. It was a spell of rock. The guy jumped up. It was the buildings. More people were already approaching him, most likely Shozo's henchmen. The appearance of these people would only make the task more difficult. The man stared at him with his crazed gaze, calculating every move. Several men dressed in various uniforms were approaching him at a rapid pace. They were communarians. The man quickly assessed the situation. 5. From an elite squad, If there were no others, it was possible to fight them, but still something was wrong. He quickly shifted his gaze to the other side, as if he saw something dangerous there. Literally out of nowhere, two figures appeared in front of him. They were Shiba and Azami. The two men stood there staring at the bastard with serious eyes. Shiba said he should go to Chihiro and help him after all. This kid was almost at his last breath. Azami calmly stopped him. He said wait as soon as he stepped aside, this type would attack. There was no way to give suspicion. With one look, the criminal assessed the situation. It would be very hard to fight them all in this situation, but he had no choice. Shiba ordered the rest of the squad. Act immediately if they can handle him. And his comrade stopped him again. He said they are in the middle of the city and the enemy has a magic sword. Direct confrontation should be avoided as much as possible. Shiba assumed it was just the Zanudas. He had already prepared to attack. At this point, nothing could stop him. The man's gaze turned steely. Shazo used a downpour spell. He swung his sword, trying to stick it into the earth with all his might. A split second later, the street was shaken by a monstrous explosion. Steam flew in different directions, mixed with dust and asphalt shards. At that moment, the guy gathered all his strength into a fist, rushing to help the girl who was being taken away right now by unknown people in their car. All he could think about was saving Shal. The car started, and with a roar of the engine began to speed away in the opposite direction. In the back seat, I could see two men holding a girl who was struggling out of the car. Within seconds, the guy was inside the cabin, and all hell broke loose. In one swipe of the ball, he chopped the head off the driver and the man sitting next to him. With all his might, he tried to grab the little girl's severed arm. The guy almost grasped the stump of the small handle, but it was very difficult because the car was going through hell and it was impossible to make out anything. The driver squinted and the windshield immediately flew out. It was hard to tell where whose body was where, so bloody was the fight there. The driver of the car said goodbye to his life in a split second, and the car, left without a steering wheel, began to roll into the bog entering the turn. Unable to stay on the road, it began to roll over and went airborne. At the last minute, the guy jumped out of the cabin through the broken window and pulled the driver, who was barely breathing. The car, engulfed in flames, began to roll over and rumbled upward. The windows flew up finally. A few meters away from the wrecked car, Chihiro landed on the ground and now had the driver pinned to the pavement. He almost growled the only question. What had they done to Shal? Barely breathing, the bloodied driver said they had done everything exactly as Sojo-san had said. He ordered in case there was a chase. The man coughed, a line of blood starting to flow from his mouth. After taking a little breath, he continued. He said that the master had told them to divide it up in case of an emergency, and it worked. The guy fell for it, the man shouted. The protagonist's face darkened even more. He asked, what happened to the other woman? What had they done to her? At this time, Hinao's bloody body was lying somewhere in the back of one of the houses. The girl was no longer breathing and was dead for good. The driver of the car laughed, gurgling blood from his mouth. The guy held a bloody katana to his throat. In a few seconds, the overturned car was on fire and about to explode. It was bursting with thick black smoke. In one deft move, the guy slit the freak's throat. The kid had a full osteo-bloody face, staring off into the distance with an almost lifeless gaze. His father's swords are now in the wrong hands. How strong are their new owners? But he didn't have time to finish his thoughts, as his eyes rolled back and the guy began to slump to the ground, losing consciousness. Shiba jumped up just in time and picked up the lifeless body of the kid, preventing him from falling to the floor. With his last strength, the boy wheezed out the question, "Where's Sojo?" The man replied that the bastard had managed to escape under the cover of the downpour. The black Mercedes was speeding down the night highway, its engine roaring. Nothing could stop this death machine. Inside the cabin, little Shal was sitting and shedding bitter tears. She was incredibly hurt and scared, but she was trying her best to hold herself together, lest she lose shards of consciousness. A male voice laughed and noticed that her limbs were almost industry. The man with the mohawk on his head turned around to look at the girl. Her arms and legs had almost grown out, and now looked like the limbs of a small child, completely disproportionate. Mr. Sojo got into the car. His henchmen greeted him cheerfully. One of them noticed that the Lord had already fully mastered the magic sword. The man looked at his hand with surprise and replied that he wasn't quite there yet. It felt different in real combat, though. He clenched his fist and looked up with a dejected look. Still, one must study this sword, and even better. The man in the back seat wouldn't let up. But anyway, they got the material back so we can go ahead with their plan. Soyo nodded to surpass Rokuhiro Kunishiga. It was his life's goal. The man had wanted to reach that level for as long as he had lived in the world. His accomplice asked if the gentleman was no longer interested in the magic sword. The man replied that of course he was, but now his plans had changed a bit. Pensive, the man closed his eyes and began to remember that guy's shout when he told him not to dare talk about his father like that. He smiled and said in a creepy voice that he'd have to talk to that guy again. Chihiro was bleeding with every passing minute. His eyes were about to roll up, awareness sinking into a grim viscera and an abyss of darkness. Through the darkness, he uttered only one phrase out of his last strength. "Sojo, I will kill you." And then consciousness finally left the guy. After a long time, he woke up. His face was completely bandaged and his whole body ached as if he had been run over by a freight train. Very heavy with weakness. The boy shrieked. This was a bad idea right now. He carefully got out of bed. It turned out that he was in a hospital now. There were a lot of wires connected to him. He opened his eyes with difficulty and began to examine his wounded body. He clenched his teeth at the pain that echoed in every corner of his body. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. His eyes widened as if with joy. Shiba stood in the doorway with his companion. He looked at the boy with a surprised look, as if he had just seen something divine. The man rushed toward him, but Azami stopped him and put a finger to his lips, urging him to be a little quieter. The guy started head-on, still not realizing where he was. Shiba said that now the guy had to lie back down and rest and get on with it. Azami apologized for them coming to him so abruptly uninvited. It was an ordinary hospital building. Many patients came to it every day in an attempt to cure their ailments. Azami started talking. He said that the treatment at the Kamunabi clinic was undoubtedly better, but that the boy had gotten into the registry records there. And there are a lot of Kamunabi members who don't think much of his father. The boy nodded understandingly. After hesitating a bit, the kid asked what happened to Shal and Hinao. Anxiety, Shiba said in a serious voice that Hinao had miraculously survived and her condition was more or less stable now. At least she was strong enough to eat the apple he'd chopped into slices. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, a weight off his shoulders. Finally, some good news after such a long time. But then, the man's gaze darkened. He continued to speak. Spia said that Shal was most likely alive. It was obvious how difficult it was for the man to find the right words. Most likely, the boy asked again as if something inside him had snapped. The man had said that it looked like that girl was Sojo's main target. Also, according to the information from that assassin. Sojo received the heavenly stone. Chihiro must have heard of this ball. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He tried to comprehend what he had heard. Material for a magic sword, exactly. A scary one flashed through my mind. It's a specimen that was discovered during the war years. Even now, only 250 kilograms of this stone are known to exist. By increasing the spiritual forces hidden in it, one can achieve such a high density of them, which cannot be generated by the human body. Sojo walked briskly into the room and kept talking. His associates opened their mouths in surprise. It's like magic swords. However, the powers derived from wearing the stone are inherently poisonous. The highly concentrated power of the stone gradually begins to seep into the wearer's body. At some point, the body of the stone's owner will not be able to match it. The man paused rhetorically. And eventually, the owner of the sword may die. And only one man in this world, Rokuhiro Kunishiga. Only he was able to stabilize this power. To this day, Sojo has not been able to master the processing techniques that this man possessed. He walked over to another man and put his hand on his shoulder. It was the scientist, and he said proudly that everything was ready. The master nodded affirmatively. They were standing in some large laboratory. In the center of the room was an unknown device with many tubes and wires stretching from it. The order was given to begin. Chihiro all business on his bed. He didn't understand. But after all, it was only his father who possessed the technique of subduing with the power of stone. How could it be possible? In a heavy voice, Shiba said that as Sojo himself says, the cells of the descendants of the Kiyonagi lineage are the key to stabilizing the force. He's going to use the heavenly stone and the girl to create a new weapon. Use. That word imprinted itself on the boy's mind. It sounded like this girl was some kind of thing. In his thoughts, he imagined a poor little girl sitting behind bars in front of a plate of porridge. No one can help her. She is all alone in this cruel, monstrous world, and has to cope with all the hardships of life alone. In a plate divided into several pieces was something that looked like food, but it was more like vomit. The girl looked disgusted at what was brought to her. Na had no choice. Either she would eat it now or he would starve to death. Several other people came into the cage dressed in hospital gowns and shoe covers. She was sitting on the floor and was almost unresponsive. The scientists put her on the couch and began to examine her from all sides, as if she were some kind of guinea pig, although she probably was. One of the doctors said they needed to take her back and undress her. 2 parts calf muscles and the ligament of the knee. They were listing all the body parts they'd need. Well, it was time to begin this hellish procedure. Several doctors crowded around the couch where poor girl was sitting. One of them ordered to take her back to the cage. The procedure was over. The man in gloves took a small vial with an unknown liquid, put it under the glass. The girl was conventionally shoved back into the cage. The heavy door shut behind her with a rumble. In a stern, cold voice, the scientist said, starting the injection, and slid the lever forward. The entire room hummed, and filled with some sort of vibration, the infernal device in the middle of the room began to work. The scientist said that since his boss was using flesh, wouldn't it be better to fatten up the guinea pig? The man asked, what was he talking about? He said indifferently that, after all, you could cut off as much as you needed. The girl would still regenerate. Chihiro sat in his hospital bed, trying to make sense of everything that was happening. He couldn't bear the thought that this little innocent child was about to be used for some inhuman purpose. Hot tears flowed down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth in unbelievable anger. His soul was completely empty. He hadn't been able to save this little innocent creature from the hands of those freaks, but after a second he came to his senses. The guy immediately asked, "Where is his sword?" He was told that it was kept in a safe place. Shiba apologized to the man and told him that he had been too careless. The man hadn't expected his opponent to not even care about the Kamunabi. Azami said that was exactly what his phrase was before he could say it, as Shiba interrupted him. He looked at his comrade irritably and asked, what if only information poured out on him immediately after waking up from his coma? Would that be cool? In a slightly cheerful voice, the guy said he was fine and they could continue. He was curious. The man continued his story. After what happened, they too began to hastily develop a plan to counter Sojo. A special team has already been formed to fight the cloud carriers. Azami said that the guy was the best at magic swords, so in order for the operation to be as successful as possible, he would like to set the guy up with these people. Chihiro was silent for a moment, as if thinking about the pros and cons. The man said he perfectly understands the guy's wariness but would like him to trust him. Shiba said it's okay. The squad is made up of only Azami's subordinates. They're all good guys. Several men twisted the masked stranger and pinned him against the wall. He had no chance to escape. The girl in a cheerful voice said that now all he had to do was keep quiet. The man in tears cried out in pain. He had been grabbed really hard. Another man said that in the hospital it is supposed to be quiet. They sat down in different ones. The guy with the glasses ordered everyone to be quiet. They needed to finally get down to business by now. The man in glasses smiled and began to speak in a calm and even tone. Shiba had learned the location from Sojo's henchmen, but intelligence reported that he had already gotten the heck out of there. As soon as they find his lair, they'll move in with a decisive action. Until then, they need to refine their plan of action, and he'd like to hear from him. The guy shook his head affirmatively, but he had one condition. In a serious voice, he said that in that case, they would undertake to take him with them to the operation. One of the members of the group looked at him perplexed, a mute question in his eyes. He shook his head negatively. No way. He might be Rokuhiro's son, but they have their own rules. The masked man told him not to be angry at their newcomer. He always cocks his head when he sees someone young and talented. After that, he turned to the newcomer and said that they couldn't ignore the young and talented one. The newcomer heard these words and started to protest, but he was quickly twisted. The girl wondered, weren't there any injured people there? In a battle of magic swords? The man with glasses turned around and asked her, didn't she know about this? The girl replied that when they first drove up here, it was to see huge clouds in the distance. Did he manage to avoid being a victim of such conditions, but why? There was a sense of genuine surprise in the girl's voice. The guy replied in a calm tone that he just took on the entire lightning discharge with the power of his magic sword. The masked man shouted in surprise. He was willing to risk his life saving the civilian question marks. Thoth laughed. This small is pretty brave. The boy shook his head and started to be modest. No, he wasn't planning to die. He just thought that since Sojo wasn't very good with the magic ball yet, he had a chance to survive. The masked man did not hide his admiration, but approached the guy almost closely. The guy in the glasses, irritated, said, "Yes, he's a brave fellow indeed." Shiba cut in and said that the kid was hurt pretty badly himself. The muscles in his left arm were torn to shreds. He needs bed rest for the next month. Hearing those words, it was like he blacked out for a split second. How's that? He can't move at all? They didn't hide their surprise. This guy, even in this condition, didn't drop the sword and continued to fight? The masked man said that unfortunately they didn't expect to stall their plan for that long. They started the search the same day the guy checked himself into the hospital 5 days ago. The kid grabbed his head. Had he slept for 5 whole days? Grief could be heard in his voice. Shiba shook his head. A horrible guess flashed through the kid's mind while he'd been holed up here. Shal had been suffering all this time. The man with glasses studied the guy carefully. After gathering his thoughts, Chihiro said in a confident voice that he wanted to go with them all the more. The man looked at him through his glasses with a serious, startled look. There was not a hint of pity for his opponent in that look. He said in a serious voice that it was unfortunately their squad's job to kill Sojo, and saving that girl was not their main goal. He pointed his finger at the guy, and he said, "But he's a brave man by all accounts, capable of recklessness. He's the kind of guy who'll run away from the ward when sitting quietly is the best option." The man reflected. Perhaps the most dangerous option is to leave it unattended, therefore. The man leaned even closer to his bed. While they were dealing with this criminal, the boy would have to quietly rescue the girl. With his abilities and recklessness, their plan would be perfect. The girl from their squad, Riley, remarked that they didn't actually have a plan yet, if anything. In a serious voice, the head of the gang asked the boy, "Is he in?" Chihiro looked at him with a serious gaze, and it was obvious from his look that he was ready to rush into battle right now. Sojo's face was full of anticipation, his mouth ajar as if he wanted to say something. The kid's bandaged arm lay on the hospital bed. Now he couldn't fully use it as the ligaments were almost completely destroyed. But then the thought flashed through his mind that the little girl, while he was now sprawled out in the hospital, was locked up and probably suffering terrible agony. In a voice full of confidence, the man loudly announced that he was in. The gang leader concluded that they had already discussed the plan. Now it was time to move on to its realization. His face was just as calmly serious. "We'll have to wait for news of their target's location." He didn't think they'd have to wait long. It was unlikely that the bastard had completely disappeared into the fog. He was probably still doing his trading. Finishing his reasoning, the man turned to the kid anyway. As soon as something was clear, they would contact him first. Soon everyone left the room, leaving the boy alone with Siba. Toya at the window, the man asked the boy if he was hurt. In pain, the guy nodded his head and said he could move. He looked down at his left arm, except it wasn't good at all. Almost can't feel it. There was only one thought flashing through his mind. That of killing that bastard. Shiba thought that at this moment the kid was terribly annoyed. The man's mind wandered back to his youth. When they were 18 years old, they acted like complete idiots. The man turned his gaze to the boy who was lying in the hospital bed. In a good-natured, fatherly voice, he said that he was a pretty talented guy. Suddenly, the phone on the nearby nightstand vibrated. A few people were approaching a huge ruined temple. The roof of the temple was almost completely destroyed, whether by explosions or wind. There were several men dressed in dress uniforms sitting at the table. One of them got up from the table and said he was going to take a piss. The other men wryly nodded at him that now he might not come back. He laughed sarcastically in response to them. Sitting around the table, they were grudgingly discussing today's events. Yeah, why do they even need to sit on the lookout? No one would even risk coming in here. The second man confirmed, "Right, there's only one little one here already, right?" And they had hired a few warlocks to guard them for some reason. Suddenly, another man with long hair appeared on the roof like a shadow on the roof. On the steps sat a huge, heavy man with big hands. There was another man standing by the door, holding his katana at the ready. People continued to sit around the table and jokingly talk to each other. Although the gentleman himself doesn't even have bodyguards. Another man said that he didn't need them because he was very strong himself. Even now, he's going out alone. The third man worriedly asked where he was going. Apparently he didn't know. Heavy gray clouds hung over the city, covering the sky almost completely. Small migratory birds flew here and there. Several people were heading towards the entrance of some establishment. The first one walking among them pulled back the curtain and started to go inside. Inside, lying in the pool, was Mr. Sojo. He was taking a hot bath and lying there thinking about something of his own. He remembered the picture of a bloodied Chihiro shouting at him not to speak of his father like that. He couldn't forget that face. The man still couldn't get rid of the thought that this guy was really the son of a great swordsman. The muscular figure of the great swordmaster also appeared in his mind. Well, it was entirely possible it couldn't be ruled out. A very convincing theory, but the man still had his doubts. He remembered the guy's words when he said that swords were needed to destroy evil and save the weak. Tired of his annoying thoughts, the man leaned back and shouted that this was unthinkable. A few more people came into his sauna. The man who entered said he wished he could say the same thing. He dropped the small suitcase he had brought here for some reason. Sojo looked at the new arrivals with a start. He recognized one of them and asked casually, "Why did he come?" The suitcase contained an incomprehensible device held together by several bolts. Proudly, the man boasted that this was what he had bought the other day. Sojo looked in his direction with disdain and asked, and he personally came to return it to him. In a serious voice, the man said that was exactly what he was counting on. Plus, he said there were markings on this stone and he didn't like being chased. Sojo rolled his eyes and asked if he had succeeded in breaking up the hostile organization. The man nodded and said it wasn't difficult. But then the trouble started. His warlock's body exploded. Sojo looked at him silently. Suddenly the man shifted to shouting. He shouted that this wasn't their agreement. This mage was the backbone of his faction. Sojo said in an indifferent voice that he had warned him about this from the beginning. A wide smile stretched on his face. He said that you could get power comparable to a magic ball for a while, but there would be a big boom in the end. It turns out that it was their own fault. Apparently the man got tired of listening to all this. He said he didn't come here to make excuses and listen. He ordered his henchmen to capture the bastard immediately. It took just a moment for the smell of blood to waft through the air. In a split second, the water in the pool turned blood red. To make matters worse, the entire sauna was stained with blood, and dead people were lying on the floor. Sojo rolled his eyes upward dreamily. Was he still unable to achieve control over the heavenly stone? Theoretically, this should have gone off without too much trouble. But there's something missing. He remembered the guy saying that of the two of them. He was the only one who didn't understand anything. Sojo got out of the bathroom and started drying his long black hair. He was standing near a large mirror and was rubbing his hair. He knows. Not only about magic swords, but I'm a heavenly stone, right? The man turned to the elderly woman standing outside the door. He asked her gruffly, had she reported it yet? He got his clothes out of his locker and thought he still needed to fight this guy one more time. Maybe this kid really is the son of the great swordmaster. Well, now it's time to find out. Next time they meet again, he needs to find out all the answers. So there are no loose ends. The man was dressing quickly, and besides, he had another problem to solve at the same time. The old woman came closer and looked at him with her wrinkled face. In an old voice, she asked him what he wanted. The man irritably said that he had left a very valuable item here, so let her hurry up and find it immediately. The old woman, as if she remembered something, and changed in front of him, pulling out her sword. With a shudder, she handed the sword to the man. He grasped its cold point, and once again, as if maddened, achieving a complete understanding of the ball is what he must strive for. He got up from the floor and quickly alighted toward the sauna exit. Yes, this is exactly what he needs. He thought, walking out the wooden doors. A man came out of the sauna and didn't even realize he was already being followed. Illusions before the war began. All Japanese knowledge of warlocks had been reduced to that word. Everyone silently agreed that warlocks had nothing to do with the regular world. But the warlocks' involvement in the war opened the public's eyes to their existence. And now, many of them operate in broad daylight. But the fact that this country hasn't collapsed is entirely to your credit. As soon as the man walked out of the sauna doors, he immediately noticed that there were several people dressed in black clothing standing on the rooftops. These were members of the Kamunabi, a special unit to fight the piercing cloud. Its commander was Hagiwara Ikudo. He's toward the criminal. I said he took too long. So is he ready to fight? But suddenly a hunch pierced his head. This man is calm. Was he waiting for them? It was impossible to foresee this freak's action. Sojo still looked up at them with the same emotionless gaze. He nodded his head, and Riley said as he warmed up. Several people were still sitting at the table discussing something. One of them irritably asked where their comrade's begging sign he is still in the toilet, or what. It was taking a long time. He told him he might not come back, though. The other man laughed and said he must have listened to him. Suddenly there's a goldfish between the men. Everyone looked in her direction in surprise. What was she doing here? At this time, the fish swam through the air as if this was a regular thing for it. The men turned around and saw in the distance of the corridor in the shadows an obscure black figure standing and looking at them. The guys looked at each other worriedly. Who was that? One of them reached for the phone on the table. The telephone set continued to vibrate insistently, drawing attention to itself. One of the guys picked up a cell phone and put it to his ear and started talking. The other side of the phone asked how they were doing. The guy worriedly asked why they were calling. On the other side of the phone, a cheerful voice said he just felt like it. They're out there on duty anyway. The man clenched his teeth and apologized, saying he'd call back later. The concerned voice asked what was their emergency. The man tried his best to hide his excitement and said he just had a stomachache. Chihiro approached him like a ghost. All of his accomplices were already dead, and there was a sea of blood all around. In a trembling voice, the boy asked, what should he do? As if resigned to his fate. There was already a squad of Kaminari standing on the rooftops and watching the whole thing from above. Sojo coming out of the sauna holding the sword for him already flew the ghost dragon. Indeed, elite. These 5 are serious opponents. But he wanted to try his sword on those 2. The squad girl folded her arms and began to use the plum rock spell. Under the man's feet, the ground began to shake, as if something was trying to break through it. The street was shaken by powerful blows. Passers-by looked up frightened, and up above they saw a huge rock that had formed literally out of nowhere. The piercing cloud has 3 abilities. The protagonist sat on the bench and listened intently. Ice, which is good for offense and defense. This spell is called Shackles. Water, which is good for distraction. It's called Downpour. Lightning, which has high striking power. This spell is called Thunder. The newcomer of the squad rolled his eyes. This was basic knowledge. They would know everything themselves if they understood a little about the topic. The masked man said not to listen to him and continued. You mean the piercing cloud of the strongest sword? The masked man with a long nose asked in surprise. The girl said she was scared and invited Adzami to go along with them. The man replied that this was a task the 6 of them would have to solve. The boy was surprised. 6 of them? The girl replied that another friend of theirs was now on a scouting mission, but it's a mistake to think that killing the main villain will solve the problem. There's an auction coming up and the Hisayaku are behind it. They, the Komunabi, shouldn't waste their energy. The man with glasses started to speak in a serious tone as there was a huge difference between them and magicians with magic balls. They shouldn't rely on the strength of any one person. They need a solid plan. Several members of the squad galloped over the huge stone islands that had formed in the air as a result of the spell. The sea is 2 kilometers ahead. The girl told the kid not to distract her, but rather to watch her back. The best option was to move the battle to the sky so as not to damage the city. Sojo was mad at this insolence. He would show them. The man used a thunder spell. Lightning bolts began to develop around, and from where they came, a magical dragon appeared. Several members of the squad rushed to attack to hold back this maddened beast. The hand of the man in the nasal mask became stone-like and impenetrable. He put it out for defense, and the bandit's sword hit it with a loud clang. From behind, another squad member was already flying at him, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to his back. But the bastard pushed back the man holding him back just in time and used an ice spell to defend himself from the swords flying at him. The head used a magnetism spell to pull out the swords stuck in the ice crust. The ice broke with a crack, and the swords continued their flight towards their target. Another squad member jumped high up and folded his hands into a fist to destroy the villain. There was a tremendous bang, and dust and stones flew in different directions. People mingled in an unimaginable flow. It was hard to tell who was where. The guy seems to have figured it out. They have to use their numbers. The main thing is to not give him time to recharge. All the squad members were sitting on the balcony, discussing the future event. The recharging necessary to maximize strength is an important element of combat equipment. Chihiro said that when he fought this man a few days ago, he realized that he hasn't fully mastered this sword yet. but he has a fighting sense. The guy wouldn't be surprised if he pays attention to his own mistakes. He'll probably behave differently in the next fight. You have to be ready for it. The one who now gets under full attack will definitely die. The battle was unfolding at a rapid speed. The opponents were moving with such speed that it was almost impossible to catch them with human eyes. Sojo looked at them with disdain. And what was so frightening about charging him? What a bunch of losers. These skills don't need to be recharged. The man stuck his sword into the ground and cast a rain spell. A large amount of water appeared around to conceal his presence. Following that, he quickly applied a thunder spell. The magical connection worked, and everyone present began to be hit with electricity. Their faces contorted in grimaces more. They had not expected such a turn of events. Soon they hit the ground and were now unable to move. The squad leader stared at his opponent in amazement. He alternately used thunder and downpour. Utilizing insufficient thunder and a virtually non-recharging downpour, one of the primary combat tactics with this sword. Using the properties of water to conduct electricity, even weak lightning can be successfully attacked. The man with glasses exclaimed in admiration. How good this sword is, doesn't it have any flaws? Chihiro continued to speak with a serious tone. If they didn't give him a break, that person would surely start using that very tactic. In that case, they should take the hit anyway. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. How can that be? The kid kept talking. He said as the energy builds up a little, they'll be hit a lot weaker than they were then. Still, that was painful enough. The man in the nasal mask asked, why would they want to get hit? Because their pressure would be relieved and the perpetrator would get a break. The man continued to charge his sword with an energy wave for the next strike, Chihiro said in a serious voice to make it hit with a full-fledged thunderclap. All three of them exclaimed in surprise, this is unthinkable, they are all going to die. The boy said that if they fail, there will be many casualties, since this is the Cloud's most dangerous ability, but it has one major flaw. Therefore, should they attack it continuously? Asked the head, so that he would realize that they are afraid of reloading the ball, and then he will get that opportunity. And he fell for it in a big way. The masked man said that. But there's still the problem of the last thunder. The guy replied that their battlefield would probably be packed by then. What they do after that is up to them. Elite squad members. The squad leader loudly commanded everyone to go up and they all jumped high at once. Sojo looked down at them and said that they wouldn't succeed. The man immediately used a thunder spell. The squad leader in turn summoned magnetism. At this time, the two spells mixed together, and it was as if the air itself was electrified now. There would be a powerful explosion. The man didn't realize what was happening. Was he directing his attack into the ground and raising the water from his downpour? In this case, the entire lightning discharge will go through the water. Although it was not possible to completely block the strike, the plan worked. The squad leader smiled and thanked his opponent. He had prepared everything for them himself. Now he instantly ordered his subordinates to attack him, and together they all rushed straight at the man. At that moment, the perpetrator realized everything was going to hell. The ruined temple still towered with its domes into the night's dark sky. The only entrance that isn't guarded by warlocks is the door on the west side. When one goes to the basement, one will see a staircase leading deeper. The lab where the girl is being held is right there, in the back of the hall minus the second floor. Except there's security. The entrance to it is guarded by several warlocks. The man grinned and said that the boy wouldn't get past them. From the look of him, he's all torn up. How long can he keep overpowering his pain? All right, let him go downstairs and let them finish him off there. At this moment, the main character was like a ghost. His face and body were completely hidden by darkness. Magical swords have a special essence beyond what one would expect. Many things in this science are difficult to explain in words. Heavenly stone creation of nature is a source of power for them. On the theoretical limits of possibility, very much depends on the master of the sword. The boy fell to the ground with a clatter and groaned in pain. The blow had been so hard that the cutting pain reverberated in every corner of his body. The girl towered over him, presenting a long sword to his throat. The crowd shouted with joy, anticipating the spectacle. The boy clenched his teeth and, already resigned to his fate, looked at the point of the sword, which was already close to his face. The girl with long hair hid her sword in her sheath and squinted contentedly. She had won this battle. Behind her, several people were whispering amongst themselves. It looked like Princess Fiona had won once again. She opened her eyes and glanced at her astonished opponent, who was still discussing what had happened in the distance. The girl, in a calm voice, said that his skills still needed to be honed for a long time. There was a look of disdain in her gaze. She bent down and gently placed her weapon on the ground. In a calm voice, she said that the guy's magic effectual abilities had improved since the last match. However, he hadn't mastered the magic sword yet. The boy looked at her with a frightened look. He was sorry that he hadn't won this fight, but he still had to admit that the princess had completely defeated him. Regret could be heard in his voice, and sadness, but nothing could be done about it. The guy's name was Ayers. The girl straightened up and said in a loud voice that everyone is equal in this academy. She turned to the boy and said that it wasn't worth mentioning that they had been friends since childhood. Fiona said in a disgruntled tone that it was rude to address her by her title like that. The boy looked away, his face twisting into a grimace. It was obvious that he was getting tired of listening to all this. She looked at him with a surprised and displeased look. Was he even listening to her? The girl's eyes widened and her voice rose a few tones. The boy gritted his teeth and kept looking away, muttering something to himself. The girl continued to snort unhappily at the same time. Moreover, she is now wasting her time to lecture him, although she has the duties of a princess. It was obvious that the kid was listening. Suddenly, his ears picked up strange words. Two girls who were standing nearby were saying that it would be nice to meet him. This guy looks really cool. The guy was surprised to hear such speeches to himself. He wasn't used to so much attention to his person. The girls kept whispering amongst themselves. They noticed that kid, he's rich too. His grades are among the best. As Fiona listened intently, her anger began to boil over. Suddenly, she couldn't stand it any longer and rushed towards the girls, screaming. She was fed up with this rude attitude. What are they doing? The kid just watched in horror from the sidelines. She came close to one of the girls, a grimace of madness on her face. She said in a fractional voice, "So you don't get in the way. This guy may be amazing and successful, but he's also a pervert." The girl was trying her best to get their attention away from the guy. She was getting more and more agitated by the second. She tried her best to talk the girls out of it. And what did they see in him? I mean, he hides a lot of perverted books in his room. Ayers didn't have the energy to listen to all this anymore. He covered his face with his hands and screamed with helplessness. It's the princess who ruins everything every fucking time. The girls laughed and began to disengage. No one was even considering Ayers as a boyfriend. They hurriedly withdrew. The boy gritted his teeth, tears of despair beginning to glisten in his eyes. Every time he got a good feeling, it was the villainess setting him up. Did she really hate him that much? But he needed to pull himself together. But that was okay. Someone had already taken over his heart. The guy clenched his fists and began to frantically wrinkle his t-shirt. The princess turned around and looked at Eeyores. There was a kind of contempt in her eyes, and she looked down at him as if she felt superior to him. The girls behind her continued to giggle. She asked in a stern voice, would his hero father be disappointed? Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. Those words like hitting him on the head with a hammer. It's true. It was. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Indeed, his father would be very unhappy with his son's results. He stood there confused, not sure what to think. In the courtyard of the academy, the cheers of the students are heard. All of them are returning after their hard classes. The atmosphere of turmoil so familiar to this place floats in the air. Many students return to their rooms, talking among themselves about their grades, their physical condition, and how tired they were after class. Everyone was engrossed in their work and seemed not to even pay attention to each other. Life at the academy went on as usual. Two knights in shining armor were talking to each other. The war had already ended, and they had all achieved peace. But the current generation of students is lagging behind. They don't have what it takes. The men's voices sounded worried. Ayers swung his sword, casting a thunder spell. A huge energy wave flew forward, cutting through space. Soon it hit the training dummy. The shouts of battle rang out across the training field. The knights turned in that direction and noticed a boy who was practicing hard with a dummy. The knight looked at him in surprise. Looks like Lord Hero's son is practicing even during the break. He still seemed to be losing to Fiona. The boy was trying hard to increase his physical strength and hone the necessary skills, so he practiced without sparing his body. During the war, Lord Hero earned many accomplishments and earned the title of hero. It's important to me how admirable Lady Fiona's pedigree is. Her peers are not inferior to her. The boy held onto his sword with all his might, his body already covered in abrasions from hard training. But he didn't stop. All this while, most of the talent lost. Isn't that strange? Ayers gritted his teeth and tried to ignore the extraneous conversations. He needed to concentrate fully on his training. His father was one of the 7 heroes, 7 brave men who saved mankind from the great demon king. He tried his best to resemble his predecessor. With a sword or in class, he always ranked only 2nd. However, since he is the son of a hero, all people want to see his abilities. It was hard for him to prove himself, all this time staying in his father's shadow. 2 knights in full attire are standing in the hallway of a castle having a conversation. They are discussing the outstanding abilities of the children of other heroes and how society judges their talents. This conversation is about how hard it is to be judged by strict standards and what it means to be gifted in their world. Suddenly, in the midst of the knights' conversation, Ayers appears, interrupting them. His sudden appearance and simple, "Excuse me," causes the knights to turn their attention to him, their faces expressing surprise and bewilderment at his unexpected intrusion into their dialogue. The knights turned around in surprise at the guy. He sadly said that he had now shown the Imperial Knights a pitiful sight. He was ashamed of Zato for not being able to make any significant progress at his age. The knights try to comfort him and say there's nothing they can do about it if his opponent is Her Majesty's princess. But he shouldn't sit idly by. The guy doesn't seem to be listening to them and thinks, isn't it time for these liars to get to work now? The guard seemed to be very much into it and started lecturing the guy for the umpteenth time. Naturally, he would join the Imperial Knights after graduation and train under strict supervision. Ayers listened to all of this with a disgruntled expression on his face. Once again, everyone was lecturing him. The guy was terribly embarrassed to listen to all this. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from afar. The man said that when Ayers did get knighted, let them take care of this dumbass. A tall, stately man in a military uniform stood with his shoulders squared. It was the Lord himself, with his shiny epaulets on his shoulders and a ribbon on his chest. The boy didn't expect his father to show up here. When he heard those words, the boy was getting really angry. He hated it when his father was so dismissive of him. What was he doing here? He is always busy at his job. What is he doing here? At this time, Lord smilingly said that he heard that the kid had lost to little Fiona again. There was a clear sneer in his words. He approached his son and tried to cheer him up. The man said it was the same with him and the J. He'd lost to Fiona's father time and time again. Ayers averted his eyes and told him to shut up. He didn't like hearing all this. The boy tried not to look his father in the eye. He was ashamed. The Lord began to reminisce about his former accomplishments again, and switched back to his beloved self. He started talking about when he was a student at the academy. He was immediately put to fight with Ares' mother. The boy didn't like it when his father started talking about his merits. In the hallway of the school, Ayers hears his father once again talking about himself, even in spite of his son's difficulties. This one-sided conversation, full of conceit, causes Ayers to feel tired and frustrated, reflected in his slumped shoulders and silent, "Daddy." Silhouettes in the hallway paint a contrast between light and shadow, as Ayers declares with renewed confidence that he is ready to defeat the princess. His training with the sword from the ground up, his tenacity and accumulated experience fill his words with weight and determination. The Lord, with a slight smile and closed eyes, admits his guilt for failing to get the job done, which was proving to be a difficult task for him. He couldn't give his son enough attention. Or maybe he just didn't want to. The boy's face is obscured by shadows. He seems absorbed in contemplating his next move. He gritted his teeth in anger. His father kept admonishing him and told his son to just listen to the instructor's instructions. And saddest, she has a knight's certificate. Ayers sits at his desk in class, tired and irritated. He feels that his father's lessons have taught him nothing, and all the accusations seem groundless. The surrounding atmosphere of despondency and despair emphasizes his isolation and inner struggle. At a late hour in the privacy of his room, Ayers is concentrating on his studies, surrounded by books and notes. His fatigue is evident in his slumped shoulders. but there is an unwavering determination in his resolve. He feels other people's expectations placed on him, but he does not give up under their weight. All this time, he was learning to face dangers and fight monsters. It was as if he was reaching with his arm as hard as he could, trying to catch up with the princess. In parting, his father threw him a couple of short and cold phrases. He didn't seem to feel any fatherly feelings for him at all. The boy listened to his lecture in silence, all the while clenching his fists in anger. The Lord looked at the boy perplexed. Ayers kept shouting, "What does he mean by type who grows slowly? I mean, he's always at work. He doesn't even pay attention to him. What kind of father is he? Did he give me enough training?" The boy was already shouting, and you could hear in his voice how much he was hurt by those words. All his life, all he'd heard was that he wasn't living up to someone's expectations. But he tried hard to be a little bit like his father. All the people around him always looked enviously in his direction, thinking that everything came easy to him, but it was not so. The guy was furious. Tears were already glistening in his eyes, and his breathing was hitching from the intense screaming. What's so bad about second place? Not being first is a bad thing? The boy couldn't hold it in anymore. He was sick of it all. His father never paid attention to him, never praised him. He'd been practicing hard all this time. It would be nice if his father praised him for once. He realized that his father is trying to comfort him because he feels bad, but he's doing the best he can. He doesn't have the energy left to take it all anymore. The father looked at his son in surprise and didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to support him in this situation. The boy turned his back on him and walked quickly in the opposite direction. He was completely sick of this. Ayers rudely threw in that he didn't need his father's pity. This was totally lame. Lord just stared after him without saying a word. He probably wouldn't have been able to say anything. Hero tried to click him off somehow, but the boy wasn't listening to him anymore. Inside, Ayers was torn with pain and self-blame. He's screaming and crying to himself. He doesn't even have anyone to talk to. The guy thought he looked like a complete idiot in this situation. Soon he found himself at home. It was a large mansion with many rooms, but it didn't give him warm feelings. The birds were chirping and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Ayers kicked the gate with his foot, and it creaked open in his face. He was home. He was filled with many emotions, grief, anger, resentment toward all living things. At this time, he didn't even want to live. The boy looked around the corner and saw a woman dressed in a maid's outfit, apparently doing chores. He tried not to make a sound so as not to attract her attention. She heard him, though, and turned around, giving him a caustic and languid look. It was the maid who worked at their house. She was holding a small watering can, which she used to water the flowers in the flower bed. The boy was stunned at the sight of such a beautiful woman. Every time he saw her, his breath hitched and his cheeks turned red. The girl greeted him with a gentle voice. She smiled sweetly and squinted her eyes. She said that since classes were still going on, let the guy and returned immediately. At the end, she called him her little virgin. The girl's last sentence threw the guy into a stupor completely. This was their family's personal maid, Sadis. She did minor chores around the house. This girl had an ethereal beauty. Everything about her was perfect, and on top of that, she had a snide and cunning personality. Even before Ayers was born, her parents died in the war. She was an orphan, and the kid's mom decided to take her in with them. She's more like an older sister than a maid. All this time, the girl's been taking care of him. It was a pretty woman with big breasts and a perverted personality. Despite her perversion, the guy sincerely wanted her to be his wife someday. The girl looked at him with her playful gaze, a mysterious smile glistening on her lips. Ayers looked away and mumbled to himself that he was so bored with his academy classes that he was leaving early. The girl shrieked, and in her usual manner said that he was as mentally stable as a normal slug. She asked in a caustic tone, did he lose to the princess once again? He turned away even harder. He definitely didn't like hearing such words against him. He was aware of it, but it annoyed him that everyone kept reminding him of it. The girl continued as expected. It was something corny. She giggled. Ayers closed his eyes irritably, and as usual tried to refute everything. He said it wasn't like that, even though he didn't believe it. He jokingly said that with his grades, he could skip any class and still be able to join the Imperial Knights. His voice was playfully confident so as not to give away his inner self-doubt. Isn't that what his father dreamed of and everyone around him? They dream of him becoming a knight, don't they? The boy tried to keep his cool. The girl looked at him and asked, "Is that why he's sulking?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice again. She asked the boy had he met the master. Ayers lowered his gaze. He certainly didn't feel like talking about it. All he needed right now was for everyone to finally get off his back. The mood was worse than ever. The kid fake thanked her for trying to cheer him up. Everyone is always wanting something from him, rebuking him for being the son of a hero. The boy snorted. The girl looked at him in surprise. He continued to sputter more and more. Everyone against his will compares him to someone. It frustrates him. It's so cool. Irony and sarcasm could be heard in his voice. The girl in a gentle voice began to speak. She said there were really a lot of different expectations placed on the guy. It wasn't reasonable because he's only human. It's complicated. Hearing those words, Ayers looked at the girl in surprise. Hero is the hero who defeated the Demon King. It is well known that he faced many hardships during his time at the academy. Unlike the young master, he had a great score at the academy. The boy listened in surprise and couldn't believe his ears. The girl continued to speak in her sweet voice. She said that everyone can't help but want to watch his dazzling growth. Their hopes, they are like good dreams. After that sentence, the girl thought a little. It's a respect to how precious the boy is to everyone. Ayers silently listened to all of this with his eyes wide open in surprise. He thought, usually when this pervert with the sharp tongue showed concern, it was always some kind of subterfuge. So he'd have to be careful now. She is, however, she's always supportive when he's upset. Don't deny it. All these words made the boy's cheeks redden with embarrassment. That's why he fell in love with Sadis. He remembered how he had always chased her tail as a child. Sadis squinted her eyes and said in a peculiar tone that if the young master did his best, she would reward him in a special way. The last words were spoken with some special intonation. When he heard it, he almost fainted from surprise. After a little silence, she added that in that case they would make his favorite omelet from his childhood. Hearing this, it was like the boys hit something on the head. She starts talking to him like a child again. The girl blushed and looked at him with the most tender look she could muster. The guy couldn't control himself anymore. He was both pleased and annoyed by the way this girl was talking to him. In her eyes, he wanted to look as mature as I could in front of anyone else. Finally, in an effort to finally keep from coloring, the guy said, "Shut up." He'd had enough of this. The girl yelped. She said she didn't know if the mood was better or not, but it was time for the annual cleaning of the sealed room. She turned her back to him and winked. The guy slanted a disgruntled look at her. Soon they came to a room with many weapons and different armors. There were long, sharp swords hanging on the walls. It looked like some sort of armory. Ayers was holding heavy buckets of water. He couldn't even fully unbend, so heavy they were. The girl goes back for cleaning supplies, and the boy waits for her here. She handed him a bunch of keys and told him to let him go ahead and entertain himself with the Sword of Legends for now. A large bunch of keys jingled as they fell into the boy's palm. Sadis wished the guy good luck in stealing that sword as a farewell. He turned around and angrily said that he wasn't going to do anything. The girl only smiled and giggled in her usual manner. Ayers, clucking his tongue and playing with a bunch of keys, walked briskly toward the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the long corridor. Soon he stopped in front of a huge heavy door that was sealed with many chains. It was a room that few people ever entered, because it was strictly forbidden. Before he was born, a great war had swept across the land. On one side was a race of demons. Facing his father's side, the 7 heroes led by humanity. Mankind prospered in this war, and in the end, the Demon King was defeated by his father's sword. This event went down in history and made Father Aersa a great hero. This sword was placed on a sealed pedestal behind this door. In deep childhood, his father showed it to the boy. From that moment on, he became obsessed with the idea of possessing this weapon. When he was a kid, his heart would beat like crazy every time he saw it. The boy's eyes widened and glistened with joy as soon as he saw that shining sword. But now he's not a kid anymore. Well, he must make this one. The lock opened and the heavy chains fell to the stone floor with a clatter. A ringing metallic sound echoed throughout the house. It was another heavy door. Ayers pressed his whole body against it, trying to move it out of the way. After a second, the door gave way, and with a loud creak, it began to open inward. A bright beam of light entered the room, illuminating the small space inside. There was a ghostly figure with white hair. It was the ghost of some girl. She watched with interest as the heavy door that hadn't been opened in a long time finally opened. Inside the room, there was some strange feeling of coldness and death. It had been a year since this door had last been opened. The girl cast a languid glance toward the door. Her long white hair developed silently even in the absence of wind. The girl had two huge horns on her head. Seeing her, the kid went cold with fear and his eyes widened. He didn't realize who this even was. Inside him, it was as if something fell down inside him. His whole back was covered with huge goosebumps. Is it a man? A woman? No, it was something else. The creature cast a languid glance in the guy's direction. That door's been open 15 times. The girl wondered if it had been 15 years. Meanwhile, the boy continued to study her appearance with horror. Does she have horns on her head? That means... His breath came out in fear. It's not the maid as usual. Is that a demon? He continued to study her with a frightened look. His body as if his body was restrained by something. He couldn't move even a finger. The woman looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly she realized this looked like Hiro's offspring. There was a spark of mystery in her eyes. Still realizing that someone had snuck in, he oohed and asked the guy fearfully, "How did he get in here? Who was he?" The girl was frightened and surprised at the same time. The guy couldn't understand anything either. He gritted his teeth in fear, and his face was covered in cold droplets of sweat. A vile facial expression out of a million. Para didn't know what to do. He had come face to face with a demonic being, and now his life was in danger. The demoness looked at him with eyes widened in surprise. She didn't seem very happy to see the guy in her chambers, where no one had entered for over 15 years. Ayers didn't understand anything either. Was it a thief? But why a demon? Suddenly the door creaked behind the boy's back and the maid's voice was heard. She was calling for him. The demoness didn't realize, this guy, what was seeing her. At this time, Ayers did not know what to do. His soul almost left his body from fear. The maid opened the door and asked. He was making a noise, trying to get the sword wrong either. The boy shouted, pointing his finger to the back of the room, that someone was standing there. His voice shook with fear. Sadis tilted her head and looked around the room in surprise, but saw nothing there. She turned away and started walking away from the room. Said that because of his lingering virginity, is he seeing hallucinations? When he heard that, the guy was stunned again. What the hell is she talking about? Sadis didn't understand. Was this some kind of prank? She calmly walked over and picked up the mop, ready to clean. Ayers was already stuttering with anger and incomprehension. The girl didn't seem to pay any attention to it. She noticed that the bucket was empty and went to fetch water with quick steps. The demon approached him from the back, seeming to be the only one who could see him in this form. It was very strange. Feeling the cold wind at his back, the guy was completely covered in goosebumps of fear again. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the mop to protect himself from the demon spawn. It was hardly a mop that could do him any good, of course. He grasped the wooden handle and pointed the cleaning supplies straight at the demon, trying to defend himself. His eyes blazed with madness, and his breathing hitched in an inexpressible horror. The demon said that compared to Hero Ayers' magic sword, it was nothing. He's just a lowlife. When he heard such words, he instantly became angry. His eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. He grabbed the wooden mop holder and lunged at the demon. Ayers rushed at him and swung the mop, but to the boy's surprise, it went through the demon's body without doing any damage. The creature whispered that it was all pointless. The boy turned around in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the demon said gloatingly that he had a ghostly body, and his efforts were just some kind of mischief. He smiled, a mischievous fire in his eyes. Ghost body, what is he talking about? The demon said in a calm voice that nevertheless, he hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. Sitting cooped up in this room, it's pretty boring. His mouth stretched into a wide smile. He put a hand to his face and said it looked like he should introduce himself. He spread his arms apart and his voice took on an intimidating tone. He said his name was Tainar, the same as the one whom Father Ersa defeated. The great demon king. The boy was even more frightened when he heard that. The great demon king Tainar, there was no one in the world who didn't know his name. It was a terrifying creature whose power could not be measured. The boy's eyes slowly began to open. The first thing that appeared before them was the frightened face of the maid, who was trying hard to reach him. Somehow the boy found himself in his bed. It was a scary dream. He opened his eyes wide. A worried sadist was standing beside his bed. Ayers got up from the bed and looked at the girl. What was she doing here? He was still trying to figure out where he was and what had happened to him. His heart was pounding loudly in his temples. Sadist hugged him tightly and pulled him against her. She seemed to be very frightened of something, but the boy couldn't understand what had happened. Ayers immediately became embarrassed and blushed. The girl hugged him tightly and didn't seem to pay any attention to his reaction. The boy found himself in his room on his bed. He didn't remember what had happened, but Sadist was sitting next to him, looking at him with a frightened look. The girl said that when she returned with a bucket of water, she found the guy lying unconscious in front of the pedestal. But he seems fine now. It was just a little dizzy. He sat there looking at her with big eyes, still trying to figure out what had happened. His head was ringing, and a little dizzy. He looked up and saw this same demon he had seen recently in the locked room. How had he gotten out of there? The boy's heart beat again with redoubled frequency, and his body was covered with goosebumps. The demon hovered over his bed, staring at him silently with a calm gaze. The maid, too, must have noticed Ayers' fright, and raised her head upward but saw nothing. Ayers saw everything perfectly well. The demon's snide face was just a few centimeters away from the maid's face. She didn't seem to notice anything, just stared worriedly at the boy. There was nothing there. She's not going to play along with a little frisky boy. She had too many things of her own to do as it was. The girl got up from her chair and quickly left, saying goodbye that she would let the boy have fun while she cooked dinner. She smiled and quickly slammed the door. The boy did not even have time to say anything in response. The door slammed shut and the kid was left alone with the horrible demonic creature. The horned monster looked at him obliquely, as if proving its point once again. Except for the boy, no one could see him. Ayers is the only one who can see and hear him. The boy shifted his gaze to him. He asked, "It's the great demon king Tanar, isn't it?" The demon's face took on a smug look and he smiled broadly. Ayers was angry, even if he believed it was really the demon king. So how did he end up in their armory? Tanar wondered. After a little thought, the demon replied that he had been defeated by the hero, and ever since, his spirit had been sealed in a sword, the very one that now stands in the armory. Because of that, he was locked in that room for the past 15 years. But Hero kept that sword without knowing it. The demon's voice became sad. Now for some reason, only this guy can see him. And it looks like he owes him his life, if you can call it that. The guy began to ponder aloud. Was he really being haunted by the Demon King's ghost? Apparently hearing this, the demon said resentfully that it was a rather rude expression. Unfortunately, his ghostly body is unable to make contact with this world, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't separate himself from it. All this time, the demon has been chasing the boy wherever he goes, and in whatever situations he finds himself. Alas, he had grown bored with this conclusion, so now the guy is obligated to take it with him to the outside world. Hearing this, Ayers blew up and shouted that there was no way he was going to do that. He's the Demon King, he can't leave this place. Tanar crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the boy. He must have misunderstood him. He's an all-powerful Demon King. His voice became sinister again and his face was distorted with a sinister grimace. And now the boy must obey him and bow before him. Ayers asked, didn't he say he couldn't interact with this world? The Demon King puffed up his cheeks in offense, but it didn't seem to have any effect on the kid. He can't pout. He did it to himself. So he's going to have to deal with it now. Tanar puffed up his cheeks even more. The boy said he couldn't go out tonight anyway. The demon began to puff up his cheeks even more. Now he looked like a hamster. Could he stop making such a grimace? The guy was starting to get annoyed. The demon moved too close to him, but the boy couldn't push him away, because the creature's body was ghostly, and his hands went right through him. He continued to sulk with resentment, and the boy tried to push it away with his arms, but it was all in vain. But still, Ayers agreed to take him for a walk. The demon smiled happily and his eyes sparkled with happiness. He'd gotten his way after all. The kid said sternly that it would just be a quick walk around town. Demon was agreeable to that too. He waved his hands with joy, clenching them into little fists, and he'd finally made it. He had been cooped up for so long that any walk would be a holiday for him. From his room, a maid was already coming to him and wanted a cart of food. She apparently heard him talking and asked if he was going somewhere. Oh shit. She heard him after all. Sadis put her hand to her face and looked at the boy in surprise. Tut hastened to assure her that it was just to go to town for a while. The girl flapped her big eyes, understanding nothing. The girl whispered quietly, "Is he going to go for a walk?" She couldn't believe her ears. Suddenly the girl twitched and in one swift motion threw her fork and knife at him. Does he want to die? The girl took on a threatening look and got into a fighting stance. Ayers barely had time to dodge. He looked fearfully at his maid. What had gotten into her? The fork and knife stabbed into the guy's jacket, completely immobilizing him. The demon noticed all this, and for a second he doubted that this girl was really a maid. Her fighting skills didn't fit her image at all. He frowned. She noticed that the young master looked sad after losing to the princess and having a fight with his father. So to cheer him up, she led him to his father's ball, which he had loved so much as a child. But then, he'd fainted, so she was going to treat him to dinner and a private bath. The girl's voice took on an enigmatic tone, more like threatening. Ayers tried to hold himself together. He looked fearfully at the girl and couldn't say a word, only stammered. However, he's already healthy if he's going to the city. Sadis smiled broadly. The boy frightenedly tried to assure her that he was still very sick and let her please pamper him. His voice sounded pleading and scared. He was beginning to fear this maid. At this time, the girl also smiled and looked down at him for skipping class this afternoon. She paused for a moment and said that he needed to be punished. And he sounded kind of playful and even threatening. My face became somehow mysterious and even kind of perverted. The boy and the demon looked at each other, a chill running down their spines. Even the Demon King was shocked at this treatment. He certainly didn't expect this from a mere maid. Oh, and a maid, or was she really a maid? There were too many questions here. The boy asked in a trembling voice what she meant. It was already night outside and it was beginning to rain lightly. Only a few windows in the house were burning brightly. The city was bustling with activity. There were many people on Central Street, each of them busy with his own business. Life was boiling in its own way. Ayers was walking down the street, dressed in his school uniform. It was new day, which meant it was time to go to the academy. But the boy was too exhausted after last night. The maid finally let him go, but now he had another problem. From outside, the demon's delighted cry came to him. It seemed he had seen something unusual again. It was an ordinary lantern. But the Demon King, imprisoned for more than 15 years, now considered absolutely everything in their real world unusual. He asked in surprise, "What was that thing?" The guy started to explain that it was a lantern. It lit up at night with magic. When he saw the streetcar, the demon looked at it in surprise. His admiration was unbounded. He asked, "What is this thing?" The guy started to explain again that it was a steam engine that transports people with the help of water and magic. The demon was greatly surprised. It was astounding. Humans were indeed very different from demons. A joyful smile shone on his face. No wonder, since he had gotten out into the real world after a long time. Ayers gave him an annoyed look and said, "He's acting like a child here. Is he really a powerful demon?" He hovered in the air, looking down at the kid. He asked him what he thought of this city, based on what he had seen so far. After being silent for a bit, the demon began to speak softly. Was he asking for his opinion? Taynar said that human society has developed a lot and has a lot of things, but she has forgotten the crisis of the past. There are these terrible vistas everywhere. He shifted his gaze to the side where the drunkard lay, holding a liquor bottle. The condition of these people, even to him, an enemy of men to look at, was very certain. If he were alive, the demon began to speak dreamily. On his face, his voice hard, he said that he would destroy everything here. Well, it's been 15 years, but he hasn't changed a bit. Ayers stunned, looking up and down at him. Demonov sighed, contrary to his feelings. It didn't matter. After all, this world came into being only because of his defeat. A city built by human ingenuity and ingenuity. What he sees, it's reality, and he can't change it. He had lost, and there was nothing he could do now. The demon's voice became sad, and he just stared wistfully into the distance at the many houses that lined the sky. Everything he saw now was unfamiliar to him. He's kind of weird. Ayers looked at the demon in surprise with apprehension. However, if he could, he would destroy it tomorrow. Still, the Demon King didn't change his traditions. He still remained an evil creature and from the underworld. Ayers began to remember the Demon King in his book was a brutal, bloody tyrant. He shifted his gaze again to the Demon King floating in the air. But the man in front of him more multifaceted. He's just watching, but at the same time he realizes there's nothing he can do. From the back, he looks all alone. The guys take a minute and feel a little sorry for him, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Suddenly the demon's voice came out. He said he had only one regret. Taynar continued to stare thoughtfully into the distance. He seemed to be remembering the days of the past. Those images came back to him. All the power of those heroes who slew him is in that sword. He thought back to that moment when he stood before the hero and trembled with fear. Would he really kill him in front of everyone? The Demon King tried to cover himself with his hand from the sparkling light that was heading straight in his direction to sizzle him. Tears rolled down his eyes and he pretended to cry. Is this the end of him? Is he going to be killed now? A powerful beam of magical energy pierced the tower and a deafening demon scream rang out. For him, it was all over. The same 7 heroes gathered the might of all men just to defeat him. He gritted his teeth in anger. Apparently, the memories were making him uncomfortable. Taynar covered his face with his hands and began to whimper bitterly. He was very upset. No wonder. The most powerful Demon King had been defeated and forced to live in confinement in a ball. Ayers watched from the sidelines and even felt some sympathy for the demonic creature. The demon started funny stomping his feet on the paving stones. Why were these all heroes attacking him at the same time? Guy asked, what happened to one of them in the battle? Didn't the king have an army? He's the Demon King after all. Didn't he have any allies? What kind of king is he then? Taynar sniffed resentfully and raised his head up. He tried not to lose his dignity, but he was a Demon King. A second later, the Demon King turned around, waving his robe. He said there would be no more questions. Looks like he took offense after all. Ayers seems to have hit a nerve. The demon didn't seem to be paying attention. He was staring off into the distance. His eyes suddenly rounded again. He looked at the bookstore. This book was called Destiny. The demon asked passionately, would the left watch this movie at night? The guy wondered, did he know that franchise? It was pretty popular. Suddenly he came close to the boy and looked at him with puppy eyes. He put his hands on his shoulders and in a conspiratorial voice asked him to buy it. The boy didn't know what had gotten into him. Why should he be the one to buy the book? The demon shouted that he had been a fan since the moment he was born. At the same time, 2 guys were standing outside the store, tears on their faces as they looked like the work had left a lasting impression on them. The demon looked at him with crazy eyes. If he didn't get him that book right now, it would constantly whisper something in his ear. The guy ironically said that the demon was the very embodiment of evil. The boy couldn't stand it anymore and ran in the opposite direction. This demon was getting to him. He must hurry or he'll be late. The Demon King ran right after him. Taynar said he could listen to his inner voice and he didn't have to yell like that. The boy turned around and looked at him. The clock on the academy tower began to chime loudly, announcing the start of class. I had to hurry up to avoid the teacher's scolding. Ayers was sitting at his desk, not enthusiastically looking at his notebook. He needed to write down the lecture. The demon was sitting, or rather hovering near him in the air. Taynar turned to the boy with a question. He asked the guy, "Who is that girl?" and pointed his finger at a girl who was sitting a little higher up, writing something in a notebook. Ayers turned around and said that it was the princess. "This is Her Majesty Princess Fiona, daughter of His Majesty the J Hero." The demon was surprised that Hero with the spear has a daughter. Amazing. Everything makes perfect sense to her in this group. She must be very smart. The demon scrutinized the girl. The boy confirmed, this girl is a real badass. She's surrounded by an incredible aura. Even the slightest movement of her hand is precise. The girl sat upright, not even hunched over. Her gaze fixed forward. It embodied all her determination. Unbelievably, she is also strong in martial arts. With a single glance, the demon knew what she was all about. Ayers lowered his gaze. He was aware of that, but he didn't want to admit it. Even the great Demon King says, what a stunning princess. Taynar scrutinized the princess's every move. The demon started to call out to the guy, but there was no response to any of his words. Suddenly, a heavy book came crashing down on his head. The devil, he's been spotted after all. The teacher's voice was thunderous. The man approached the desk and said sternly that the boy must be very brave. since he could be distracted in his lectures. Ayers rubbed his bruised head resentfully. Teacher said that he was staring at Princess Fiona. Hearing this, the girl instantly blushed and looked at the guy fearfully. Ayers was horrified by such a statement. Poor Fiona ducked her eyes into the book. Her cheeks immediately flushed a deep red. Is he really looking at her? She was burning with shame. He is looking. It's impossible. She tried to hide her embarrassment and shame, but she couldn't do it well. The teacher said in a stern voice that as punishment the boy must answer the question. Let him name the 3 main magic eyes that exist in the world. Ayers began to stammer. Does he have to name them all? Obviously the boy didn't know. Moreover, the teacher said, let him name the magic eyes that Demon King Taynar possessed and their abilities. The boy got up from behind his desk and said he wasn't listening to anything. Sax could be heard behind him. Taynar said wryly that he would have known everything if he hadn't been distracted. The boy was having trouble remembering. The name he knew, but the ability. He said there was the heraldic eye, the eye of moonlight, and of course the great Demon King had. The boy paused dramatically. He began to mumble something under his breath, trying to remember. The demon was terrified, trying to stop him. He was saying it was a dodge, and urged the guy to stop. He tried to shout at the kid and say something about him having heraldic eyes that wasn't true. But the kid wouldn't listen to him, just looked in his direction. At last he gathered his thoughts and shouted to the whole audience that the last eye was called the Eye of the 6 Gates. For a moment there was silence in the audience. No one spoke a word. Ayers sighed. He realized he was in trouble once again. The demon rolled his eyes. He hadn't succeeded after all. Taynar looked at the boy with a tempestuous look. The teacher lost his temper. Is this guy messing with him? Ayers didn't know what to say. He wasn't good at history. Or he just didn't know. The demon was furious. He was sure he had the Eye of the 6 Gates. He used it during the final battle. The teacher said in a stern voice that the boy would stay after school. It was unbearable. Tears came to the boy's eyes. For him, it was the worst punishment. But the worst was the demon, because he would have to sit with the boy. Ayers screamed with impotent anger. It was all because the demon had lied to him. The one had denied it. He had told the truth. It was his history teacher who was wrong. At this time, the man just watched them and tried to keep his cool. Once again, the teacher said the very phrase that made the boy's insides boil. He's the son of a hero. Ayers frowned. There it is again. Taynar looked away. He was disgusted to even look at the boy. At the same time, the teacher continued to reprimand him, saying in a stern voice that the boy should be the best student because he was the son of a hero. The huge bell in the chapel rang again, announcing the end of the lesson. The teacher said he had better not fool around in his match. Ayers was walking down the street with the Demon King hovering beside him. The kid couldn't believe he was being held up because of this ghost. Taynar rolled his eyes and said it wasn't his fault. No, it was exactly his fault. Ayers boiled with anger again. Demon asked the guy, what was that match that imbecile teacher was talking about? Ayers looked at him thoughtfully. The graduation match is the Academy's biggest event of the year. The best fencers fight in a tournament to show the king and nobles their skills. In other words, it's an intelligence training ground for various combat organizations. He participates because of his grades. But the guy faltered. The demon asked, what's the matter? That idiot teacher told him to take it seriously. Did he even prepare in any way? Ayers looked sadly in Demon's direction. In a sad voice, he replied that he was not preparing himself in any way. He was only preparing himself for disgrace. Taynar looked at him coldly. It was obvious that he was not happy with this answer. He began to speak in an orderly tone. If that's the case, then that girl, Princess Fiona, right? Is she the one the guy keeps talking about? He turned towards Demon and looked at him with a surprised look. The demon was telling him. The boy didn't know what he was talking about. He just looked at the Demon King with an uncomprehending stare. Continued, he said he could read a guy's mind, right? His envy of her felt almost physical. He feels he can't stand up to this girl. And it doesn't matter that he's a disgrace compared to his father. He wants to return to the world. However, he submitted or decided that it was impossible. The demon spoke calmly, even angrily. He was right about something after all. Taynar said the kid was no different from the genius who got stuck in the well right after he realized he was weak. The kid's face became frightened. His eyes widened. A few seconds passed, and the kid became enraged. He yelled at the demon not to mess with him like that. What could he possibly know about him? The guy was just boiling with rage. This is some kind of insolence. I don't know what kind of demon dares to reproach him for something. Tainar just looked down at him again with his contemptuous gaze. What was it with him before was somehow different. The demon asked, and what? That was his entire counter-argument. Something seemed kind of weak, as expected. There was disappointment in his words. His father, Hero, was a fool who stumbled upon many wonders along the way. That's where the son couldn't match his father. He wanted to strangle the demon here and now, but he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Ayers clenched his fist with such anger that it crunched. His mouth began to curse, and he couldn't control himself any longer, the gloating demon's gloating ending to his grip. Out of anger, the guy called the demon a bastard. How could he stand up to the battle? All those accusations against him started to come to mind, and that made the guy even more furious. He was so sick of hearing all these inflated expectations in his address that he couldn't keep himself in control anymore. He stood naturally in his fist and shouted at the demon. He shouted that he had lost. Hearing this, the Demon King looked at him in surprise. Such a reaction he didn't seem to have expected. Ayers wailed with helplessness. He said he couldn't surpass his father. You could hear the pain and the sadness in the boy's voice. The demon lost to his father, and then made excuses that it wasn't a one-on-one battle. Tainar started making excuses again. He said it was true. If they fought one-on-one, he would definitely win. The kid shouted, "Let him make more excuses. That way he definitely wouldn't be believed. The demon just keeps making more and more excuses. Everything that comes out of his mouth is an excuse." Now the Demon King is getting really angry. He was hurt by the boy's words. Ayers was already in a frenzy, shouting like a madman. He shouted that the demon dare not lecture him about strength and courage. Tainar was furious at such words. How dare this guy talk to him like that? Ayers saw all of this and immediately stopped talking, and looked at the monster with a frightened look. The demon was suddenly transformed, its body completely black. He stared at the boy with his empty eyes. He held out his clawed paw to the boy. The monster shouted that in that case the guy would serve as proof of how mighty he was. He grabbed the lad's chin with his huge hand. Ayers did not remember himself from fear. He looked at him with wide, bulging eyes and could not say a word but only stammered. How could this demon with a ghostly body touch him? He couldn't do that before. In a dull voice, the demon said it was using the kid. He touched his finger to his forehead. Ayers just watched his every move fearfully and couldn't even move out of fear. The demon's eyes made with black as pitch. He towered over the boy and glared at him. The demon said to teach him the power that the Demon King himself possessed. At this time, all the other people were just going about their business and didn't even realize what a powerful force had broken free. And the demon continued to rage. He shouted that the whole world would witness his power once more. In a loud voice, Tainar shouted that the tournament had not yet come. He pointed his finger in the direction of the school. So the first thing they'll do is start by checking his general characteristics. The boy was horrified when he heard that. It looked like this creature was serious about training him. But he quickly pulled himself together and in a cold voice refused. The demon shouted at him. Tainar angrily asked the boy why he was so reluctant. He replied that it was because it was all suffering. The boy's voice was indifferent. They only have 2 months until the tournament, right? It's obvious that the princess is going to take first place, like always. It's impossible to surpass such a skill in just 2 months. At this time, the demon wasn't listening to him, but was thinking about how to make this lazy man learn. He started poking the boy in the forehead with his long claw. The demon said that little ones like him are easy to teach at first. He only fears for further training. The guy even asked Sadie's, who has a knight certificate, to train him. Academy training, self-training. Nothing works. This prodigy, however, always destroys all his efforts. How can he do that? What a mediocrity. The guy was lying on the ground, completely tired and exhausted, both mentally and physically. Beside him lay his sword. There was only one thing on his mind. Why only him? It's cruel to judge someone's failure without taking into account how hard they tried. The demon thought, he seems to lack proper motivation. That's what happens when someone doesn't know and underestimates themselves. What are his plans for the future? The kid thought, now he's going to become an imperial knight. He sounded a little uncertain. Demon asked the guy, did he decide that on his own? Or was it done by someone else? Hearing such a question, the guy stood in a stupor and really, If he can't find his purpose, then where will he get his motivation from? The kid was starting to realize something after all. Really, all this time, he's just been performing the movement on automatic, without the slightest motivation. But he didn't want to be some special warrior. If he became an imperial knight for a while, things would settle down. The boy wondered, but was this really his ultimate goal? He seemed to be doing all this just because his father said so. This question finally threw him off balance. What did he really want? That was the only question in his mind. Is he an independent person or not after all? The demon exhaled and calmly said that they should set a more attainable goal first. He poked the guy with his clawed finger. They should get him victory in the tournament in 2 months as well. Let that be their initial goal. Ayers frowned. This was too fast, and from that impossible. The demon continued. But later he would have to find something that would motivate him these next 2 months. Something better than abstract ideas about peace and justice. Dirty motivation can do better than that. The kid thought for a moment. The rope ladder fell to the floor with a soft pop. They were on the training ground. The guy didn't understand what they were doing. Why did they come here? The demon explained that it was called ladder training. That didn't make it any clearer. Ayers looked at him in surprise. He was starting to get a little annoyed with it. Demon was always speaking in riddles. Taynar cheerfully said that this training would improve his stamina and agility. He also needed to learn the final stride technique. This is a magical step. Demon's eyes lit up with happiness. It looked like he was starting to get excited. He was beginning to enjoy teaching this kid. Ayers grudgingly thought that this title was really lame. Hearing that, the demon puffed up his cheeks in resentment. How is that so? Damn, he'd forgotten that the demon could read his mind. But the Demon King seemed to forget that quickly and flew toward the stairs. Now he would show him an example. He looks off into the distance, saying quietly, "The Demon King's studies will soon shake the world." His gaze is full of determination and mystery. What could it be? She pondered, gazing up into the sky. "I'm off," replies the demon, ready for an unknown challenge. A high-pitched cry of "Baar" is heard as he rushes forward, fearless and determined to overcome any obstacles. The boy asks the question in surprise. The demon must have gotten angry and started yelling at him. Doesn't the kid understand anything at all? He stood on the ladder to show him an example of what to do. The demon said that first, you must press your feet together and stand in front of the ladder, then leap forward without touching the stair rail. The demon jumped and found himself at the other end. It's called a straight jump. The kid thought he'd give it a proper name later. Is this really training? The boy looked puzzled at all this action. Taynar jumping around like that in his black clothes looks like... The boy began to imagine. The image of a huge, fat May beetle popped up in his mind. He could hardly contain his laughter. It looked really comical. The demon turned to him with a mad grimace on his face. Ayers apparently noticed it and hurriedly apologized, lest he bring the demonic creature down on me. He tried his best not to think of these funny images in the presence of the demon, so as not to laugh again. At this time, the Demon King began to show him the next exercise as if nothing had happened. He began to jump in zigzags. This time, jumping on the sides of the stairs, you have to keep your feet together. He imagined the funny picture again. This time, the demon looked like a shrimp, wagging its little tail helplessly. He could barely contain his laughter anymore. Taynar turned around and looked at him with a deadly stare. He had the will to kill. The boy was silent at once. The next exercise, the demon began jumping between the stairs, bringing his legs together and spreading them apart. It was a concentration exercise. The demon told the guy to do it fast, as in Kenkepa. Ayers began to visualize it vividly. He imagined himself along with the other children and the demon playing this childish game. One of the Zadorn girls said it was Taynar's turn. The demon was dressed in an ordinary school uniform. He had a small child's backpack on his back. He was wearing short baby shorts and a shirt that was obviously very small on him. He bounced around the circles cheerfully, humming a children's counting song. Taynar noticed it again and got even angrier. He said that if the boy didn't stop doing that, he was going to kill him now. The demon was angry. The boy didn't seem to understand the importance of this training. The boy began to wave his hands away and babble that he understood everything. He didn't want to make this demonic creature angry. Seriously. Now from those 3 steps, he showed the boy. Make one that he's trying to teach the main character. At the same time, have him use the magic attribute, he says. The boy wondered. Magic attribute. So all he has to do is jump and use magic. Well, it doesn't sound that complicated. It's worth a shot. The boy went to the ladder and started jumping. The demon shouted for him to use cross-step and fire magic. The guy clumsily entered step by step. He didn't have time to orient himself, and from the outside it looked like a penguin dance rather than a battle step. He spoke step by step, his feet moving clumsily. The demon stood behind him, chuckling softly. The boy was getting nowhere, his body not moving the way he wanted it to. He felt terribly ashamed again. This stair training will improve his mobility, plus it would quickly improve his agility. The demon stood in the distance, watching the boy's efforts with a smile. With a special magic technique, he would be able to use magic while moving. Before, he was wrong in that he was only concentrating on steps. For example, he can't write while talking. In musical terminology, this is like a sound that overlaps another stronger sound. In battle, it's easy to control the body without controlling the brain. Gotta beat that, and he can use the body along with the mind. Looks like the kid's starting to realize something. He remembered the recent training with the princess. It's really hard to react to her quick attacks. She strikes faster than he can react. Ayers finally pulled himself together. All right, we gotta get back to practice. The kid's face was full of determination. The demon said that after this moment he would add, "There is sir," after every phrase. The demon began to command the guy to make this one move better. Excited shouts echoed in the air. The diligent training began. After a few minutes, the guy is exhausted. His legs won't stop shaking, and his head was spinning. A demon appeared out of nowhere and said that if he fell now, he couldn't win. He's testing a magical ladder that a demon invented. As always, his title is fantastically lame. Even after such a small load, he's in terrible condition. The guy thought his training would be a little better after all. Taynar told the boy to do these exercises daily as a warm-up. After that, they could work on body techniques. Ayers was shocked. What body techniques? He asked the demon when they were going to start working on the sword already. The one turned and looked at him with a surprised look. His father had always used a magic sword. Like him, Ayers had also always learned how to use the magic sword. The demon hesitated and said that they wouldn't work on the magic sword skill. He said honestly the kid has no talent for it. Ayers looked at him shocked. There was a look of incomprehension in his gaze. How could he? He had trained his whole life to work with a sword, hadn't he? The guy's eyes went wide with surprise. This couldn't be happening. The demon continued, he said when he first met the boy. He immediately realized that this fighting style did not suit him. Hero's magic sword attacks a single target using a lot of magical energy. It can only be done if one possesses outstanding magical abilities. The demon's voice was serious and cold. The kid didn't have any of those. Ayers looked shocked in Demon's direction and didn't say a word. He couldn't believe those words. The poor man collapsed to the ground, unmindful of his grief. He began to sob quietly. His breathing became labored and his heartbeat quickened. He slouched his gaze. For almost 15 years, he had been practicing sword fighting since he was a child. It's like something inside him shattered. Everything he'd done for 15 years was for nothing. He began to remember all the grueling ball workouts he'd had to endure. It was all for fun. He lowered his head. The guy was completely broken. Everything he'd done all this time had been for nothing. Been watching him for the last couple days. The guy was already half-heartedly listening to him. He was completely consumed with grief. He has a strength that his father does not possess. It's flexibility. He needs to inherit another from the family of heroes. His mother, the priestess Mary. The boy was stunned listening to all this. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His talent isn't in swordsmanship, it's in bodily technique. The demon's words sounded confident. If he began to develop these abilities, he could soon defeat even Hero. Ayers couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened to the extreme. This is all impossible. Everyone will be very surprised, son of a hero, they use a sword. It's kind of nonsense. The demon looked at him in surprise. Didn't he like the idea? The guy shook his head negatively. Not at all. Show them all. It would be marvelous. But there was still some doubt in the boy's voice. But after a second, he picked himself up and lifted a fist. He asked the demon to train him in a different way. In the voice of the guy heard the confidence in his own strength. He was ready to overcome any difficulties, just to prove to everyone his strength. Suddenly a maid approached him from behind. She asked him in surprise who he was talking to. Apes hadn't expected her to approach him so discreetly. He would have to come up with some excuse. Ayers frightened, he went back. The maid asked if the young gentleman was so lonely that he had made himself an imaginary friend. She looked at the guy in surprise. So that's why his bag looked so big. The girl let her head drop thoughtfully. Ares stared at her, not even sure what to say to her. Suddenly the girl saw a ladder placed on the ground. She asked the guy, did he come up with this method of training himself? Ares was quick to deny it. He said it was his imaginary friend's idea of me. His voice still sounded a little uncertain. Sadis didn't understand anything and just stared at the kid in surprise as expected of her. Did she understand the purpose of such an amusing training session? Ares asked the girl what brought her here. She sort of twitched and started pulling some small roll of paper out of her bra. She said it was the menu for what the guy asked for. Only for next month, though. Ares immediately blushed and shyly thanked her. The demon peeked out from his back and asked with interest, "What is it?" The two of them began to study the little scraps of paper with interest. There were quite a few gourmet dishes there. Demon noticed that it was quite a rich menu. The guy said that Sadis could cook a lot of different kinds of good food. Taynar said that's not what he meant. Sounds like she knows the nutritional value of the food and modifies it to make sure he gets as much as he needs. She must care a lot about the guy's health. The demon could tell just by looking at the menu. This girl lost her family during the war with the Demon King. Her mother Irza protected her, once on the verge of death, and they had lived together ever since. The memories of bygone days surfaced in his boy's mind. He ran up to his parents and wanted to brag about his accomplishments. But they smiled and said they had to go to dinner. The kid was upset that he couldn't socialize with his family properly. His mother said they'd be late, so he should go to bed. The door slammed and the kid was left alone with himself. He lowered his head and stared at the floor. Suddenly, a gentle female voice called out to him. A beautiful young girl appeared from around the corner. It was Sadis. He showed her his diary and she appreciated how hard he tried at school. The guy was shocked. It was the first person to appreciate his efforts. She knelt down in front of him and joyfully said that they would celebrate it today. She would even make a nice treat. The little child couldn't believe that he was finally getting this kind of attention. Sadis was a substitute for his parents, whom he never saw at home. They weren't blood-related, but she was like a sister to him. No, more than a sister. The demon leaned over and told him in his ear that he should tell her what he felt. The girl anxiously asked him, "Isn't that what he wanted here?" Suddenly the boy cried out loudly. He ran up to the girl with confidence and said in a loud voice that he would win the tournament in 2 months. In his voice you could hear the full confidence in his actions. The girl sighed and looked at him in surprise. Ayers continued to collect his thoughts. The guy yelled loudly that he wanted the girl to date him soon, and let him touch her tits. Hearing this, the girl made a disgruntled grimace. Immediately, her gaze turned cold. Hearing that, the demon even got cold. After a second, the kid seemed to come to his senses and started apologizing. It was a mistake, he didn't mean it. The girl started snorting and missed her head. These things should be done in stages, besides, it's a girl too often for that kind of attitude. The boy began to hiccup with fear as if he'd seen a demon. The girl had turned from pretty to monstrous in the blink of an eye. Ayers kept mumbling words of apology under his breath. In a cold voice, the girl said that this request was utterly repulsive to her. Ayers stood, wiping away tears with a small fist. He'd said too much, and now he wouldn't get away with it. The maid turned away and thought to herself that the bastard had declared that he would win the tournament. For a second, she was stunned, but good. The girl agreed that if he, the asshole, could win the tournament, he could touch her breasts all day long. She said it like she had to. The guy couldn't believe what he was hearing. She turned away and walked swiftly in the opposite direction, throwing only one word in parting. Ayers, after all this, fired up even more to win this tournament. Taynar blanched. He had said himself that his motivation should be dirty after all. He agreed to me, though, all right. He'll win the tournament and he'll get his bust. Taynar couldn't believe what he was saying. At this point, the guy was beyond happy. Ayers is about to become the worst thing on earth, and will lose Sadis. Demon excitedly said they will continue to warm up. He began to back over the boy, his voice taking on an evil note. He told the boy to fight him in a womb-like voice. The boy couldn't believe it. How? He couldn't fight the Demon King himself. Taynar pondered. Ghosts, shadows, and sparring. He would call it phantom sparring. The demon was extremely pleased with his ingenuity. The little boy looked at him in surprise. You mean they're not really going to fight now? The demon nodded affirmatively. That's exactly how it's going to be. Ayers' eyes lit up with excitement. This should be exciting. He was ready for any challenge to reach his ultimate goal. Until now, he had only had friendly duels in school. Moreover, the opponents were either too weak or it was that awful princess. Because of the strong skill difference, there was no use in it. Well now, things would be different. The kid slanted his eyes to the side. Truth be told, there were still some terrible competitors. Anyway, he figured it would be at least fun to fight a demon king. Taynar, as usual, looked down at him, crossing his arms over his chest. He was in a rather serious mood. The demon said to make sure he doesn't fly around too much during the fight, and will fight as usual. He doesn't mind the guy using magic. The guy asked if he could hit him in his ghost form. After all, up until now, his movements had just passed through the guy's body. The demon grinned wryly. This question amused him. Who does the kid think he is? He's a great demon king. With his power, he can do it. His face transformed, taking on an insane expression. This demon is not used to joking around. The boy imagined the demon impaling him with its sword, blood spurting in all directions. He shrank back from the rhinestone, the thought frightening Ares more than a little. The demon only smiled, looking over his shoulder, and asked what was wrong. He managed to read the guy's mind in 1 second, and he actually asked, "Did the guy think I had just punched him in the throat?" How did he read his mind? He couldn't touch him, could he? Ares held his throat. His neck even ached from such thoughts. He'd just imagined it, and Demon had already figured it out. Death by a pierced neck was only his imagination. The horrible image of him bleeding to death from a deep cut on his neck was again in his mind. The boy's legs gave out and he fell to his knees. His whole body trembled with fear. He still couldn't shake the thought that the demon could kill him at any moment. I thought he only imagined it. The feeling of death, he can't stop thinking about him. The demon looked at him and grinned. Is that all he can do? A hint of contempt and sarcasm could be heard in his voice. Is this the son of a hero? Ares was boiling with anger again, unimaginably pissed off by that phrase. He gritted his teeth and opened his eyes as far as he could. The boy rushed at the demon with screams. He tried to hit him, but his hands only passed through the ghostly body. Taynar was dodging all of his attacks. He threw himself at him like an unwary child. It was beginning to slowly irritate him. He waited a moment while the demon was focused on his fist. The kid swung around as hard as he could, trying to kick it with his foot. But the demon saw it all and held up 2 fingers. Right in front of Ares' eyes, he barely had time to stop the attack before the demon gouged out his eyes. Taynar suddenly looked at him carefully with his cold gaze. And why did he stop the attack? Or was it just instinct? After all, one more step and death awaited him. The demon's long, sharp claw was only a few millimeters from his pupil. Ares bounced to the side and with his hand out in front of him began to use his spell. He shouted a mega thunder spell and a magic sigil appeared in the sky right above the demon. Lightning bolts began to burst out of the guy's hands. It was just a distraction. As long as the demon couldn't see him, the guy swung his foot in to hit him. But suddenly a large rift began to appear under the demon's feet. It began to plunge inward rapidly. Before Ares could even realize it, he was standing all alone, staring at the rift. The demon was gone, and where was he now? He noticed the demon had soared upwards and was now flying directly above him. This wasn't good. Something had to be done about it. The boy gritted his teeth and braced himself for the inevitable. Taynar started to go down behind the guy. Just when he thought the guy would attack smartly, he used another straightforward attack again. Pretty much everyone uses earth magic after thunder magic. It's elemental after all, and easy to read. The demon looked disdainfully at the guy. He had easily figured out his attack. The demon hid his eyes under half-closed eyelids, and a slight smile flickered on his lips. That wasn't bad. Anyway, the words perhaps reflected his peaceful acceptance of what had happened. Taynar stretches his hands forward, and the writing emphasizes the intent to teach something. Behold first. In that case, let this also be a lesson to you. In a dystopian world where darkness melds with light, Ares stands face to face with Taynar, a powerful demon whose eyes glitter with challenge. How strong is the Demon King? The question hovering in the air seems to taunt fate itself. Somewhere in a quiet room on a snow-white bed, a soft whisper is heard. I want to sleep. These are the words of a girl whose anxiety echoes through the lush interior, reflecting her hidden fears. She clutches her pillow tightly, her eyes filling with tears. Makes sense considering what happened today, she thinks, trying to calm her troubled heart while the day's events continue to agitate her mind. Sitting at her desk in the privacy of her office, the girl reminisces about the time when she was a little girl. her words full of nostalgia, telling of days left behind. "I had a very real dream," she continues, drifting off into a world of memories where the boundaries between reality and reverie blur. A glance through the window reveals a world where children's laughter and joy play with the rays of the sun. Bats! The sound of a ball hitting the glass as if urging her to return to those carefree days. And here she is, remembering the games under the sound of the trees, where each of us was the hero of our own story. With little heroes, these words make her smile in spite of adult cares, for in every heart lives the warm light of childhood dreams. A girl stands at the window, her gaze fixed on the sky. "Who pulled me into my dream?" Her words complete the thought, painting a picture of an imaginary escape into a dream world where anything is possible. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door brings her back to reality, where she is not just a girl with dreams, but a princess with responsibilities. Her gaze reflects a mixture of anxiety and determination. "Sorry to disturb you, come in," she responds to the servant as she prepares to face the real world that awaits beyond the threshold of her room. In this world, she will have to be not only a dreamer, but a person in action. The princess's gaze is full of anxiety and expectation. "Princess, a letter has come for you," says the servant, holding out a sealed envelope. "This," the princess whispers, touching the seal with a flower on it. She feels that this letter could change her fate. The princess's gaze is fixed on a majestic building hidden among the shady trees. The sunlight plays on its walls, and time seems to stand still, waiting for her decision. In a clearing where the grass whispers secrets to the wind, Ayers rests, his breathing synchronized with the natural world. Ha, ha. Taynar, his demonic companion, watches him with a slight chuckle. That seems a bit much. Lying down, Ayers ponders his path, his gaze lost in the clouds. We must train like this daily. Reward with classes on the stairs. He acknowledges his own limitations with regret in his voice. I couldn't throw a single punch. Taynar is in full alert, his words full of disappointment. He didn't even use any special techniques. His next line is full of sarcasm. Only physical techniques that humans can repeat. Ayers, overcome by fatigue and pain, lies immersed in his thoughts. Beaten, pierced, and hung. The words of self-criticism echo in his head. In my head, I kept getting beaten over and over again. He recognizes his weaknesses, but does not lose hope. I used to be a little proud of myself. Ayers' words reflect his unwavering spirit. I thought I could hold out like this for a while. He stubbornly holds on to his goal. Though I couldn't handle the princess, I could still defeat the others. Ayers, still on the ground, tries to explain his feelings. No, I just never realized how weak I really am. Taynar, watching him, asks a question. What is it? Are you in despair over your helplessness? I'm so helpless, Ayers admits, as if confirming Taynar's words. Ayers continues his monologue. A thought flashed through my mind, as I sat there disappointed in myself. His thoughts are swirling in a whirlwind of self-deprecation. Suddenly he remembers something important. My father defeated you once. This thought strikes him as witty, for it brings a drop of hope. In a clearing where shadows roam among the trees, Ayers says with renewed inspiration, well, with the power of other heroes. He recognizes his past failures. His words are full of sadness. I have already been pseudo-killed by a ghost several times. In his next statement, there is determination. But unlike me, in a real battle, I would have died. I would definitely die. Taynar, looking down at him, asks the question, you really don't know anything about Hero. But Ayers is not discouraged. He contrasts his failure with his father's story. But still, how did my father manage to defeat you? Ayers replies with some awkwardness. Well, my dad's always busy. He continues, seemingly trying to justify his ignorance. When we talk in person, I listen. It turns into a lecture and stories about his past. Taynar, with a note of irony in his voice, asks, do you really listen closely to all his boasts? Taynar utters with a teasing chuckle. So much for grief. He continues, offering Ayers a different perspective. On the outside, Hero is indeed a hideous individual, but Taynar's next line is left unspoken, as if he wants to leave room for reflection. The scene shifts to the heroic image of Ayers' father. the path he traveled to defeat the Demon King. By no means was it easy, Taynar concludes, recognizing the difficulties Erse's father has faced in the past. Ers looks off into the distance, the demon's voice full of reflection. The story of how Hero became a hero is one you should know. The boy shares his thoughts. For me, my father has always been nothing but a source of complexes. Taynar speculates about generations. Whether wisdom or aging from an older generation is useful or not depends. Ers continues, expressing his attitude toward the past. Our generation was the phrase he hated most. Taynar looks at Ers with understanding. You too. The boy expresses his thoughts on growing up. But right now, the longing that adults talk about, I understand what they went through. Two silhouettes, a guy and a demon, are sitting in a clearing in the forest. The boy asks him to tell him about his past if the demon doesn't mind. He really wants to know more about him. Taynar turned away from him, a fleeting smile flashing across his face. How humanity had been able to turn on the Demon King himself. Guys was very curious to know that, after all, this was his past. The city was bustling with activity. A lot of people were once again back and forth hurrying about their business, and not even paying attention to each other. The city lived its normal daily life. Ers was whining again about his feet hurting badly. The demon was greatly displeased with such behavior. Indeed, he is a spoiled rich child. He's so weak, and with this kind of effort, how is he going to train further? Yesterday, all they'd done was sparring and stair exercises. The boy muttered to himself under his breath that was enough. Suddenly, someone clicked him from outside. He turned to the direction from which he had been called, and there was a girl standing near his shop. The guy called out to her, not realizing who was standing in front of him. But after a second, he pulled himself up and apologized. There stood Princess Fiona. She was apparently picking out her breakfast. The girl said in surprise that it was strange for her to see him here in a place like this. The guy confirmed, yes, it is unusual, but she usually rides in a carriage too. So what happened? He looked her over from head to toe in surprise. She's alone without an escort. What was that in her hands? He looked with interest at the small purse the girl was holding carefully. The girl was frightened for a second and tried to explain herself, but the guy and the demon only looked at her perplexed. What the hell happened to her? Trying to guffaw, the girl said that the fruit juice in this shop was the most delicious. It felt like she was hiding something. The girl took a glass of juice with a trembling hand. Her voice gradually changed to a hysterical scream. She said that this cup was empty because she had just drunk it all, not because she'd been waiting for it all morning. That girl was the worst liar of all. Next, the three of them walked on. Fiona said that since they'd met, they could go to school together. The boy agreed. In other words, she was waiting in ambush for him. With interest in the voice, the girl asked what his plans were after graduation. The guy honestly said he didn't have any special plans. He tried to play it off and said it was no big deal. The girl started talking quietly. She said she'd been thinking about it the other day. You could see she was struggling with each sentence. In a sad voice, she began to speak. Guy knows that the graduation tournament isn't just a friendly battle, doesn't he? Many townspeople and important people will be there. In her case, since she is a princess, she will be announced as the next queen. Suddenly, the girl became sad. A girl asks, why does the guy know how she feels all the time? Her classmate said she was easy to understand. The demon had been hovering silently beside them the whole time. Taynar raised his profile questioningly upward as if anticipating a lie. The boy glanced stealthily in his direction. The girl continued. She was expected as a princess to one day rule the country like a queen. Even from childhood, she had been raised that way. One could imagine how hard it was for her to live under such conditions. Fiona is different from him, after all. The motivation of one of them is just Sadis's breasts. The girl continued to embarrass herself even more. Apparently, she wanted to say something. She couldn't excessively embarrass herself. She started to speak and immediately blushed with embarrassment and shame. Yesterday, when he stared at her in class, her sentence was unfinished. The girl was still gathering her thoughts. That was right, wasn't it? The girl asked him, gathering all her strength into a fist. The boy sighed. He supposed that yes, it was. The demon looked at him in surprise. Fiona continued to nervously rub the collar of her clothes. In that case, the girl's voice suddenly became confident. She quickly blurted out that she would win at the graduation tournament. And then the guy and the townspeople. She would be publicly announced to her. The boy looked at Fiona in surprise. He tried to make sense of all that had been said. In his heart, he understood and wanted to tell the girl to do her best. He would answer something like that. The guy apologized to the girl. She looked at him in surprise. What was he apologizing to her for? Ayers said with the same confidence in his voice that he was going to beat her. Yesterday's training had helped him realize his true potential. And now he was determined to win the tournament. He couldn't believe he was saying it out loud. He had never expected such determination from himself before. All he's doing is showing his good side to Sadis and the others. That's understandable. He just wants to impress the girl. On top of that, the guy really wants to know about his father's past. To do that, he has to win. He can't just give up. The boy's voice made itself incredibly determined. Fiona looked at him with astonishment. In all the time she had studied with him at the academy, she had never noticed such a thing about him. The girl asked, "Is this his confession to her?" The guy kind of twitched and came to his senses. Him by whom else instantly blushed. He hadn't expected this of himself. He replied that it was. And what was wrong with that? He mustn't let this girl find out about his Sadis deal. She didn't seem to care. Fiona faded her gaze and began to look away. Her cheeks turned red as well. The boy's speech seemed to have embarrassed her. She said that in that case they would fight earnestly. The girl's eyes were determined. She looked at her friend and smiled with a full mouth. The boy smiled back at her as well. At this time, the demon was only watching from the sidelines. He didn't think the two of them were thinking the same thing. It made him look sad. Taynar stood to the side, folding his arms and grinning lightly. "It looks like it's going to be fun, though, so I'll continue to keep quiet." His indifference caused a whisper amongst those present. Ayers and Fiona stepped over the threshold of the school together, pondering the latest news. Fiona was visibly agitated. "What?" Without hiding her surprise, the girl shrieked, "Really?" Her voice trembled with surprise. "It can't be!" Emotions overwhelmed her. She tried to put what she had heard into her head. Ayers was silent, remembering the princess, her smile, her laughter. But his face instantly turned pale as he realized his mistake. "I forgot," he whispered, covering his face with his hand. The secret he was supposed to keep was now in danger. Ayers stopped at the edge of the schoolyard, his gaze fixed on a group of students chatting merrily amongst themselves. Thoughts swirled in his head, which he tried to push away. "No, I'm just trying not to think about it," he said gloomily, feeling the weight of the day ahead. Amidst the hustle and bustle at the entrance of the school, Yetshi girl was smiling, her face full of hope and optimism. "Oh, another permag on my way," Ayers whispered under his breath, believing in the best and preparing himself for the new challenges this day would bring. The day was in full swing, and the students, full of the joy of the school day, were laughing and making noise as they came out of the school gate. There was one boy among them who waved happily. "Hey, people, I'm home." His cheerful mood contrasted with the pensive expression on the face of another boy who stood nearby, who was walking among the crowd, immersed in his thoughts. "I'm home." The words echoed in his head, reminding him of something important that lay ahead. In the schoolyard, Ayers met Fiona, who seemed to be looking for something. "You guys," she began, but the words stuck in her throat when her gaze met his. "No, not about one barrier." Ayers interrupted her, hinting at the invisible barriers between them that they both felt but couldn't explain. The school stood majestically, its ancient walls holding the wisdom and secrets of the past. It was a witness to their silent struggles, dreams, and fears that they carried with them as they walked its corridors. In class, under the stern gaze of her teacher, Fiona struggled to focus on the lesson. "It's study time, you should be concentrating," the governess reminded her. "But," Fiona began, feeling the importance of her role as princess and the weight of her future responsibilities clashing with her desire to live an ordinary life. A voice was heard in the school hallway. "Fiona?" She turned around, hoping to see her friends, but it was just the echo of her name reflected by the walls. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open and the teacher appeared in the opening. "Hey, wait. Come back here," she shouted after Fiona, who ran out laughing. "Princess, this is not befitting." the governess began indignantly, standing on the steps of the school, but Fiona was already far away, enjoying moments of nonchalance with Ares, who was waiting for her outside. Fiona, laughing and bouncing merrily, ran outside, not noticing the governess's indignation. "You're all being... again," the latter began. But the princess was too absorbed in her freedom to listen. Her friends were already waiting for her in the courtyard, among them Ares. They were discussing plans for the day, happily tossing around ideas and jokes as the teacher continued to grumble in their direction. "The princess has to study now. You can't distract her. If you don't stop being naughty, I'll tell your fathers everything," threatened the governess. But her words were lost in the merry voices of the children, who were already plotting their innocent plots in the bright sunshine of the after-school day. The children armed themselves with sticks and branches, turning the schoolyard into a battlefield of their fantasies. "So this counts as learning," exclaimed one of them, keeping the playful spirit alive. "Fiona is one of us neo-heroes," added the boy, reinforcing her determination to be not only a princess, but also part of their small but brave team. The governess looked at them sternly. "I'll never give her to someone who looks like the demon king of Celtic mythology," she declared, staring at one of the boys who was playing the role of an imaginary enemy. "You'll never be a hero like your father if you act like this," she continued, turning to Ares, who smiled despite the rebuke, confident in his dream of surpassing expectations and becoming the hero he had always dreamed of. The children continued their game, each taking on a role. "Fu is the best magician in the world. Rival is the best swordsman. Fiona is the best shield sorcerer," they announced, allowing everyone to feel a part of something great. Ares shouted out enthusiastically, "I'm going to be the next hero in the world. That's why I'm going to surpass my daddy." He was determined to become stronger and better, not only in their little adventures but also in real life. Adults might consider it just child's play, but for them it was more than that. It was an opportunity to dream and believe in their own abilities. "It's just a story from childhood." "Oh, in that case, future hero, you'll have to defeat the evil Sadist now," Sadist joked, teasing Ares, who was already ready to accept any challenge. Fiona held Ares back. The boy admitted to himself, "Surrounded by friends, one day I too would have power like my father." His voice was gentle but full of determination. Ares stared into the distance, his face reflecting incomprehension and fear. "I had no doubts then," he thought, remembering those carefree days of childhood. The boys walked together, laughing and joking, while Ares dreamed of a future full of heroism and adventure, not knowing that a harsh reality awaited me. Ares stood in the shadows, noticing the noisy crowd around him. "What's going on in there?" he involuntarily blurted out as he saw his friends surround Fiona. "Oh, they..." His voice sounded a note of disappointment, realizing that his childhood dreams of heroism were slowly fading before the reality of adulthood. "The children of a family of heroes, just like me and Fiona and my childhood friends," he thought, looking around at every familiar face that reminded him of the past. Among the crowd, Rival stood out with his confidence. "One who influenced rival Janetti." Ares looked thoughtfully at his friend, who seemed to be in his element, enjoying the attention and the competitive atmosphere. "The son of one of a family of heroes, a master swordsman. His Vadanche, my even skill surpasses doubt that he is the strongest in the academy." Ares's thoughts were filled with admiration and a bit of envy for Rival's success. Amidst the noise and laughter, Fu stood spreading his arms in a wide grin. "And the one lower than Fu, the younger one?" he proudly announced, savoring his moment of glory. "The son of one of the family of heroes, a great mage. He's by far the best mage in the academy," he added, confident in his powers and abilities. Taynar looked at Ares with bewilderment and slight concern. "Study abroad?" he asked. He asked as if not believing that their paths could part. They wrote letters saying they were tired of foreign schools, but they returned so quickly. Returning home was not as easy as it seemed at first glance. No. Why did the princess say no? Everyone was shocked when they found out that Fiona wouldn't accept the offer to study abroad. Usually the children from the first 2 places in each school are offered to study abroad, they explained. But Fiona chose a different path, staying true to her home and friends, which made the story even more unusual. Taynar, hiding his excitement under a mask of mockery, tossed to Ayers. In other words, your poetry zeroed out of second place. His tone was playful, but he also felt a shadow of the defiance inherent in demons. Suddenly the boys were called out. Ayers seemed to go cold, and Fiona looked forward with a serious look. They walked straight down the cobblestones towards their old friends. The boy said there was no need for formalities. They were childhood friends, didn't they remember? Fuz Adorno said that the guy hasn't changed at all. Another friend of his asked with a sneer, that he had become wantonly stronger. The guy turned away and mumbled something to himself under his nose. He didn't want to admit his failures. Fiona said in a serious voice that Ayers was the kind of guy who always went to lessons and training. He still can't get over her, though. When he heard that, the boy was horrified and made a grimace of displeasure. He was terribly embarrassed that a girl in front of his old friends had humiliated him like that just now. He didn't know where to put his shame. The girl went to her old friends and said that she had heard that there were some difficulties while studying abroad. Fu scratched the back of his head and said that a pack of 5 dragons had suddenly arrived. He and Rival fought them along with the suppression troops. It went really well. They even got a medal for it. The guy started bragging about his accomplishments, and everyone expressed their admiration for their achievements. At this time, Ayers just stood on the sidelines, enviously watching it all. He was terribly embarrassed and ashamed. Demon noticed that the children of the 7 heroes were all grown up and surprisingly different, but they are all popular. Ayers grimaced again and told the demon not to look at him when he said that. One of the students asked the newly arrived Fu to show them what he had learned abroad. His voice was full of enthusiasm and genuine interest. Everyone was curious to know what these children had learned while studying abroad. Fu got shy should he show it right now, and he felt kind of embarrassed. Everyone wanted to see the disciples' new abilities. The demon and his companion stood far away and listened irritably to all the cheers of admiration. The boy brushed it off. He had no choice anyway, but don't let anyone expect anything incredible. His voice was somehow frightened and even embarrassed. He seemed uncomfortable with so much attention. In an instant, the guy swung his hand and used an incredible spell called Tongue of Flame. A huge table of flame burst out of his hand. Ayers couldn't believe his eyes. It was some kind of stunning progress. The demon just silently watched it all. Apparently, it didn't surprise him at all. People started looking out of the windows. They were also interested and wanted to see what this incredible power was. Everyone was just shocked. The bright light took up all the available space. This show left no one indifferent. What is that? A low-level spell? What about a mega-level spell? It's going to be unbelievable. Everyone around him was shocked. No one expected to see such a stunning performance. But apparently Fu was not happy with his performance. He just stood there and stared silently ahead. Then he turned around and asked, embarrassed, had he disappointed them? There was some embarrassment in his voice. After a second, the crowd began to scream with delight. It was amazing, so much so that they were stunned with shock. Fu froze in place. He was startled by this reaction and began to shake his whole body. Ayers enviously thought to himself, this magic is really admirable. What the hell kind of sarcastic tone is that? Rival stood next to him, irritated. He said that this frivolity pisses him off. He watched it all from the sidelines and didn't realize. Could it really be called unexpected? Suddenly he turned to the guy and asked him to let him say something to him. Ayers looked at him in surprise. In a cold voice, the long-haired guy began to speak. They studied abroad for a year and came back with absolute skills. You could hear the metal in the guy's voice. He said that this year there was no way Ayers was going to beat them. Ayers grinned, trying to hide his embarrassment. He said that Rival was pretty cold during the magic demonstration. What about him himself? The boy fell silent and bit his lip. Suddenly he pulled out a huge sword and tossed it into the air. Is that curiosity, Ayers? The guy opened his eyes in surprise. Observed this awesome weapon. Turning in the other direction, the guy threw in a farewell that showing people at the academy his skills was a waste of time. Rewal asked, does the guy understand why they graduated and came back home? It's all about competing in the royal tournament and win. His voice became as serious as possible, even sinister. This guy had no intention of losing. They are the children of the 7 heroes, the ones who will inherit their place. His voice sounded as proud as possible. No, not those who will surpass them. They will be known in all countries, and Rival decided to dedicate his victory to this man. Ayers sighed heavily. His speech had made a great impression on him. He figured it wasn't just a battle with Fiona in a tournament. He had no chance of defeating these people, not then, and not now. Suddenly, Fiona herself approached them. The girl was determined. In a serious voice, she said that she could not let them do this. Everyone was surprised that she had come. The girl looked at them seriously, determination glittering in her eyes. She recognizes that these people learned a lot while studying abroad. But the girl was not sitting idly by either. She approached them with a confident step. Rival looked at her sidelong with some disdain. She said she wouldn't give him this victory. Stammering, the boy began to speak. He said that the princess was undeniably strong, but he wasn't going to give in to her either. It looks like there's going to be a personal conflict between them soon. Rewal, in a stammering tone, said that when he wins the tournament, he wants to ask for her hand in marriage. He knelt down in front of her. The girl was stunned by such a bold act and just stared at him with her huge eyes. Seeing and hearing this, everyone else became ecstatic. Ayers almost choked. Rival and the princess? He couldn't believe it. When did this guy become such a personality? The girl stammered that she considered him her friend. The guy replied that he knew that one. He knows what her heart is in and what she feels. He's seen it by watching her. All this time, Rival has seen the way Princess Fiona always looks at Ayers. The guy at the time just stared perplexed at the whole thing. He didn't understand what was going on. What's the point of this show? Rywal, meanwhile, was asking the girl to give him just one chance. A chance to become a man in her eyes. Ayers looked really annoyed at this time. Well, if the Swordmaster's son and the princess get married, the world won't complain. Ayers gritted his teeth in anger and mentally wished them the best of luck in his most sarcastic tone. The demon appeared beside him and gave a fake groan. Even if that guy can't win, don't you agree? Demon's words sounded like a challenge. He could read minds, so he knew what the guy was thinking at that moment. Ayers raised his head upwards and asked Demon in an annoyed voice. Did he really see that, didn't he? Demon only crossed his arms over his chest and watched. That's magic power stopping right next to his eye. He won't be able to stand up to these guys. And then what? Also in their accomplishments was defeating the fire dragon. They were many times stronger than him. There was no way he could compete with them. Mega-level magic isn't that enough. Staying in another country for a year. The guy was getting more and more discouraged, realizing how insignificant he was. But the demon didn't seem to be impressed. He said it was just child's play. The offspring of the hero family would be puzzled to hear how he defeated the Dragon King in the underworld. The demon laughed. Indeed, he had no equal. Ayers didn't know what he was talking about. He had never heard such words before. The demon continued to rage. With all his knowledge, 2 months of lessons would carry more weight than hundreds of years in a different school. Taynar crossed his arms over his chest in satisfaction. He told the boy to just believe in him. The demon sounded confident in his words. Surprised, looked up at him from below. The demon smirked and asked the boy, "Whose apprentice is he after all?" There was a sneer in his words. At this time, Rival kept trying to get Fiona's heart. But the girl persistently resisted. Ayers called out to him. He ironically apologized for interrupting their joy. But he was going to be the one to win. The boy shouted it confidently, and was even frightened by the power of his voice. The demon said he would give him advice, for that was the price he had to pay. The boy wondered, is this a demon contract? Going to announce the guy's goals to give up all avenues of escape, to make him feel the need to do so and never give up. The boy swallowed down the heavy saliva. He had no other way if he wanted to win the tournament after all. After saying that, Rival turned to the boy and gave him a disdainful look. So he's going to participate in the tournament too. Ayers was brimming with determination. There is something he can't give up either. When the crowd heard that, the crowd went wild with renewed vigor. It appeared a duel between the two boys was about to take place. It was very interesting. No one would miss it. Ayers couldn't believe what he'd just said. He turned his head the other way and tried to come to his senses. At this time, Fiona was sitting in the corner, almost crying. What was this nonsense? She could have sworn that there would be rumors now, after she failed to gauge the mood of the situation. The girl was shaking with fear and embarrassment. She couldn't believe what had just happened. Ayers had stopped Rival. It was impossible. The girl's thoughts were confused and she couldn't put them in order. Fiona didn't know who she should support, since both guys were her childhood friends and she appreciated them equally. Taynar, meanwhile, was only watching with interest. He was enjoying the whole spectacle immensely. Ayers looked back, glaring at his companion. Rival was looking at him with a sizzling gaze and slowly boiling with anger, but he didn't show it. This guy was ruining his plans after all. Another lesson was going on in the school. All the students were sitting diligently, writing something in their notes. The teacher stood at the blackboard and drew some complicated formulas. The demon was bored out of his mind. This was a lesson for the Empire's rising elite. This was some very low level. Ayers turned around and irritatedly asked him what the hell was he talking about. Demon spit, he only tells the truth. He thought, what's the point of writing down examples on paper and solving them? The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, it's just a regular class. The demon said that if AHE had even the basic skills to use it, all he has to do is substitute the numbers and do the automatic counting. The guy didn't understand what automatic counting was. It's better to see once than to hear 100 times. The demon said they should see. They should learn the new magic first. The kid looked at him in surprise. To learn it, he would need to draw a magic symbol. Ayers quickly began to draw it on the paper. Next, just let him repeat after him. The demon began to cast the spell. After a few seconds, the mastering was already complete. It was his own invention. The ultimate in computational magic. Millions of formulas that could be solved in seconds immediately began to appear in the guy's head. Before I even blinked an eye, I had already written the exact answer to the assignment. What the hell was that? The demon just chuckled quietly from afar. He was very pleased with his invention. Add, calculate, multiply, divide. For any formulas referenced by the caller, the spell itself performs all calculations. Taynar made a solemn tone of voice. He said he named him. He made a dramatic pause and said he named him Counting. In addition, he also invented an auto-snooping gizmo. The guy wondered if he used this on the final test, he would definitely be able to pass it easily. It was amazing. Suddenly, the teacher's loud voice sounded. The teacher demanded that the boy write the answer on the blackboard. The boy woke up as if from a dream and was stunned. He walked over to the board and looked forward, now that everything was clear to him. A magical symbol formed near his eye and immediately started counting. Ayers waved the hand that had the crayon in it and prepared to answer. Right now, there would be no difficulty for him. Now there was nothing he couldn't solve. The demon was just watching from afar. That's great. Now we need to get back to our seats. The boy was about to return to his desk when the teacher called out to him in a surprised voice. The instructor asked the guy, where are his actual calculations? Did he sneak a peek at the answer? Ayaz started making excuses, saying that it wasn't like that. Demon just chuckled from the sidelines. Being that devious didn't ring a bell in this boy's world. Yes, it was his mistake. After a moment's silence, the boy called out to Demon menacingly. Suddenly, they found themselves in some unfamiliar empty place. Trainer replied that they were now in the boy's mind. Fantasy magic, another type of magic that the demon invented. It's a spell that puts the subject into a dream and allows the caster to control the dream based on discretion. Dreams of world conquest, dreams of beautiful women, anything a man desires. It couldn't be more realistic. In other words, now during the dullest lesson, they can train in his mind. At this time, the real kid was just sleeping in class. So it's just his dream. He pointed his finger at the demon, so he wasn't real either. Just a figment of his imagination. Demon shook his head in the negative, but he was real. Hence, when he uses this spell, he falls into the same dream as the guy. That way, he can create anything he wants. With a snap of his fingers, the demon created a funny-looking bubble. It turns out that's how they're all together in the dream. Ayers stood in the middle of this space and couldn't understand a thing. A half-naked girl appeared out of nowhere. He could use this place to flirt with Sadies. One could even make an erotic dream. The boy began to dream. The demon said this spell could not be created without the host knowing what he wanted to represent. He has to be careful, after all. You can dream as much as you want with this method. It's quite addictive. In one country, the hero immersed himself in his own dreams, from real life, that as a result, the whole country was destroyed. Therefore, in the world of demons, magic fantasy was forbidden. Other than that, the demon can't do anything with its spirit body. His body began to catch fire. Ayers was frightened. He didn't realize what else this spell was. Traynor said that it wasn't a spell at all, but his magical power was radiating as an aura. He only allowed it to come out. The boy was scared out of his wits. He'd never even heard of such a thing. The demon said in a calm voice that it was only a small part of his ability. Now he decided to amplify it to the limit. A huge vortex was formed which filled all the available space. Smiling, the demon enthusiastically said that this was his special technique. The Great Demon Spiral. The spiral to break through the devil. Ayers shook with fear. He couldn't believe that the demon had come up with some lame name again. Why say spiral twice? I mean, it sounds weird. Traynor raised his spell upwards as if intending to attack. Ayers started apologizing immediately. He said he didn't mean it. The guy naively started to say that the Demon King's technique is delightfully cool, just as he expected it to be. In an instant, everything stopped and the guy fell face down. He already thought he was dead, terror glittering in his eyes. The demon shook his head. Of course it was true. If the technique was used on a human, he would be nothing but minced meat. Traynor told the boy not to lie down forever, but to finally sit down at the desk. Suddenly, a wooden school desk materialized out of nowhere. The demon, like a teacher, walked up to the blackboard and said that now they had something to discuss before they continued. This time, his voice became serious. Creatures such as demons and humans have a reservoir inside their bodies where magic is stored. That's where it's actually released and activated. But magic is released from the container through magical flows. Their quantity greatly affects the power of his magic. For example, the more holes in a bag of water, the more water will flow out. Similarly, if the body has little magical flow, mega-class spells can only be used at a fraction of their actual power. However, those with a lot of these magic streams would quickly run out of magic reserves. But it would be fine as long as he could keep the amount of magic consumed in his mind. A child born in a family of great magicians is likely to become a great magician himself, because he will have more magical flows. All this time, the boy listened attentively and absorbed every word. Traynor is right. Fu and Princess Fiona probably have more magic flows than him, which makes them superior to his settlement. It's just an innate talent. The demon continued to talk passionately. At the same time, the boy sat with his head down, seemingly frustrated. The demon drew some kind of magical symbol on the board in a human figure. He said that rather than just increase the guy's magical flows, the number of streams is not determined in advance, as there are closed streams of magic. The magic potential of a guy can be increased by opening those closed streams. Ayers jumped up from behind his desk and asked excitedly, "And how do we open these magical streams? Where do we think about it?" He had already strengthened many soldiers with this method. Ayers, how did he do that? The one only smugly smirked. Pausing for a moment, the demon said he did it with acupuncture. Hearing that made the boy feel cold inside. He knew exactly what the procedure was, and he wasn't happy about it. In front of him were some acupuncture supplies. There were some needles and a burning candle. Does he really need to stick this into his body? He looked at all of this unhappily. The demon said in a stern voice that of course he did. You can't do it without it. The guy was talking about how it's okay to stick them in himself. Is the demon sure it's safe? Traynor exhaled and said it wasn't a problem at all. It's got to be quick and gentle. He'd been practicing all weekend. Ayers gently took one of the little needles. With his vision, his sixth sense, he sees places of blocked magical flows. The guy has no problem getting into them. Ayers asked fearfully, "Does it hurt or not?" Traynor replied thoughtfully that the pain could be like sticking a needle under a fingernail. Hearing this, the boy screamed this disgust. He sure didn't want to hear that. The demon urged him to calm down. He only had one stream to open today. Ayers looked at his hand apprehensively. He didn't want to do that, because from the demon's explanation, the pain would be hellish, so there's no other way. He's up against a monster with an unrealistic level of magic. In order to defeat it, he might as well suffer a little pain. Ayers slowly and apprehensively began to bring the needle to his hand. All this time, the demon was guiding him. The needle was almost to the boy's wrist. He gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the pain. And it was the first time he'd ever done it, so it was scary. As soon as he stuck the needle in his wrist, electrical impulses began to shoot out all over his arm, as if he had been electrocuted. His arm twisted and no longer obeyed him. What was that feeling? It was like needles were digging into his entire arm. It couldn't be. It was as if he was chained and at the same time had hot knives stabbed into his entire body. Traynor just watched silently from the sidelines. He didn't think the procedure was that painful. The pain was so intense that the boy reeled back and was already collapsing from his chair to the ground. Sadis's frightened cry came from far away. There was a bowl of water on the table and a wet towel. The guy sighed heavily. He could barely open his eyes. Something seemed to have gone wrong. He was lying in his bed, and the demon had been waiting for him the whole time. Noticing that the guy was finally awake, he turned his head in his direction. Demon said he couldn't handle the pain and immediately passed out. Right when that girl found him, his maid was sitting next to him. Sadis was sitting next to him, sound asleep. Her eyes were closed. Ayers shifted a weakened gaze in her direction. She had been taking care of him all this time. She was worried again. His body was still so weakened that he couldn't move, and a finger. Suddenly he saw something rather obscene. The girl's skirt pulled up and he saw her panties. The guy immediately turned away and blushed like cancer. No, he can't look at that. To do that after she took care of him. It was obscene. But he couldn't help it, and still he looked back. But still he really wanted to see it, even if it was just a glimpse. He carefully turned his head back. Suddenly the girl woke up. It looked like she had been awake all this time. In a voice she asked, "Does he want to see the maid's panties?" The girl winked playfully at him. Ayers immediately jumped up from the bed and blushed as red as a tomato. And what was she awake for all this time? The girl said in a disdainful tone that it was a pathetic sight to look under the skirt of a girl who worked hard taking care of him. It's a disgrace. She moved even closer to him and took the boy by the chin, running her gentle hand over his face. She was so close that the boy could already feel the warmth of her body. Her voice gave him goosebumps. She moved closer, and he could feel her warm breath on his cheek. Suddenly his parents burst into the room. The boy didn't even realize it. His mother opened the door with her foot and screamed. Seeing the whole sight, the woman blushed with shame. She couldn't believe what was happening. Is her son courting that maid? Ayers blushed even more. Now he didn't know what to do. Sadis shamed the guy in a languid voice. What are the two of them doing here? The boy's father was furious. He was about ready to nail the little brat, but the only thing stopping him was Ayers' mother. She couldn't believe this was really happening. The woman shook the maid as hard as she could, trying to force the truth out of her. She didn't want to believe what was happening. The demon just watched in silence. What a bunch, one of Hero's 7 heroes. And one of the 7 heroes is the warrior priestess Mamu. They hadn't changed a bit in all this time. The boy snorted and looked at them with an annoyed look. The guy asked, "Aren't those two supposed to be at work right now?" Hearing this, the father swung around and gave the boy a swift kick in the ass. Almost crying, he asked, "Why did the father hit him?" The man replied in a stern voice. He was thinking something rude now, wasn't he? Ayers said a groan and said that he was hungry after all that. Hearing this, the maid smiled broadly. In that case, should she cook something for dinner? The boyfriend's mom said it's a great idea. In that case, she'll help her. The maid said she would be most grateful. Ayers. Along with his father, they were left alone in the room. It had been so many years since Ayers' mother had last cooked with her maid. At that moment, it was as if someone had hit the guy over the head. He felt terribly embarrassed. How could he look them in the eye after all this? It's unbearable. Traynor leaned over to him and whispered in his ear. Would the man like to ask his father something? He was clearly hinting at something. The boy remembered, that's right. He was going to ask him about his past, wasn't he? Ayers started to speak uncertainly. The man turned around when he heard his voice. Here, seeing the eyes, the boy timidly asked his father, why did he become an Imperial Knight? There was embarrassment and fear in his voice. Stammering, the guy said it was time to pick a course. It just occurred to him. He didn't finish his sentence. Well, he seems to have played it well. The man hesitated. He said he wanted to protect his family and friends, but in reality, his mother and his hometown were almost destroyed by demons. Hearing this, the boy opened his eyes wide. Fields and stoyles were devastated, and many neighbors and their families were eaten alive. The man reminisced. He would have been eaten too if that man hadn't shown up there. Man thinks he would have died at that time. This man easily defeated a crowd of monsters. He left without a word, and he looked so cool walking off into the sunset. Hero smiled and asked, isn't that a little too corny? The man said it was just a childhood dream. Slightly rash, but still. Eyes wide open. Ayers listened to his father's every word. The door creaked open and the faces of his mother and the maid appeared behind them. It looked like they had been eavesdropping on them after all. Their eyes glistened with delight as they listened to the conversation between him and his son. Ayers had pondered all along that it could have been just a childhood dream, but his father was still able to make it come true. He was able to protect the world. The boy thought about it even while sitting at the dinner table. The guy started to talk awkwardly. He wanted to say about the graduation tournament. He's going to try to win. Hearing this, the man looked at him in surprise. The boy's mother heard it too and jumped up from the table, eyes wide with surprise. Her son said he wanted to win. She would do anything to support him. The woman seemed to have more enthusiasm than he did. But immediately the kid's spirits plummeted. His mother told him not to apologize for losing. They would be happy if he just tried. After saying that, the guy finally lost his morale. And why are they preparing for the fact that he's bound to lose? Even though he's desperately trying to win. That's it. He clutched the fork in his hands. From this day forward, it will not stop. Sadis looked back at him worriedly. She could see the worry in her eyes. The boy got up from the table, apologized, and said he just wasn't feeling well. Ayers stood up from the table, looking over his shoulder with a piercing look and the words, "Thanks for the food." The Demayan's eyes follow the lad's figure walking away into the distance, perhaps after a shared meal where they discuss the important parts of their life together. The next moment, Taynar finds Ayers in thought and asks worriedly, "Is everything all right? It's not every day you enjoy dinner with your family, is it?" Taynar tries to understand the reasons for his friend's concern, feeling their close bond. Ayers stands in front of Taynar with his head down and exclaims with a desperate expression on his face, "I want you to make me stronger." This confession reveals Ayers' deep inner conflict and his desire to grow, to become stronger, perhaps to meet or even surpass his family's expectations. Ayers, full of determination and emotion, declares, "I want to prove to everyone that I can win, not just in words, but in deeds." His desire not just to speak, but to act, emphasizes his desire for self-development and self-assertion. Taynar, standing back, says detachedly, "I put you to sleep." These words could mean that he used his demonic powers to help Ayers calm down or deal with something. Taynar says, "Weary training will only make you worse, and the strain of opening magical streams is too much too." This points out the difficulties and potential dangers in their world of magic and training. Ayers, confused, replies, So what?" And then, seemingly trying to understand the situation. Taynar reminds him, "Today and tomorrow are the weekend, though," perhaps suggesting a break or need for a break from training. This emphasizes Taynar's concern for Ayers' well-being. The kid tries to say something, but he stutters and can't gather his thoughts. Demon says tomorrow, the day he knows he'll get out here, which means the demon's gonna spend tomorrow reading. Guy nods his head, so it's a lock. The tournament's 50 days away. That's not a lot of time. Mother Ersa is hugging Hiro. She's so sorry, that day was a lifetime. She apologizes through her tears. Apologizes for not having time. The woman is pondering. She realizes that she can support her son. She looks at the child who is crying in surprise and with a kind of motherly love and care. She is very happy to have met this child. The woman clutches the baby's little fist in her hand, as if trying to protect it from all the troubles of the world. Ayers and the demon are standing outside a bookstore, where a man is loading some merchandise into a cart. Demon's eyes lit up with happiness. He had already given up hope that he would read the sequel to Fate, and now he could do it. The guy couldn't believe he'd actually bought the book. This is the same book the demon was talking about yesterday. He was getting sick of buying the sequel. He never thought he'd have to rent a cart to take all this stuff away. Taynar said excitedly that they should read all these books in this park, pointing finger toward the nearest public garden, soon rather than drag the cart to the bench. All this time, the demon watched his future treasure with a look of total admiration. Now that they'd bought up the whole house, he'd read the whole thing in one sitting. You could hear the admiration in the demon's voice. Ayers looked in his direction unhappily. Did the Demon King's eyes sparkle thanks to human literature? Which killed him, by the way. The demon shouted that culture had nothing to do with race. Rejection based on racial difference is just a human trait, and borrowing good ideas is the key to development. Demon's eyes were burning with happiness. He finally got what he wanted, and now fully immersed himself in reading this novel. Taynar was panting. He ordered the boy to leaf through the pages for him as his body was ghostly, and then let him tell him how he was doing. The boy sighed. Of course he would. He could hear the sarcasm in his voice. He sat down on a bench and put the book in his lap and began to read. At that moment, the demon over his shoulder was watching him. Suddenly, he called out to the boy. "Unhappy," he said. "The boy reads very slowly. Let him read faster." The boy was surprised. How could he read any faster? He's already reading as fast as he can. He started reading 30 seconds ago. The demon said he had already read the page 5 times. The guy wondered, why so fast? Maybe he was just flipping through the pages for him. He might not read it himself. The demon started to refuse. He can't let that happen. Guy should discuss it with him after reading it. Demon's eyes filled with pity. God, what was he in for? Guy had a premonition that he would spend the next few hours in agony. The demon sighed. In that case, he would teach him speed reading, since that was the case. The boy couldn't read any faster. He slanted an annoyed look at Demon. It was starting to irritate him a little. Trainer pointed a finger at his eye and said that all a guy needs is just visual acuity. The guy's thinking, and he's probably thinking about the wrong thing. The demon said visual acuity means dynamic visual acuity and peripheral vision. Dynamic visual acuity is the power to track moving objects. This involves increasing the strength of the eye muscles, which then increases the speed of eye movement. Therefore, this technique is directly related to the ability to read quickly. So it's only for reading? The guy said there's no point in learning such a specific skill, and said there's more to it than that. Dynamic visual acuity makes it easier to track fast movements. In other words, it makes it possible to avoid countless attacks. The boy did admit that the skill was quite useful in battle after all. Trainer smiled. He knew very well that he was right. Well now, peripheral vision comes into play. He continued to explain first. Let him look at that couple. He pointed his finger at the people who were sitting on a bench not far from them. 2 people were sitting on a bench cooing about something. Apparently they were 2 people in love. The guy sighed and mentally said that he wished they would die soon. Demonu sighed. This was definitely something he didn't expect. Enough, let the guy look away. Now have him say what color was the bench. How many people were in front of them? How many plants were growing behind them? The boy opened his eyes. He hadn't had time to notice all this. How could he know it? Confused, he said he hadn't been paying attention. The demon snorted. He thought so. Peripheral vision allows him to notice all objects in his line of sight. If he focuses on one thing, the rest will start to escape his attention. In a fight, he doesn't just look at his fists and sword, right? If he looks at his opponent as a whole, he can notice his preparatory movements before attacking, and thus seize the initiative, a technique he can learn. The demon paused. It's called a cannon. The demon's eyes widened, and the boy's surprised face was reflected in them. He finally remembered something. Ayers looked dumbfounded. Even if this guy looks ridiculous at first glance, this is solid evidence that it works. Thanks to terrorizing the stairs, his reflexes and agility have actually improved. Amazing. Would he have better control over his body? He literally started to feel the changes. This demon's techniques are really effective. Okay, the guy apologized for not taking him seriously. What should he do next? Trainer smiled with a full-mouth smile and nodded. He was pleased that the guy finally recognized his power. Smiling, he said that the goal for today would be to read this book to the end. The boy couldn't believe his ears. Would he really have to read this novel all day long? That's impossible, the boy shouted at the top of his voice. The demon said, accepting no other answer but yes, sir. There will be eye training first. The guy sighed and doomedly agreed. There was nothing to do. One just had to trust this demon. The little girl sat hidden from everyone and smiled with her mouth full. A woman approached the grocery store and the salesman asked, "Did Sadis run away from her again?" Yes, she had. The girl replied in a shy tone. This was her hometown. Where is this mischievous child? At this time, a little girl was laughingly peeking out from around the nearest corner. When the woman saw her, she rushed after the girl who was running away. Apparently, it was her mom. The woman ordered the girl to stop fooling around, but she didn't listen and just ran away laughing. Sadis indulged in memories of the past. She didn't remember much. The girl lived in peaceful town with her dad and mom. She remembered being happy as a child. What happened in this town? How did that even happen? She had no idea about it. It's an ancient magic stored in the city, a forbidden skill capable of destroying even continents. An old man sat leaning against the wall, a heavy weight strapped to his leg, keeping him from leaving. Traynor was sitting on a desk in his room, throwing papers around. The humans had apparently overdone it. He said no one had any idea how destructive this spell was. The old man sat there unmindful of his fear. He gritted his teeth and tried to keep his temper in check. The man ordered the Demon King to shut up. It was their last hope against him. A hand grasped his hair, pulling him forcefully towards him. In a balaclava, said he was going to use this spell on their army by selling Peria. Looks like they were going to use it as a weapon of mass destruction. There are also tapes of secret meetings. The demon stood up from his desk. He didn't need it anyway. Normally, he would just feed this man to his army. But this spell, it's too powerful. Traynor apologized, but he must destroy it. This magic. And this man who was the key. Little Sadis was walking through the city when suddenly she saw a huge demonic vortex that moved straight towards her, destroying everything in its path. The girl wouldn't have had time to run away anyway, so she just stood there and watched. The adult Sadie stood in the middle of the room and held a broom in her hands. Her eyes widened. She had indulged too much in memories and now had fallen a bit out of reality. Even after all these years, when she gets distracted, she remembers that day. The memories brought her unbearable pain, but she couldn't give them up because they were part of her life. She started yanking the handle of one of the doors, frantically trying to get in. Finally, she got to the room, and inside it were many portraits of little heirs. Seeing them, she began to snort contentedly and calm down a bit. The girl melted. The mere sight of him was enough to crack the very devil's heart. Sadis realized that she was now a maid in Reagan's family. The girl's face spread into a satisfied smile. Her homeland was destroyed by the Demon King. Her mom saved her when she was on the verge of death. Actually, she should have been sent to an orphanage. This woman raised her like a sister. Her mom was like a sibling to her that Ona loved. She was a little sad when she married Hiro, but the girl thought even harder. The man took her in as his adopted daughter. The man patted the girl's cheek and stroked her head. Also, the moment when she first saw her master surfaced in her memories, when the woman had given her the first time to support the little warm lump. The baby was incredibly cute. The girl looked at him with her huge eyes. Now this was her sweet little brother, albeit uneven. The girl cradled him in her arms too. A new life after her family died. She wished it could always be like this. Sadis took the small box, opened it with interest. It held so many memories. This ribbon was from the bouquet Urs had given her for her graduation. She remembered the young gentleman's sad face when he almost cried when he asked if she would leave them after graduation. The girl melted with delight and a wide smile spread across her face. She wanted to tease him, even though she knew it was wrong. She wants to pester him, wants to see his sweet side. To her, her young master, there's a young lord that Princess Fiona loves, and the people around here know it. If all goes well, the children of the 7 heroes will marry each other, and now she would see them off like everyone else. The girl thought about it sadly, but the young master going against all norms. If only he would look at her again just once. The girl remembered the way Ayres had looked at her the first time he'd given her a bouquet. She remembered those eyes. She brushed a tear from her face. She could never admit it to him. The girl remembered the moment when the young master came home from school upset, and she had greeted him joyfully as always. The girl's eye began to twitch. She realized something was wrong, something while shopping. She couldn't find her place. Such a lecherous look for the young master. It was unusual for her to see the boy like that. The boy grasped some scrap of cloth and pulled it toward him. The maid watched his every move. He handed her a napkin and the girl thanked him heartily. At parting, Pauline said she would read the book until supper time. Let her call him when everything was ready. What's that? If he's a guy, he should have looked at the panties. But like a gentleman, he grabbed the scarf. She didn't even notice it. Like something had changed in the guy. He noticed her panties showing from beneath her skirt. That was the ability to notice everything in sight. So much for visual acuity. The boy cheered. What a useful skill. The demon sighed heavily. It wasn't allowed. He wasn't one to look up girls' skirts. However, the kid mastered it very easily. He's not as untalented as everyone thinks. Maybe he'll make something of himself in the future. It's amazing how fast he learns. Great demonic breakthrough evolution. Ayres stood in the middle of the courtyard looking up at the night sky. He was pensive, as if nothing in the world existed but himself. The kid looked at his hand, which began to slowly emit magic. A demon appeared from afar and said that he could now steadily control the magic around him. Ayres stood and half turned to look at the demon. His whole body was covered with a magical aura. He could control it now, after his training, without any problems. Heirs, it was worth all the agony he had endured after all. During the opening of the magical streams, it wasn't all for nothing. It took a little time to learn how to materialize magic, but still it wasn't everything. Trainer asked, "And how does it feel?" The feeling of exemplary technique. It was delightful. The boy closed his eyes in surprise and pleasure. Everything he sees and hears seems natural. He is amazed at how clearly he perceives everything. The training has paid off after all. The boy's senses are now sharpened and new abilities have emerged. The demon said it's the last one. The final class. Ayers looked up at him eagerly. There was determination in his gaze. Now he had a phantom sparring match, like practicing with an intangible ghost. The demon tried to hit him, but the boy put his arm out in time to block the blow. Even when he attacks, he doesn't feel the impact. However, in a duel with a demon who wields the highest level of visual acuity magic, and he who has also learned to sharpen his vision, now it was easy for him to determine when and where the blow would come. If this had happened 2 months ago, there was nothing he could have done. Now, after all the hard training and grueling sessions, he is not afraid to face death. He has already fought the demon with ease and freedom. Dodging, he still found gaps in the demon's defense and was ready to strike, but the demonic creature was stronger. So he dodged and hit the guy in the jaw with all his might. His eyes rolled back and his body flew a few meters away. The kid was lying on the ground, completely exhausted after being hit. He hadn't been able to hit him. His eyes were staring upward, no life in them anymore. And now once again he is forced to die. The demon's mad face is already looming over him, preparing to strike a decisive blow. Ayers was lying exhausted on earth. Damn it. This was pointless. The demon still admitted that it was pretty impressive that he was able to take him by surprise and attack him. But that didn't mean it was enough to overpower him. Ayers said emphatically that he wanted to try again. Be that as it may. The demon grinned. He liked the boy's attitude. Soon they finished their daily workout. The boy was in his room, lying in his bed. He turned to the demon and asked, why did he want to destroy humanity? Trainer was determined not to answer that question, and anyway, who cared? The guy wouldn't stop, no, really. He thought about it all the time. Isn't it time to tell him? The demon looked away with a sad look. He said that people wouldn't be able to understand his intention. A great sadness could be heard in his voice. That was hundreds, no, thousands of years ago. He doesn't even remember why or what made him think that. Deep in the caverns where no sunlight reaches, there is a world of chaos with air and brutal power. This is his homeland. In a sad voice, he said that he had a dream. He wanted to leave this demon dimension to see the world and all its delights. Huge oceans, dense forests. The demon's voice became dreamy. Different cultures and technologies. Warm sunshine. He wanted to see it all in person. However, the dreams came true at the snap of his fingers. The other demons wanted to leave too. Racism. Aggravated. Distorted by the idea. Millennia followed the centuries. His purpose had changed as well, just as he was no longer who he was then. Before he realized it, he found that he had become the most feared demon king. Trainer sat on a demon throne covered in blood. Ayers was lying in his bed listening to the demon's story with surprise. Trainer sighed and said that it was all in the past. He imagined what had happened to the demon world after what had happened. Were humans cruel to the rest of the demons too? Asked the boy. Trainer replied that it was the norm. He looked thoughtfully into the distance. In times of war, offense and place are everywhere. They did immoral things. And the Demon King was no different. The boy had heard of the Demon King's overkill. But Trainer had felt it on his own skin. It was unbearable. After a bit of silence, the boy said thoughtfully that he would like to be in the demon world one day. The Demon King questioned him in surprise. The guy said that he had been training him all along, so why not return the favor? Also, he'd like to see a lot of countries. The demon grinned and asked, is the boy sure he's sure of what he said? Ayers said that an imperial knight like his father had a quiet life, didn't he? Trainer replied that if the guy becomes an imperial knight, he won't have time for such things. Ayers realized that he didn't need to follow his father's path. The Demon King wanted to explore the world. That sounds like fun. He'd like to do that. He doesn't want to end up staying in this country for the rest of his life. Trainer looked at the boy in surprise, an answer he had not expected. Dreamily, the boy said he wished he could be a person who could go anywhere he wanted. There was one day left before the school tournament started. Wagons and nobles were based everywhere in the street, and the common townspeople hurried to see the grand spectacle. The tribunes were crowded with a multitude of people. There was an incredible buzz of various human voices everywhere. Everyone looked on in anticipation and couldn't wait for the tournament to begin. The kid was sitting on a bench and was preparing for the performance. Despite his outward calmness, he was filled with a lot of emotions. Traynor said it's more crowded than he expected. It's just a bunch of kids fighting. What's so special about it? Guy replied that the children of the 7 heroes will be participating. Every year, a lot of influential people come here to watch the games, but a lot of people come here to see to know. The demon sighed. At this time, the boy was tying his hands with screws to fix them better. A bright light came on, and the announcer's booming voice asked for everyone's attention. The auditorium began to murmur even more. A man dressed in festive clothes stepped into the middle of the arena and began to speak. He said that today was the start of the Imperial Academy graduation tournament. He warmly thanked everyone for attending the event. And then the man began to introduce exactly the competitors who will fight tonight for the title. The crowd buzzed even more, all trying to support their favorites, their voices merging into one single rumble from which it was impossible to understand anything. Sadis also came to cheer for her young master. She shouted with all her might and cheered the lad on. All participants entered the arena. A man in uniform started a detour to remove the rule. He said that each match would follow a tournament format. Tension hung in the air, and the anticipation of battle. Opponents will be allocated by lot. The man began to announce the person who would be the first to pull the lot. He paused dramatically. The first to draw lots will be rival Gene. The crowd screamed again. The girls were crazy about this guy. He had such a majestic rack. Among all the students, he was the best. The girls began to whisper. One of them said that she had heard that he was as strong as a true imperial knight. In short, this kid was not lacking in female attention and was clearly their favorite. Everyone thought that he would definitely be the winner. Ayres listened irritably, annoyed by the whole thing. The draw hadn't even started yet, and they were already deciding the winner. Rival drew a lot with the number 1 on it. His face was as emotionless as ever, as if he was looking at everyone else with contempt. Rival Jeanette will be going in the first round. Even more power, they couldn't believe they were going to see this guy in the first round. Announced that Urs Reagan would be the next pick. That's all before the whispers started. Apparently the guy was disliked. In the back rows, they started to darned well say this guy's name is the unfortunate heir apparent. It was clear right away that no one would be rooting for him here. A demon floated up behind him, and Riley asked, "He's up to something sinister, isn't he?" There was a wry smile on the demon's face. The boy asked him again, but the king only joked back, "Well, this is going to be interesting." The boy walked over to the box and looked at it carefully. The man in the festive uniform just stared emotionlessly at the boy's face. Ayres took hold of the box lightly and pulled it toward him. Suddenly he tossed the box behind the lots upwards, so that all the contents scattered. Everyone present was horrified. What was this guy doing? Suddenly he activated his visual acuity and immediately began to see each of the coins. It was as if time had slowed down for him. He ducked and grabbed lot number 1, same as rivals. The crowd went, "What the hell is he doing? Doesn't he know his place?" His father, who had been watching the whole time, slapped himself in the face. That was really dumb. His son is an idiot after all. He couldn't believe that his son was going to ruin a historical tournament. Rival was slowly boiling over with rage. What is this guy doing? Urs gave him a serious look and asked if he knew why he had done it. He understands everything perfectly well, doesn't he? Rival gritted his teeth in anger and looked at the boy with a maddened look. The guy couldn't believe it. He saw the number 1 in a split second. What's he trying to say? He picked Rival. Well, all right, that's the way we're going to be. Everyone was full of readiness, and the crowd watched in horror and amazement. Urs Reagan, with a voice full of determination, announced that she was declaring war on her rival. He did not relent either, and with the same confident tone said that he accepts his challenge. The people who came to the performance witnessed a real drama and watched the whole thing with amazement and enthusiasm. Everyone was confused. What was the meaning of that? Well, if the opponents don't mind. The herald said that this was not allowed. He called on everyone present to calm down immediately. Suddenly, a man's loud shout echoed throughout the podium. He was calling for silence. A man in royal robes stood up from his seat and looked forward with a stern gaze. It was the Emperor of Solya. Fiona looked in his direction in surprise, frightened. It was her father. Traynor slanted a serious look at him, that face filling him with vague memories of days past. One of the 7 heroes was the magical spearman Solya. The king began to say in a thunderous voice that Regan's actions violated the rules. However, the man turned to Rewall. He said he accepts the challenge. The boy knelt before the king and confirmed his words once more. He raised his face, which had a crazy look of utter determination on it. The guy shouted that he would definitely win this tournament, no matter who his opponent was. It seemed like nothing could stop him at that moment. Had been glancing at him all this time. There was no need to draw lots. The king said that he hoped the 2 rivals were equal. The protagonist's father and mother got up from their seats and asked the king not to do this. It's just a silly fiction by their silly son. The king hastened to reassure them. Wouldn't it be impolite to reject a child's challenge? The eyes of the protagonist's father rounded in surprise. Solya spread his arms wide and said in a thunderous voice that he was giving good. Let the fighting spirit be revived. It's not just a battle between graduates. The king's voice sounded enthusiastic as he seemed to like the idea himself. He said that it was a real duel between 2 warriors. All the other participants of the battle looked and listened in surprise. Rival Janet and Regan will fight in the first round, the king announced. He said that he recognizes this duel, as expected from the son of a hero. The kid still hated that phrase more than anything. No matter how hard he tries, all his accomplishments are a credit to his father. For the son of a hero, that goes without saying. Of course it does. He felt his efforts were worthless. After all, those around him do not see him as himself, but as Hitro's son. He did not want to disappoint them, but he could not fulfill their expectations either. These 2 doubts were weighing on his inner world, creating an inner struggle. The views of the protagonist and his rival crossed, neither of them willing to concede. It was not just a duel for them, but a personal battle for honor. 876. The main character's parents watched all of this with horror. His father couldn't believe that his son was stupid enough to mess up the academy's main event like this. The mother was concerned about whether her son would survive on principle. What the hell is wrong with him? There were only 2 opponents in the arena who were diligently preparing for battle. It was going to be an amazing spectacle. The Herald says it's the Imperial Academy's graduation tournament. It's time for the first round to begin. The child of one of the 7 holy heroes of the sword, the best swordsman of the Imperial Academy, rival Janie, and the dark horse of this tournament, the son of hero Regan, Regan. There was a little confusion at the draw, but still. This battle is between the 2nd-generation representatives of the 7 heroes. It's going to be a great spectacle. This has never happened before in the entire existence of the Academy. The demon looked toward his partner in surprise. He asked if he wanted to use it. The boy said no. He wanted to test his strength first, reflexes honed by practicing from the stairs, phantom sparring with the Demon King, visual acuity training, and he wants to see how far he can take the field beyond just simple techniques. The demon grinned, so that's how it is. Not bad. Traynor was pleased with that answer. Sadis looked anxiously and doomedly at her ward. There was excitement in her eyes, and fear for the life of her young master. The guy remembered what he'd said to her then. Just let her watch now, she'll see. She's gonna win this tournament, she will. The maid, with fear in her voice, cried out for the young master to wait. She asked why the guy didn't have a sword. Really, did he forget his weapon? Everyone was surprised, really. What was he doing? Suddenly the guy remembered. Originally he was a swordsman after all. No wonder why everyone had such a reaction. Princess Fiona was furious. How could that be? The crowd boos. Is this kid that nervous? Did he forget his gun? Simple as that. Surely this is the son from one of the 7 heroes. What about the legacy of the hero family? He's the son of a hero and he doesn't even use a sword. Hero. And shouted to his son. He told the guy to quickly go to the waiting hall and get his sword. This is too much. The guy wasn't paying any attention at all. What were they doing? The herald asked if the boy wanted him to bring a sword for him. The boy shook his head in the negative, but there was no need. He proudly showed his hand and confidently said that his sword was his fist. Well, if he says he'll go unarmed, then so be it. Rivals stared at him the whole time without saying a word. His gaze was cold and emotionless. This guy didn't seem to have any emotion at all. The first round has begun. All the stands froze in anticipation of something incredible. Rival was amazed at such insolence. Don't let this guy underestimate him. First the toss, and now he also comes in unarmed. This isn't a game. Rival started to pull his sword from its sheath. He lunged at the guy with the firm intention of chopping him to shreds. This was not just a game or some kind of entertainment for him. It was his honor. Rival ran at the protagonist with his sword out in front of him, ready to strike him first. Princess Fiona watched all of this with horror while the crowd furiously cheered for Rival. Suddenly something happened that no one expected. The guy threw a punch, but his opponent stood there unharmed. Looks like he didn't hit his punch. Everyone was confused. In the corner of the cairn, two silhouettes stand opposite each other. The tension in the air is palpable. Was he really able to dodge? Says one figure skeptically, doubting his opponent's abilities. The answer comes instantly, in the form of a whirlwind and a sword cutting through the air. Then how about this? The challenge is thrown and the blade catches up with its target, but in the last frame, the drama reaches its climax. The Imperial sword stands out in the center of the scene, surrounded by an explosion of a profusion of blossoming blades. This moment is frozen, foreshadowing the outcome of the confrontation. The spectators are watching the fighter's every move in suspense. Not every Imperial warrior has skills like him. A whisper spreads through the arena, along with admiration and disbelief. No, wait, I don't see it at all, the sword. Doubt begins to take hold of the audience. The speed of that star, trained in speed reading, Rival demonstrates an incredible skill that calls into question his human abilities. Urs keeps up, concentrating on using his peripheral and dynamic vision to the fullest, proving that his sword skills are as good as his opponent's speed. You can predict an opponent's action by the movement of his eye muscle. He shows that in combat, every detail matters. Urs is adept at dodging all of his opponent's attacks. He utilizes reflexes developed during his training with the latter. Instantly make a move that takes into account the opponent's next move. The results of his training have paid off after all. Now he predicts almost every action of his opponent. Now it wasn't his father's magic sword, it was Urza Regan's style. His own style. Swings his fist to deliver a great demon corkscrew punch. His arm flies forward through space at the speed of light. The crowd freezes in anticipation. There is no way they expected this turn of events. Rival is shocked. His opponent responds with his fist to all sword techniques. This is simply amazing. The guy raises his an exhausted face and stares at his opponent with a disheartened look. Urs shows everyone around him his skills that he has honed through hard training. He wants to be proud. The crowd is buzzing. That was a very powerful punch. He is overwhelmed by his euphoria. But suddenly he hears his most hated phrase, as expected from second-generation heroes. The crowd starts whispering, which confuses the guy. What? Talent. Don't let them devalue his training with that word. His father didn't do anything, he just abandoned him. What makes them think that? His father had nothing to do with it. The crowd was celebrating children of heroes. This is just awesome. The demon flew up to him and told him in his ear not to listen to them. It's still possible to get rid of your father's label. Urs clenched his fists. He knew he couldn't back down. I should have thought nothing of it. Rival stood a little ways away and prepared for his next throw. As the boy had suspected, his opponent was on his feet. Rival asked the boy, perplexed, how did he get that power? He gave up the magic he knew and uses physical skills, which he's never seen. Though before, the guy was a swordsman. His opponent was perplexed. What had changed after all? How did he suddenly become so powerful? It's his parents' handiwork, and the kid just stood there silently watching his rival go on a rampage. Urs grinned. If that were true, they wouldn't have such surprised faces right now. The boy pointed his finger at the bleachers. Rival didn't understand anything and just stared at the guy. How did he do it? He just practiced, sparred, and read. His opponent was furious. This can't be. Urs calmly said that it probably wasn't just that. He said that there was a kind man who taught him this style. He thinks he changed his perspective a bit after he met him. The demon heard all this and looked at the boy in surprise. As soon as he entered the academy, he faced an insurmountable wall. Of the children of the 7 heroes, he was the only one missing something. That's what he'd been told his whole life. He didn't have a talent for swordsmanship like Rival. He wasn't strong in magic like Fu. He didn't have martial arts skills like Fiona. He is the one who had no particular talent. His inability to live up to the expectations of those around him became his curse. But this man had told him. The guy paused rhetorically. He told him that he had no talent in handling a magic ball like his father had, so let him use what he is good at. After saying that, the guy really felt better. He doesn't want to emulate the heroes, he wants to go his own way. Kid. His voice was full of determination. Not his father nor his mother. His path he determines only for himself. Rival didn't know what to say. He'd crack with anger right now if he could. The boy gritted his teeth and just stared at his opponent in silence. Suddenly, he yelled for the guy to stop joking. Doesn't he want them to inherit the powers of the 7 heroes? It is the duty of the second generation to pass on the strength and achievements of their great predecessors to future generations. He always drove them because it brought back memories from my childhood. Urs didn't understand. Why was Rival suddenly so angry? He understood his pride in his heroes, but it wouldn't change his point of view. He's here to prove himself. Rival made a lifeless expression on his face. He pointed his sword at the boy, determined to slaughter him here and now. Trainer stood behind and said his opponent entered this state. Before he knew it, a multitude of cuts covered his body. His opponent was moving with such speed that he could not catch a single movement. Sadis, seeing all this, screamed with horror. The demon just watched. Humans are usually only able to operate at 30% of their full potential, but under critical conditions it can be used to its fullest. This is sometimes called second breathing, or getting into the zone. Some people may intentionally enter this state. Even with his eyesight, it was hard to keep up. The boy barely had time to dodge the attacks. The sharp blade of the sword only a few centimeters from his face. Urs tried his best to protect himself from the blows. They flew at him with increasing speed. Shit, this is no good. It's time to change the current state of things. The protagonist shouted with anger, his eyes filled with rage, evenly enveloping his entire body with magical power. Released from the many channels opened with such pain. Suddenly, something that no one in any way expected began to happen in the arena. Everyone looked over there with horror and impatience. The light of full life and prosperity. This is the magic that the protagonist deserves. It is the strongest technique, the physical strengthening of the Demon King, the breakthrough of the great Demon King. The boy grouped himself together and directed all his strength into one point. The demon flew up to him and asked him who the kid had been up to that point. Gasping in the heat of battle, the guy replied that he was the son of a hero. The demon asked again, "And who is he now?" The guy answered that he was an apprentice of the great Demon King. Well, the demon asked one last question. What does the guy want to become? A sparkling smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He said he wanted to be his true self. His words were filled to the brim with determination. That's right, so let him prove it now. Urs rushed at his opponent, preparing his fist for a crushing blow. The demon called the boy by name for the first time. For the first time in his life, he was recognized not as the son of a hero, but as himself. He would surely repay the demon for everything he had done for him. The boy struck with such force that it seemed that space itself was about to split into many pieces. He'd show the best results with his fists. The boy's face was burning with a mad desire to win, to snatch victory with his teeth, and to prove to everyone what he was worth. He'll thank the demon again. After all, such gratitude is much more worthy than buying a pile of books, isn't it? The demon just stood there, silently watching his student's progress. The guy swung around, and with all his might he hit the great demon with a flickering punch. The blow was so strong that his opponent just flew aside, and hit the wall with such force that it cracked. The guy was steaming. He couldn't even breathe. Everyone looked on in amazement. Had he really won? No one could believe it, because up until now the guy was just a gray horse in their eyes. It was an incredibly crazy turn of events. The crowd roared with delight. Rival had been defeated. The protagonist stood in the middle of the arena and couldn't believe his own success. Had he really won? Had he really succeeded? At this time, Rival was slowly reaching for his sword out of his last strength. He didn't plan to give up so easily either. The herald had already started to announce the winner of the first round. The crowd was buzzing. The kid was watching his opponent, who was cowering in a corner somewhere in there. Everyone rejoiced that the boy had won. Rival had been defeated. Urs was still trying to recover from the shock. Rival, meanwhile, was preparing to launch his decisive attack. He didn't even see it coming. All the time he was preparing his decisive spell with all his might. He couldn't bear the fact that he had lost to some weakling. It didn't take a moment before the black figure of Rival with a crazed look was already rushing to the guy's back to cut him down with a single blow. The crowd came to a horror. Relatives and acquaintances of the protagonist with horror watched what was happening. They tried to wander the guy to finally pay attention to the danger that was rapidly approaching him behind his back. Ayers barely had time to shift his gaze before he felt the cold blade of the sword right before his eye. He remembered those moments in the teachings together with the Demon King. Sitting on the ground, the guy asked him if he could learn this technique. The demon wondered why would he need it? The great demonic spiral, the devil breakthrough spiral. Why? This technique consumes a lot of magical power. It's difficult to control. The guy asked with irony in his voice, really? Concern said that with his current condition it's virtually impossible. Even if he tries, it will take 6 months. No, the guy was determined that he would master it by all means. He concentrated all his power in one hand, creating his demonic spiral. Right now, he was using the great demonic spiral, Urza's breakthrough spiral. In the guy's hand, a huge demonic vortex began to form, consuming the entire space around him. The crowd was horrified. The herald didn't realize what the hell was going on now. The demon was frightened and watched in horror. He hadn't expected such an act from the boy. He had warned him that it would take a long time to learn this technique. Sadis watched the whole thing with a lifeless stare without saying a word. The guy was already fully prepared to use this spell and repel the attack of the opponent who was coming at him with great speed. But suddenly he was hit in the face by someone else's hard blow, so hard that he couldn't stay on his feet. The guy spun around from such a forceful blow and nearly passed out. Trying to get up, he watched, still trying to figure out who had hit him so hard. Blue, thick smoke started to develop around him. It was his parents, the boy's father, looking at him with a somehow too angry look. He didn't bode well. The audience was shocked. Is this the family of heroes? What are they doing here? Ayers tried to get to his knees and screamed. Why did his father stop him? Why did they start all of a sudden? Suddenly, his father announced in public that his son was disqualified. The announcement hit the kid like a thunderclap. It was something he never expected. His father said that the tournament would continue without his son's participation. The boy couldn't believe it. He had worked so hard, and then all his dreams were shattered at once. He ran to his father, screaming for him to explain what all this means. Why is he suddenly disqualified? You gotta say the kid didn't make it. Suddenly, Sadis's voice came from the crowd. The girl all was trembling with fear. She could not believe her eyes. With fear, she dropped her basket from her hands. She didn't pan much. Why? Why? In her mind, the horrible events from her childhood came back to her again and again as soon as she saw that demonic spiral. She shouted, "Why is young master using the Demon King's technique?" Hearing this, the boy became bewildered. He looked at his governess with a dead stare. What's even going on? The Demon King didn't understand anything at all. Was it really this girl? But he didn't have time to finish his speculation. Is this girl really the survivor of Shisanotami City? Sadis couldn't come to her senses, and the protagonist's mother tried to calm her down, but it was all in vain. Ayers also came to be horrified. He had never seen her like this before. The protagonist's father was extremely worried about what had happened. This tornado, the technique the demon used to destroy Sadis's hometown. That's why the girl was so scared. The lad still understood nothing. His father took him by the arm and dragged him earnestly after him. Guy knew his maid was a war orphan, but he had no idea it was this serious. The father asked in a serious tone, how did the son know this technique? And what had he been doing in his absence anyway? The boy was horrified. The father was really pissed off, Erd stammered, saying that he just wanted his father to see how strong he had become. Every day he tried. But his father didn't seem to listen. The expression on the man's face took on a kind of maddened look. He was trying to do what? An imperial knight would never use something like that. Or would he be willing to go to any dirty trick to win? That's what he said. And the kid just got even more depressed. He had never been recognized by his father. There was a murmur of displeasure in the crowd. The guy knew all these people were wrong, but he couldn't help it. The crowd was yelling at him. The demon turned to the guy, but he was like he was possessed by madness. He said it was his technique. The demon approached him and looked directly into his eyes. Urs was completely devastated, his gaze expressionless. Finally, he saw his friend. The demon insisted that the protagonist tell his father of his existence. Let him say he made him do it. Ayers didn't understand what the demon was saying, but the one continued. The demonic being said that his father would believe that he exists. Hero knows exactly what only he knows. The demon said it was entirely his fault. He shouldn't have imparted the knowledge of the enemy of humanity to the boy. The boy screamed for the man to stop. He didn't want to hear it. Sadis hugged her mom and tried to come to her senses. Her eyes were filled with genuine terror. "It's hard to be killed by humans," said the demon. Suddenly, the boy wondered if the demon was the one who had been saving him all along. Trainer said it wasn't too late. The boy could still be forgiven. The father looked at his son with genuine anger. The demon was surprised. He wanted to save the boy from punishment, but it seems that he could not do it. The boy smiled and said in a cheerful voice that it wasn't the demon's fault. Approaching his comrade, the boy asked what was wrong with becoming his apprentice. Urs did not want to back down. His face suddenly became somehow carefree and even ironic. The demon looked at him with an uncomprehending gaze. "What is this kid talking about?" Urs said that the demon was just teaching the apprentice his technique after all. Trainer looked at him with a frightened look. It was obvious he was worried about the boy. He held out his hand to him, trying to stop him, but the boy didn't listen to him and went forward. He was determined that he wasn't going to let all these people rob him of all that he had accomplished through this hard training. The crowd was buzzing, but the boy stood in front of them and shouted for them to listen to him carefully. He ordered them all to stop their stupid yelling. Make them shut up just for a minute. Urs tried his best to get their attention. In a confident voice, the boy said that this technique belonged to his mentor who had put him on his feet. He was the only one who had supported the boy all this time. This is the culmination of his journey, and he doesn't need anyone's criticism. His father tried to stop him, but the kid wouldn't listen to him. Suddenly, he swung around and punched his father in the face with all his might. The man lost his balance and leaned backwards. The crowd was horrified. The son had hit his father. It was unthinkable. The father looked at him sideways and didn't realize what he was doing. In a firm voice, the kid said that was the last time he would call him father. He was in pain all the time. It was hard on the boy. You could see how hard every word was for him. He was compared to his father all the time, and expected him to do better. But his father never even looked in his direction. Not even when they called him a second-generation loser. Here's a guy coming back from his dad saying he doesn't want to be his kid anymore. I wish he'd never been born. When the man heard that, he was stunned. He didn't know what to say. The crowd screamed for everyone to grab the little bastard. He should have been banished. The father tried to call out to his son, but he wouldn't listen. The crowd roared. It was a disgrace. The boy had become a traitor to the warriors. Princess Fiona, along with Fu, ran towards the boy, horror on their faces. Urs sarcastically asked, "Did they come to scold him for betraying his father and all the people?" The great demonic spiral. Urs's breakthrough spiral was exactly his invention. He used it again. Billows of smoke flying in different directions. The girls closed their eyes to keep the dust out of their eyes. They didn't have time to say anything because the guy immediately disappeared. There was a huge hole where the kid had just stood. No way he went underground. Everyone was shocked. This had never happened before in the night's time. People leaned over and looked down the hole trying to find the kid. They didn't want him to leave. They didn't know what was happening to him. It was awful. The hole was very deep, its gulf going deep down, and it looked ominous. The dark abyss of the hole beckoned. Urs held his hand in front of him, from which a demonic spiral burst out and cut his way forward through the thickness of the earth. Images from his childhood came back to his mind, back when they were carefree children and played together in the yard. He remembered those moments when his mother never gave him the attention he deserved. He remembered the moment of Sadis's graduation. He remembered his maid's face, and her words that she would never have abandoned the young master. Now his memory was only of her terrified face when she first saw the guy use the demonic spiral. Tears came to the guy's eyes. He knelt and screamed the vast night sky. All the pain he'd saved up all these years. All the resentment he had for the other people for not recognizing his strength ever. He fell to the ground, whimpering. The guy was cursing with all his might. He couldn't do anything. Inside him was a nightmare of different emotions. The demon looked at him from the side. The boy could not even get up. M felt very sorry for his comrade. For this child, at a young age, he had experienced a great deal, which is to be expected. The breakout limit is 90 seconds. Moreover, he used the breakthrough spiral twice. It's not allowed. He doesn't have much magic energy to use such a powerful spell. The demon began to speak uncertainly. He said that at that tournament, a part of him was hopeful. The words came out with great difficulty as he watched his friend suffer. The demon remembered Urz's words to his father. He had seen a different side of the boy at that tournament. He remembered Urz's enthusiastic face when he said he wanted to finally be recognized, and he stepped out of his father's shadow. The events that had happened so recently flashed through my mind. Urz rose to his feet and shouted that the world wanted him to be the perfect hero. They didn't even think he could be stronger. Tears rolled down his cheeks, burning his skin. It was so sad. The demon tilted his head and lowered his gaze. He was sorry it had happened, but there was nothing he could do. But there's only one way to fulfill his wishes. The boy had been lying on the ground the whole time, trying to cope with his emotions. The demon's voice became more confident. He firmly said that it was necessary to surpass his father's achievement. Demon asked a rhetorical question. Does the kid know why the hero is so revered? It's because he defeated him, the ruler of the world, the demon supreme. But if the guy achieves more, then everyone will know about the power of Urz, whether they want to or not. The demons tried their best to cheer the kid up. Urz didn't understand how he could surpass his father. After all, he is a great hero. The demon didn't know it himself, he just snorted thoughtfully. There are many ways to succeed. The demon's voice became thoughtful. You can unite the country and achieve something great. One thing he could say for sure, the answer was not limited to this one empire. The guy needed to target the whole world. Urz lay on the ground and tried to comprehend everything that had been said. He realized that it was the only way out. But how to do it? We need to target people outside the empire as well. Let the boy let him know his name. The guy lay there thinking. They're talking about how to surpass his own father now, aren't they? The boy remembered that each of his childhood friends had some outstanding talent. They practiced constantly to achieve such success. He remembered all his wishes from his childhood. He wanted to become the strongest hero, surpassing even his father. Just think about it. The kid jumped to his feet. He needed to get back to his roots. He had to do it. There was no turning back. There was a tremendous determination in his voice that he himself had never known before. He had to do something greater than his father had done. The demon grinned at the kid. He liked this kind of fighting attitude and was ready to help him in all future endeavors. Urz firmly decided that he wasn't going to let these people ignore them. The boy said they were going to the ends of the earth. The two of them stood gazing wistfully at the night sky full of millions of glowing stars. The guards wondered where the boy had disappeared. They asked each other if anyone had seen the child, but they searched all of 5th Street to no avail. One of the guards said he wasn't on 2nd Street either. Damn it, where is that child? The commander didn't know where to put himself with excitement. Suddenly, some little old man came up to them and asked, "What's the reason they're turning city blocks upside down? Did something happen?" The guard turned to look at him. The man turned to the old man and asked if he knew what happened today at the tournament. It was the largest incident since the end of the war. The protagonist's mother opened the doors with a bang and quickly ran into the house. There was worry and fear on her face. She looked everywhere for her son, but she couldn't find him anywhere. The woman ran into the boy's bedroom, but he was not there. There was just an empty made-up bed in the room. Nothing else. She thought maybe he came home. But no, the boy was still nowhere to be found. The woman looked up with weary eyes. Too much going on today. Even though there are still remnants of the Demon King's army. All the knights have been sent to search for him. But there's still no word on the boy. Hero is already searching outside the capital. If another squad finds the kid first and starts a battle, they'll never get their son back. The woman frantically searches all over the room for her son, grasping at the ghostly hope of finding her child after all. The boy's recent words came to mind. "I don't want to be your child. I wish he'd never been born." It was killing the woman inside. She felt guilty for what was happening, what had happened to him. She stood in front of the boy's closet and stared dumbly inside, as if trying to find her missing child there. His fighting style suddenly changed, and also using the Demon King's techniques. It was unthinkable. Did he have complexes because of her and her husband? The woman hesitated for a moment. It seemed like she was beginning to realize something. She didn't think she'd ever taken a good look around her son's room. She glanced around the space of the room. It was most ordinary. A bed, a table, a chair. There was a book of some sort on the table. She picked up a small book and nostalgia pointed at it. It was an academy textbook. This book was different from the ones from their time. The woman was still standing in front of the bookcase. It's a bookcase. It's almost full of reference books and technical literature. Even their generation didn't go that far in their study. And her son worked so hard to get approval. This child was truly criticized all the time. She finally realized what complexes were. He was crushed by too many expectations, but she paid no attention to his hard labor, even by the standards of the 7 heroes. That was her biggest mistake. She saw that she didn't understand anything. Her eyes were as if covered by a veil. The girl began to cry, horror in her eyes. How could she let this happen? Now she didn't know what to do. The woman fell to her knees and began through her tears to beg forgiveness for her son, whom she could not now bring back. She was a bad mother. She should have been there when her child needed her. She should have been the one to take care of him. She didn't know about anything. She didn't even know what was going on. She didn't know about the Demon King's techniques either. Suddenly, someone shouted at the woman. She opened the doors. Sadie stood in front of her. The maid's face was also filled with horror and sorrow. Why is she here? What is she doing here? And for what, running away from the hospital? You can't do that, you had to rest. The woman was very worried about her. Sadie started talking. Ma'am said that the young master had run away somewhere. Sadie started to say in a trembling voice that she heard something. The girl tried to cope with the fear, and resettled into herself began to speak. She said she heard the nurses at the hospital saying that all the Imperial Knights had been sent to find the hero's son. If he's related to the Demon King, he can't escape punishment. When the girl heard this, she couldn't stay there. She too searched all over the city for the young master. Ma'am stood looking at her with a doomed look. The woman ran up to the maid and started to comfort her. She said it would be okay. She and his father would not let this happen. Sadie's couldn't take it anymore, and her voice started to break into a wail. When she was walking home, she heard all the people talking and what she heard, comma. She didn't like it very much. Erzregan used a trick to get into this competition, and became stronger because he used a forbidden technique. But the girl believed that it wasn't true. She had seen the young master practicing constantly. The way he moves at the beginning of the match, that's definitely young master's skill. The girl shouted that the boy wasn't cheating. It was indeed the young master's strength. She almost cried out. She was the closest to him, and she knows it all. The girl begged her parents to bring Urs home. The woman suddenly realized that she was such a terrible mother that she didn't know anything about her son, and now she doesn't know how to bring him back. Mom said that she wanted a maid to always help her. Sadis looked at her with tearful eyes. Determination flashed in the woman's eyes. She was determined to find out everything about her child. She must correct the mistakes she had made, even if it's too late, even if she's a bad mother. She wants to see her child again, and the woman's voice was confident. It seemed like nothing could stop her. That's what was called maternal instinct. Fiona, along with Urz's childhood friends, were also looking for the kid. They couldn't let their friend just go missing. Urz smirked and asked how long they had been on the road. The demon smiled, faltered, and began to speak softly. 1094. He said that the two of them had been walking for about 4 hours. Urz clutched his head. Shit, that's not too long. But immediately the boy pulled himself back. No, no, no. He's determined to outdo his father, so he'd have to do everything he could to do it. The boy proposed to make camp here. They were walking through a thick forest. The boy asked Demon, "He knows how to make camp, doesn't he?" Demon nodded affirmatively, but there seemed to be a lie hidden in his words. All the knowledge necessary for survival is in his head. Trainar's voice was resolute. More than once in his life he had taken a break from political duties by camping alone in the wilderness. Solitary camping? The boy wondered. It seemed to him that the demon just didn't have any friends. Urz said he had to get food first. He ducked into the bushes and immediately saw a small white rabbit. The boy rushed headlong to catch the little animal, for he was very hungry. But his eyes glistened with madness and his tongue fell out of his mouth. It was as if he had lost his mind. But the kid missed and flopped to the ground. The rabbit quickly galloped away from him in the opposite direction. Urz clenched his teeth irritably and looked at the fleeing animal with a vicious, predatory stare. The guy started lunging after the beast again and again, until he hit his forehead right into a tree and flew off in the opposite direction. Urz lay exhausted on the earth. Shit. He couldn't keep up with this brute. The demon looked at him contemptuously. It was unsurprising. Small animals are usually hunted with small arms, and the trees, grass, and horrible roads make for poor traveling conditions. The guy's only fought on flat ground, so he's in a favorable position. Urz lay on the ground and watched the rabbit, which was approaching in his direction with quick steps. The cute little beast smiled carefree and looked forward. Made a predatory expression on his face and was determined to finally catch this beast. The demon only silently watched it all from the side. It couldn't be helped. Gonna have to help this little guy out. Lying on the ground, he looked unhappily toward the demon. The boy rose to his feet again and almost on tiptoe came up behind him too. The little beast saw and felt everything. Furiously reached out towards him, trying to catch him. Madness glistened on his face. The kid was really hungry and would do anything to catch anything. But the little beast came back again and the boy flew to the ground. And the rabbit only squealed happily and ran away from his hunter. He's been working on his dynamic vision, reflex development, peripheral vision, the decision to instantly perceive the surrounding terrain. Thanks to this, they will determine the most efficient path. The demon said it would show him the way. It's like a beam of light. Trainer loudly ordered the guy to jump in the bushes for 2 hours. That's easy for a kid who played magic ladder all day long, right? Which he'd developed before suddenly came in handy here. It was not in vain at all. Soon he did catch the little animal. The boy held the rabbit with his clinging paws. He finally did it. Lifted the rabbit up and shouted for joy. He had finally caught it. The demon rejoiced too, finally. Now next step. In a cold voice, the demon said that now they should start cutting the meat. Looked at him with a frightened look. This guy didn't see that coming. Cutting? The demon asked. Wasn't it obvious? First you have to kill the rabbit quickly and then exsanguinate it. Hearing such scary words, the guy shook. Wait a minute. Is this one supposed to be done by him? The demon ironically asked. Does the guy see anyone else here? Was beyond terrified. Just don't let the guy say he doesn't want to do it because he feels sorry for the rabbit. Was stunned. He was very hungry, but he felt sorry for killing the poor animals. Suddenly a crunch was heard from the bushes. There were 2 more white rabbits. The little beasts looked at him pitifully with their black eyes. Why are they looking at him like that? Are they family? The sight was incredibly cute and heartbreaking. Didn't know what to do. Don't let them look at him with those eyes. He's just trying to survive. The little white rabbit trembled in his hands with fear. Couldn't stand it after all, and let the little beast out in the wild. He would call it a shooting star. The little beast happily galloped in the opposite direction. His life was saved. The demon is furious at this act, so what the hell is he doing? Trainer ran up to him and screamed. Why did he let him escape? And the boy didn't know what to say and just turned away. Trainer continued to rage. Does the guy even realize his situation? If he doesn't eat, he'll starve to death. His nobility is only making the situation worse. The guy hummed to himself. The demon wanted to say something else, but hesitated half a word and turned in the opposite direction. The boy asked him what was the matter. There was a strange noise coming from far away. It sounded like some heavy thumps. Soon the guy heard it too and was stunned. In front of them stood a huge creature with horns on its head. Its muscular body was almost covered by the sun. In his hands, the monster held a huge sack. The face of the monster was truly terrifying. Its dead eyes glistened with lifeless blackness. 2 huge fangs protruded from its mouth. And what kind of monster is that? Guy and the demon were surprised and wary as they looked in the direction of the monster. Ogres are a race of demons with extraordinary strength and fighting skills. They are ferocious and cruel. A great number of people have been killed by these monsters. When the boy was little, he was told that if he didn't behave well, he would be eaten by an ogre. In a concerned voice, the demon said their business was bad. Ogre is one of the most powerful demons in the world. It's reckless to challenge him now. The guy doesn't have the strength to use magic right now. Just stared at the monster with a frightened look. Ogre stared perplexedly at the kid as well. Suddenly, with a fractional voice, he asked, Is the kid lost? This turn of events made Urz's eyes widen. Said to keep the monster away. His voice gradually descended into a shout. Started stuttering to say, what if the monster came closer? But the guy didn't have time to finish as his breath hitched in fear. The monster just stared at him silently. Suddenly, the monster waved its arms and said it didn't want to fight. It looked like the ogre was as scared as the guy. They looked at each other in surprise, not knowing what to do in such situations. What? Why is that monster suddenly worried? Ogre swore he wouldn't do anything, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Was wary. Was the monster trying to let his guard down? The demon replied that it wasn't. The ogres are not intelligent enough to deceive. Suddenly the ogre asked, Is the guy upset because he's hungry? Then the monster invited him to her house. She'll treat him. At this turn of events, the boy was stunned. something he didn't expect. Urs said in a frightened voice that it was the first time they had ever seen each other. How could he trust him? The boy remembered that ogres kidnap people and eat them. It's just like in the books. But the demon flew up behind him and told him to calm down. He doesn't want to kill him. Sounds like the ogre is really worried about him. The boy was about to object. The monster seemed to realize something. No wonder humans are afraid of ogres. He apologized for not thinking of it. It was a surprisingly polite ogre. He asked the guy to at least let him show him the way into town. It was pure discrimination because of racial prejudice. Everyone thought ogres were violent, mindless creatures. He's just like people. Urs embarrassedly apologized. He had been wrong about this monster. It turned out to be a friendly ogre. He was so kind to him he had never met an ogre before, so he was a little scared. The boy was confused and embarrassed. He'd been too mean to this kind man. The guy wanted to explain himself. It was just prejudice. He just looked at him as if he were. He stopped halfway through. The ogre laughed and said in a cheerful voice that it looked like the guy's stomach was empty. Urs was even more embarrassed. Soon they followed the tall ogre, who turned out to be incredibly benevolent. The demon, flying after them. Ogre turned around and asked the kid what his name was. The boy answered that his name was Urs. Urs thought that if he said his last name, the ogre might recognize him. The ogre said Urs was kind. The boy wondered, is he kind? Really, the ogre nodded his head. The monster continued. He said that every person he had ever met was afraid of him, because aka Poger. I guess that was his name. But Urs was kind and believed him. The boy wanted to object, but the ogre wouldn't listen to him. Urs said he was no better than the others after he had yelled at him. Ogre good-naturedly said that the guy apologized after all and accepted his help. That makes him happy. A wide smile appeared on the monster's face. Wonder if this ogre is so calm, isn't he a little too kind? Soon they arrived at their destination. AKA walked up to a huge house that looked more like a barn. He said this was where he lived. AKA politely apologized for the mess. Next to the house, there was a vegetable garden. The boy was unsurprised by this. Ogre confirmed that he had a small vegetable garden. He grows vegetables here. The boy asked, does he live here alone? The ogre opened the big creaky door and invited everyone to come inside. He confirmed that there is no one here but him. The house was simple but cozy. There was a hole in the middle with firewood in it, probably a fireplace for the ogre. There were large sacks everywhere and equally large vessels. The room was really big, just as big as its inhabitant. AKA cordially invited the boy to take a seat. He said he'd make dinner for now. The boy would have a look around for a while. It's not at all like the houses they build in the Empire. The size of the furniture and tools. Trainer replied that they build houses like this in Eastern countries, but this house is rough in places. The demon ran his hand over the rough walls. It looked like the ogre had built this house himself. He hunts, he grows vegetables, and he built his own house? Urs was shocked. The demon kept poking him. He said the guy was so weak that he was exhausted trying to catch a small rabbit. This ogre is very different from him. He's more independent. Soon, AKA appeared in the doorway holding a plate of food. It smelled delicious and he could smell it right away. There was a lot of simple but very good-smelling food on the table. There was salad in a pot, rice, and a huge piece of meat. Urs was beyond happy. He couldn't believe his eyes. The boy asked, did the ogre buy all this stuff somewhere? He shook his head negatively. AKA said it was the meat of an animal he'd just caught. A salad of wild plants and vegetables from his garden. And this is a cereal from the demon world. Humans call it rice. Urs couldn't move away from the shock. He hadn't tasted it yet, but it already looked delicious. They wished each other a good appetite. The boy stabbed a huge piece of meat with his fork and brought it to his mouth. He immediately smelled the incredibly delicious flavor. As soon as he started chewing, an explosion of emotions seemed to resound in his head. It was a gently flowing gravy, the meat with a crispy crust, penetrating his stomach. It was truly bliss. This juicy rice, it's more rich than most rice. The boy couldn't remember how happy he was. It was delicious. Tears of happiness ran down his cheeks. This fresh, juicy salad. Sadis would get mad at him if he didn't observe the rules of decorum. He shredded the lettuce along with the meat and rice onto his fork and shoved it into his mouth. The guy crunched in satisfaction, the flavor spilling over his mouth like a river. It was simply delicious. This ogre was an amazing cook. Suddenly, AKA turned to the guy. He asked, "Why is he crying?" Urs took his eyes off the food and looked toward the ogre, aka tearfully asked, "Is it really that tasteless?" Urs couldn't say a word because his mouth was full of food. He couldn't speak with his mouth full. He couldn't object to anything. The boy put out his hand, showing that he wanted to finally reside the food. The ogre looked at him in surprise and fear. He was ready to burst into tears of grief now. Finally living, the guy apologized and said the food was really good. He hurried up and made a weird face. "Very shy," the guy said, crying because he's confused. Actually, he ran away from home. Ogre looked at him in surprise. Urs said in a sad voice that he couldn't tell him how it happened. "He just can't go home, that's why." There was a short pause. The guy jumped up from his seat and, full of determination, said that's why he figured he'd figure it all out himself. But the truth was he couldn't even find enough food for today. With each passing second, the boy was getting more embarrassed. But now that he's eating ogre food, he remembered his home. The boy cried again with grief. He said that all those sad thoughts made him cry. Urs, through his tears, thanked the kind ogre. He just sat there, smiling at him. Suddenly, he held 2 fingers up to the boy's face, just as Urs had done when he tried to say something. AKA said in a good-natured tone that he should thank the guy too. In a gruff voice, he said that although he was a big, scary ogre, he couldn't stand fighting. People are afraid of what ogres look like. So he went into the woods so that no one could be frightened by the sight of him. AKA asked the guy to tell him they had him. The guy was surprised. Ogre said he thought that if he got to know the people better, it might be able to make friends. Hope sounded in the monster's voice. Urs was very surprised at such a strange request. This big ogre is asking him to find his friends? This is unbelievable. Urs asked in a perky voice, "Aren't they already friends?" Suddenly, the seemingly big and strong ogre started wiping his tears with his hand. He said that the guy was really very kind. Urs was stunned by this and didn't know what to say at all. From childhood, he was surrounded by people who always looked down on the guy. Her classmates who wanted to be friends with him, only because he was the son of a hero. The kid never thought he'd have friends he could socialize with as an equal. Ogre was starting to calm him down. Glittery tears appeared in the kid's eyes. At that moment, he realized how right he had been to leave the Empire. The demon watched it all in silence. Son of the man who once defeated a demon king. Called demon a friend? That was very strange. Ogre pointed his huge finger at the forest path. He said there was a river just down the path. If the boy follows the river to the other side of the mountains, he will reach the town. Urs bowed in farewell and thanked the ogre heartily for his hospitality. That monster cleaned the guy's clothes wonderfully. AKA said it wasn't difficult at all. AKA asked the kid, "Is he sure he doesn't want to go home?" Urs sadly replied that he couldn't go back there anyway. Urs asked the ogre if he wanted anything from the city. The guy needed to get out of the Empire, but after all the ogre had done for him, he wanted to thank him. They just became friends, won't he be lonely? One day the boy would come back to him. AKA smiled and said that Urs was truly kind. A small tear appeared in the monster's eyes. Urs asked him what he wanted. Furniture? And replied that what he really wanted was to try the cakes. The guy was surprised. AKA had heard that the cakes made by humans were sweet and lush and delicious. He wished he could try them just once. Urs smiled widely. He understood the request and would definitely fulfill it. Urs turned and said goodbye, saying that he would be back soon. Suddenly, the ogre asked him to wait a bit. He held up his large palm to the boy. And there was some kind of strange amulet, with the image of a demon in it. Urs wondered, "What is this?" AKA replied that it was a talisman from his hometown. Embarrassed, he said it was handmade, so it was a little sloppy. Urs looked at the gift gratefully. The guy asked the ogre, did he make it himself? He nodded his head. AKA said with some concern that he wants to make the boyfriend adventure as safe as possible. He hopes the talisman will ward off any danger from him. Urs thanked his new friend heartily and said with confidence that he would treasure the gift. AKA smiled broadly once more and put 2 fingers forward. Urs clutched the talisman to his chest. He would never forget this. He will never forget Ogre Akka's tears of happiness. Urs waved goodbye. The boy who had found a new friend was on his way again. The ogre stood outside his cabin and gave the boy a friendly wave. The story begins with a guy named Oren sitting at a table. Suddenly someone approached him. The guy turned a surprised look in the direction of those who came. In a surprised voice, he asked them what happened. In front of him stood two guys in knight's armor and a girl in a witch costume. Oren turned to them and asked if they were ready for the next march. If so, let them wait a bit. He would be ready in a minute. But one of the Chutka boys said in a serious voice, asking him to leave their group today. The main character got up from his seat and asked in a surprised voice, "Is this some kind of joke?" The guy who said that was Oliver. He looked at the protagonist with a cold stare and said that it wasn't a joke or anything like that. It was the truth. Oren screamed, only one question on his lips: why? They had been friends since childhood after all. He had been his comrade all this time. Oliver seemed to ignore the protagonist's surprise. He said that Oren was only in the group because they were from the same village. But he was too dumb for a future among them. Simply put, he lacks the ability to continue to be in their group. So he asks him to leave them immediately. Oren didn't hear him anymore. It was as if everything collapsed for him at that moment. A grimace of incomprehension frozen on his face. But why? This group was organized with him and Oliver 8 years ago when they were 10 years old. Now they're called a Heroes Association. And it attracts a lot of people. In the Great Maze in the south, where no one had reached the end yet, they had reached an unprecedented 94th level. A super talented group that reached S rank in a couple years. Oren still didn't understand anything. Why did this happen? Sure, his ability might be lacking, but that was also true of the other members. He wanted to prove his point. He didn't want to leave the group where he had been for a long time. The kid tried to prove to his friend that he should stay with them. If things stay the way they are, their strategies, they will change. But Oliver, in a sad voice, he said that Oren X, their chiller who does support magic. He didn't realize how important that could be. Oliver's face turned serious, but while conquering the dragons last month, the guy realized how important a good hitter is to them. After all, on a team, it takes every member to keep everyone alive. But now it turned out that Oren's support magic was very weak compared to the other S-ranked healers. The poor guy stood there looking at him with an incomprehensible look. Naturally, he realized that he was inferior to the others. His main specialty was swordsman. That was why he had developed the original magic. The kid's voice was shaking. He was definitely not ready for this kind of talk. Though he realized that it wasn't much, it was bound to happen sooner or later. But Oliver shouted for the kid to shut up. The reason Oren changed his profession to healer, the likelihood is that his sword skills are vastly inferior to Oliver's. And that puts the entire group in danger. Now he's a hitter and his ability is even lower. He's in no position to complain. The other guy pointed his finger at him, and the protagonist stood silent, unable to object. Oren gathered his thoughts and said that he did it, that the team needed a healer. Since he was the fittest one in their squad, he decided to do just that. The disadvantages are made up for by his magic technique. Thanks to that, he was able to survive even in the depths of the labyrinth. He tried his best to prove that he could be of use to the team, as he didn't want to leave his home. The boy wanted to say something else, but Oliver interrupted him. They are a group of heroes. They need to move on, and Oren is slowing them down. The head of the team said he had already found a replacement for his role as a hitter. He's very sorry, but that's the way it is. Despite his words, there was not a note of regret in the commander's voice. The protagonist looked at him with a doomed look and realized that there was nothing he could object to at this point. At that moment, the protagonist's consciousness seemed to sink into a sticky, dark gloom. He didn't want to believe what was happening. It's like time is slowed down, and the guy's attention is focused on the event. He's being kicked out of the group. Is this how they feel about the guys they've been with for so long? They've already decided on a replacement. There's no room for the guy here anymore. In a completely devastated voice, he began to speak. Okay, he's leaving. They've taken care of him so far. A voice was heard from outside. The girl said with some relief, "Finally, he's getting out of here. This place will be so much better without him." There was nothing but contempt in that voice. The girl who said that was Ari Wilds. She was a mage. Smiling wryly, she said that even if he said he could do both magic and swordsmanship, it was still about a rank. But she was tired of seeing something like that. Smiling even wider, she asked the guy if he knew what they say about guys like him. The ones who can do a lot of things but never succeed at anything. She seemed to be trying to kill the guy's ego with that phrase. Lastly, she said that from now on, he should behave more carefully. Naturally, there was no care in that phrase. Oren no longer listened to her, but simply approached the door in silence. Finally, he turned to his former comrades and gave them a look of contempt. Now their paths were parted. It was necessary to act alone. No, still these people had always had that opinion of him. He was only supposed to serve them, but would never be a member of their team for real. He left the room and slammed the door irritably. Gritting his teeth in anger and resentment, he thought to himself, who would team up with this group? They must have chosen some more suitable candidate. Suddenly everything stopped and the boy woke up in his bed. His heart was beating fast, and his head was full of confused thoughts. It looked like he'd had too much sleep. All this happened because he arrived at the hotel and went to bed early. Now his head was splitting. He hadn't yet decided what he was going to do next. Irritated, the guy threw a blanket over himself, wrapping himself up with his head. That's it. He sleeps on. His consciousness sank into a cold abyss. For a while, he would be able to live without any problems. But now, he was faced with one question. What should he do for a living? Now he had 3 options, but each of them posed a great danger. The first option was to be an explorer like before, making money by selling things he would find in mazes around the world. But that was a rather dangerous endeavor, considering his level. Second, get a job of some kind. Earnings may decrease, but life will be more stable. You can do that, it's less risky. And 2, become a merchant. Maybe he can make a lot of money, but the probability of that is very low. Plus, there are no guarantees. The boy thought for a moment. After all, if one had to choose from all this, the best option remained only a researcher's job. The main character doesn't want to be rich. He came to this city to become an explorer. They started out together with Oliver. He didn't want to go down his path and became an adventurer. Staying in the shadow of his former comrade is a pretty bad option. Becoming an adventurer was his own willful decision. But now he has no need to fulfill his obligations in the group. Right now, he was on his own. The boy pulled out a huge sword and gripped its hilt tightly in his hands. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with determination. He swung his sword now. He was determined that he was going to become a swordsman again. If so, he'll need to get his intuition back. It seems they've recently opened a new labyrinth nearby. Sounds like we should go and try our luck. Soon the kid arrived at the appointed place. He was met there by a girl who was a member of the guild staff. She looked at him in surprise and asked him if he really wanted to go there alone. Oren replied seriously that that was right. He was determined to go there alone. Is there a problem with that? Is there no problem with the regulations? The girl replied that this is a pretty dangerous place. She would advise him to go here after he has a group formed. The boy looked at her with an indifferent gaze. He thanked the girl for the advice, but it wasn't necessary. He asked the girl if she had seen the guild map he had presented to her correctly. The guy pulled a small piece of paper with some symbols written on it from his pocket. The girl looked at the provided item in surprise. After reading what was written on the card carefully, the girl opened her mouth in surprise. Did he have level 94? The girl's voice began to tremble with surprise and fear. She bowed to the boy and apologized to him. Her advice was wrong. The protagonist waved his hands, trying to calm her down, and said it was okay. He smiled and asked if he could enter in that case. The girl began to smile shyly. She gave the protagonist back his card and said that of course he could come in. She wished him to be careful, for this was a dangerous dungeon. The boy grinned and walked inside with a confident gait. This sudden change had to do with seed money, especially after being kicked out of the hero group. After a while, he ascended to the first floor of the labyrinth. The cold, wet walls seemed to come at him from all sides, but the boy moved forward with great confidence. After a while, a horned rabbit appeared in front of him, the first magical creature he would have to overcome on his own. When the monster saw the visitor, it lunged at him with a roar from its mouth. If it was a demonic creature of the right level, he could practice his sword skills. As soon as the demon got close enough to him, the guy swung his sword and with one powerful blow sliced it in half. The monster didn't even have time to react, and a stream of blood spurted out of its mouth. It was an easy victory. The boy sighed and looked at the corpse of the monster he had killed. His hands were trained enough to take it easy and slay this monster with a single blow. The first victory gave him confidence. Not bad for a start, but you should go a little lower to fully restore your intuition. The protagonist moved towards the dark wastelands of the labyrinth. Soon he came to the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. There, new hordes of monsters were already waiting for him. They were cave goblins. They looked at him with predatory eyes, anticipating a new prey. Although their numbers are gradually increasing, the creatures on this floor are still extremely weak. Oren looked at them indifferently. He was already ready to chop these creatures to shreds. Well, now it was time to test his support magic. Several goblins stood in front of him and made unpleasant noises. What is support magic? It is magic that is mainly about increasing physical abilities and equipment characteristics. By enhancing one's target, one will not only be able to help members of the group, but also heal themselves. After a few seconds, the protagonist increased his characteristics. His body began to be covered with enhancement magic. All right, the enhancements activated. Now it was time to deal with those things. A bunch of goblins stood in front of the guy, not taking any action yet. Orin looked at his opponents with a calm gaze. That now you have to deal with them. That won't be much of a problem for you. After a second, Orin grabbed his sword and with great speed ran straight at the bunch of goblins, determined to cut them down. There was the crunch of flesh tearing apart. Blood spurted in different directions, and with one blow, the guy managed to kill them all at once. A lot of support is a handy thing. The walls were stained bright red with goblin blood, but there are weaknesses in this magic. Orin X stood on the cracked floor and reasoned. He looked at the time to see how long it had taken him to clear this maze. Only 3 minutes? The guy stared in surprise at the mangled goblin carcasses covered in their own blood. But there were still a few monsters left. 3 goblins peeked out from around the corner looking fearfully at the sudden visitor. The boy thought that he needed some more practice. Reinforcing his physical characteristics, he prepared to attack. The effects of support magic were not permanent. The protagonist swung his sword, cutting down the vile creatures one by one. In addition, the support's duration differs depending on the individual magic ratio. In his case, it is 180 seconds. So, you should think to support your teammates or fight by timing your enhancement. The enhancement would end within 3 seconds. After a few seconds, a sign appeared in front of him notifying him of his upgrade. Hilaire, who uses support magic. He is always haunted by time. He is addicted to it. The protagonist swung his sword again, and rays of bright light spread out in different directions. Fortunately, after this training, his intuition increased by 20x. So, swordsman and healer. It's a new style that combines 2 specialties. At last, he had finally made up his mind about his abilities. His gaze was full of confidence for the trials ahead of him. He remembered the words of his friends before he parted from them. His abilities, indeed, he was good at a lot of things. But he didn't excel at a lot of things. The boy clutched the cold hilt of his sword in his hands. But if he kept at it, it would help him to become more independent, not dependent on his command. He will never again be someone who knows a lot, but has never succeeded at anything. He would become an adventurer who would be known as a jack of all trades. Overflowing with confidence in his own abilities, he moved on into the dark abyss of the labyrinth. Today he had reached here. The boy looked at the map to see where he had reached today. A second later, a plaque appeared in front of him, alerting him that the transition record had been saved. Crystals worth for adventurers to mark the transition to the next floor. The boy cursed to himself. There was another group in front of him. This might prevent him from practicing and improving his own skills. In front of him stood several other men. They were talking among themselves, discussing the hike. The guy who was in the group of those newcomers said guiltily that they couldn't blame him. He had made the only right decision. The other man spoke angrily. Trapping a girl and escaping, it was unthinkable. The guy looked away. The man tried to justify himself. He said that a large number of monsters had suddenly appeared, and it was only natural to prioritize them who he had been working with for a long time. Unlike the girl who just joined, Orin turned his back to them and tried not to pay any attention to their conversations. But he listened with half an ear. He shouldn't have reacted to it. But this girl was just a kid who had bad luck with the group. Now she's in big trouble. The guy thought to himself that this was no one else's problem, because he understood the pain, because the band had left him too. He lost his head and began to reason. Moreover, the situation in which he had been lured and left for dead was similar to what had happened to him. After gathering his thoughts, the protagonist gritted his teeth and said in a confident voice that he couldn't stand this kind of talk. The people behind him turned around and stared in surprise. One of the members of the unknown team asked the protagonist who he himself even was. The guy looked at him with a disdainful glance over his shoulder. Getting even closer to them, the guy said that if you listen to them, they are acting like children. Instead of going to help the girl, they stand here and complain about life. Anger glittered in his eyes. People like them are the most unpleasant kind of people. One of the strangers naturally gritted his teeth with anger, and with a furious shout lunged at the protagonist. The man swung around and lunged at him with his fists. They said she was alone in this situation. There's nothing they can do to help her. His fist was very close, and he was ready to punch the boy in the stomach. But then he skillfully dodged, hitting him in the stomach with great force. The man only managed to let out a heavy sigh. I was unable to keep on my feet from such a blow, and he fell to the wet stone floor with a clatter. Oren looked back at him and said, "Let him lie down for now instead of complaining about life." Walking closer to the others, the guy with the formidable voice asked, "Where is she?" People looked at him with an uncomprehending stare, not knowing what to say. His face became predatory. He glanced at them and repeated his question in an even angrier tone. Where did they leave her? In a stuttering voice, he was told that at the end of the corridor he should turn right, explore the second alley to the left. The dark blackness of the corridor was manic in its danger. Without even listening, the guy rushed forward to save the poor girl. One of the squad members asked fearfully, "Did he go to save her?" In parting, the guy replied that otherwise he wouldn't have asked for her location. The girl was shaking with fear. In front of her stood a horde of unknown creatures. They gritted their teeth. In their eyes, there was only a desire to tear the poor girl. The girl looked at the approaching danger with a frightened look. She had already resigned herself to her fate. It was impossible. She would not be able to defeat them all alone. But she so didn't want to die without doing anything. Many of her hamstrings gave way, and the last shards of consciousness began to leave her head. Gathering the last of her will in her fist, she began to cast the spell, screaming for these things to stay away from her. She doesn't want to die. Tears glistened in her eyes, and there was still a small hope fluttering in her soul that before her magical power ran out, someone would save her. Before her imminent death, she began to think about her older sister. Closing her eyes, the girl prepared to accept the death sentence. Oren ran toward her with all his legs. Damn it, Bait. Those who live peaceful lives have no predisposition to form groups. The poor girl put her arms out in front of her as if trying to defend herself. She begged the monsters to stay away from her, as if that would make a difference. She really didn't want to die. She thought of her older sister again, and squeezed her eyes shut again as if trying to hide from the impending danger. From nowhere, a whirlwind of air currents appeared. The girl shivered in the strong wind. It was an airstrike. She opened her frightened eyes, watching as some stranger stood to her defense. She hadn't expected anyone to come to her rescue. With a surprised look, she stared at the kid. It was someone she didn't know. Seeing the way the kid was fighting, she couldn't understand who it was. A mage? A swordsman? Oren concentrated fully on the battle and used support magic. He increased his strength in order to deliver a devastating blow. Determination glittered in his eyes. Grasping his sword, he raised his technique to charge the weapon with magic power. For a moment, he wondered if he should apply support magic to the ball just in case. On the other hand, it would make it easier for him to deal with these monsters. Applying the damage enhancement, the guy swung his sword, the blade of which suddenly glowed. The frightened girl watched the strange man who came to protect her. She opened her mouth in surprise. He's using support magic? What is that? The horned creatures of darkness were already approaching their victims, opening their stinking jaws full of sharp teeth. They had seen their prey, and now nothing could stop them. There were a total of 13 orcs there. If they are low-level players, running away would be the only strategy. Oren swung his sword and jumped up high. The orcs looked up at him as if they didn't understand what fate awaited them. After the guy swung his sword, a vortex of magical energy formed around him, which was like a meat grinder that began to grind the vile creatures. 10 seconds would be enough for him to chop these creatures to pieces. Blood began to pour out in rivers. This guy's incredibly strong. The girl watched in amazement as the shredded bodies of the orcs that had just been about to devour her now fell to the ground bleeding. In the middle of this nightmare stood the stranger who had suddenly come to her rescue. Oren walked over to her and asked the girl if she was okay. Apparently their wounds were kind of gone. She was intact, but the guy made the decision to heal her just in case. Trying to put her thoughts in order, the girl fell to her knees exhaustedly. She was alive, though she still couldn't believe it. Oren began to apply a healing spell to her. Still unable to bear it, the poor woman began to cry with fear. She was very frightened and could not do anything. What was she supposed to do in such a situation? There were too many of them. There was no way I could handle such a crowd of monsters. Oren looked at her sympathetically and lowered his eyes. He felt sorry for the little girl who was in such danger. only because her group had sneakily thrown her in front of those things and used her as bait. The protagonist dropped to one knee beside her and stroked her head. The girl still couldn't get her thoughts in order. The effect of the situation was too strong. Suddenly it was as if she came to her senses and she jerked in fear. The guy immediately took his hand off her head and apologized. He looked at her with a sympathetic gaze, like an older brother looking at his sister. The girl stammered and began to speak. Looking at the guy with eyes full of gratitude, she thanked him through her tears for saving her. Her voice still shaking with fear, she said she thought for a second that it was already over and nothing would save her. Now she slowly began to calm down. She said in a joyful voice that this was why it was really great when the stranger came to help her. You could see on her face that she was genuinely happy to be alive. In a calm voice, the boy replied that he was glad to help her. He himself was pleased to realize that he could be useful to someone. Here was the first person he'd been able to help. Their conversation was interrupted by some strange sounds coming from the depths of the labyrinth. It was like a growl, and the girl twitched as if startled. Getting up from his knees, the guy said it looked like more magical monsters were coming their way. He gave her a hand. We had to get out of here. The girl kept looking at him with a frightened look. She took his hand and the boy helped her to her feet. Shaking off the dust, they walked past the preservation crystal and rounded the corner, heading for the exit of this creepy dungeon. Soon they were standing at the entrance to the cave. The boy said goodbye to the girl and told her he had to go. That was the end of the road. He was about to leave when the girl called out to him and asked him to wait. The boy turned in her direction in surprise. What else did she want? The girl smiled shyly, and squeezing her eyes shut, apologized again. She thanked him for his help. She still couldn't believe that now I pressed on. Her life was no longer in danger. In addition, the girl said she did not introduce herself. Her name was Sophia Cradle. The girl's voice was still shaking. Whether it was embarrassment or fear, the protagonist looked at her questioningly and began to study the girl with interest. Cradle? Indeed, that's the emblem on her. Strange. After hesitating a bit, the guy replied that it was his fault for being the first to introduce himself to me. He said his name was Orendora. The girl looked at him dreamily and said in a trembling voice that he had a very beautiful name. Suddenly, her voice became surprisingly more determined. The boy looked at her in surprise. Folding her hands, Sophia said she would like to thank him again. So she's taking him out to dinner. It's not a home-cooked meal, but still. Calmly, the guy replied that he wasn't helping her for the purpose of getting any thanks. Besides, she had already thanked him. The girl grew sad and wanted to say something else, but she stopped herself. Oren looked at her. Well, something to eat would be nice, though. After a little thought, the guy agrees. He accepts her invitation. The girl became animated and thanked him again with joy. The boy thought to himself that he would pay for himself and her. Oren asked, had she picked a place yet? If not, he could show her a couple of good restaurants. Smiling, Sophia cheerfully said that she had already chosen everything. The boys moved on their way. Soon they found themselves in front of some large house. Sophia turned to him joyfully and told him that they had arrived. Happiness shone on her face, and she was eager to thank her savior. A little shy, the girl said it was a cheap restaurant, but the food here is really good. The boy hesitated again, which is to be expected from someone who wears their emblem. Sophia is indeed a searcher, and belongs to the Silver Rabbits of the large Jotun clan. A clan is an organization of researchers. All the materials they bring in are processed and sold. This is the case with some restaurants and department stores. The sales go to equipment for researchers who are members of clans. This way they can get better quality materials. Silver Kroll in the night sky is one of the largest clans, attracting a large number of researchers. It costs Sophia nothing to form some group, has that kind of authority. They went into the restaurant. The decoration was not very rich. There was a girl sitting at one of the tables, eating something. When he saw her, the guy became wary. It was as if he remembered something. Seeing this girl, Sophia was surprised and asked what the older sister was doing here. The stranger turned to her and looked at her in surprise. The girl looked at the newcomers with a scrutinizing gaze and replied that she had a meeting nearby. So she had decided to eat here. Sitting at the table, the girl looked at her younger sister and asked in surprise, "Does she have a boyfriend yet?" She frowned and said in a stern voice that she thought it was too early for her age. But she paused as if she'd seen something strange. Suddenly, tension hung in the air. It could almost be physically felt. It was as if the air was electrified. Her gaze turned serious. She noticed the boy who came with her little sister. Well, long time no see, Orindora. She looked like she wanted to kill him now. It's been a while. The boy scratched the back of his head and seemed embarrassed. The girl he saw now was Selma Kreddle. She is the leader of the S-rank group, the pinnacle of the silver rabbit in the night sky. Her glory is only comparable to Oliver, the leader of the hero group. The reason for that is her beauty, and also the fact that she's one of the best chillers on the continent. That's why the guy decided to become a hitman. But she was also the reason why he was kicked out of the hero group. The girl had been standing there the whole time, glaring at the guy with a stern look. Not only did she make the job of Hilaire prestigious, but also popular. She also created the concept of a role within a group. You could say that she was the founder of the support role. In other words, tank, DD, and support. She suggested dividing all members into 3 roles. This quickly became popular, and the structure of the group began to reorganize. The hero group was no exception. As a result, he changed his specialty to that of a hitman, although he was a swordsman before that. He thought they just had similar last names. But she is Sophia's older sister. At this time, the girl noticed the protagonist's piercing gaze on herself, and slowly began to become enraged. But why is he staring at her like that? Barely containing her anger, the girl began to speak. To fall in love with her 14-year-old sister, that's unthinkable. Her voice sounded like she wanted to tear the guy to pieces right now. The girl gave him a look that would make any passerby go cold inside. Would he have the courage to do it? To fall in love with her sister? The guy stood there the whole time thinking, what's she talking about? I mean, he didn't even think about it. This lady's got a problem. A little coming to his senses after such a statement, the guy started talking. He said it was a misunderstanding. In fact, he just wants to eat with her. He doesn't feel guilty about anything because of this. But it seemed to make the girl even more angry. She asked if he thought Sophia wasn't nice enough for him. This behavior was beginning to irritate Oren. Finally, Sophia couldn't stand it any longer and cut into the conversation. She told her big sister to stop being mean to her savior. At that moment, this little fragile girl looked incredibly determined. Selma's face changed as soon as she heard those words. Did he save her? The girl's voice trembled. Sophia realized what was unnecessary and now tried to justify herself. The older sister's voice became stern. She asked, did the girl go to the labyrinth alone again? Sophia didn't know what to say as she seemed to be caught. The older sister guessed everything. In a stern voice, she said that starting the day after tomorrow, they would dive into the big labyrinth every day. She told her to wait. Sophia lowered her gaze and quietly apologized. So she was looking for lost clan members. Selma sighed heavily and said she didn't know if it was a good thing or not. But from now on, her little sister wouldn't be acting on her own. Sophia didn't say anything, but only nodded fearfully. Now the girl shifted her gaze to Oren. She thanked him for helping her sister. She was sorry that she had been rude to him earlier. The guy waved his hands and said it was okay. He wasn't offended. The situation was getting rather awkward. Sophia said they should sit down. Her sister reluctantly agreed. Her older sister said it would be nice to have dinner together. Sophia nodded. She was used to agreeing with her older sister on everything. Oren asked, is it okay if they sit at the same table? Selma said, that wouldn't be a problem. Still, isn't this the first time they'll be able to have a normal conversation? It seems that even during their joint attack on the dragon, they only talked about the battle. Sat, and with a calm gaze watched everything that was happening. Selma took a small cup of tea in her hand and gracefully began to drink. He first met her last month. Since they are both Hylers, they had been placed together. Selma took overall command and he supported her in this. Sophia shifted a confused look to her older sister and shyly asked, how long had they known Oren? The older sister looked at Sophia in surprise and asked if she knew who Oren was. The girl suggested that maybe he was someone famous. Selma confirmed. That's right, this guy is one of the hero group, isn't he? The protagonist looked at her with an attentive gaze as he stirred the food in his plate. Sophia began to look at her sister and the boy in surprise. She tried to understand what kind of person was sitting in front of her. She was filled with many emotions, confusion, surprise, and even a little fear. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Oren, unable to say a word. The girl closed her eyes and started to stammer something, but the guy said it didn't matter. Besides, he's not with the hero group right now. It just so happens that he was forced to leave it. Selma wondered, wasn't he with them? Maybe he'd been kicked out of the party. The boy nodded and said it had happened just yesterday. You could hear the annoyance and resentment in his voice. The girl turned to him and asked what had happened to Oliver. If he kicked a man like him out, he should have kept him no matter what. The girl started asking him why he was kicked out of the group. It was obvious that the guy was not very happy about this conversation. In a calm but angry voice, he said that certain circumstances had developed. The thing was, they were all on their own minds. There was no teamwork between them. Selma wondered if that was it. So now, he's free. The boy replied that you could say that. Naturally, he was annoyed, but he couldn't help it. For a second, the thought flashed through his mind that if this girl was so interested, maybe she wanted to invite him to the Silver Rabbit clan. But after all, he had only recently learned about it from the party people. The girl began to speak in a timid voice. Then, if he had no plans, but the boy did not let her finish and asked her to wait. He really didn't have any plans, but he had no desire to join any guild. Naturally, he lied. The girl frowned and asked if they were wrong about him. There was an insistence in her voice. She moved closer to him and looked straight into his eyes. It was the perfect chance. Guys couldn't miss it, but they'd just have to wait for the moment. In a calm voice, the girl said that she would like him to go with her the day after tomorrow. Would he be okay with helping her with her search? It was as if she could sense hope in that voice. It's not my question that's hanging in the air. Help with the search? Selma continued to look at him with attentive, serious eyes. The boy looked at her in surprise. Was she sure about that? The girl's voice sounded serious, so she was sure of every word she said. The Silver Rabbits in the night sky are planning a new attempt. Therefore, they need adventurers of rank A and above to descend to the 5th floor of the Great Labyrinth in the south tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After thinking about it a bit, the guy said that's a pretty unreasonable schedule. It takes anywhere from 6 months to a full year. The girl you confirmed that it is unreasonable, but doable if you take the shortest path looked. She was quite serious, so it was clear that she did not plan to retreat. She continued, especially all because of their sponsor. The team is rocking this situation too. The boy sat and thought silently. He would have to weigh the pros and cons. A sortie was a pretty dangerous endeavor, but on top of that, he would now have a chance to go solo. After a little thought, he said that if they had a bad plan, they could talk it over with their sponsor. Unless they're going there for some other reason. Newbies can't defeat floor bosses. If they explore more gentle floors, they can increase the overall strength of their clan. At those words, Selma's eyes widened in surprise. Had he noticed this just by talking to her? He's smarter than she expected. But as long as experienced adventurers are around, they can lead them. A newbie who accompanies an adventurer registers crystal and does not fight the boss. In other words, this greatly limits the newcomer's ability to develop skills. After gathering her thoughts, the girl began to speak. She said that everything the guy said was right. Therefore, she wanted him to accompany her during the research. The girl said she thought it would be important for him to hear their plan. That's why she is telling it to an outsider. Oren studied her carefully. Suddenly, her voice changed somehow, and the guy was even a little embarrassed. She looked at him with a look full of hope. Oh, Selma had said she thought highly of him. Her eyes burned with hope that the boy would agree after all. She took his hands and looked straight into his eyes. The protagonist looked at her with a surprised and confused look. What was she up to? At this time, the girl, as if not noticing his facial expression, continued. She said that she realized it during their conquest of the dragon together. The boy was lost in a lot of conjecture, so it turns out that Mrs. Selma values him as a hillbilly. He was certainly glad she was being frank about such things, but what the hell was she basing her words on? After all, he is a former member of the Heroes faction. Yes, and during their conquest together, his support magic succumbed to her. What? Does she want him to go back to being a hitman? Come to think of it, he'll soon regret it. The boy didn't know what to think. He took his hands away and thanked her for saying so many nice things, but he had plans of his own. The girls looked at him with sad eyes. It was obvious that they were very upset by this answer. It appeared that they had lost a good chilera. Sophia suddenly seemed to perk up and turned to the boy. He looked at her with a surprised look. The girl timidly began to speak. She said that she would participate in the expedition as a rookie. Hope still glittered in her eyes. So whatever it was, she would be very happy to have a guy participate in this expedition. She looked straight into the protagonist's eyes with a pleading look. It seemed like she was ready to cry now. Even the most calloused heart would probably melt at the sight of this child. The older sister looked at the boy with a waiting look. She asked, "So has he made up his mind?" Sophia was silent and looked at him with pleading eyes. Without turning back to them, the fellow replied in a rough voice that he had heard them, after which he waited a short pause, and replied that he agreed he would help them. The girls were alive in a moment and their faces lit up with joy. But it was too soon to rejoice. The boy said he had one condition. Sylvia asked what was his condition. She would try to fulfill it. In a serious, indifferent voice, the guy said that it looked like they were grading him as a hitter. But from now on, he's going back to being a swordsman. So let him accompany them in that role. A look of undisguised surprise appeared on Selma's face. From a hilaire to a swordsman. That was very strange. She needed to think and gather her thoughts. Well, although the girl was surprised by such an unexpected request, however, she will not refuse. After a little thought, she said she agreed with that. Well, we should drink to that. If things took that kind of turn, she could be a hitman herself. The girl asked him if he could come to the headquarters tomorrow at 20 o'clock. There they will talk about details and awards. Finally, after the discussion, they began to eat. The boy nodded his head in agreement and they began to eat. Soon they were done and out of the restaurant. Sophia sighed. The gentleman had ended up paying for himself. Her older sister reassured the girl and told her not to worry. The guy didn't want them to pay for him from the beginning. The little girl was surprised. However, this man helped her a lot. Mr. Oren is really a good person. There was admiration in the girl's voice, stuttering a bit from the emotions overwhelming her. Sylvia said that she wouldn't lose to anyone either. Even if it's orcs, she can defeat 100 of them without a problem. And she will help her little sister because she loves her more than anyone in this world. Sophia confirmed because she knows her little sister well. A happy smile stretched across her face. Her sister is an outstanding hitter herself. Plus, she's her best friend. Sylvia was very glad that the little girl was all right. She was still incredibly grateful to this man for saving her. The girl was still torn on how she could get revenge on the group that had abandoned Sophia. She had heard exactly all the members and would be able to do something about it. Apparently noticing her older sister's confusion, Sophia turned to her. As if coming to her senses, Sylvia apologized to her for making her worry. Soon the girls came to a large building. It was the main headquarters of the Silver Rabbit clan. The monstrous building towered upwards much tens of meters. Now they should focus on finding the adventurers. The older sister said she would give a report on today's events, and Sophia could go back to her room. The girl said happily that she understood everything. In parting, little Sophia turned to her sister. She turned her tired look on her. Smiling sincerely, she asked her not to be late, for she was expecting her very much. Selma's heart was overflowing with love for her little sister. Her sister is the sweetest thing in the world. In this child, it was as if all the brightest and best that could belong to human beings were concentrated, but it was better not to delay it after all. Soon the girl came to the wooden doors, behind which was the office of the president of the Silver Rabbit clan. Shyly knocking on the door with her fist, the girl went inside and apologized for such a late visit. There was a man in the room, still awake, sitting at a large desk. The man with the glasses looked at her seriously and asked, what was the reason for her visit? His voice was stern and firm, and it was clear that he was a man of business. The girl walks even closer to the table, said she came to report 2 pieces of news. The man put the papers aside and said he was listening to her carefully. This man's name was Vince Brias, the best of their clan. In his first year as president last year, he had brilliantly helped the clan in times of crisis. He was the man everyone in the clan trusted. Selma said that the first news is about the hero group. Hearing this name, the president could hardly contain his laughter, but he immediately pulled himself together. Noticing this, the girl asked, "Is he all right?" He shrugged himself off and told her to go on. He just didn't think they'd talk about it. The girl continued. She said that it looked like Oren Dora, who performed the role of the hitman in the hero group, had left her. He listened attentively to every word she said and took in the essence of what she said. The girl said that she had met him earlier and he told her about it. After thinking for a bit, the headmaster said, "It looks like this is a heavy blow to the hero group. Wouldn't they lose some of their strength without this person?" The girl said there were many factors that pointed to this. After all, they only went down that deep because of his buffs. Sure, this player's support magic is lower than the average rank, but her magic activation speed is incredibly high, approximately 4 times faster than hers. Telling this, the girl couldn't hide her admiration. For the first time, she had seen his abilities with her own eyes a month ago. With the ability to assess the situation, look ahead, and provide magical support in time, Oren had all the skills to become a perfect hitman. The weakening of the hero group is inevitable after he leaves. The girl thinks that the Silver Rabbits have a chance to rise even higher. After a little thought, the director said he had heard about it last month, but he couldn't believe it. The girl nodded her head and said that evaluating a good hitter, it's pretty hard. But she's sure he's caught the public's attention. Isn't the real power as invisible as he is? Apparently, the director was fed up with this and said in an irritated voice that his ears were withering from such talk. Finished with that, Selma said. Next comes the second report. Oren would accompany them during the search operation. That's encouraging, but what's in it for them? There was distrust in the director's voice. The girl said that tomorrow she would talk to him at the headquarters in the apartment, but perhaps he wants to enlist the help of their clan when he agrees to this. That option couldn't be ruled out, the director wondered. And support? Those pesky aristocrats have been telling him time and time again that they are not interested in this plan. Besides, after that, he is a little concerned that their support might be interrupted. He feels it, but talking about it is something I really want to do. The girl nodded in agreement. She understood him completely. The man said he didn't think he lost his senses when he left the group. The girl nodded her head. The principal continued. Anyway, he feels like Selma has a reason why she's so partial to him, doesn't he? Oh looked at the man in confusion. What was he talking about? Although she seemed to understand everything perfectly well, but tried to hide it. The man said she wanted to be a member of the first squad of Silver Rabbits in the night sky. And run it. But what he is most interested in is this Oren fit for their squad? There was silence in the room after this question. Will he be their trump card that manages to replace him? The man put special emphasis on the last word. After gathering her thoughts a little, Selma replied that she didn't know that for sure, but she thought it was definitely possible. The director didn't. But he's a hitman, isn't he? Of his own pack? He can't let that happen, considering he keeps a balance in it. After saying that, the girl lowered her gaze. It was obvious that she was upset by such an answer. For some reason, Oren changed to a class swordsman. Does he want to show his strength in battle? The girl gripped her head, trying to get her thoughts in order. This is a tough one. Even though the group of heroes had shrunk, they hadn't advanced more than a step first of the year. How much trouble they were in right now. She walked out of the headmaster's office and leaned against the wall, trying to get her thoughts in order. The building was almost empty now, with only the bright white moonlight shining through the windows. There was a lot of responsibility on her shoulders right now, and she had to deal with it somehow. The girl sighed heavily and closed her eyes, but there were a lot of thoughts in her head, and being the clan's best chiller was quite labor-intensive after all. Besides, she had to make hard decisions that were not always encouraged by the leadership. But through the abyss of those annoying, heavy thoughts, her little sister's face suddenly broke through. She remembered her sweet eyes and her cheerful voice. She remembered you happy moments when they were together. At that time, she needed nothing more than to be near her favorite sister. That's the one person she was trying for. She needed to be energized by her little sister as soon as possible. Selma Cradell is the best chiller on the continent, actually quite sensitive. Thoughts of her sister take up everything and her free time. The next day, the neat little houses towered into a sky that did not have a cloud in it. The weather was fine and heralded a beautiful start to the day. Oren opened the door with a creak and said hello to whoever was sitting inside. The old man raised his head and said hello to the boy. He continued to stand in the doorway, not daring to come any closer. After a bit of thought, he did move closer to the desk. Oren had said that he was leaving for the labyrinth tomorrow. Therefore, he is going to replenish his supplies. The old man was surprised. At the desk sat a plump old man with a large, malleable beard. He was very happy that a new customer had come to him. This grandpa is the head of this store. The most interesting thing is that for him, he is a real grandfather who loves him. Because to me, he remembers his parents. There were many different goods on the shelves of the store. In a good-natured voice, the grandfather told the boy to take his time. The number of his customers had just settled down. Thanks to Oren, this store began to flourish. The old man blurted out in grateful words, all thanks to the lad and his achievement of being the best adventurer. Oren stood listening to these grateful speeches. Closing his eyes, Grandpa politely said he appreciated everything the guy had done for him. Oren interrupted him, an awkward pause hanging in the room. The guy lowered his head and apologized, saying that he wasn't really a member of the hero group anymore. From now on, he wasn't fit to promote the store. You could hear the sadness in his voice, that he would no longer be able to help this man. With each word, the guy's voice became more and more sad. Since he's no longer with the group, he has no influence, and therefore he can't help in any way. Still with his head down, the protagonist once again began apologizing to the old man. He was sincerely sorry. Oren bowed his head, trying to justify his powerlessness. The old man just stared intently at the boy who had come to him. After a moment, he stroked him on the head with a sort of fatherly warmth, and said carelessly, "What are children worried about in their time?" There was so much kindness and affection in that phrase. Grandpa said that he was happy enough that they had the opportunity to talk to each other now. Oren opened his eyes in surprise. "You mean the old man isn't angry with him?" The guy stepped back a little farther and didn't know what to say. The old man continued. He said that everything else depended only on the guy's efforts. It was obvious that he wasn't offended at all. That's what put the protagonist in a stupor. The old man continued talking as if nothing had happened. He said that Oren had done enough, and then he thanked him heartily again. The boy's lips quivered uncertainly, and he began to whisper something right under his breath. For that, he should thank him. Oren looked down at his feet, trying to find words that would fit the situation, but he couldn't. A traitorous lump came up in his throat, and he was ready to cry. Grandpa, still in the same friendly voice, said it wasn't. The guy seemed to put up with it all the time. He was having a very hard time, and the old man understood that. Already beginning to almost sob, the protagonist asked why he was crying then. The old man only squinted and smiled at him. Oren lowered his head as he stood in front of the large desk, almost ready to cry. At that moment, the grandfather looked like a kindly Santa Claus. His beard wiggled, indicating that he was smiling. In a good-natured voice, he said that sometimes things can be hard. And there was nothing wrong with crying, to let the emotions out. Oren stared at him, unable to find a single word. At that moment, he realized that this man, the seemingly ordinary shopkeeper, had become one of the closest people in the world to him. The boy's lips moved, and he barely heard himself whisper words of gratitude under his breath. Soon the boy was already moving along the stone street. He still had to meet Selma as agreed. Twilight was beginning to fall as a familiar silhouette appeared in the distance. The girl looked at him. He had come after all. In a quiet voice, she told the protagonist to follow her. She would guide him to the place. Was it just her imagination? Or did the guy look happier now than he did yesterday? Did he feel good about leaving the heroes' party? Guy accordingly nodded. Soon they came to a large headquarters building. This is the place. There it was, just south of the entrance to the great labyrinth, crowded with people. All of them were seekers who were ready to rush inside now in search of treasure. The guy stood watching everything that was going on, when suddenly he was called by a familiar girl's voice. It was the two sisters, and they looked at him with joyful eyes, as they were evidently glad to see him. Sophia's face glistened with a special joy. This girl was very glad that her savior had agreed to accompany them after all. The boy greeted them as well and walked closer. The day was in full swing, with white fluffy clouds flying across the sky, all indicating that this was going to be a beautiful outing. The girl stretched out more of a smile and looked at the guy with squinted eyes. She also greeted him, this time, just like then. What she got, a new uniform? Oren said she looked great in that dress. The girl's eyes went wide when she heard that, and her face flamed red with embarrassment, and she put her hands to her mouth. Barely audibly, she said, "Thank you." It was evident that the girl was very embarrassed. Selma, apparently noticing all this, frowned and said the guy seemed used to dealing with girls. What, he'd had affairs before? The guy didn't understand what she was talking about, and extra two-dimensionally stared at her. He responded that he didn't have anything like that. Being in a hero group, he was living with a female participant. So the reason is probably because he's just used to that kind of thing. The girl looks like she understood everything. That's how all the brave heroes live in the same mansion. Her voice sounded like it was filled with contempt and envy. Sophia asked the boy with interest where he was living now. He answered that he was staying in a hotel, but that he was thinking of renting a room. For some reason, Selma was startled by such a question. In a frightened voice, she asked her sister why she was asking this. A guess flashed through her mind. Maybe she wanted to encourage him to do it. But then she pulled herself together and said it was different. She was just a little nervous. That's terrible, her sister's stupid. The guy just smiled as the two sisters argued. It looked pretty cute from the outside. By the way, the girl asked, why is the guy so far away from everyone? He replied that he was a stranger to them, and he wondered if this would cause concern among the newcomers. Surely all the newcomers are sticking together. Indeed, a lot of people huddled together in a group, trying to keep up with each other. Selma seemed to remember something and her eyes brightened. She said she was using her power to relieve the tension of the newcomers and invited the boy to follow her. He only looked at the girl perplexed. What was she going to do? Kid still didn't understand what was about to happen. Selma ordered her sister joining Beta's own group. The girl nodded affirmatively. The boy was pensive. What should he do then? They walked together with Selma in the other direction. They definitely had something to do. A strange emotion was reflected on the guy's face. He didn't seem sad, but there was still some anxiety. Is this search training? The boy followed the girl, who walked forward without turning around. The headquarters of the Silver Rabbit stood in its same place, towering towards the night sky. Soon they came to it. Last night they came to the principal's office to discuss some matters. As promised, Oren came to their headquarters. President Vince was also there. Selma talked about the project in general terms. The guy stood in front of the principal and the girl and said in a firm voice, in other words, it was necessary to summarize. The search period will be 3 days. Their target is from the 1st to the 5th floor, on the Great Maze. Given that they need to ensure the safety of the newcomers, they will not stay overnight and return when they reach the floor. There are 10 novice groups participating. 1 leader is responsible for 2 groups. 5 leaders are in charge, including Selma, and a battle with a demonic beast is conducted by a group of newcomers taking turns. In the event of an unequal battle, the leader takes command. The guy asked, did he get it right? The girl nodded back at him, rightly so. The sooner he understood this plan, the better. At any rate, they would have a march. Selma asked the guy if he had any questions left. The guy replied that there was only one question. Why only 5 leaders? There was a look of doubt on his face. If they dared to go this illogical way, it would be possible to take a rank A group, and supporting newcomers in such a case could greatly reduce the overall risks. Answered that their main goal is to bring as many newcomers to the lower floors as possible. Her face stretched in a beaming smile. Some difficulties lead to the growth of newcomers. Isn't that a good opportunity? The girl seemed to rejoice at the effect of her phrase. That's their official position, so you'll have to put up with it. They don't care about the process in a plan like this, where what matters is the outcome. They must have another reason. The boy was lost in conjecture. There were too many questions, but he doesn't think these people will tell him everything. After a moment's thought, he sighed heavily and said he would help them. The girl nodded affirmatively and thanked him. His reward was the 2 gold coins she handed to the guy, and she would give the other 10 to him upon completion of the task. The guy was in a bit of a stupor at that, and wasn't that a bit expensive? If they succeeded, he could live for a year without denying himself anything. Smiling good-naturedly, the girl replied that it was all because of his skills. He'll have to try harder tomorrow. Oren was still in a bit of shock and just stood in the middle of the room and looked at them with a surprised look. Still gathering his thoughts, in a slightly shaky voice, he said that tomorrow he would do his best. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. After all, the president didn't say anything about it. He still had doubts about the contents. Selma approached the group of people and greeted them in a good-natured voice. Oren stood a little behind. Yu in turn greeted her back. Oren stood a little farther away, watching everything that was going on. The group of people consisted of 3 people, 2 guys dressed in armor, and a girl dressed in a mage costume. One of the guys had a haughty smile on his face, so these are the other leaders. Well, we'll have to get acquainted. The girl started talking, introducing the guy to her co-workers. She said this is the man they were talking about yesterday. She could guarantee his experience. One of the people standing nearby said that if Mrs. Selma approved of all this, it would be promising. The other 2 people confirmed with glee that they expected a lot of loot from him at this point. The guy got a bit embarrassed. Shouldn't have set expectations so high, please. Oren introduced himself and said he would take the attack position in the vanguard. He was glad to meet them. The other leaders smiled and said good-naturedly that they should introduce themselves as well. There were 2 men among them. They were tanks. One of them with white hair was named Bando, the other with hair a little darker than Ansel's. The girl who was a hitter was named Kat, so their team was fully formed. They have Dee Dee and Hill. The guy thought about it for a bit. It's a balanced party. If he wasn't there, would she call someone in a supporting role? Selma breathed in a full chest of air and began to speak excitedly. Well, if the leaders had already been met, Oren should get to know the newcomers as well. The girl shifted her gaze to the group of young men who were looking around fearfully. It was obvious from their appearance that this was the first time they were participating in such an expedition. The girl turned to the group of young people and greeted her students in the same cheerful voice. Her voice grew louder and more confident as the girl began to speak. As they had been informed earlier today, their goal was to reach the 5th floor of the Great Labyrinth. The newcomers were still looking at her with frightened eyes. It was obvious that this was a first for them, and a slight fear was present. The girl wondered behind Vitae some of the grim expression on their faces. Were they afraid to find themselves so suddenly in the depths of the Great Labyrinth? There was no need for an answer. The girl understood everything perfectly well. She confidently said that they didn't need to worry. They had prepared an excellent specialist for emergencies. She would introduce him now. Suddenly, something happened for which the protagonist in no way expected. The girl pointed at him and confidently introduced him to the newcomers. Selma told them that he was an adventurer who had reached the 94th floor, which they had not even reached. Oren opened his mouth in surprise. He wasn't ready for his merits to be announced. But the girl seemed oblivious to his confusion. She said that if newcomers wanted to become adventurers like this guy, they could learn a lot from him. But that wasn't all. She was going to say something else. Just as confident, the girl said that besides, he used to be a part of the heroes group. He knows more about the Great Labyrinth than anyone else. Oren was finally embarrassed by this kind of speech. Guys, are they excited about having to go to the labyrinth? Were they more worried about the merits of the protagonist? Selma was in the same high spirits. She asked the newcomers in a cheerful voice if they could already feel the air of the 5th floor. To me, waiting for them to answer that on this one, they begin their exploration of the labyrinth. In the girl's eyes spoke determination and a desire to conquer new heights. Oren looked at the girl in surprise, still trying to move away from the shock. That seemed to be what it meant to release the tension. The girl's face was confident, a squint gleaming on it. Without slowing her pace, she said that now everyone needed to take a place in their group. She turned to the protagonist and said that she was waiting for confirmation from all the leaders. Oren was even a little angry. He ran up to the girl and shouted, "Didn't she raise their morale too early?" The girl indifferently replied that no, Oren's achievement in the hero group would still play a role. After all, their goal was to send the newcomers into the labyrinth with peace of mind. The guy looked at her thoughtfully, something he had a hard time believing in the success of this operation. Maybe it was true, but he had his doubts. As if remembering something, the girl yanked herself and said that the main character is now the leader of the 10th and 9th group. The 10th includes the most promising newcomers. If they practice within the group, it will be useful in the middle of the maze. The girl took his hand again, which made Toth even more embarrassed. Well, she'd given it to him so he could get started. It was all so fast that it took the boys a while to get their thoughts together. The protagonist wondered, rookies with high potential, did the managers do the right thing to put a stranger in charge of training them? Oren introduced himself and said that he would be in charge of them now. He would be happy to cooperate during these 3 days. The faces of the newcomers lit up with joy, and they chorally told him to take care of them. That's the kind of greeting a guy is surprised to get. That's the effect of being a member of a hero group. So he's going to get special treatment from these boys. Is Sophia coming out that Sophia is also included here? Oren made a serious voice and said he wanted them all to give him their names and ranks. The protagonist asked if there would be anyone else. The girl in the group replied that all the participants had already gathered here. No one else is coming. A group of 3? That's unusual. The risk of dying increases as the number of participants decreases, especially if they're new. That's right, their group was only 3 people. The boy put his hand to his chest and proudly said it was all because they were the best of the best. Oren looked at this kid with surprise. He certainly thought that such a thing was possible. But such a high opinion at such a young age, he was beginning to worry about this man's future. He sighed and said that if everyone was gathered here, there were no more questions. Well, then the 10th group should introduce themselves. All of them answered in unison. They stood and looked at their future leader with hopeful eyes. The boy who had previously said he was the best of the best introduced himself. His name was Logan Hayward. He's a Sapport and the leader of the 10th group. After that, he said in an even more confident voice that he was the one who would surpass Selma. Oren looked at him with a confused look. And this kid is pretty cocky. He said it was now the next one's turn. The girl was next. She pulled her hand up. Her name was Caroline. Her role in the group was tank. The guy looked closely at her. She was wearing light armor. Would she put on her main armor before going in? The girl hesitated, so he was asking that after all. With a pensive look full of doubt, the protagonist looked at this maiden. Is this some new kind of tank? The girl immediately seconds in a cocky voice said that it was fine and there was no need to worry. She said she doesn't like being attacked by monsters, but she wants to kill them, so she's a mix of DD and tank. Sophia was next. Narubka introduced herself and said she was taking the position of attacking mage in the rearguard. She smiled and said she would be very happy to cooperate. The boy smiled and thought it was the most common greeting, but he felt light at heart. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The guy started to say something, but suddenly the girl who was the tank started screaming. Everyone looked at her with great surprise. He meant, would this mission be too difficult for them? The boy stood and watched thoughtfully as his group began to squabble amongst themselves. Finally, they began the search operation. The men lined up in a great long line and moved toward the beginning of the labyrinth, which promised him many dangers. But if he could overcome them, a reward awaited them at the end. The newcomers are in a good mood. I wonder how much they can learn from the hike. Oren watched his team and prepared himself mentally to take on the role of teacher. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a girlish voice. Someone called out to him, too. The guy turned around. It was Caroline. She looked shyly at the guy and stammeringly asked, why would a member of the heroes' party participate in their expedition? She thought his clan was in competition with theirs. Guy asked her, hadn't she heard what Selma was saying? He's not in the heroes' pack anymore. The girl turned around and looked at him in surprise. As for a threat, this clan did pose one. He had been following the progress of their clan confrontation. The girl returned and asked, so why is he no longer a member of this clan? After all, a group of heroes are people adored by all, and why waste your time here? Her curiosity was getting to the guy. He thought she better stop. She seems to be the type of person who likes to ask directly without thinking about the question. The girl continued to stare at the guy in surprise with her big, deep eyes. After a bit of silence, the main character replied that it had nothing to do with her. Hearing this, Caroline sighed and squinted her eyes. Her face transformed again, and she asked how long had they known Sophia. The guy replied that maybe she should ask her directly. Surely she would tell you for sure. The girl replied that after she asked Sophia, it said that the incredible man was coming to help them. Caroline turned to her friend and looked back at her. As if she hadn't noticed her, she stirred and looked at her with a startled expression. Caroline repeated her question. Why did he choose to help them? Sophia faltered a little and said that the gentleman had helped her a lot recently. You could see from her face that she was very shy. The girl kept saying that he was a very strong member of the heroes' party, and besides, her sister said that they would be safe with him. Caroline smiled and squinted her eyes in pleasure. She was more than satisfied with that answer. She leaned over to her friend and asked, then she has no reason to worry, right? Because there's a person from the party and heroes around. Sophia muttered something to herself. The boy just stood in the distance, listening to their conversation. But he's not with them anymore. He'd left the group, hadn't he? Oren was watching his charges closely, trying to absorb their conversation. I didn't want to answer him directly, but I had to listen. The girls were talking to each other and laughing. Smiles shone on their faces. Maybe this girl had started the conversation to relieve Sophia's tension. He wondered if she was as attentive to the other members of the squad as well. The team moved along the corridor deep into the labyrinth. Behind their backs there was suddenly a roaring sound. A huge cave wolf appeared there. Two huge wolves roared viciously with their toothy mouths. A second later they rushed after the company of heroes. The protagonist heard this and looked back. The ground nearby began to catch fire from the spell, forming a large circle. A second later, huge stone spikes appeared from behind that circle and pierced the creatures, preventing them from coming any closer. The wolves cried out in pain and immediately died after being pierced by the spikes. Guy thought they were taking this seriously. It was a well-timed spell. He continued to watch his group closely. It takes skill to match the timing, difficulty to exert themselves from the moment they start until the spell is activated. With it, they can defeat demonic enemies without disturbing the main group. The guy was focused on the hike. Time was limited as it was. They couldn't get stuck in some useless battle and lose a lot of time. After a while, they found themselves on the 20th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. A group of heroes, and she was ready for anything. Caroline turned to Oren and with a smile asked, "How long until they reach the boss of this floor?" Her voice was full of excitement and impatience. The guy replied that if they kept going at that pace, they would reach the place in 10 minutes. The girl was surprised. Is it really that fast? And that floor didn't suit Sophia well enough. Hearing that, the girl started to object. That's not true. They didn't have any big problems so far, so they would finish even sooner than planned. The guy was still watching his group of newcomers closely. They were quite serious. It was obvious that they were ready for any difficulties. So far, he had only seen them fight. Initially, he was concerned about the formation of the group. After all, there were only 3 people. But that didn't seem to be a problem when there was a good leader. First of all, Logan. He thought this guy was just a cocky rookie. But his skills as a hitter are undeniably good. If he can maintain his effectiveness in the long battles, this young genius will play an active role in ranked groups. It's a shame that the team needed to hit should be of the same level. What will be better if they gain experience in battles? Then there's Caroline. Because she tends towards a maneuverable tank style, her speed is amazing. But she has 2 points of contention. The first is the way she rushes to the side when approached by demonic beasts. Tanks should be good at getting close to them, not watching and worrying about the little things. 2. These are her weapons, 2 daggers. She's really good with them, but maybe there's not enough power in the group to take out the enemies. That's about it. And finally, Sophia. She's a little inferior to those of yours, but her abilities are already better than the newbies. This girl definitely had a lot of potential. She's not very active, but that could change as she learns to commiserate more with her squad members and be more adventurous with people. As a beginner, she had no visible flaws. Impatiently, the guy looked forward to the growth of her strength in the future. He seemed to have high hopes for her. Group 9, yes, he would watch them with interest in the future. The boy looked after the 2 boys who were running away with a passion. His face glistened with thoughtfulness as he pondered the whole plan of action to maximize the safety of his group and to get the most out of this trek. Suddenly, a shriek came from the side. The guys were standing near a large charred pile of bones. The boss of the 20th floor had been destroyed. They turned to their leader and waited with a smile for his approval. Learning expedition. Leaders. That's it for today? It can't have gone that smoothly. The guy himself was surprised by the success of his band. Perhaps he had underestimated the power of the Silver Rabbits after all. Selma clapped her hands and said cheerfully that they had done a great job. Then everyone moved to the 21st floor. The expedition would be over after they finished registering with the guild. Everyone nodded accordingly. It was obvious that the guys were very happy about their success. Soon they approached the registration crystal. It glowed brightly, so bright that they would have to squint their eyes. They happily began to get their little registration tickets. Smiles began to appear on their girlfriends' faces. That was the end of today's expedition. The sun was already setting over the horizon, and it was necessary to go back to the headquarters. All the teams had already left the labyrinth, and now like ants were spreading to their homes. Oren was about to leave himself, but Selma clicked him off and thanked him for his hard work today. The boy turned to her in surprise. He mutually thanked the girl, and the girl asked him how he liked today's newcomers. What conclusions did he draw? The guy thought for a moment and began to speak. In general, the 9th group is looking forward to further action. As for the 10th group, it's just as she said. They're all pretty promising newcomers. But they don't cooperate with each other. Especially Caroline, who acts inconsistent with her role. Target, we laughed, and clearly tried to hide her embarrassment. However, marginally improved their skills compared to past attempts. The boy wondered. If everything is in this state now, what were they like before? It had been a day since their last outing. The boy stood in his room, unfolding a piece of paper in front of him and reading it carefully. With each line he read, his face grew more and more concerned. The dots of his eyebrows drew together, showing that he clearly didn't like what he was reading. There was a newspaper in front of him. On one of the pages of the newspaper, there is a headline, exclusive coverage of the fact that the hero's Patty had replaced the hitman after all. So his banishment became public knowledge. He was not happy about this news, and now people would probably start to look at him askance. According to their leader, the unrivaled swordsman Oliver, the most important factor in replacing this position was that the predecessor didn't have any outstanding abilities. The guy read these lines and slowly boiled inside with anger. He clutched the paper in his hand, ready to tear it up. Oliver hadn't realized that Oren's abilities were below the average hitter's level. Plus, their newest recruit from yesterday, Philly Carpenter, who has been heavily involved in researching the great labyrinth of the West. With her skills, she is approaching the strongest chiller on the continent, Selma Crodel. From the page of the newspaper, a pretty girl looked up at him. The boy sighed heavily and covered his face with his hand. At least until the expedition was over. It would have to wait. The faces of his recruits flashed through his mind. If they found out that he hadn't left on his own, but had been kicked out of the hero group, it might not have the most pleasant consequences. The fear in his mind was that after the students found out about all of this, their opinion of him would change, especially Logan from Squad. The guy didn't know if such a smug kid would listen to his orders. Oren started to get dressed. He needed to get ready for the next outing, although he didn't think that all the students liked to read newspapers. It was easy to imagine how much their opinions would change after reading it. The boy tried to push such intrusive thoughts away from him. It was better not to think about it because it would interfere with his further accomplishments. Needing to go, the guy had already left his room when suddenly he was called out by someone's female voice. It was Luna Flockhart, the mage doctor chairman of the Heroes group. The girl looked at the guy with a surprised and frightened look. Her eyes seemed to be wet. She whispered softly that it had been quite a while since they'd seen each other. In a slightly indifferent voice, the man replied that it had only been 4 days since they had last met. It was as if the girl remembered it. The protagonist is immersed in his memories. When he was still a member of the group, the members' attitudes towards him had gradually deteriorated. She was the only person who treated him as well as she had before. When he was expelled, she was away helping her parents. If only she had been there. The boy started dreamily reminiscing about it. It seemed he still felt something for his past group of heroes. The thoughts were eating him up inside, and he had to deal with them somehow. So he closed his eyes. Trying to pull himself together, he asked the girl what he could do for her. She hesitated, as if trying to find the right words, her eyes sad and staring at the floor. Taking a full breath, the girl pulled herself together and asked in a loud voice if he could come back to their group. It was obvious that this phrase was given to her with great difficulty. They need his strength. Oren had thought this girl would say something like that. His eyes misted and his mood soured even more. She'd always had a good opinion of him. The girl kept looking at him with a pleading gaze, seeming ready to cry now. The guy turned to her and after a bit of silence asked, "So is this the decision of the whole group? Judging by this morning's newspaper article, I guess it wasn't." The girl looked at him in surprise. What morning article? It seemed as if she didn't know anything about it yet. Her face became suddenly serious, and then it went up. No, it's her decision. However, she wouldn't back down from it. She wanted to prove to the guy that he should come back after all. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she said that if Oren came back, she would try to convince everyone else of the rightness of that decision. At that moment, it seemed that the girl would not back down from her path. The main characters looked at her with a doomed look. Looks like this girl really wants him back. Luna looked at him with eyes full of hope and regret at the same time, but it was too late. The boy stood and put his head down, looked at the girl in silence. He hated to disappoint her, but he realized he had no other way. He said, "Judging by this article in the newspaper, there's no way for him to go back." He didn't even look into the girl's eyes from under his big bangs. And he wasn't going back. The girl apologized to him and told him she hadn't read the article yet, so she didn't really know what it was all about. Her voice slowly began to break into a shout, but they had promised each other to take over the great labyrinth together. The boy remembered those words. That promise was made to him by Luna and Oliver, but that promise doesn't make sense anymore because he kicked him out. She struggled to keep from crying. She tried to change the guy's mind, still holding out hope that the old days could be brought back. The main character lowered his eyes. He fell silent, trying to process everything. This was very hard to digest. A lot of things had happened to him recently that shook him awake. This conversation was slowly starting to bore him. He said he was sorry, turning around and saying he had to go because he was running late. Without even turning around or saying goodbye, he walked briskly toward the city. The girl looked at him with a doomed look, unable to say a single word. She was torn inside by sorrow and grief. He would definitely want to fulfill the promise he had made to the three of them in his memory. Snippets of a past life when their team was still in full strength and everything was fine. But now he had nowhere else to go back to. That day it was over. The friendship was over, and with it he'd tried to kill the very memories that had been poisoning his soul all along. Right. It was too late now. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold back the comp coming to his throat. He certainly didn't feel like crying right now, but all those heavy memories were pressing down on him with unspeakable force. Hero Group Healer. Orindora was banished due to lack of abilities. I wonder how many people believe him after that article. The voices of people who were discussing today's events written in the newspaper began to reach him. There were already many people gathered near the entrance to the labyrinth. They were whispering amongst themselves as they discussed the events. The boy slowly approached the cluster of people and listened to what they were saying. He didn't like what he was hearing. These people had read today's article after all, so now they had to explain it somehow. He walked up to a group of his pledges and they greeted him timidly. The boy nodded back at them. There was confusion on these guys' faces. Huge difference from the previous day. That's after he encouraged the rookies. They're all probably confused and don't know what's going on. The boy silently led his group deeper into the labyrinth. Selma ran up to the guy from behind and apologized loudly to him. You could see the embarrassment and the confusion. The protagonist turned to her and said that she had nothing to apologize for. They would fail the expedition after all, if she worried that much. The girl lowered her head and began to speak. Yesterday, to encourage the newcomers, she had asked him to speak in front of all of them. She should have handled it more carefully. Bowing and lowering her head even lower, the girl said that she didn't know all the circumstances then. The boy began to try to calm her down. He said he's fine and there's no reason to worry. The only one to blame is himself. He made it uncomfortable by his silence. Still, their training expedition goes well. He asked the girl to behave as dignified as always. The girl looked at him with a discouraged look. Well, she figured it out, raised his head and changed in that voice deliberately. She said, then perhaps she would go. She would leave the supporting role to him. The guy looked at her with an emotionless look and said that she could rely on him there. Soon, Group 9 and Group 10 arrived at the assembly point dots and looked into their hopeful eyes. All the members of the 10th squad stood in front of him and said hello to their leader in a cheerful tone. Two of the girls had smiles on their faces while Logan was completely serious. Squad 9 was more confused. They said hello too and began to look fearfully amongst themselves. The protagonist looked at them with a sad look and asked, did they all understand the contents of the morning article? Everyone was silent and looked at their teacher with surprised looks. They didn't know what to say. They understood. But at this moment, it was better to keep silent. He went on to say, this article is almost true. He was kicked out of the group for being powerless. So he's not the hero they're all waiting for. The boys began to look at each other in bewilderment. There was incomprehension and fear on their faces. No one knew what to say to them at that moment. The boy said in a sad voice, what a waste of time he'd been keeping quiet about it all this time. Sophia listened to her, her lips beginning to quiver. After gathering her thoughts a bit, stammering, she said that still the guy was insanely strong. He was able to defeat over a dozen orcs single-handedly. The girl tried her best to cheer him up and lighten the mood. She was insanely brave for daring to do such a thing. That's why she said Oren had enough ability. The boy thanked her warmly. Everything is just as Sophia said. They set off for the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth. He's really not in their group anymore, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a hero. On behalf of Orindor, a simple adventurer, he swears. He swears that he will protect his wards at all costs. His voice suddenly took on a determination that was still uncharacteristic of this guy. The fact that he had become the leader of this squad had changed his perception. They reached the 31st floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth, swung his sword and slew the infernal creature. He still couldn't believe himself that he was able to defeat this monster. The main character looked at him and congratulated him on his small victory. They trust him again. Great. Today it was his job as leader to give them instructions. Although the atmosphere was still strained, especially with the ninth group who never listened to orders. Today, nothing would work out if he didn't get their trust back. The protagonist was walking ahead and was pointing the way for his students. In a serious voice, he said that there were signs of monsters ahead. The guy asked the 10th group, "Are they all ready for battle?" Everyone nodded their heads affirmatively. Every member of the squad had a look of confidence and determination on their faces before the battle. They were ready to fight any monsters. From the dark depths of the caves, the hellspawn began to appear. There was a huge image and a few small, nasty goblins. Orn began to hand out orders. He ordered Caroline to draw the goblins aside. Logan had to support her with magic and healing. The girl rushed forward, her blades out and ready to destroy the monsters. After that, the guy ordered Sophia to clear you of orcs. The girl took a firmer grip on her life and began to prepare. Now already he's worried about Logan and his support magic, but the guy seemed to be in his element. He began to apply the spell quickly, and magic spheres with symbols began to form around him. After the guy used a spell of magical power, physical power, and all at the same time. Amazing. Such a beginner, and he can already perform 3 spells at the same time. Looks like there's no need to worry about magic. This guy was very strong even for his age and level. Caroline was as fast as ever. She was approaching the goblin with great speed, displaying her sharp blades and preparing to chop his puny body. The girl's eyes glistened with determination. She suddenly turned from a cheerful girl who was always talking into a real fighter for whom there were no obstacles. She soared upwards and swung her weapon. It didn't look too bad. With each passing day, they were improving their performance little by little after all. But still, only one question remained. He looked carefully at his last student. Will Sophia, who just yesterday faced the orcs for the first time, be able to pull herself together? Still, because of the trauma caused by the orcs, she might not be able to take it. Indeed, the girl looked very scared. She had to be calmed down somehow and brought to her senses. The boy called out to the girl. She looked at him in surprise. He stepped closer to her and in a calm voice told her to calm down. It's going to be okay. There was no need for her to worry. He tried his best to cheer the girl up, for she needed support in this situation. Now she has 2 friends, Caroline and Logan. She can rely on them since they are on the same team. The girl shifted her frightened gaze to her comrades who were diligently fighting the hordes of monsters. But immediately, she remembered the huge orc that was approaching them. And about that, the main character also said not to worry. He would be by her side. Even if she made a mistake, he would support her. Guy cast a dexterity reduction spell on the monster. Now Sophia is not alone. She has trusted friends, the girl has been transformed, and she looks at her leader with hope. The guy was trying to cheer her up, and it looks like he succeeded. He told her to do her best. The girl nodded and gripped her magic wand tighter. Sophia, at the time she was abandoned all alone, is very different from the girl she is now. It is as if she has been reborn and has become a completely different person. She would definitely be fine now. Guy watched his subordinate, who, brimming with confidence, began to cast her spell. Her wand glowed with magical light, and a circle with magical symbols appeared behind her. An energy wave burst out from it after a few seconds. It was a fire spear. A powerful wave of fire flew straight at the monster. It was so strong that it immediately incinerated the monster. There was a deafening explosion, and shards of rock and clouds of dust flew in different directions. Yeah, the guy said to try harder, but not that hard. The clouds slowly began to dissipate. Orn looked surprised at the result of the magic. He was really shocked, such a small girl, and she had such strong magic. He hadn't been told that Sophia was capable of top-level magic. The girl looked tired, her face flushed from exertion, and her hands drooped. Caroline looked at her friend with a look of surprise and admiration. She hadn't expected her shy little friend to be capable of such powerful magic either. The girl started jumping with happiness and shouting that it was very cool. She seemed to be even more excited than Sophia herself. Afterward, her friend ran up to her and hugged her tightly. Sophia smiled and laughed spontaneously as if she hadn't expected it of herself. Orn looked at the girl and praised her. That was a really good attack. Surprised looked towards the boy. Sophia was embarrassed and thanked for the praise. She was very pleased to hear that because she had really tried hard. Selma said tomorrow is finally the last day. They should all rest to be in good shape. For today, the expedition is over. The protagonist was about to leave when his A was clicked by someone's male voice. The guy asked if he was okay. There were 2 guys standing in the back. The man with the white hair was named Bernard. the guy with the dark hair, Jansen. They were all leaders of another group. The protagonist turned to them and said that everything was fine. Why? Did something happen? Bernard replied that it was nothing serious. It's just that they were already walking together. The guy invited him to come along with them. Is he inviting him to dinner? The protagonist suddenly thought about that morning's paper. He was frankly glad that those two didn't worry about what it said. A little embarrassed, the guy thanked them and said he'd love to go along with them. Bernard smiled widely, showing his beautiful white teeth. This guy was incredibly cheerful. They didn't socialize much when they explored the dungeon together. The three of them went into town for a vacation. The sky was already dark, covered with thick clouds, but it seemed like a good opportunity to get closer now, didn't it? At the same time, Sophia was standing with Logan, talking about something. The boy hesitated a bit and asked her if she knew their new teacher. The girl seemed a little embarrassed. It was in her manner. She said she had only recently heard of him. 3 days ago, he helped her in the underground maze. They've been on good terms ever since. Logan wondered, did she go there alone? He sounded worried. The girl looked away again, embarrassed, and said that it was so. The leader was gathering people into a squad, and somehow. She didn't have time to finish. Caroline was surprised. This was some strange behavior. Logan lowered his eyes, his voice even more serious. He asked Sophia to tell him something. He asked her to tell him about Oren. Tell her more about him. The boy seemed very interested, and it was hard to tell if he was just interested in him as a person, or if he had already read the morning's article. Surprisingly, you could hear the genuine interest in the guy's voice. He said he wanted to know as much about him as possible. Sophia didn't know what to say and what to tell her. She looked down. She really didn't know what to say about him, because they had only known each other for a short time. Logan said admiringly that the man had used magic back then. Didn't she remember that? The girl thought about it and tried to remember the events when she had met Oren. This was the first time Logan was that interested in something. The rest was Shin Majutsu's support magic. He did something like strengthening the sword after all. Here she quickly remembered something. A sword? Right. That sword was so strong that it could destroy literally anything in its path. She remembered the moment when Oren had been swirling in a deadly vortex of magical energy. The guy pondered it wasn't just magic, he was also good with a sword. She couldn't say anything for sure. Perhaps it was all because he had been training. After all, he had converted several of his abilities. Mr. Oren had become stronger. After the word convert, Logan thought hard and his eyes widened. Here was the wonder, what did that mean? He wanted to see this very much. Even with all that, he fought perfectly, without making a single mistake. This morning when the kid read the newspaper, he was confused to hear that Oren had been kicked out of the guild because it was so unfair. He was very angry at this situation. Initially, he didn't consider his leader a strong adventurer. But as time went on, his opinion changed greatly for the better. He remembered that moment when they encountered a huge ogre in the maze. That monster, its movement suddenly slowed down, and Mr. Oren activated the ability, reduced his radius thanks to the power of support. And he was very surprised. It was the first time he'd ever seen such a technique. After all, debuff magic is very hard to own. One must know the ins and outs of the movement techniques. Selma herself rarely uses it, and this person applied the debuff effortlessly. Many times he had fought under his command, and each time he had admired the man, admired the mastery of his techniques. On their first outing, when he had just learned support magic, they had dealt with the enemy very quickly. That's when it struck the kid as odd. He tried changing his way of attacking at that moment, and suddenly felt his strength increase manifold. Obviously, it was all due to training. The boy's eyes grew confident. He wants to continue to follow Lord Oren. After he changed his mind about him, this man has become a real leader for him. Now, among other things, he had become his very best friend without realizing it himself. But still, there was a single question on the kid's mind. Why exclude such an experienced fighter from his guild? At this time, Sophia and Caroline were talking to each other. Caroline said that she was a vanguard attacker. That's a strong role, right? Sophia hesitantly answered that she thought yes. Caroline rejoiced. That means if she becomes the vanguard attacker, she'll be the strongest. Sophia said that wasn't a bad idea. Logan listened to their conversation, absorbing every word. Sophia said excitedly Caroline would win before she knew it. That would be great. They decided to work on their skills together. Logan wondered, some people say this man is a genius. But what does genius mean? No matter how, he must succeed. That was his only goal. To help him, his mentor, he must become stronger. The girls turned around at him and worriedly asked what was wrong with him. Is he tired? The boy replied with a little hesitation that everything was fine. He was more energetic than ever. Soon night came. Twilight covered the entire sky, and the city that lay beneath it. The Night Rabbit restaurant was bustling with activity, and loud voices of customers could be heard from everywhere. Oren was sitting at the table, smiling, holding a glass with some kind of drink in his hands. He had already managed to relax a little after a hard day, and now a smile shone on his face. From the other side of the table, Bernard's cheerful voice could be heard. The man sat back and smiled broadly. It was obvious how good he felt right now. He said that as far as he knew, the main character had a lot of interesting stories to tell. While they still can, it takes a good drink. All the more reason to go to work hungover. So tonight we've got to get wasted. Oren was already pretty intoxicated, and he brought his glass up to take another sip. I should have gotten a good night's sleep, he thought. Ansem says that, as Oren says, it's better to have a big table than a small one. Besides, he doesn't know how best to greet him. Bernard drank a large glass of beer in one gulp, and asked, why greet Oren? Why don't you sing him a hymn? Besides, it's midnight. Anyway, regular lights aren't enough, but it does look quite aesthetically pleasing. No complaints, it's perfect. There was a small chandelier hanging from the ceiling with several beautiful lanterns that shone brightly. The guys were sitting at the table, devouring the food, talking among themselves. Still, after a mission, it's a good idea to relax. So there was no need to think about anything, just eat. Oren looked at his companions in surprise and wondered, is it normal for them to have fun for no reason? What difference does it make? It's better than sitting up every night racking your brains over a book. Emptying it into his glass, Bernard thoughtfully said he was a fool. Does he even know what he's saying? Yeah, there's a lot of political issues going on right now. Oren thought. Even so, he can't just rest. The guy started picking at his plate with his fork, cutting a large and juicy piece of meat. It was very noisy here, but today's news made him very angry. And just like that, you can't rule it out without knowing what's going on. Maybe he was just unlucky. The boy tried to pull himself together and take on his merry form again. He smiled broadly, trying to hide his inner turmoil. Well, not about that now. He suggested they talk about hobbies. It had been a while since they'd had dinner together. Bernard was surprised after saying those words. Did he really say that? Ansem was also very surprised. It wasn't like their acquaintance. Oren tried to defuse the situation. He wouldn't be stone-faced forever. He just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with them right now. Ansem said he wanted to know something. About this morning's news. Is that what you do to a vanguard attacker? If the guy didn't use magic, he wouldn't have been defeated. Bernard asked in surprise, so what happened? The guy had permission to use magic after all. Why now? Was he able to turn it into a sword? The boys asked him if he could explain why he did it. Oren tilted his head and thought for a moment. Well, now was not the best time for such heartfelt stories, but there was no choice. After gathering his thoughts a bit, he said that as a child he loved sword fighting. As a kid, he wanted to become a swordsman. He was curious to know what it was like. That's why he decided it was the perfect opportunity to try to take up the sword again. Ansem looked at him and said that a long time had passed since then. There was a lot of curiosity in the man's gaze, and he wanted to know more about it. Weren't Oren's parents against it? The boy thought for a moment and answered that his parents didn't say much about it. His grandfather was a former adventurer who defeated a huge demon beast with just a sword. Therefore, after that incident, he aspired to become like him. That's why he decided to change his occupation. The guy said it goes the other way around then, so because of that he wants to be the strongest. It happened when they were going down into the dungeon. That's when the earthquake hit. It took their group by surprise. Plus, the monster was huge. Yeah, he had to slow him down. The guy said he should have originally pumped those abilities, but for some reason he had to use it. That's why he did it. Back then, he didn't care about the consequences. The goal was to defeat the monster. His interlocutors listened to the protagonist's story with fascination and surprise. At the time, he was proficient with new swordsmanship, so he decided to use his sword while using magic at the same time. Ansem looked at him with surprise. A combined attack? It sounded interesting. He asked, and the bottom line is, was he wrong? Oren replied that no, he was not wrong. Fuyazushi would become the strongest adventurer. There was so much confidence in his voice that it was hard to doubt his intentions. It was too early to jump to conclusions. He had a lot of plans right now. It would take a lot of effort as well as a lot of time. His companions looked away from their food and stared at him in surprise. What was the meaning of all this? They wanted to know more about it. The boy was too vague. Oren smiled and said in a good-natured voice that he couldn't tell them everything right now. The boy needed to get the subject across as soon as possible. He's already given away too much. So it's not time to tell your people all your plans. All right, well, what's going to happen? They got a new swordsman. Oren sighed and said that anything was possible. They'd had a great chat today. He was about to leave. The guys looked at him in surprise. Is he leaving already? The protagonist said politely that he was very happy to see them. At this time, the boy paid no attention to them but was immersed in his own thoughts. A labyrinth he wants to go through alone. Maybe this can help him in some way. His friend said the guy's too wound up about it. He needs to learn to relax somehow. The headquarters of the Silver Rabbit clan. Hot water was pouring from the shower, and the room was completely enveloped in steam. Caroline stood in the shower and washed herself. Tomorrow the training sorties would finally be over. She couldn't take it anymore. Sophia was standing next to her. Caroline said she missed her brother already and Sophia. The girl embarrassedly replied that she did too. For a second her face grew sad. So they wouldn't see each other again. Standing in the shower, she wondered what Oren was doing now. Caroline looked at her in surprise. The girl asked, and why is she so worried about it? He's strong, so he can handle anything. Sophia blushed with embarrassment and said that her friend was right. Caroline moved closer to her, which made the girl blush even more. She asked if she could become like Mistress Selma, as strong and beautiful. Sophia embarrassedly replied that, of course she could. She will be even better. But still, the girl couldn't stop being sad. She missed him very much. When could they meet again? The events traveled back in time many years ago. Several uniformed men stood watching the two boys fight. A swirl of magical energy almost completely engulfed them, as if they were in some kind of mad dance. Their swords crossed and there was a clang of metal. As I expected, it's Oliver, and he calls himself a hero. By all accounts, Oliver was much stronger than his opponent. They used to call him a genius, but now there was doubt. In the end, Oliver dodged and toppled his opponent to the ground. He won. Oren lay on the ground and looked up at his opponent. The teachers watched closely, followed each stage of the battle. One of the men exhaled heavily, this genius only in words. Oren was lying on the ground and could not move. He was very weak from the battle and breathing hard. He exhaled heavily and said that he had lost, but it didn't seem to upset him in the least. The boy laughed and said that Oliver was very strong. He seemed genuinely happy for his friend because of his victory. Unfortunately, Oliver didn't share his joy. He harshly asked him, why doesn't he take this seriously? Oren looked at him in surprise. Oliver continued to be angry. He wasn't fighting at full strength. No wonder he lost so quickly. The boy was not agreeable. He wanted to fight again. He was sure his opponent had beaten him fairly. Oliver's power even outstripped his. And that was the end of his power. Oliver didn't want to believe it. He said it was all lies. He doesn't think he's won yet. The guy was demanding a rematch in a confident voice. He wanted to prove that Oren was much stronger. Oliver asked him why he said he lost. He's a fool. Time will come and he'll take it more seriously. The protagonist looked at him with an uncomprehending look. He did it because this man is his friend. A girl's head leaned over him. She said that the guy was batting well. The girl's eyes were full of joy and friendly love. She looked at him and smiled. The boy got up and sat down next to her. He wouldn't say he fought very well. The girl objected and said he fought well. Wouldn't he believe it? She said she knows what he's really like. He's very strong. She is sure he will be even stronger in the future. The girl wanted to cheer him up some more, but he interrupted her. He said he knew he was weak. That's why you shouldn't say that. The boy looked down at the ground. The teachers turned their backs on him and strode in the opposite direction. Oliver went along with them without even looking back. Oren said he had to protect Oliver because he felt guilty about it. That ass, why he can fight him. The girl screamed that it wasn't true. She tried to convince the boy otherwise, but she seemed to realize that it was almost impossible. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said that it wasn't the boy's fault. He was trying to help Oliver after all. Oren looked at the girl with surprise. He didn't know what to say after something like that. The girl said they could get stronger, and then they won't have to fight each other. She doesn't want to see her friend sad. She squeezed her eyes shut and said that no matter where he goes, she will always be there for him. That's why she doesn't want him to be sad alone. The guy stood up and walked briskly in the opposite direction. The girl tried to stop him, but the guy didn't seem to listen to her. She didn't realize what had happened. She stared after the boy in surprise. She thought she heard something pop up. Oren turned around. Tears were actually glistening in his eyes. She said she was so happy to have the guy around. Is he crying? Oren immediately tried to justify himself and said she thought she was imagining it. The girl smiled and squinted her eyes. The boy had told her not to laugh at him, but she didn't seem to be listening. Oren slowly started to get angry. He told her not to laugh. Or did she want him to get completely pissed off? Still trying to fight the fits of laughter, she apologized and said she wouldn't laugh. The guy yelled for her to promise not to laugh. His eyebrows furrowed. The girl promised. The girl called out to him and said that not long ago they had been joking together. The boy looked at her in surprise with his big eyes. Turning to her friend, the girl said that she would like to continue joking with him in the future. I could hear some sadness in my voice. Someday they will remember this day with a smile on their face. The boy listened to her with his eyes wide open. The girl continued, and now they needed to move forward. He nodded his head in agreement and told the girl to be careful. Soon a large carriage pulled up beside them. The boy ran up to her, seeing the girl off. She was already climbing into the carriage, and the boy just stared at her. At parting, his friend waved him off and gave him one last good-natured smile. Oren waved back at her and looked at her with his kind big eyes. Only this girl had been supporting him all this time. The carriage began to move off into the horizon, picking up speed. The boy remained standing on the deserted road, surrounded by his thoughts. His heart was full of sadness because he had parted with the only person who had supported him all this time. Oren woke up in his bed, the bright rays of the dawn sun waking him up like a hurricane. It was morning. It was a strange dream. The boy took hold of his head, which suddenly began to ache. He couldn't remember anything, though. No matter how hard he tried, the guy couldn't remember what he'd dreamt. After chatting with the folks at Silver Rabbit, he was able to set a goal. It was only a matter of time. He hoped today would end well. As he passed the passing people, he heard their conversation by the edge of his ear. What he heard interested him greatly. People were talking about new artifacts in the depths of the dungeon. Could it be them? A hunch pierced my head. People were still whispering. So soon they would reach their goal. I guess there's a reason everyone's talking about heroes. There's supposed to be a statement this evening. Guy's got a lot on his mind. Things have progressed very rapidly. His past team was moving many times faster than he had anticipated. Plans have changed. Anyway, how could they get to the 92nd floor? He supposed they wouldn't get there that fast. These people don't seem to have thought about the consequences that could await them. Well, they're not cooperating anymore anyway, right? So there's nothing to worry about. Felicia Carpenter greeted the people who came to see her. She introduced herself good-naturedly. The girl said that being helpful to their group was a big part of it. There were two men standing in front of her. The protector Derek, and the mage Aneri, the party of heroes. It's a big reception of adventurers. The girl thanked them for their hospitality. The leader Oliver is an adventurer through abilities not on a joke striking. The guy stood looking down at everyone. He felt his superiority over them. It's a party organized to honor the strongest heroes like them. Plus, it's a chance to get more rewards. Aneri smiled and looked at her guest with a good-natured look. Philia hesitated and said she needed time to think. 725, everyone said she should attend this event. It wasn't a problem, just needed to take a little break. Derek stretched and crunched his back. The man was excited to see how much money they would get for this. Ari came closer to him and also smilingly said that they would indeed get a lot of money. Oliver watched them from a distance and listened to their conversations. Someone told Derek not to be so greedy. Was he only thinking about money? Oliver wondered. A book? That was the idea. They could get a decent price for it. Do they even have any money on them? He's never seen them before. They can't survive without money. That's why they're vital to us, said Derek with an important look on his face. Aneri said she knew everything perfectly well without his instructions. Just don't let him talk about them non-stop. Philia listened to them and slowly began to get frustrated. In a shy voice, she asked if they were coming to the party or not. Derek cheered up and asked if they would go. If nothing has to be paid he's in favor of, he asked. His friends, how about it? The girl, embarrassed, replied that they would not have to pay anything, only attend. She tried hard to hide her embarrassment. The man thought for a moment. If so, he agreed. They could stay there till morning at this rate. The girl said that if it was their will, they could do whatever they wanted. Aneri folded her arms in anticipation and said, "That's just great." A smile lit up her face. She told Univari to go for it. They could save more. Their leader sighed heavily. But if the party is for heroes, why don't they go? It was obvious from the look on his face that he wasn't particularly excited about it. He raised his champagne glass and said he had a toast. He wants to drink to the fact that they can finally have a proper vacation. Also, they want to drink to the newest member of their team. Suddenly, the doors swung open and a panting girl appeared on the doorstep. It was Luna. She apologized heartily for being late. It was obvious that the girl was in a hurry. The girl was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is this a bad time?" The others glanced at her and replied that she was right on time. She was still trying to catch her breath. She was in a hurry to get to the event. But she didn't see Oren among the others, so he hadn't come. And these people had just started, so they said they banished him. But Luna was against it. Therefore, she had to accept their decision. After all, she alone could not do anything against it. The girl suddenly asked irritably, "How can they just have fun like this? There seems to be no escaping this sweet speech. Quite a law-abiding person." The girl's face turned serious. That they were having a holiday, but she had heard that Oren, whom they had just banished, had allied himself with the Silver Rabbits, and that he was going to the dungeon. Is that true? After saying that, Oliver felt like he'd been electrocuted. He's in the Silver Rabbits? Are they kidding me? A man who was expelled 3 days ago. How dare he? Oliver was slowly starting to boil over with anger. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Everyone turned to the girl and started asking, "Does she even know what she's saying? That's a load of crap. He won't rise above his current rank." Luna didn't stop. She asked to finally be told what had really happened. Oliver wondered if she should know. Something had to be thought of to divert her attention and end this uncomfortable conversation. The men started talking. He ordered her to stop acting like this. Eri says it's his own fault for being banished. Now they're having a party, so she asked him not to spoil the mood. After saying that, the girl felt as if she had been hit on the head. She couldn't believe what was being said, and only stared dumbly at her supposed friends with a surprised look. She couldn't believe that it was the very people she had been side by side with all this time who were saying this. She asked in a trembling voice if he had come here. Let them answer. I think she's starting to get it. So these people set this whole thing up, it would appear so. Derek suddenly interjected into the conversation and asked why she was the one accusing them so shamelessly. It's the other way around. They were set up. The man furiously tried to justify himself. You could see on his face that he was lying, but he didn't want to admit it. He said that Oren decided to leave on his own, and that's why he was banished. Hearing those words, the girl was shocked for the umpteenth time. She could hardly believe it. She realized that these people were probably lying. So it's true? She looked at them like she was ready to kill them now. Oliver tried to justify himself. He said that the girl had gotten it all wrong. The man didn't join them because of Oren. Philia intervened in the conversation, and in a shaky voice said that she was a new member of the team. She was pleased to meet them, only she asked them not to get angry. They apologized. Oren probably wouldn't stick around himself. He's probably already left. Did Luna want to see him? Derek suddenly went into a screaming fit. He said, all the more reason for them to have a new team member. Don't let her ignore her. The girl didn't seem to be listening to him at all, and the guy got mad. Is she even listening to him? Oliver put his hand out in front of his face and told Derek to finally calm down. The man was breathing hard, and he couldn't remember himself from anger. In a calm voice, the man asked her, She realizes that, doesn't she? Oren had chosen his own path, and they had no right to stop him. Almost crying, the girl lowered her eyes and said it wasn't like that. This man wouldn't leave things so easily. She knows him well, so she doesn't believe he could have done that. After all, they've been through a lot. Besides, this man's abilities surpass all the members of the team. Her voice made itself cold and calm. She said that without Oren, she saw no point in staying here. Everyone looked at her in surprise. It was obvious from their faces and frowning eyebrows that they were very unhappy that their party had been interrupted. Philia looked at all of this with frightened, sad eyes. She didn't understand, and thought that she was the cause of such a quarrel. Oliver stepped closer to her. This girl is way overestimating him. She's too young to understand this one. The way I see it, she's impossible to change her mind right now. Eri suddenly shouted for everyone to finally stop being hysterical. It's about time we got down to earth and faced the truth. Her voice was so angry that it was hard to believe that this girl had once been good-natured. She asked Luna her whole life would be ruined without this person. Nothing has changed, right? If she doesn't like it, then let her just accept it. The girl didn't know what to answer and only clapped her eyes with helplessness. Even so, her voice trembling, she struggled to keep her cool. This is not a good time to have fun. Oliver looked at everyone with a serious look. Therefore, there is no need to scandalize now and make quarrels. Philia had been watching and silent all this time, afraid to say a word lest she should appear insensitive. Luna looked at everyone with an angry look. She was really disgusted to be in the company of these people. Right now, she hated them with all her heart. Derek couldn't contain himself again, and said that if she had nothing else to say, then let him stay out of their way. Oliver couldn't stand it anymore either, and yelled for him to finally stop. The man started making excuses, saying that he wasn't the one who started it. Luna began to speak quietly. Not all of them. She felt so sorry for them they would ruin themselves and others at the same time. After saying that, Oliver wondered whether this hike would not be their last. He tried to change the girl's mind and said that they wouldn't die even if they reached the 90th floor. She asked him how he could be so sure. The man himself was now barely able to keep from screaming. Naturally, in his teeth, he said they'd made it through the rest of the floors. Even without Oren, they'll make it. That doesn't mean they're weak, on the contrary. Luna asked, "What is Philia's ability? Even with her as support, what are the odds of winning? That's just crazy." Oliver looked at her with a surprised look. How long had she been Oren? And for what had she had time to get so attached to him? That was wrong. The man decided to stop this conversation and said in a serious and firm voice that he had already made up his mind. His decision is non-negotiable. She continued to stare angrily at him. Right now, she hated the whole world. She hummed to herself and said that she understood now. Her voice made itself cold and indifferent. Turning around, she walked towards the exit. The man tried to stop her, but the girl did not react to his words. Head down, she whispered under her breath that it looked like it was over. Oliver stared at her, unable to say a word. That's when Eri started to freak out. What the hell is she talking about? It's not over. She's just making things worse. Derek was right in her face. It's his own fault for being too bold. Philia approached Oliver and shyly asked, "Is this the Luna who got along well with Mr. Oren?" The man replied irritably that she was. She just needed some rest and alone time. The girl said that she feels like she is very upset right now, but she's sure that Luna will be able to handle it. The girl didn't seem to understand anything, but still tried to stay calm. Philia said she understood everything. A smile appeared on the girl's face, because they need to relax a little too. She handed the guy a glass of champagne and said there was no point in stalling. Let him take it and relax too. The girl whispered under her breath that she was annoyed. It wasn't going to be easy anyway. The boy, as if hearing this, asked her again, "Did she say something?" Still smiling the same way, the girl turned around and said it was no big deal. She just wanted to get along with her. On the 9th floor of the southern labyrinth, on the 92nd level, a huge 6-tusked mammoth with 4 tusks was waiting for the heroes. The beast was emitting a monstrous roar and preparing to attack. Oliver was immersed in the battle, the whirlwind of magic completely enveloping him, and he let out a battle cry as he prepared to slay the monster. But it wasn't that simple. This monster was incredibly strong. He couldn't defeat it. That really pissed the guy off. The man felt his strength drying up. But why was it so fast? Before, he could easily fight these monsters without even feeling weak. Oliver lowered his arms exhaustedly. The stone was running out of power. If nothing was done, his body wouldn't survive the reboot. Here he remembered that Oren could use the stone for an hour. Why didn't he? He gritted his teeth and gathered the last of his will into a fist. So many monsters had passed through the maze. How much time had passed? The man turned to his companions and said that his buff was running low. Philia must find another one now. The girl was confused by such a rapid flow of events. She apologized as she did not immediately feel it. The man looked at her with an appraising gaze. As expected, she's still a beginner. She doesn't have much experience. We'll have to be patient for a while until she learns. The girl frantically searched for the right buff, but she could still find it. Even after moving to the 3rd floor, her aura had changed a lot. Perhaps it was because of the change of scenery. We should ask the others. He warned Derek that there were a lot of blind spots. He needed to be careful. The girl looked at him with a frightened look and tried to concentrate. She wasn't very good at it since it was the first time she was in this situation. She apologized and said that there was some activity in the blind spot. It might be a demonic beast. We need to be on guard. Oliver walked over to her and asked how she was feeling. Could she use magic now? The girl waved her hands and said it was impossible. The atmosphere and circumstances are not right to use magic as it should be. She lowered her gaze and apologized. She was very ashamed of her blunder. She has been a mage for 10 years, but now she was just useless. What a pathetic look she had now. The man warned Ari that it was the last floor. The girl had already prepared to use her spell when suddenly the guy looked warily in her direction. There was something about her that disturbed him. He asked the girl loudly, why is she using such weak magic? Let her be more serious. She angrily replied that she was doing it to avoid problems later. No one understood what was going on, and the team was in turmoil. Oliver didn't understand how one could use low-level magic against such a monster. The mammoth seemed to remain unharmed and continued to approach the team with quick steps. The man anxiously looked towards the monster. This was already a big problem. Something had to be done, or they were all going to die. Derek shouted to the others not to relax. Even he realizes the situation is critical. What are they supposed to do now? The squad leader was confused. Of course, such weak attacks wouldn't work against it. This monster has a very strong defense. It would take much more strength to penetrate it. Every time he was saved by his sword. He could easily slaughter any opponent with almost one blow, but now his strength was running low. And even the support magic wasn't helping. Why? The man held tightly onto the cold hilt of his ball, still hoping that he would succeed. As for that monster, they absolutely must kill it or they'll die themselves. Derek shielded himself from the blow, barely able to stand on his feet. The commander shouted and swore loudly. Anger was drilling him. Now they were failing and he couldn't understand the reason why. Why are they so weak? The team members stood at different sides and fiddled with their eyes in incomprehension. Each of them realized that they were now in a very bad position. The strength of their team had fallen greatly. Luna lowered her eyes and said in an angry voice that she didn't even realize what kind of answer the man was expecting. Apparently hearing her words, Oliver turned around and shouted, "Does she know something?" Obviously she knew. He wanted to find out sooner rather than later. The girl closed her eyes and shook her head. No. He doesn't understand anything at all. Even she couldn't say anything. Her voice sounded indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. Aneri got angry and yelled at the girl. How could she act like this when her comrades were in trouble? She was filled with anger. They were already in a bad situation, and now this girl was ruining the mood. With a kind of sarcasm, Luna asked, "Are they comrades?" And there was coldness and indifference in her gaze. Now, she didn't care at all about the current state of affairs after the last conversation. She was very disgusted to be on the team. That doesn't sound natural. It can't be helped. They stood gathered in a bunch, trying to come to some common decision to finally get out of this difficult situation. Luna looked at them indifferently and said in a cold voice that these guys were originally weak. Everyone looked at her with angry eyes. Naturally, they were unpleasant to hear such speeches against them. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound behind her, and she was almost knocked off her feet by a powerful gust of wind. She opened her eyes in surprise, not realizing what was happening. Some sort of dragon-like silhouette soared into the air. What the hell is that? The commander ordered everyone to run for cover immediately. Shit. Black color, huge wings bigger than his torso. The dragon came closer and closer. Its huge maw was full of huge sharp teeth. It was a 92nd level boss. They wouldn't be able to defeat it without damage. A huge black dragon stood in front of them. Its eyes glowed with hellish flames, and its open mouth stuck out many sharp teeth. Its head was crowned with 2 huge horns. Black dragon. Black scales that, like tar, is almost impervious to any kind of attack. It'll take down a human in a heartbeat. The aura is terrifying. The dragon's mouth was filled with huge flames. Oliver looked at the monster with horror. Black dragons. What is he doing here? The man didn't know what he should do next. He had brought responsibility for his team. She realized they couldn't handle him now. The boss of this floor is the mighty monster. Therefore, it is impossible to defeat the likes of him in close combat. And the boss range is limited to his location. He can't go outside his territory and attack directly. But still, it doesn't take away from the fact that it's still a huge, fire-breathing monster that poses a huge danger. Also, the Black Dragon is the floor boss of the last 2 levels. That's why he shouldn't be here. They definitely can't win now. They had to save their lives. The situation was getting hotter by the second, especially since he's out of his zone. How is that possible? For the first time in his life, there was genuine horror on Oliver's face. He'd never encountered such creatures before. But the man didn't finish his thought. The dragon lunged towards them and roared with such force that its roar threw the whole team far back. This beast was truly invincible now. The friends flew backwards. They couldn't stay on their feet from such a powerful blow. His strength was so enormous that even together they would not be able to do any damage to him. A single roar drove them away. Terrifying power. Oliver watched as the monster came closer and closer to them with each passing second. He had to do something or they would all die here. They didn't know what was going on. Their friends were confused. It was the first time they'd encountered such a creature, and frankly, they couldn't do much against it. Oliver realized the situation was getting worse by the minute. What's going on here? He couldn't understand anything. In the turmoil, everyone had lost their composure, and now the team was completely disjointed. Just like that, Derek used all his power against Orn. We should have retreated immediately. The man lost his composure for a second, confused in his thoughts. But he was called back by a loud female scream. There was a real terror in his eyes that he hadn't felt in a long time. Men were used to being able to handle any monsters in stress, but this was a different situation. Luna screamed that they had no chance of winning. Para, retreat, we need him to give the order. The girl was frightened now. She truly feared for her life. Even if they retreat, the dragon will pursue them. Damnation, there's no other way out. A man ran up to Philia and shook the frightened girl by the shoulders. He asked loudly if she could move. The girl tried to pull herself together, and in a stammering voice replied that she could. All right. The guy said for her to be his support, he'd fight him. The girl nodded understandingly. The girl used a power increase spell on him. The man immediately felt his stats increase with each time. He smiled and clenched his fist. It looked like that should be enough. At least the man sincerely hoped so. The situation was critical and getting worse by the second, so there was no other way. The dragon had already prepared and opened its mouth, its fire glistening in it, ready to spew at them right now. Oliver wasn't going to back down. He gripped his sword even tighter too. Let's see who's who. There was incredible confidence in the man's eyes. His sword glowed with a magical filling. After a second, he used a magic convergence spell. The girl looked surprised at everything that was happening. She didn't realize what was happening. Oliver's ball lit up with light. It was Oliver himself who possessed this unusual ability. Everyone watched in amazement and waited for further events to unfold, so they can win. Hope was heard in the girl's voice. The chance of victory is high since he is getting rid of monsters with this power. Originally, there was no need to use it. It was a golden flash. Harboring great power, the man was so overflowing with magical energy that his body itself began to glow with a bright golden color. His face was transformed. He was incredibly confident in his abilities. That's right, that's his main trump card. The man swung the ball around and released a flash of incredible power towards the huge dragon. He hoped that at least this spell would be able to slay this infernal creature otherwise. They had no other choice. After he finished casting his spell, Oliver looked at the dragon with a haughty look. He was almost completely sure that this powerful attack would be able to defeat the creature after all. Without its wings, the black dragon is not so nimble. Now he can't keep up with them. They can finally retreat. The man ordered everyone to move forward immediately. Suddenly something happened that made his heart skip a beat. He turned back around and saw that the dragon remained completely unharmed. What the hell? A look appeared on the guy's face. There isn't a scratch on him. Philia shouted to him to be careful. She released her spell, gathering all her power from concentrating it in her hand. The rest of the guys just watched with eyes full of horror. There was nothing they could do. If even their leader couldn't defeat the monster, they were completely powerless now. The heroes froze without being able to say a word. They just watched in silence as their deaths inevitably came closer and closer to them. They had almost resigned themselves to the fact that now their end would come. Oliver was completely exhausted. This spell required incredible concentration of magic. Now he just stared at the dragon with an uncomprehending gaze and gritted his teeth. His skill didn't work? The dragon was gathering all his strength together to slay these insolent men who dared to disturb his peace. It even seemed to have grown in size now. Oliver was still trying to move away from shock when suddenly the girl's voice brought him out of his stupor. He turned to the girl. It was Luna. The man's voice trembled and he looked at her with eyes full of terror. Now he was ready to fall through the ground to avoid this nightmare. In a colorless voice, he asked what should they do. The girl asked sternly, "Isn't it the leader's job to decide what they should do?" She moved closer to the guy and slapped him. The girl yelled for him to finally pull himself together. Oliver looked at her with a confused look, and he couldn't get his thoughts in order. "They don't seem to have any other choice." The girl's voice sounded doomed. "We have to use the fickle door. However, the point of movement is chosen random room with the boss is the same. Questionable procedure, but still, worth a try." They didn't have much choice, into a room with another boss. But at least they can get away from the black dragon. Oliver began to stutter imperceptibly to himself. He told the girl that she was right. They had no choice. He tried to make his voice as serious as possible to get the attention of the others. He said, "Now they are using this door. As soon as they do, there will be a warp of space. Everyone needs to jump in there." Everyone readily responded. He was very sorry to admit it, but this time they had lost. But at least the main concern now was preserving their own lives. The dragon suddenly dodged and soared into the air, raising clouds of dust behind it. Damn it! He blocked their way. Oliver glared at him with anger. Before, the black dragon hadn't been so bright. Opening his huge fire-breathing maw, the hellspawn rushed at the company with a roar. Now in a few seconds he would devour them. It was flying straight at them. The commander ordered everyone to stand back now. Luna was scared out of her wits. This can't be happening. He's anticipating their actions. At this rate, they're going to die in here. The dragon flew straight in the opposite direction to cut off their escape route. A dragon what? Flying towards the door. The huge black dragon flew at great speed straight towards the door that served as their only way out. Suddenly, the whole place was flooded with a bright light. It was a flash so powerful you'd have to cover your eyes to avoid being blinded. No one realized it was happening. Suddenly, everything stopped abruptly. There were only thick clouds of dust around. Where the dragon had just been, there was only a huge scorched part of the earth. For a few seconds, they were still reeling from their stupor. Had he disappeared? Anarian said that if they were saved, it was a very good thing. Luna got angry and asked her how can she say such a thing. Does she even know what it means? Oliver stepped closer and said that the situation was worse than ever. The black dragon had moved into the room with the other boss. And now, unsuspecting explorers could meet him. But to make the door work with monsters, here he didn't think it was possible in principle. Each time they were hit with more and more shocks. Derek gritted his teeth and asked fearfully, "What are they going to do now?" Luna said with a serious voice that the first thing they should do was to return to the guild and leave a request for a forced return. That's the word that shocked everyone. Forced return, what is that? The girl answered that it was a guild card ability. Moves all adventurers from the labyrinth outside of it. The man was puzzled. Could a simple guild card be capable of such a thing? The girl by Nori, his look said that considering they don't know where the dragon is, she figured they had no other choice. Oliver gritted his teeth and said angrily that they'd probably get a not insignificant fine for this. But they were in no position to think about that now. Having finished their musings, the whole company moved toward the exit. They ran swiftly through the great and southern maze, down the corridor of the 92nd floor. They didn't have much time to get out and save their lives. Oliver was running ahead. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out to him. It was Luna. She wanted to talk about the next steps. They must find and kill the black dragon. But they can't do it with their current composition, so... The girl hesitated. In a confident voice, she said they had to get Orin back and comb every room with the boss. Hearing this, the faces of all the group members lit up with surprise and incomprehension. They had been reluctant to take Orin back all this time, and now they were faced with a choice. Everyone started asking the girl, is she going to want to replace Philia with Orin? What was she joking about? The girl was completely serious. They did a terrible thing to him, so it's extremely shameful to ask him for help. But I can manage without him. Their forces were too unequal. He's supposed to be with the silver rabbits in the maze today. Once everyone's teleported to the surface, she'll try to convince him. Derek told her to give you a second. He asked rudely, why the hell do they even want him? There's no such thing, it's just not their day. Skills have nothing to do with it. He tried to talk himself out of it. The girl asked, and he still believes that? Do they remember what she was talking about before the black dragon appeared? The decline of their group. I don't think the kid could remember that. That's the way it's always been. Nothing had changed. The girl almost cried while saying these words. It was very difficult for her to gather her thoughts in such a critical situation. Yes? Then what did she think it was about? She saw for herself even the heavenly flare didn't cause any damage to the creature. Why did she think Oliver's strongest skill didn't work? The girl calmly replied that the answer was quite simple. They didn't have Orn with them. That was why their group had become so weak. They kept running upwards towards the exit of the dungeon. The amplification was weak, so the flash was good for nothing. You could tell they were seeing the real power of Oliver's skill now. After saying that, the man became even more furious. Is the amplification weak? Is she joking? His eyes became bloodshot with anger. He didn't want to believe that he was so weak, but he couldn't deny it. To boost Oliver's defense, Derek's attack, and Inari's magic power, Oren created his own unique spells. Oliver looked at her over his shoulder. The girl asked, did he even know how support magic worked? The guy replied that the power of the boost depends on the spell, and the duration of the buff depends on who is affected, right? The average duration of the effect is 3 minutes. After that time, the caster should simply refresh the buffs. The girl asked, is she right? Philia replied that everything was correct, except the girl seemed to falter, trying to find the right words. It was very hard for her to admit her embarrassment. The reinforcement can't even last 2 minutes, since all the squad members have magic resistance in order of magnitude higher than normal. Especially Oliver. The buff lasts barely a minute. The guy was horrified, and she couldn't tell him before. Wait a second. Oliver was also right in his own way. Philia's skills themselves were better, the girl agreed. However, under the condition that Oren would use the same reinforcement principles as everyone else. But it wasn't that simple. The man asked her what she meant. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. The girl continued to speak with her head down. Oren was well aware that his skills were many times more advanced than those of the other chillers. So to keep up with them and make up for that deficiency, he developed some unique spells while he was practicing. Their squad leader was slowly beginning to get the point. Wait a minute, but it was because of those spells. It is because of these spells that he is no match for any other hitter. But the girl said that the guy had surpassed them many times over. Thanks to his new skills, he managed to raise the amplification effect by 50 times. Oliver was shocked. 50 times. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The guy they'd recently kicked out of the group was really that strong. Philia shouted that it was impossible. It was said that even Selma, who was dubbed as the strongest healer on the continent, couldn't impose even 10 times reinforcement. Luna said they may not believe her, but it's true. This effect doesn't last a second. But Oren has successfully used these buffs in real combat. Olivera turned to her and began to speak in a trembling voice. So she's saying that his skill and his power are a credit to Oren. In a confident voice, the girl declared that it was. Oliver and Aries' success lay in the unique spell that Oren had invented. Oliver teaming up with support magic greatly reduced the time it took to activate his powers. Because of this, his magic was so crushing. The girl said that she thought that if they used the time they had left correctly, they could tear off the black dragon's wing. Now the girl turned to Aerie. She said that she too had mistaken the Wren's support magic for her own power. Most likely she could no longer use high-end magic that required a lot of time and concentration. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. What? That means there's no need to remove the buff. Luna replied that their group was already at level 86 when she first joined. Convenient, wasn't it? And yet Oren tried to talk her into taking the middle level. But didn't she just refuse because it was too much of a hassle? The girl remembered those very events and clenched her teeth in anger. It had happened after all, but she hadn't wanted to admit that fact all this time. Derek asked, coming out that his attack was also being amplified by him. He didn't seem to believe everything that was going on either. Moreover, when the buff time expires, even despite the multiple enhancement of equipment and magic by his spell, there is no feeling of heaviness in the body. Surprisingly, it even surpassed the support magic. It had finally dawned on all of them what a monstrous mistake they had made in expelling this man from their group. But now, they had no choice but to flee and escape. Luna looked at them all with a stern look. She said she realized she was repeating the same thing for the 100th time. But now, Did they understand why she was adamantly against Oren's exclusion? Now Oliver realized it all. He clenched his teeth in helplessness. He'd made a terrible mistake. Several other squads were standing at the entrance to the dungeon, and they seemed to notice someone running out of the cave at a breakneck pace. "It's a group of heroes!" Several people were running away from the dungeon as if they saw their deaths there, although it turned out that was the case. An unfamiliar man said that he had only heard this morning that these people were going to the deep dungeon with the new healer, and already they're coming back so fast. Looks like their new team member is incredibly good, which is to be expected of heroes. That's level 94 completed. Well, of course, they're S rank, and the monsters of the deep are the most dangerous. That was really cool. They're incredibly brave. Praise was heard from everywhere, but the faces of the heroes were clouded with grief. No one knew that they couldn't overcome this floor. Oliver listened to all this, and boiling with anger, he swore in his head. Can he be called a hero after this? Because they failed to make it across the floor. All the explorers are now in great danger. They have no right to be called heroes now. This is the greatest disgrace to their clan, after they let the Black Dragon get away without a scratch. Oliver agonized at the thought of having to solve this problem as soon as possible to speak out. He finally realized they couldn't do it without Oren. A few hours before, the entrance to the great and southern labyrinth, Guy stood near the entrance to the cave and thoughtfully surveyed his surroundings. He had a very bad feeling about this sortie, the last shadows of the study. Today it would be over. He was with his team in the great and southern maze on the 36th level. Today, during this sortie, they will have to go from level 36 to level 50. Reaching at 51st, they will return back with the help of a transitional crystal. As before, challenging magic for newbies and boss battles are the responsibility of the leaders. It doesn't take much time, but something is keeping him busy. But then it was like something hit the guy. He remembered something very important. Maybe it was the look in his eyes. He remembered how Team 10 member Logan Hayward had looked at him. But he was distracted, all right. He had more important things to do now. He called Caroline over to him. The girl turned to him and, smiling, asked what was wrong. This girl turned out to be always very cheerful. The main character said that he would like to give some advice for the future. Hearing this, the girl with interest started to ask what kind of advice. She repeated the word. The guy started to speak in a serious voice. During yesterday's battle, she tried to kill the enemy herself, didn't she? So that's not the role of a protector. She need only attract the attention of the enemy and let her allies do the rest. The girl became embarrassed and faded her gaze. She remembered the incident and felt a little ashamed. But then it would be hard for the others. The girl's voice sounded with a kind of pity. She clenched her hand into a fist and said in a confident tone that this was why she always went to the front lines to fight. Her eyes burned with determination, and her mouth broke into a radiant smile. The girl asked if there were any techniques to make it easier to fight solo. The boy looked at her with a serious look. He said it was not an option to always rely on herself, because there might be dangers she could not handle alone. From now on, she should try to work with the team together. He had heard from Selma that even Albert, the former Silver Rabbit ace, relied on his allies. And this man was much stronger than she was. According to Selma, his absence had weakened the Silver Rabbit considerably, and because of that they had to relinquish their lead of the hero group. The black dragons that reside in the depths of the labyrinth are dangerous even to the heroes. At worst, someone could die fighting it like Albert. Caroline's fault for missing the eyes. But he died covering for his partner who was supposed to be protecting him. That's why she doesn't see the need to keep anyone under for herself. If only she was the only one fighting on the front lines, the others would be safe. The protagonist sighed heavily. This girl was hard to change her mind. He noticed how the expression on her face changed. That look on her face, it looked like he was an outsider. He shouldn't have interfered. Indifferently, he said that he understood everything. He had nothing more to say to her. Let the girl do her best. Caroline smiled her broad smile cheerfully and nodded affirmatively. She was at this moment ready to fight any difficulty points. Soon they began the trek into the labyrinth. It was going to take effort today. Sophia suddenly turned back around and looked at him with a frightened look. The guy asked what happened to her. The girl shyly said she wanted to ask him something. Her voice trembled with embarrassment again. What skills does she lack? What should she do to become stronger? The boy looked into her deep eyes with surprise. He walked closer to her. and said that first he wanted to know how she understood magic. Let her try to explain. The girl nodded her head. She still shyly said that first of all, the power that allows you to control the air and cause various reactions to interact with the world around you is called magic. Originally, only demonic beasts possessed magic, so magic techniques were developed against them. With the help of magic techniques, people who can't possess magic cause reactions close to it. The boy listened to her carefully. In general, this girl answered correctly. But to be more precise, technique is the process of turning magic power into a phenomenon. In other words, magic technique and magic are the same thing. But that's rather confusing to some people. The point is, I see. The guy asked, what about activating magic? Activation has 2 stages: building technique and inflow of magical power. The boy praised her and said he could see that she was good at magic. The girl was very happy that her idol praised her. The guy said that in that case, he would teach her higher-level magic techniques. Hearing this, the girl seemed to light up with happiness. Her eyes glistened, and she started begging the guy to teach her. Great and Southern Labyrinth, 40th level. The protagonist continued to explain the essence of a higher technique to the girl. It was called parallel unification. Sophia listened to her friend's story with interest. He continued, it is similar to making sentences out of words, meaning it combines several techniques at the same time. It would not be an exaggeration to call it essential for advanced mages. The girl began to consider everything she had heard. Multiple techniques at the same time. Sounds complicated, she doubted if she could do it. If she tried hard enough, it could redo anyone, Oren said confidently. Earlier, Logan had used a similar technique too. Some people can combine up to 10 techniques at the same time. When she heard about the 10 techniques, she was horrified. It was incredibly difficult. But why is knowing about parallel unification so important? She looked at the boy with interest. There are 4 types of magic: beginning, intermediate, advanced, and special. Though special level magic was used at high levels. But even at low levels, there are many demons that cannot be killed using only one technique. Even if repeating a technique takes time to activate it, at that moment, the mage is most vulnerable. When the construction of one magic technique is halfway completed, the construction of another technique begins at the same time. In this way, she is more efficient at disposing of magic. The girl nodded affirmatively. She had figured it all out. It was good to have time to spare. She asked the guy in surprise, are demons at low levels so strong? He smiled and replied that it would just be difficult to defeat them using only one technique. Also, along with the team, can fight using medium-level magic with a small attack scale. The effectiveness of the magic depends on how they use it. Soon she would be able to fight at the intermediate level by now. It would be a good idea to ask the elders from Silver Rabbit to help her with her training. The guy looked at his student with a smile. He thinks Selma would love to take the case. Sophia thought of her sister and realized that she would definitely help her with this. Stuttering a little, the girl said that Oren was more suited for the role of teacher. It was clear from her voice that she really wanted the boy to continue teaching her. Apparated, did she really think so? The girl began to stammer and only nodded her head in the affirmative. She turned back to the guy and asked in a sad voice, or did he still mind? There was still hope in her eyes that he would say yes. He wondered if he could train her, but the image of an angry Selma popped into his mind, and she was definitely not going to let him do it. She'd never leave her little sister's side. But the boy tried to push such thoughts away from him and said that he hoped Selma would let him do it. Sophia heard this and was very happy. She was literally jumping with happiness. The girl said her sister was kind to her, so it was okay. Sophia has a very good opinion of her sister. She loves her very much. Some time passed, and they seemed to have come to the boss territory. A huge humanoid monster stood in front of them. But it had a lot of hair on its head, and instead of 2 arms, it had 4 arms. He looked like a vampire and a giant. He had a huge club in his hands. Level 40. Boss territory. Beginners are safe. They can start at any time. Selma was very serious. She approached her wards and said that this was their first battle together. Let them act according to their roles. Bernard and Ansem turned to Oren and told him to take care of them. The boy assured them that they could rely on him and there was nothing to worry about. This time he's a support, he'll do what he can. They'll be done in seconds. 2 heads peeked out from behind a nearby rock. They were girls. The boy turned to them and told them not to come out of there until the battle was over. The girls nodded to them and continued to stare passionately with eyes burning with wonder and delight. It was an amazing power. Their fights with enemies were completely different. It was like they had reached a whole new level. The two defenders distract the boss by absorbing damage. They cover themselves from the monster's attacks with huge shields and attack with sharp swords. Orin is doing his part on the home front. The three attack the lower body while the upper body is attacked by the sister and Ketty with magic. Sophia watched it all from the sidelines, hiding behind a large rock. It was perfect for the first battle. Everyone performed their duties to the best of their ability. That's it, special level power. The girls were shocked. Did they finish that fast? Jealous? But it was completely harmless because she just wanted to be the best. His team approached him, and Caroline praised her little brother for a job well done. Bernard noticed that his ally was standing off to the side with his arms crossed over his chest, seemingly worried about something. Ansem couldn't believe what he saw. Just as Orin had said, they were done in seconds. But after all, his sword level was barely a rank. I guess it wasn't a strong boss this time. That's why they overcame him so quickly. Bernard sighed and said that was probably true. After all, their leader had said he hadn't picked up a sword in a long time. But suddenly his ally seemed to perk up. Wait a minute, why was that monster acting weird? Isn't it weird? It's like it's being controlled by someone. It can't be before. What, he thinks Orin did this? The guy said it's possible, but he has no idea yet. Now I had to think about it and reflect on what had happened. If you think about it, during a battle before the monster wanted to strike, since any animal first considers an attack of attack, he had anticipated this and was ready to hit vulnerable points, thereby preventing an attack. Bernard was shocked at such an inference. Though Orin hadn't picked up a sword in years, but this man has a very developed intuition. Is it possible to maintain such a state of mind without holding the ball in your hand? Normally you'd find that hard to believe, but it's like the guy was finding the right words. Yesterday, their leader said he was aiming to single-handedly capture the deepest part of the labyrinth. That's why he was so serious. He remembered the look on Orin's face as they talked, sitting in the cafe. Listening to him, the guy is even encouraged. He thinks that this man will do his best for what he wants, but then he'd have to work long and hard. Soon they came to a level 50 boss. It was a huge crab with burning eyes and huge claws. After finishing this little guy, they would complete the mission. Salma said excitedly that they should defeat him as soon as possible. Then they could go home with a clear conscience. The guy lunged at the monster and said he'd cut off its left claw. Let his companions cover him. The boys were concerned. Was he sure he could do it? But he didn't listen to them anymore. The guy swung his sword and brought it down on the huge crab's claw with great force. It couldn't hold and broke in two with a crunch. It was an instant hyper-enhancing ability. It was time to utilize his original magic. The guys looked at him in amazement, opening their cool ones. They couldn't believe their eyes. This was a support class. How could it deal that much damage? What kind of power is that? The guy landed nearby and tried to catch his breath. He cut it off with a punch, of course. The guys had never seen anything like it. It's time to explain. An instant hyper-amplification ability that takes less than a second to activate. A technique that increases equipment and magic power by 100 times. Unique magic developed personally by the protagonist. Well, all that's left to do is break his shell. Salma looked at him with admiration and said he did a great job. Everyone praised the main character and admired him. Well, now it was time to finish means. He rushed forward and told the others to follow him. That's it. Then it was on. The guys were very cohesive, like a real team. In less than 5 minutes, the boss was killed. This is how the level 50 capture was completed. As the guys were returning upstairs, they were in a very high spirits. Everyone was happy that they had managed to defeat such terrible monsters and increase their performance. Well, that concludes the main character's mission. He had a lot of fun with this group. He smiled sincerely and broadly. It was good that everything had gone without incident. He wanted to think about something else, but his thoughts were interrupted by the horror he saw behind little Sophia. The girl waved at him, not even realizing that a huge monster was coming from behind. The girl looked at her friend in surprise, not understanding what had already alarmed her like that. At this time, behind her, a huge monster formed, its eyes glistening. It had 2 huge horns on its head. Sophia turned around, startled and stunned with fear. It was a black dragon. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. Thus, the protagonist's restlessness turned out in the worst possible way. The dragon roared to Razine in its huge, toothy maw. and was approaching the protagonists with great speed and was about ready to devour them. Having conquered the level 50 boss, all the explorers were satisfied, but suddenly space distorted and he appeared, breathing flames and spewing monstrous sounds from its mouth. Due to a mistake by a group of heroes, this creature has moved here, for there is no way it could be on this floor. It was a tyrant who, in the blink of an eye, takes the lives of the explorers of the deep. His name is the Black Dragon. Selma looked at the monster with horror. Is it Aura? Could it be the Black Dragons? But why is this creature here? The faces of the explorers first covered with a mask of surprise, then horror. They finally realized what danger now awaited them. The mountain dragon slid its huge maw open and spewed out a huge column of flame. Selma looked directly at the monster. This was disgusting. She should have given the order now. Her body doesn't listen. She wasn't the only one. Everyone was very scared. The dragon raised its huge head upward and began to breathe fire. What are they going to do now? The girl tried with all her might to move, but she couldn't. Suddenly, there was a deafening shout from Oren. He turned to the leaders. His eyes burned with madness and determination. He was screaming about how the newbies needed to be protected. His shout echoed throughout the cave, even drowning out the dragon's roar. It was a shout that was meant to rouse all present from their stupor. This man is the only one who's still sane. That's probably because it's not the first time he's faced such danger. Selma thought that this guy was right. She needs to be braver, let's go. She ordered Katie to create a barrier. The girl stuttered with fear and began to cast the spell. The guys put their shields forward. They would have to do well to hold off the attack of such a monster. Ansem and Bernard took a defensive stance, putting their powerful shields forward and preparing to take the monster's attack. They had to repel the dragon's attack. Everyone was counting on them. Selma stared at them, naturally gritting her teeth to pray for only one thing, that they would not fail. However, the two that stood up for themselves, having received magical support, looking forward in front of the vortex of fire directed in their direction, felt their death approaching. The protagonist instantly used his crowning spell, instant mega ability increase. Suddenly to these she noticed that her magic barrier was sparkling. They prepared, outgrouped all together to take this monstrous blow. There was fear and determination on their faces at the same time. They realized that if anything happened, they would simply die. Soon it was over. The impact was contained. A huge cloud of smoke formed around the group of explorers. Everyone stood there trying to catch their breath. It was a really terrible attack, which they managed to hold off with their joint efforts. The guys in front were ready to die, but a miracle happened. The only question that remained was, why is a level 94 dragon here? Besides, there wasn't much room for deep monsters to move around. Their habitat may have increased. Even so, it's too much for a black dragon. There's no way he can be here. He wondered what had happened, that this huge creature that only inhabited the lower high levels was here. Oren looked at him with eyes full of rage. And how would they get out of here alive? And he immediately had to think of something to save his group. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the teleportation crystal, and if they hurried, they could still run to it and get out. In other words, he's the only one who can get there now and save himself. Since there's a large concentration of magic in the crowd, it's likely that the Black Dragon will head this way. He might well be able to escape. But the boy hesitated half a word. He saw the frightened faces of his friends, and it was as if some switch had been flipped in him. No way, we have to fight the Black Dragon. He can't back down or he won't have the right to be called a seeker. His job was only to bring these newcomers turned explorers up to level 51. But he realized he couldn't just pick them up and leave them now. He had to keep them all safe. To save everyone, all he has to do is fight and win. He had no other choice. The guy took a ball in both hands and began to charge them with his magic to strengthen the future attack. Firmly clutching the cold hilt of his swords in his hands, he thrust them forward and dashed headlong straight towards the monster. At this point, someone tried to call out to him, but the guy wasn't listening to them anymore. All he was thinking about was how to kill that nightmare creature and save everyone. There was a gleam of determination in his eyes and a desire to win. Everyone watched the unfolding events with horror. Had he thrown the spare sword at his eye? But it would fly off the dragon's eyelid like that. He waited for the Black Dragon to close his eyes too. He needed to attack from the air. The guy applied instant hyper-entrainment abilities. Oren jumped up and swung her sword with great force, striking the dragon on its black body. That's how powerful the impact was, and waves of dust and smoke began to rise all around. The guy landed somewhere nearby. barely slowing down in time. Selma watched him with excitement. She couldn't look away. Had he really succeeded? But it wasn't that simple. The dragon, though injured, was still alive. He roared so loudly that even the stones began to crumble from the ceiling. As she expected, he wasn't easy to defeat. The guy stood a little more from the dragon and was breathing heavily. Beside him was a sword stuck in the ground. Everyone started asking him worriedly if he was okay or not. The guy replied that he was perfectly fine. Then I told Selma and the rest of the leaders to make every effort to protect the newcomers. He turned to the others and said in a serious tone that he would fight the dragon alone. There was a chance of victory, so they shouldn't worry. But the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. After all, she had little faith that the boy alone could handle such a huge thing. The newcomers were very scared, so the guy ordered everyone to stay together. He will definitely protect them. Sophia was very scared, and with eyes full of hope and fear for her little brother, she looked in the guy's direction. The guy immediately rushed to attack again. They tried to stop him, but as usual, he didn't listen to anyone. Right now, he didn't have to pay attention to the extraneous sounds, but concentrated on defense. The first thing to do is to draw the dragon's attention to yourself, to keep the others safe. The boy ran as close to it as he could. Well, he succeeded. The dragon had noticed him after all. He turned his huge head towards the guy, and opened his mouth and began to form a huge fireball of fire and magma. A huge fireball flew straight at the guy, cutting through space. Soon he could even feel its scalding warmth. Putting his hand forward, the guy started to form a protective barrier. But he doubted whether he could repel the attack with a simple technique. It was a reflective barrier. The huge fireball was already almost near the guy as a protective barrier appeared between them. It spewed out more and more flames, but the reflective barrier was fortunately able to block the attack. Everyone present watched in amazement. Caroline was surprised he was able to repel the attack after all. Logan didn't understand what kind of magic was this. The boy looked at the dragon with a confident gaze. How did his own flames taste to him? A huge fireball flew back at the dragon and it roared in pain. Selma was horrified as the dragon, still in one piece. Magic spheres with symbols began to form around the guy. It was his own spell. He applied an amplification to all the parameters of his body. A strange magical aura began to form around him. It had incredible power. A very difficult technique that only high-level mages like Philia can handle. She used such a technique on Oliver in the last battle. However, Oren's support magic power had roughly doubled. In that case, should Selma buff him? But before she could finish her thought, the guy applied a boost to all the parameters along with the overlay. Seeing this, the girl opened her mouth in a daze. What? Is this a superimposition? Moreover, it was a 3-fold overlap. The guy got even stronger. A 4-fold overlap. They could no longer contain their astonishment. 5 times overlapping ability, increasing the full power. Oren stood up so strong that it was almost impossible to comprehend it. His body was exuding incredible magical power. The girl looked at it with her eyes wide open. What the hell is this? This was the first time she had ever seen an overlay effect on this technique. And to top it off, it was also 5 times that. There was an aura around the boy so frightening that her legs shook. She couldn't even imagine how strong he was right now. The boy stood in front of the dragon, which was ready to devour him by now. The beast looked at him with its burning eyes and spread its wings. The dragon opened its toothy maw and roared. Everyone watched in horror as the boy prepared to deliver his devastating blow. No one present could have imagined that such power lurked within him. A second later, the guy found himself already in a different place. His body continued to emit a frightening magical aura. He traveled a great distance in the blink of an eye. That speed, the girl was already starting to get frightened by his power. It was no longer like a normal increase in physical ability. Then what was this technique? She still had no way of understanding it. Support magic cannot be cast. Even if you use a support magic spell continuously, the effect of the previous one is reset. The spell cannot be cast. 5-fold superimposition means that the same spell increases the effect 5 times. Due to the fact that the guy can double the support magic with 5-fold overlap, it can increase up to 32 times. And the second funny thing, it can only be used in a short-term decisive battle. Oren prepared to attack and struggled to his feet. This so hard that the ground beneath him began to crack. The guy was so overstressed that he was bleeding from the wear and tear. Indeed, it seemed as if his body might crack now from such an overload. This guy is stacking 30 magic techniques at a time, resulting in the heaviest workload. He could no longer see anything around him. All his attention was focused on the dragon. I had to get it over with. It happened when Oliver was a child. Two boys were standing in a street that was completely strewn with corpses. Their faces were contorted with grimaces of horror. They were out of breath, unable to say a word. While they were performing sadhana, bandits robbed and killed every one of them. The boys wept with grief but could do nothing. Their hearts were torn with fear and sorrow. They stood in the grand cemetery, which had many wooden crosses. They were nameless crosses because there were too many residents. Then Oliver promised his friend that he would become stronger, and nothing could ever be taken away from them again. The boy's little fists clenched to symbolize the confidence with which he said it. The main character also cried. He also promised to become stronger. From now on, no one will die in vain. These thoughts filled the guy's head as he raced at breakneck speed towards that demonic creature. And in order to protect everyone, he only needed to destroy the barrier in front of his eyes. He ran with great speed at the dragon. There was nothing complicated here. It was only necessary to overpower the enemy. The dragon towered above him and looked at him with its huge, burning eyes. From this angle, it looked like a mountain. Salma watched all this with clenched teeth. There was no way he intended to hold up over the dragon alone. It must be incredibly difficult to build a full power increase overlay effect, which initially appeared beyond the realm of reality. All she can do now is protect the newcomer so he can focus on the battle. Even so, the workload is still enormous. The guy jumped high up, towering over the dragon. He seemed to have even gained the ability to fly as his characteristics increased. That's not good. He's more vulnerable in the air. It's easier to attack him there. The girl watched the guy, analyzing his every move. But there was no way the guy was going to back down. He thrust his hands forward and used another spell. The girl wondered more and more each time. What was he up to? Some dark substance suddenly appeared beneath him. The boy exhaled and landed on it to push off and give himself a run-up. Was that an air support? The man looked at him in surprise. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Was this all of this Orin's work? Even she had never seen anything like this, even with her combat experience. That was Orin's magic, too. Magical concentration. Only he and Oliver can use it. It's all about collecting and materializing magic. The difference is that Oliver uses it as an attacker, but it has a very wide range of uses. If you unleash this magic, it can be used to move through the air. He pushed off from the improvised platform and jumped high up, and he was already a good distance away from the dragon's head. Once again applying instant mega-enhancing abilities, he swung his sword at the monster's throat in one swift, dexterous movement. The newcomers watched in amazement. It turns out that the dragon was seriously injured. The boy landed on the ground with a loud thud. The dragon roared. It was injured but still not yet defeated. Selma realized from the look on the boy's face that it was too early to rejoice. The dragon rose again and looked at them with his burning eyes. He was even more enraged that he had met such a tiered recoil. Orin opened his eyes even wider with surprise and shock. Something was about to happen. There was a huge explosion and a cloud of dust rose into the air, and fragments flew in different directions towards me. No one realized what was happening. It looked like the guy had managed to dodge, but it wasn't that simple. Sophia stared ahead, frightened, wanting to know what had happened. The guy was standing in front of the dragon, and between them was some black haze similar to the rift. The girl realized that he had changed the shape of the smoke coming from the explosion and was using it as a weapon. Black dragons can do that. The guy was breathing heavily. It looked like that explosion was akin to a magical concentration. He thought that there hadn't been that many attacks in battles with dragons before. In other words, the real battle is just beginning. The boy looked at the dragon and their gazes met. Now it was clear that this was going to be a life-and-death battle. There could only be one winner. He jumped even higher to the dragon's neck, ready to strike. The guy decided that he needed to make him attack with all his might. He thrust his arm forward and used a fire flash. After that, he applied an instant mega ability enhancement. It still wasn't enough. The dragon had an incredibly strong body. It was very difficult to damage it with a simple one. The dragon roared and prepared to once again curve tongues of flame from its mouth. He was angry, and now he was ready to destroy all living things in his path. The guy squinted his eyes. The speed of the attack had increased dramatically. He couldn't dodge. It was necessary to prevent the attack from becoming that. A second later, a stone wall appeared between him and the dragon, blocking his movement for a while. He had no choice but to keep his distance. The boy bounced to the side, dodging the creature's attacks. The dragon was still able to break free, and in one motion it shattered the entire stone wall. Huge shards of stone flew down. The guy was in shock. He was able to break down a stone wall. He put up a reflective barrier to protect himself from the shrapnel flying at him. A wall of magical energy immediately appeared in front of him, reflecting all the attacks flying at him. It saved the guy's life. He sighed heavily. The technique of the original magic reflecting attacks. He was at this moment unspeakably glad that he had it. The newcomers stood back. They were watching the outcome of the battle, but it was deadly dangerous to approach. They had to keep their distance so they wouldn't be hit by the attacks. Logan looked at it all with a frightened look. This was truly a terrifying battle. The protagonist stood on the ground in flames, holding his sword. He was already exhausted, but he had no right to retreat. Selma realized that all the guy could do now was dodge, with no chance to attack. What should she do? There were fewer and fewer options. The boy began to reminisce. Before, when he had fought this dragon, being part of a group of heroes had been much easier. Now he was on his own. Would he alone be able to replace all the team's roles, make good on this thing? He screamed and swore to himself that he would not lose this battle. Now he wouldn't rely on his comrades. He had to rely only on his own strength. The guy's eyes were blazing with rage. His body was strained to the limit. Now he would defeat this dragon on his own. Once again, he rushed towards the monster with tremendous speed. It was so enormous that the air near him shrank. He had to act now. The guy jumped up on his platform and prepared to attack. The dragon is very vulnerable during an attack. The guy has become a decoy, yet manages to dodge all the attacks to keep them safe. Caroline noticed this and thought that these evasions were akin to the movement of the defenders. Oren just moved with phenomenal speed and agility. Amazing, he's unbelievable. Even without Derek's help, it's possible to dodge attacks on your own. And since the attacks are passing by, there's no point in the hill that Luna was responsible for. Oliver's physical attack. This isn't a problem. Aneri's role, the point of which is a magical attack, causes difficulty. He was getting closer and closer with each passing second and getting closer to the dragon. The beast looked up at him with its eyes and opened its teeth, ready to spew out another burst of flame. The dragon is still unharmed. The main goal now was to get his attention. The guy concentrated even more magical energy around him. The thing to do now would be to draw him in close. They would kill him. He ducked and prepared to attack again. A small room with wooden walls hid a boy with dark hair. His gaze was filled with surprise and slight fear. He muttered, not realizing what was going on. He stared into the mirror in front of him, searching for answers. And suddenly his reflection seemed to come alive, inquiring with bewilderment and excitement. And this? Who else? The boy could not believe his eyes. 3. The dazed boy stared into the mirror, touching his face. What's wrong with my face? I look like shit, he whispered, trying to understand the reason for his reflection. Suddenly the space in the room warped, and he felt the reality around him change. What? Wait a minute, the boy muttered, feeling someone or something pulling him through the mirror into another world. The boy, full of determination and wonder, broke free of the mirror's captivity, now standing before a new, uncharted world. The light illuminated his face, reflecting the excitement in his eyes. After I was reborn, his musings dissipated as he realized that a new chapter of his life was beginning, a chapter full of suspense and adventure. Under the pressure of the new world and its unpredictable laws, the boy felt painfully cold. It's so ridiculous to die, he thought, struggling with the reality where fate had thrown him. But suddenly everything around it was filled with light and energy. That's it. His shock interrupted him. He discovered a power that was awakening within him, responding to the challenge of this new world. In the face of the unknown, the boy met a light that symbolized a new status and power in this world. He realized that it was a new beginning and a chance to change his destiny. But the world gave him no time to think. "And you, wench, are going to follow him," came a voice full of anger and threat. Faced with his first challenge, the boy was ready to act. "Die!" the old man shouted in the frightened girl's face. A mysterious figure stood in the light pouring down from above, shrouded in a red-rimmed cloak. Her outline was vague, but she clearly took center stage in this new, mysterious world. The silhouette foreshadowed the new challenges and opportunities that await our hero. Energy pulsed around him as if inviting him to enter the unknown and begin the hero's journey. Light streaming in from above illuminates the armored figures as the mysterious hero stands before them. "What? You're still alive?" they shout out in surprise. "But it won't be for long," the dark figure replies, its voice full of determination and grim calm. A moment of confrontation ensues. "I must kill them all?" A thought flashes through her mind as the hero prepares for battle. Forces converge in an epic confrontation and the hero finds his purpose. Dark magic, demonic leap. And he leaps into battle, ready to change the course of events. In the center of the whirlwind of events was he, mysterious and inscrutable, as if a creature from another world. His body is clad in a suit like a space traveler. Every line on his clothes seems to be distorted by the speed with which he pierces the dimensions. The invisible wind of fate sways his wide-brimmed hat, and his face is hidden from the world like the most cherished secret. The darkness of the hero's face embodies the unknown, the unknowable. His eyes are hidden, but you can feel them piercing the fabric of reality, searching for answers to eternal questions. His eyes burned with determination and anger. He stood among the corpses of his defeated enemies, ready to repel any attack at any moment. In his hands, the hero firmly clutched the handle of a ball, which glistened in the light of battle. In the background lay a defeated knight, for whom the battle had ended in certain death. A figure in a dark cloak approached the man from behind. He dared to raise his sword against his sister. The hero's words resounded with inhuman anger. The man turned around and screamed in pain. He didn't expect such a harsh attack. The hero's eyes were green in color, reflecting inhuman hatred and anger. He was ready to cut down anyone who got in his way. It seemed that at that moment nothing and no one existed for him except his goal. The little girl looked away with an uncomprehending gaze. Her face showed fear and incomprehension of the situation. The city was on fire, smoke coming from everywhere, and the charred walls of the houses towered upward. The dark eye sockets of the windows, like the eyes of some monster, were black with emptiness. The man who seemed to be in charge here said that the guards said that the invaders had already left the city. There were shouts of joy among the townspeople. Now they were safe and nothing threatened their lives. A boy in a green hoodie was sitting on the side of the sidewalk with his hand over his face. Next to him sat a little girl who seemed to be trying to comfort him. It was obvious that there was some kind of close connection between them. A blue plaque suddenly appeared in front of his face, and the boy looked at it with a tired and serious look, as if trying to see something there. The tablet popped up with the information. Reincarnation awakening of the first level of the quest is complete. The study of dark magic is in progress. Suddenly, an indescribable pain began to cut through the guy's head. He tried to cope, but it didn't work well, and he clutched his head with his hands in an attempt to dull the pain. But he immediately fidgeted with himself, or smiling looked at the girl next to him, assuring him that he was fine. It turns out he'll get his new powers over time. A boy with yellow hair was approaching the rest of the townspeople with shouts of joy. He called out to his father, a man in a red hat. You could tell by the look on his face that he was very happy that all of his family and friends were okay. He said boastfully that he didn't want to say it, but the demon in the cloak that killed the humans was him. The boy lied, of course. Not believing his ears, the man exclaimed with joy. He couldn't believe that this little guy could handle everyone. The kid's name was Butch. In a joyful voice, B said that of course it was him. There was a reason why he had trained his magic and entered the Magic Academy. From under the hood, the stern and serious gaze of the protagonist was visible. Even though everything was behind him, he didn't let his guard down. When the townspeople heard this, they began to shout enthusiastically. Thanks to this boy, they were all saved now. There were radiant smiles of joy on the faces of the people. All of you gave honors to the young savior. With a haughty expression on his face, the guy said he didn't need any thanks after all. It was his long time to protect the inhabitants from the city. It was evident from his face that all these honors gave him indescribable pleasure. Finally, he said that if everyone wanted to see what kind of magic he used to defeat the humans, then let them look at his mansion. The protagonist looked in his direction unhappily. He was annoyed that this guy was looking for easy money and fame. In the background, the sunset was blazing scarlet. A huge-looking demon towered into the sky, his eyes burning with fire, full of sharp teeth. His little minions fluttered around him. A man with a sword was bravely fighting to the death. In a quiet voice, he told the kid he wanted to hear his story. How much should he give him? Bud turned around and looked in the direction of the protagonist with a disdainful look. In a mocking voice, he asked, "Did these goblins survive? How stubborn they are. They have a great will to live." Rising to his feet, the protagonist turned to him contemptuously. His sister grabbed him by the arm with her little hands and tried to stop her brother, when he was not pinned down. In a gruff voice, he said it wasn't the guy who killed the people. So why is he lying? When Butch heard that, he was embarrassed and asked what he was talking about. Why would he lie? Calmly and angrily, the guy said that since he wasn't lying, let him defeat him. If he won, Butch would confess everything. You could hear the grit and determination in the kid's voice. He was ready to face any challenge. At sunset, the sky was colored in fiery tones, adding drama to the scene where the two young men clashed in conflict. "Are you nuts?" echoed the indignant question of one of them as he opened his mouth wide in surprise and displeasure. The other, with pale hair and a calmer expression, took a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of defense or perhaps peaceful resolution. Their emotions were like an open book, bewilderment and perhaps resentment on the part of one against the other's eagerness to settle the heated dispute. Dusk dissolved into a glow of mystical light as the confrontation reached its climax. "Heh, and if I win, what will you do?" Book's voice sounded defiant. He was confident of his impending victory, but the fighting spirit in his opponent was stronger than his opponent had anticipated. With the sound of a powerful blast, the man in black released his energy, directing it against the blonde man. The impact was so powerful that the very atmosphere seemed to shake with magical energy. The blonde man spread his arms wide, stunned to realize that his opponent was not going to give up without a fight. The darkness dissipated under the mocking smile of Book, who met the gaze of his invisible opponent with confidence. He was like a star against the night sky, bright and unwavering in his self-assured brilliance. The gesture of his hand was light and graceful, as if he were conducting an orchestra of shadows, playing with the forces that were trying to engulf him. The space around Booch came alive, engulfed in a whirlwind of dark energy. His laughter cut the silence, as if he sought union with the darkness itself. Down below, facing the abyss, stood another, asking the fateful question, "Did you really defeat an entire squad of men by yourself?" the demonic creature asked snidely. In the darkness that enveloped Book, words full of confidence and challenge rang out. "Well, of course. Don't you dare lie to me. I'm not lying," he shouted, pushing away from the invisible danger as if joking away from it. "You are lying. For lying, you pay with your life." The voice was full of thunder, and every word carried the weight of immutable law. "Well, all right. I snapped." Butch's confession came out of him reluctantly, as if he were still trying to play the situation out in spite of all the threats. The silhouette of the protagonist in dark attire towered over Butch, leaving him small and vulnerable against the giant figure. He was like an unyielding mountain standing between Butch and his freedom, a symbol of the looming threat. Sounded the lad's laughter, deep and confident, echoing through space, demonstrating his dominance. In the dim light of the monitor, a young man with blue hair stared tiredly at the screen. "I couldn't get past her either, and she sucked me in completely." His words were filled with regret and fatigue from sleepless nights. The screen took over all of him, and with each passing moment the virtual world became more and more real, pulling him away from his everyday life. Butch found himself caught up in his own emotions, his face contorted with horror and confusion. "Why?" he barely audibly muttered, trying to gather his thoughts in this maelstrom of events. Behind him, the world continued its mad spin, and he seemed to have lost all connection with reality. Darkness enveloped the stage, and deep in the darkness, shrouded in an eerie aura, a man with blue hair became the source of a powerful spell. "Dark magic, illusion," he whispered, and the air around him pulsed with otherworldly energy. Each word of his spell cast hallucinations on his opponent, trapping them in their own fears and deceptions. The clash of gazes was enough to subdue his opponent's will, plunging him into an endless world of darkness and delusion. On the sidewalk, under the careless stride of passers-by, Butch sat alone, exhausted and lost. his exhausted gaze staring into the void. "Well, let's go, Leah." The protagonist's voice sounded soft, trying to rouse the girl lying unconscious. His hand gently touched her shoulder. His eyes read care and concern, waiting for her eyes to open again. Overwhelmed with excitement, the crowd of people stops the guy. "Hey, wait, what just happened? Did you really took down that underground group?" The voices of the people are full of disbelief and shock. In front of them stands the protagonist, whose expression is hard to read. There is more of a lack of emotion on his face rather than a clear display of it. "Really?" he replies, not paying much attention to the people's surprise, his own thoughts clearly preoccupied with more important matters. Against the backdrop of a soft sunset, two figures holding hands stride together on an endless path of transition and change. "I have been reborn as the weakest goblin." The words, laced with sadness and reflection, float in the air while their shadows stretch behind them like echoes of past lives. This moment marks the beginning of a new chapter of their existence, where weakness is not an obstacle, but only a point of reference for future growth and development. In the green dust of the forest glade, two figures clashed in battle. The silhouette of a boy desperately waving his weapon and a goblin dodging a deadly blow. "Yesterday I just finished off a goblin and raised my level," the boy recalled, his gaze reflecting mixed feelings. "And then I fell asleep." His words are interrupted as reality begins to reach him. "And became a goblin?" The end of his thought expresses utter bewilderment and shock. The man's face displays complete disbelief at the transformation taking place. In the stream of soft violet light, the protagonist's face expresses determination and courage. "I can protect my sister and me." His eyes sparkle with promise and unwavering faith in his own strength. The words sound like a vow made in the silence of the coming night, echoing through space and time. The kid looks in the mirror, his gaze full of contemplation and bewilderment. "Although I look human, but my race is goblin," he ponders, trying to reconcile his new appearance with his unexpected discovery. The reflection in the mirror shows him, but now he sees himself from a completely different angle, contemplating his new identity. In a whirlwind of memories, the guy experiences an inner fog of terror and despair. "Gah!" A groan escapes his lips as the moments of his life flash before his eyes in a chaotic pattern. Scenes of happy days with his family, moments of fear and danger, struggles and escapes all create a mosaic of his current self, now trapped in the body of a goblin. There is panic in his expression, traces of tears on his cheeks. A girl's cheerful voice is heard outside the door. "Brother, get up, it's morning already." The silhouette of his little sister appears behind the door. The guy slowly comes to his senses, still feeling the remnants of the night visions. "Give me a couple minutes," he asks, trying to collect his thoughts and separate the dream from reality, while the day promises new discoveries and challenges. Lily, waving her hands happily, rushes over to share the news, filled with anticipation of a surprise for her brother. I made my brother the most delicious lunch today." Her voice sounds cheerful and proud, reflecting the warmth and comfort of a homely morning. The main character's face reflected a radiant smile. His eyes shone with happiness as he looked at his little sister. This was the only person in this evil and cruel world that he loved and tried his best to protect. They were walking down a street full of strangers. Each of them was in a hurry somewhere, on their own business. Without a doubt, the protagonist fell into the world of the game Frontier Fantasy. The setting and surrounding atmosphere coincides with the world of this very game. He threw a dark hood over himself, almost hiding his face. Based on the memories of this body, Nod and his sister lost their parents and now live together. Now they have many challenges to overcome and adapt. A neat house with a tiled roof stood, raising its little turrets into the sky. Suddenly his little sister tripped over a pebble that was lying on the road and was about to fall to the ground when her brother carefully picked up her body, trying to hold her up. She almost dropped the small basket of groceries. Turning around, Sis smiled a welcoming smile and thanked her little brother that she was perfectly fine. She felt protected next to him, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The main character looked at her with a calm and full of concern look. The guy said that her little brother would always look out for her. The girl smiled and said in a cheerful voice that since she was blind, she only had to rely on her big brother. Despite her disability, the girl was an incredibly cheerful person. Looking at her, the heart of the protagonist was bursting with happiness and the desire to protect her. The boy shook his head. He would protect her even though he said so. He is a goblin, the weakest race possible. He was thrown into this world, but why? What should he do now? Many questions swirled in his head. They were walking along the city road, the protagonist carefully looking around to not miss a single danger, and to protect his little sister, who due to her blindness could not do anything. Soon they came to a large house with a red-tiled roof. It was the mansion of a black market merchant. I went to the door and waved goodbye to my brother. He said in a caring voice that they would see each other later. Right now, he had other more important things to do. Mostly he does all the errands since his sister is blind, but she still does some chores around the house. The merchant, dressed in luxurious red clothes, said in a commanding voice that they should get him black ore. The boy looked at him from under his hood and mumbled quietly that he'd do it. He didn't want to do it, but he had no choice, and the old man was annoying him. Soon he came to a mine with mountains of black ore in the background, which he had to extract with hard labor. The boy was pulling a heavy wagon filled with ore. It was unbelievably heavy, but he went forward, overcoming the difficulties. Suddenly, someone struck the wagon with a naked kick. It faltered and was about ready to fall. After a second, the wagon still tipped over and the black ore scattered. The boy fell with it. The one who overturned the wagon was Butch, the same bastard who lied about saving the city. His henchman stood beside him and ordered the protagonist to move. The boy silently put the wagon back in its original position and began to collect the ore. He did not say a word, for he realized that he could do nothing in this situation. His face showed disgust and irritation. Butch's henchmen were standing next to him, talking admiringly. One of the guys said that only members of the elite society were allowed to go there. Butch ironically confirmed that it wasn't easy to get in. It was evident that the guy had an unshakable authority among his friends. At this time, the main character was quietly gathering the black ore back into the wagon, paying no attention to his abusers. Walking back, Butch said mockingly, "What a pity, at this rate he won't even have time to eat." The protagonist tried hard to suppress the urge to punch his assailant. Damn, it still sucked. He now had to work hard to support himself and his sister. In addition, he had to endure insults from people in high society. According to the map from the mansion, 125 years have passed since the main events in the game. His age corresponds to his human age. The guy was sitting down, breathing heavily. The work was finished. Next to the mansion were the mountains of black ore that the guy had worked so hard to mine. Suddenly he saw something in the distance. His eyes widened with surprise and even fear. The armored man stood surrounded by a blinding light. His armor bounced off the sunlight and his whole body seemed to glow. The kid looked at him worriedly and how they got here now. He had to deal with that problem as well. A second later, a horrible realization flashed through his mind. His eyes widened even more and his teeth clenched even tighter. Memories of past events began to flood into his mind. He remembered his sister and the many people running. They were confident that the guards would protect them. The boy remembered more and more events. They're in the interior of the continent now, aren't they? Has the dominance of humans increased so much in all this time? Concern could be heard in his voice. This is different from the plot twists in the game, that it wasn't. In a whirlwind of rapidly unfolding events, the knight in shining armor was cutting down a huge number of monsters. He was swinging his sword in different directions. It seemed that at this moment nothing was impossible for him. The sharp blade of his sword seemed to be cutting space itself. It also brought to mind the moments when the leader of these very knights, with a wry smile on his face laughing, said that this is what happens when you challenge people, and called them bloody monsters. It was the memories that apparently made the guy uncomfortable. In unconsciousness, he opened the door wide, and rays of light penetrated the dark room of the room. He called his sister's name, trying to find her. There didn't seem to be anything to worry about. The little girl sat in the corner of the room, shrunken into a lump, and didn't seem to notice anything. The main character ran up to the girl and hugged her. He grabbed her and dragged her behind him, telling her that they needed to go quickly. The girl, still not fully realizing what was happening, whispered her brother's name. Suddenly, they were hit by a crowd of people running. Among them was Butch. He rudely pushed the protagonist away and told him not to get tangled under his feet. Following them, the doors swung open and the old man appeared in the doorway. A predatory smile gleamed on his face. The boys had not been able to hide in time, and now this man had noticed them. The protagonist shielded his sister, trying to protect her from the unknown danger. Now anything could happen. The little girl looked at what was happening with unseeing eyes. The kid realized that he couldn't overpower this man, and yet he couldn't give up. He shrouded his sister even more tightly. She would not even be touched with a finger. He ordered his sister to act now. Determination glistened on the boy's face, but he didn't have time to do anything. The man swung his sword and a huge energy wave hit the body of the protagonist with force, throwing him back a respectable distance. He didn't even have time to squeak. The boy carefully stroked his little sister's cheek. He looked at her with inexpressible love and tenderness. All this time he tried his best to protect her from any danger. Lily was blind from birth, but if he used high-level magic on her, there was still a chance. Perhaps the girl's eyes will open after all, and she will finally see the whole wide world. The boy will finally see her beautiful, deep eyes. Soon the two of them found themselves in a fairy tale forest. The protagonist was sitting on a stump, apparently thinking about something. His sister was sitting on a rock next to him, wiggling her legs in the air. The guy was pondering. Based on the game description, goblins are the weakest race on the continent alone. They are very weak. However, in a group, these creatures can cause problems. Some of the goblins have special powers, and also this time has a high reproductive ability. The main character's eyes were made sad. And yet is the goblin in danger of total extinction? In that question, it was as if he was rebuking himself. He looked at his sister, who was enthusiastically playing with the little fairy. Raz and humans began to actively conquer the continent. This created many problems and dangers for the goblin race. His gaze was downcast, but why did it have to be like this? It wasn't my question that stuck in his mind. It was one of the many questions he couldn't quite answer. In a defiant tone, Fairy asked what he was going to do now. Her voice sounded reproachful. The protagonist continued to sit on the stump and prepares to take decisive action. For starters, there are a few things to check out. From the beginning, he needed to see what abilities he had unlocked, and if he could help the village with his skills. In front of the protagonist, tablets began to form on which the skills were described. Though he replenishes his skills with them by completing quests, but they are pumped up pretty low. They are even displayed in a strange order. Chances are, the program lacks a full skill tree. Skills, his status increased as well. The guy scrutinized what was written, but suddenly his face transformed and a slight smile appeared on it. There was still hope, and it was the only hope that had kept him warm all this time. Having finished studying his skills, the protagonist walked over to the one that was not far from him. Well, now it was time to test what he had learned. He swung around and hit the rock with all his might. The sound of the impact was powerful and pieces of earth flew in different directions. Cracks crawled across the rock. Well, he had definitely pumped his strength now. His sister, along with the fairy, looked on in surprise and clapped their hands. Their eyes were filled with unconcealed delight at the boy's achievement. Following that, the protagonist used dark magic, and the purple smoke from the spell flew in different directions. The spell was so powerful that it looked like it was going to break in space. Lily squeezed her eyes shut and covered her ears at the loud sound. The fairy flew backwards, thrown by a gust of wind. It looked like the guy had pumped up his magic skills. The sister held the stunned fairy in her hands. Tanya could move a finger. At the same time, the protagonist was studying with interest a piece of paper on which his characteristics were written. This sheet stated that he now possessed the enhancing magic Shadow Guardian, Dark Pulse, Shadow Camouflage, Shadow Threads. He also had healing magic, Dark Healing Magic, Goblin Affinity. In addition to that non-verbal attack magic, Jinx, Dark Illusion. Now that all these magic powers were organized, things would go much easier. The guy smiled. A lot of things had changed since the humans attacked. He now knew how to use dark magic. That would make his future journey much easier. The protagonist's face became serious. He rolled the paper into a bundle and hid it under his hoodie. Together with his sister, he headed towards a stone that was in a small clearing not far from them. On this great stone were depicted some obscure magical symbols. This structure was more like a monument. The boy looked at him with a serious look. This memorial was built to honor a goblin hero, and on this spot, he must cast the most important spell. The main character's eyes lit up with green light, and the magical space around him began to thicken. Snippets of the Great War surfaced in his mind. The many goblins who fought bravely for their freedom. Hobgoblin. Their serious, determination-filled faces came to the protagonist's mind as if bringing back memories of past events. The image of a goblin priestess popped into his mind, a beautiful girl whose eyes burned pink. In addition to that, the image of the goblin general surfaced in his mind, a supreme warrior clad in shining armor. Next to the silhouette of the guy, the goblin fairy was flying. She was smiling and looking somewhere far away with a cheerful look. Lily asked in amazement, how was that even possible? Her eyes opened wide, expressing all her inhuman amazement and delight. The main character, in a calm voice, began to speak. You could hear the determination in his voice. Once every 1,000 years, even goblins give birth to individuals with incredible abilities. It's very rare. In front of the protagonist stood a huge goblin knight. They were heroic souls that had come to life through the boy's efforts. They would do whatever he said. The goblin general bowed down on his knee before his savior. His eyes, though not visible, seemed to express inhuman gratitude. He knelt before the protagonist and in a submissive voice said that from now on they would heed his words. They would follow their savior safely wherever he went. In a confident tone, the guy said that he wanted to defeat the demon army and the human army. In those words was his whole dream, a dream of revenge. He wondered, could he have been talented all his life? But his abilities could only manifest themselves in a critical situation. The boy stood together with his sister. Above them towered the souls of the great goblins. This army was ready to tear apart anyone who stood in the way of his savior. Now, a completely new age was beginning. Lily looked at her brother in surprise and fear. That's it? It wasn't my question that froze on her lips. Guy smiled his good-natured and full of care smile at his little sister, at the person for whose sake he had done all these feats, and whom he was ready to protect from any danger. The kid put his hand down on his sister's head and stroked her gently. He looked at her with unbearable love and tenderness. Tears came to Lily's eyes, tears of gratitude, and her brother was able to heal her. He's unbelievable. The little girl cried tears of joy and settled down with her brother. She was incredibly grateful to him for working tirelessly to protect and heal her. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. The heads began to develop an incomprehensible blue color. Lily was frightened and looked at it all with a frightened, uncomprehending stare. Her brother became alarmed. Out of the blue light came the little fairy goblin. There goes her new job. Well, if that's the way she wanted it, it can't be helped. Though her voice was displeased, she seemed to accept it. The main characters looked at what was happening with fear and incomprehension. The little sister cried out in surprise. Soon the goblin fairy fully revealed herself and said that she had been assigned a mission to guide the two of them to a hidden goblin village. In front of them stood a small girl with white hair and wearing a short black dress. She had two small glowing wings behind her back. She looked at the protagonists with curiosity and a kind of disdain. There was interest in the little creature's eyes as she drove her eyes around, studying the main characters. The boy looked at the guest with distrust. He wasn't sure she didn't carry danger for them, so he had to be wary. They followed their new acquaintance without saying a word. The green forest was impenetrable around them. It seemed that even the air in this place was imbued with incredible magic. But still, they had to be on the lookout. Who knew what lay ahead? Goblin fairy, huh? All this time, the protagonist looked at the newly arrived guest and pondered. It all appeared to him a strange coincidence. Why did she come to this world? The boy's eyes were distrustful of everything that was happening. All he wanted at that moment was to protect his little sister. In this world, no one could be trusted. Suddenly, it was as if Faya felt his non-trusting gaze on her. She turned to him and gave him a stern look. The guy immediately berated himself and said that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Soon they arrived at their destination. The protagonist stood in front of the entrance to the village. The goblin fairy happily announced that they had arrived. Magical continent, a hidden goblin village. Surprised, the boy said that he didn't realize that goblins had their own village. He figured it was never mentioned in the game either. Calmly lying on Lily's head, the goblin fairy said that a concealment spell had been cast on this village. So no wonder the guy didn't know them. The protagonist exhaled unhappily. The fairy flew away, telling the protagonists to follow her. She would guide them to their old age. The boys looked at her with surprise and incomprehension, but still they followed her. As they walked down the main street of the village, all the villagers turned to look at them in surprise. It was as if they were seeing a new visitor in their village for the first time. Seeing these perplexed looks on them, the guy turned around and thought, "What's happened to them? Why are they looking at them like that?" Little goblin children surrounded Lily and asked her to play with them. The girl was confused and didn't know what to say to them because there were too many of them. She was even a little frightened by the reception. She glanced at her brother as if expecting some kind of protection from him. The boy looked at her with a surprised look. The fairy said that the girl didn't have to be present at their meeting, so if she wanted to, let her stay. To his sister, and told her that if she wanted to, she could play with those kids. The girl nodded cheerfully to him. The girl nodded happily to her brother. The boy thought that she had only recently gained her sight after all. She must want to have fun. Let her rest for a while. She has had a lot of trials and she deserves a rest. Soon the lad came to the old man's house and was already sitting across from the old goblin. The old man sighed and said that he hadn't realized there were still goblins outside the village, so their prophet had been right. One day, a young man would come to the village with a goblin fairy. All this the prophecy said. The old man said that according to tradition, he was obliged to give the young man their hidden treasure. The room was illuminated by the warm light from the fireplace, filling it with a kind of homeliness. The guy wondered, who the hell is this prophet? So that's whose voice he heard when he died. The old man asked the kid to wait a second. He'd bring it all over. The old goblin rose from his seat, and with a shuffling gait went somewhere to the side. The goblin fairy immediately flew over to the kid. She said that the villagers were very kind and welcoming to visitors, but still the boy looked at all this with disbelief, because it was the first time he had been in such a situation. I continued in a sad voice. She said that the fate of goblins is not enviable. All the monsters despise them for their appearance and way of life. From this, their existence becomes even more harsh. And for humans, they're like bugs. People call it natural selection. They only use goblins as consumables to gain experience in this game. But then the fairy's voice became confident. She said it was all complete nonsense. After all, they are just popping their mouths out day by day. The boy lowered his head, thinking sadly about all that had been said. For a second, he even felt ashamed. It was true, in the game, the goblins were the weakest opponent for the player. But he never thought he'd be in their shoes. Now he would have to experience it for himself. He took off his mask and looked at everything that was happening with a surprised look. Now he was in the skin of the same goblin that he had slaughtered by the thousands while playing this game. Now he too was about to learn all that the enemy private would face. He was lying on the ground, his consciousness shrouded in darkness. Drops of blood were visible on his face. He was now the one he had been killing all along. After a while, the headman returned and handed the boy a small bundle of paper. The boy looked at the gift with interest. He unfolded the roll of paper and began to study it with interest. The fairy flew beside him and also looked at it with her pink eyes. From what the guy saw there, his eyes widened with surprise, and drops of cold sweat began to trickle down his face. Without turning around, the elder said that their lives are once and too fragile. It was all because of the exile. Inexpressible sadness and sorrow could be heard in his voice, but at the same time there was nothing he could do about it. The old man continued. He said that the existence of this race would soon come to an end. Time listened attentively to every word, and with every moment my heart began to beat more frequently. The old man turned to the newcomers one last time, a thick gray beard on his face. In a quiet voice he said, "Once for the goblins could survive." He didn't finish immediately, as if he was going to put his thoughts in order. The guy would have wanted to say something, and the old man was already walking backwards and heard nothing. The protagonist turned his gaze and saw that there were many goblin children standing at the window of the house. They were carefully watching everything that was happening inside, and as soon as he saw them, the children headed in the opposite direction. Soon they were inside the building and standing in front of the guy. It was as if the children were gathering their thoughts to say something important. It was obvious that they were very afraid and shy. Still overcome with embarrassment and fear, they chorally began to ask the protagonist to save their village. In the eyes of each of them was sadness, fear, and terror. It was evident that they had to face many hardships to at least survive. Now these children had high hopes for the protagonist. Soon the rest of the villagers appeared at the door. They were whispering anxiously among themselves, discussing what had happened. They realized that it was the boy from the prophecy. Their voices were full of joy and hope for a bright future. Unexpectedly for the guy himself, all the inhabitants suddenly fell to their knees and began to tearfully beg him to finally save them from centuries of oppression and save their race from total extinction. The protagonist just stood there staring at them, not understanding what he should do in such a situation. He had too high expectations, which he was afraid he would not fulfill. Soon he was bored with it all, and he just closed his eyes and fell into oblivion. Right now, the most he wanted was to finally sleep. He closed his eyes and tried to sink into the abyss of sleep. His body felt like absorbent cotton. He was awakened by someone's loud voice. Someone was telling him to get up right now. The boy woke up and looked around frightened. In front of him stood a woman dressed in white, her white long hair developing in all directions, and on her head were two large horns. She looked at the protagonist sternly and displeased. Apparently it was she who woke him up after all. The boy looked at her with surprise and consternation. Who the hell is she? His eyes were filled with confusion about what she wanted from him. The stranger replied that she was a goblin goddess. A bright white and blue color began to flow around the woman. The guy looked at her and still didn't understand anything. Who the hell is a goblin goddess? What does she want from him? But suddenly it was as if he began to remember something, that's right. In the headman's house he had seen a mural of a woman with two. That must be her. He thought about it, and tried to understand what was happening. It was similar to the one he had seen in the elder's house. Guy thinks that even the lowest of monster tribes should have their own deity. Well, here it is in front of him. Although at first glance you wouldn't know it. She looks more like a seductive succubus than a goddess. The girl was looking sternly at the protagonist at the time. In a stern voice she asked, "Did he just think of something obscene in his little skull?" Her voice calmed down, and she said she would tell the boy why she had decided to award him with a portion of the divine power. I turned stern. The boy continued to stare at her with an uncomprehending gaze. He was curious to know why he was the savior everyone had been waiting for. The goddess began to speak. Tens of millions of goblins were brutally slaughtered. During their countless campaigns, they were treated as inferior life forms. It is said that they are in this position because of their helplessness. But it is for this reason that they are also the strongest. The boy finally stopped understanding what he was talking about. He tried to comprehend how being in such an unenviable position could accomplish anything. The goddess said that it's all about the ancestral legacy of this guy who took all the power from her fallen brethren. Now he's concentrating untold power in his body. They all wish to protect what they hold dear. They also care about the protagonist's little sister. The goddess looked at the boy with serious, stern eyes. Lily's smile came to mind, the way she cared for her older brother even though she was blind. The goddess closed her eyes, and a bright light began to stream around her. With sadness in her voice, she said that in the future their imminent demise awaited them. The boy opened his eyes. It turned out that he was only dreaming. He stared upward with an uncomprehending gaze, trying to come to his senses after such a realistic and strange dream. Bright rays of daylight were shining through the window, filling the room with warmth. Nature was raging outside the window. There were bright sandy colors of young leaves. He jumped up from the bed and looked at his hands with a surprised look. The dream had made a lasting impression on him, and now he needed time to recover a little. His gaze was full of determination. He was determined to change everything. He would create a new and safe world for them, where every goblin could live without fear for his freedom and life. The boy sat down at the table and began to write quickly with a pen on a piece of paper. In a minute it was ready. The fairy hesitantly asked if he was sure it was a good idea. In a confident voice, the protagonist said that it was fine, and he shouldn't worry about it. The boy looked out the window and looked at what was happening outside. He wanted to create a world where all the villagers, and his sister, would live in harmony and prosperity. And for that he needs to defeat one of the kings of the demon army that rules this territory, namely King Dior. At the moment, Dior lives on the grounds of the magical academy he founded. The boy was determined to change everything. If he became an outstanding student at the academy, everything could work out. Lily would have to stay here. The protagonist stroked his sister's head, as if reassuring her that everything would be all right and she shouldn't worry about anything. The boy pulled his hood over his head and told his sister not to worry. He would be back to her very soon. He had a soft and gentle smile on his face, trying to make it look like everything was fine. His little sister, there was no need to worry about anything. The girl looked at her brother with a worried look. She told him to be careful. Next to her, Fairy floated in the air and yawned with boredom. All these long goodbyes were foreign to her. The fairy said that she had plenty to do in the village, but it was more interesting to look after the boy, so she would go with him. The boy walked out of the house and looked into the distance. It seemed that the academy was that way. A rough shout came from outside. It was followed by an apology. The boy looked over to the other side. A big, heavy man was sitting on the crates with his foot forward. A girl was leaning down beside him, apparently cleaning his huge shoes. The man pushed the handcuffed girl away with his foot and she flew in the opposite direction. With a predatory smile, he said that was enough. Late for the deal. The man treated this little girl like a thing. People began to whisper, and there were shouts of displeasure and concern. The man seemed to be up to his old tricks again. He always gets so angry when his slaves don't behave perfectly. Goblin slaves have an unenviable life. Fairy was angry and said that this bastard was a low-rank demon himself, but was boasting over the weaker ones. She really wanted to hit him hard. The protagonist turned his gaze to the fairy and told her to take care of that girl. The fairy immediately flew towards her. The guy might as well not have said anything about it. At this time, the protagonist crouched on one knee and began to apply the dark magic of the goblin bloodline. His eyes lit up with a violet flame. He put his hand forward and a magic symbol immediately appeared on the road. The spell worked as it should, and dark magical energy flooded the area around him. Soon, and from the thick of the dark mist, the goblin priestess appeared. She opened her eyes and looked up wearily. The priestess stretched sweetly. How long had it been since she had visited this world? Her voice was full of joy and excitement. The woman asked why the master had called her. How could she help him? The fairy crossed her arms over her chest and said dismissively that the girl was being too frivolous for a heroic spirit. The boy said, embarrassed, that he knew it was a rather sudden request, but he wants the priestess to do something for him. He pointed his thumb backward. The priestess looked at him in surprise. The guy continued, pointing to that little girl slave. That man kept on abusing her. The girl was already lying exhaustedly on the paving stones, unable to move a finger. From such treatment, few people could stay on their feet. People began to whisper worriedly among themselves, but none of them dared to come closer to help the poor girl. Pushing the crowd, the protagonist made his way forward. In the depths of the dark alley, where the light of the lanterns barely pierced through the shadows, two men stood. One, a formidable man with a distrustful gaze, stared at the small figure before him. "Listen," the boy began, but his voice trailed off. The hooded figure, with its face hidden in shadow, remained silent, only its eyes betraying hardness and determination. Who else are you?" the man asked, not hiding his surprise and growing interest. The sun had already risen, and its rays played on the man's gold jewelry. "You don't want this girl, do you? So give her to me." The guy's voice was confident and commanding, as if he was used to having his orders obeyed immediately. "What? Why would I give her to you? She's my slave, I bought her." There was irritation and disdain in his voice, as if he was talking about a thing and not a person. The one who stood in the shadows asked the last question. His words were quiet but crisp, and there was a sense of power in them. "So you don't want to get rid of her?" The gold on the man's fingers shimmered in the sunlight as he laughed, waving away the stranger's offer. "Of course not," he said, the confidence in his voice emphasizing that the case was closed for him. But the hooded figure was in no hurry to leave. "Well then," she began, and a smile appeared on her face, full of confidence and some inner knowledge. He extended his hand as if offering a deal that could not be rejected. This slave paying 100 times of her original price. The voice sounded firm, the offer was made, and the time for a decision was ticking away. Surprise cut through the air as the man exclaimed, His face contorted with shock. His eyes widened. This was a sentence he hadn't expected. What? His voice shook with bewilderment and indignation. He couldn't believe the seriousness of the terms. But the boy didn't hesitate. Or is that not enough? The words were spoken calmly while a priestess appeared from the shadows, deftly carrying large sacks of gold. The man's gaze was now filled not only with shock, but with the painful realization of defeat. The story is nearing its denouement. The light of the gold coins dazzlingly plays in front of the man's eyes. Ah, well, there's all 300 gold pieces. His voice trembles, sounding unsure, as if he still can't believe the reality of what's happening. Are you sure, kid? His gaze is fixed on the glittering treasure, searching his interlocutor's eyes for confirmation of the seriousness of his intentions. Yeah, sure, replies the shadow, and there is not a trace of doubt in her voice. They are all yours. The words are final and decisive. The deal is done. So we have a deal? You can sense the firmness of the decision in the hooded figure's voice. Keep in mind the goods are non-returnable, says the man, sealing the deal with words that tolerate no objection. The man, dazed and elated, is unable to resist any longer. His eyes are filled with happiness. His hands rest on the bags of gold. The morning light washes over the cobblestones of the street where a new chapter begins for the freed girl. Her gaze follows the departing hooded figure, whose silhouette melts into the warm air of morning. The girl's sea-wave-colored hair wavers slightly in the cool breeze, and she is left sitting on her knees, absorbed in the sudden freedom and surprise of the moment. Footsteps in the distance, like echoes of a past action, fade softly into the morning noise of the city, leaving behind only questions and a silence filled with gratitude and hope. We now have before us an open-air street where the two figures, the liberator and the liberated, are already away from the exchange that has taken place. But why? Uncle. The girl with green hair cannot understand the reasons and motives for what has happened, her voice trembling with mixed feelings of gratitude and confusion. I'm a Govian like you too, little one. That's why I saved you, says the hooded figure, turning to the girl. Her eyes glow with warmth and understanding, for her own stories and struggles echoed in her words. The girl with green hair looks at her savior with bewilderment. But where did that uncle go? Her voice trembles, still trying to make sense of the events that have changed her life dramatically. The savior doesn't answer, only smiles a parting smile at her, and the next moment his figure is already dissolving into the sunlight-filled street. Won't it? The girl barely audibly whispers as the reality of her new freedom begins to dawn on her. I've known about this since the game. His voice booms out, filled with confidence and cunning. The air vibrates with unholy magic as a mysterious silhouette appears out of the darkness. The goblin priestess has the special skills of stealth and ghostliness. Her stealth allows her to approach the wagon of a hobo unnoticed, while her ghostliness allows her to pass through the walls of the wagon. Her actions reek of coldness and mystery, and she seems to be an integral part of the shadows that surround her. A mysterious aura fills the room as the goblin priestess deftly picks the lock. Her actions are swift and precise, set in motion by long-standing knowledge and magical ability. They belong to me anyway, and cheating people that bad isn't so bad. Her voice is quiet and determined, justifying her actions of stealing to herself. We cannot allow the slave trade to flourish in our new world, she declares, emphasizing her determination to change the world for the better, even if she has to go to extreme measures to do so. The girl with green hair standing alone ponders the words of the priestess, reflecting the complexity and multifaceted world in which they both exist. The goblin priestess confidently declares, Master is such a balderdash, said only I can handle it. Her smile is full of pride and self-confidence, and she is clearly enjoying her role in this stealthy operation. The next moment shows a guy reaching out to a girl with green hair who is sitting on the ground. This gesture is filled with care and hope for a new beginning. The girl stares at him in amazement, her eyes full of questions and her mouth slightly ajar in surprise. Then suddenly, like a lightning strike, realization comes to her, and she cries out in disbelief. The realization dawns that her chains are forever broken. Gratitude blossoms in the girl's heart as she extends her hand to her savior. Thank you, sir. Her words are sincere and full of gratitude. The lad, for his part, asks, "Take this little girl to the village." "Yes, yes." His tone is commanding, but not without kindness. She knows the girl needs help with her first steps to freedom. The savior, his mission accomplished, turns to the girl. "And I'm off to the entrance exam." His words are light and casual, as if he's just getting on with his normal day. The scene ends with his departure, while life around him continues and two white doves take off into the sky, a symbol of peace and new beginnings. "Henceforth," he says wistfully, contemplating the bright horizon and the new possibilities that are now open to both of them. The protagonist, turning back, says with confidence and hope, "A new history will be written." She prepares to step into the unknown, driven by a mission to change the world. A gate opens before him, symbolizing the beginning of a new journey and the countless opportunities that lie ahead. And in this world where magic and talents are valued above gold, everyone with a gift can find a place. Also, anyone can take part in the exam, and if you have the ability, you will be unconditionally accepted for training. These words carry the promise of justice and equality, where everyone can succeed through effort and hard work. Before the assembled masters and apprentices, a figure in a dark cloak demonstrates his incredible abilities by manipulating dark flames. This unfathomable talent is astonishing and awe-inspiring, and though its wielder is hidden from view, his power is undeniable. The clenched fist gesture expresses determination and control, symbolizing the willpower that guides and curbs magical energy. It is a reminder that true power lies not only in magic, but also in the ability to control it. Amidst the noise and movement of the academy, the cloaked voice sounds like a command, organizing and directing the future mages. "Students that are going to the entrance ceremony, line up in a row." The voice of a leader leading them to the beginning of a new life full of learning and discovery. On the street, where the ritual of farewell is repeated again and again, students meet and separate, their friendly smiles and jokes filling the air with lightness and joyful hopes for the future. Among them is one who has just taken the first step towards his dream, hidden in a cloak but no longer alone. A boy leaves familiar places, rushing into a new tomorrow. His gaze is hidden, but in his heart is a quiet confidence. This world promises endless possibilities to those who dare to seek them. And so he stops, turning toward the call that may prove to be the beginning of his most important chapter. There is no telling what he will discover beyond this gate, but he has already taken a step forward. Before the gates of the academy, like a ghost of the past, she appears. A girl with golden hair and elf ears, her eyes blue lakes of amazement. She is suddenly confronted by a traveler shrouded in the shadow of a cloak. Her gaze is filled with questions, and her lips barely whisper, She steps toward him, genuine curiosity flashing in her eyes. There is a note of childish joy and carelessness in her voice as she makes a request of him, almost as if she were playing a game. "Do you have any food with you?" And without waiting for an answer, suggests, for example, something sweet. The protagonist, hiding her emotions behind an impenetrable cloak mask, suddenly finds herself the center of her attention. She, a creature of light and warmth, and he, a mysterious wanderer, present a contrast that only an academy of magic can put together. 261. The protagonist, whose face is barely visible under the hood, pauses thoughtfully for a moment. His hand shakes uncertainly as he extracts a small package from his pocket, a gift he had never thought to use in such a way. He realized that this chocolate was made for him by his sister. Along with the small bag, he extracted a note with words of encouragement written on it. Without waiting for a response from the boy, the elf girl snatched the pouch from his hands and rushed in the opposite direction. The boy didn't even have time to say anything in response, but just clutched his empty hands. The elfess shamelessly began to munch on the chocolate that was not meant for her. Her face immediately showed an emotion of joy and happiness. When he saw it, the main character screamed with horror because his sister had made this chocolate for him. And now some stranger is impudently devouring it. He bent over, ready to cry from grief. The girl finished eating and shyly thanked the boy, who was bent over and ready to fall under the ground. The boy turned around and looked at her with a look that could burn any man. The girl wanted to say something, but when she saw the look on the boy's face, she stopped short. There was an awkward pause in the air, and then the girl started laughing nervously. It looked like she'd done something she shouldn't have. A chill ran down her spine, and she was going to get the full brunt of it. She immediately folded her arms and began to beg for forgiveness. She didn't know that this chocolate was made by his significant other. The protagonist only glanced at her with contempt. The girl didn't know where to put her fear. She had just eaten a chocolate that wasn't meant for her without even asking. God, it was like she'd opened a gateway to the underworld. The guy was looking at her like he was about to tear her apart, and it looked like he was. The shy elf girl thanked the boy again and said she would pay him back. She introduced herself. Her name was Letty. After that, she asked the boy happily, what was his name? The protagonist lowered his head and looked down. He didn't know what to say, so he hesitated. After a moment's pause, he said quietly to himself that he had no name. For all his life, he lived as a slave of the lower class. They don't give names to people like him. Not the least bit embarrassed, Letty said in a joyful voice, out of the twinkle in her eye that she would think of a name for him then. After a little thought, the girl asked cheekily, how about the name Lime? He had bright green eyes, similar to the color of limes. He looked at her with a surprised look and didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he should call himself. In a disgruntled voice, he asked the girl what the hell she was talking about. Not frightened, she said it was a great name. It suits him just fine. She didn't seem at all embarrassed by the guy's displeasure. Smiling, she said that now they would know each other. He had already resigned himself to being called like a fruit. He just nodded back at her and tried to put a smile on his face. Well, he would be called Lime from now on. The two of them were standing at the entrance of the academy, when suddenly some strange sound came from nowhere, and the two of them looked up. Letty told her new acquaintance that they had to go quickly. It was obvious that she was worried about something. From the side, there were two guys looking at them. One of them was wearing a bright red cloak and a sword gleamed behind his belt. They were looking at Lime with disdain. While it was the next student's turn, it was Letty. The girl stood there, smiling in her usual way. Nothing seemed to embarrass her at all. Swinging around, she used her spell. A bright flash of green light and a powerful energy wave cut through space. The spell was really strong, and people began to look at each other in surprise and whisper amongst themselves. The rumors were true. The people's faces shone with genuine delight. After all, she is the princess of the Dark Elf tribe. When Lime heard that, he couldn't believe his eyes. This girl is a princess of the Dark Elves? How did that happen? Well, you shouldn't judge demons by their appearance. Even though this girl seemed outwardly carefree and even a little silly, she had her own skeletons in her closet. Lime wondered if he should change his attitude toward this girl. She didn't seem to be radiating any danger right now. Letty came up to him and looked at him with an important look. It was obvious that she was very pleased with her performance, and now she was ready to show off her skills to her new acquaintance. Lime said it was amazing. If she kept it up, she could easily pass the exam. The girl rejoiced at such praise. Did he really think so? Her face stretched in a wide smile. She said that she would try her best like that from now on. But their celebration was interrupted by someone. Heavy footsteps sounding nearby. It was the same guy who had originally squinted at him at the academy door. He said that the wretch would never pass the exam, praising the Dark Elf princess. What a wretched thing to say. An inhuman contempt could be heard in the guy's voice. It was the vampire Haig. Lime turned to him in surprise, but did not say a word. Letty also looked at him with an uncomprehending look. What did he want anyway? Haig said that he remembered that this guy was Butch's servant. What is he forgetting here? Did he really think he was capable of passing the entrance exam? He tried his best to crush Lime's morale, but the boy only sighed heavily, saying nothing. Letty was indignant. So what if he came to take the exam, so what? Lime turned to her and muttered to himself that he could fend for himself. No need to be his protector. The boy looked irritatedly at his new acquaintance. How does she even know? She hadn't even seen you once. Haig snorted angrily and said irritably that Lime would soon have a chance to prove himself. The princess of the Dark Elves puffed up her cheeks and glared angrily at the examining vampire. It was obvious that she was even more pissed off than Lime himself. This was truly a strange girl. While Letty was resentful, the protagonist was thinking, and why does he have to prove anything to anyone? Why does he even need to do that? He's got his own agenda. But still, there was no way out. He sighed heavily and said he would do his best. Letty said in a serious tone that he should be more serious. She was rooting for him. Well, if he was more serious, he would just blow this square to smithereens. He tried his best not to show his true strength so as not to arouse any suspicion. Paying attention to bullies like this vampire was a waste of time. In the middle of the training ground stood a mannequin with a target. This thing was intended for training and practicing the accuracy and strength of blows, even though he wanted to test his strength to the max. But he thought he should hold back now, so as not to arouse the suspicion of those around him. The inspectors called the next contestant over to them, and Lime approached him with his arm out in front of him. The boy closed his eyes and began to gather all his power, concentrating it in his hand. He had to show his magic, but not to attract the attention of others. Well, let's go. Lime put his finger forward, and his hand began to glow with purple magic. A swift ray of purple magic energy burst out from his hand. It was so strong that everyone covered their ears to avoid going deaf. The instructor was frightened and dropped the clipboard from his hands. He didn't know what to say and began to stutter. The man was shaking with fear. What was that? Lime covered his face with his hands. It seemed he had overdone it, so now he had to explain himself. Haig lay on the ground, struck down by this spell. He looked fearfully in Lime's direction and didn't know what to say to him. The boy was amazed at such power. He didn't expect a mere goblin to have such skills. Letty was jumping up and down and didn't know how to calm you down. She was screaming that Lime was unbelievably cool. She didn't expect him to be so smart. The kid scratched the back of his head and embarrassedly said that he had given it his best, just like the princess had asked him to. Naturally, he lied. It wasn't his full strength. After the written test, they took a break. Letty was leaning against the wall, looking worried about something. Lime approached her from the side and asked what was wrong with her. He could see that the girl was troubled about something. The princess had said that tests had always been sheer torture for her, and they were just about to be introduced by the entrance exams. So that's what she was worried about. The girl turned to him and asked if Lime wasn't worried himself. The boy lowered his eyes and said he was a little worried. The tests were more difficult than just showing his magical abilities. Suddenly, the vampire Haig came up to them from the side. He looked at them contemptuously, as usual, and said that he didn't know what trick the boy had pulled to fool the examiners. But a lowlife like this goblin can't conjure like that. Lime calmly replied that the vampire apparently had a lot of free time to think about others, not himself. Is he so sure he passed the exam? Haig didn't know what to say to that, and just stared stupidly at the protagonist. How dare he treat him like that? The vampire grabbed his sword and was about to attack to defend his honor. Suddenly, a magical symbol appeared on the ceiling. A voice announced that the battle trials would begin very soon, so all participants should go to the central square. Letty turned around in surprise at the sound. Lime didn't seem to be expressing any emotion, just stood wrapped in his hood. Haig clenched his teeth in annoyance. This time they had been interrupted, but he would definitely get even for this offense next time. The vampire turned back to Lime. Out of the same contemptuous grin on his face, looked at him askew. Standing in front of them and in a booming voice said that the time of combat testing had begun. The man was dressed in a strict suit, and he had a clipboard in his hands. In a stern voice, he said that this time the exam was different from the previous one. If it was held in a one-on-one duel format before, now the students would fight in a group against a common enemy. A surprised shriek went up among the people. What's that supposed to mean? All against one? Should they fight in teams? Haig stood aside and looked irritably away. It was obvious that the guy was not satisfied with this arrangement. He wanted to demonstrate all his skills himself, not to mess around with someone. Letty listened attentively to the instruction and prepared herself for the difficulty. Lime, hiding his face under his hood, listened intently to every word. The examiner continued. He said that their headmaster had introduced a new policy for the entrance test. In his opinion, only the chosen ones would be able to withstand one formidable opponent. In his opinion, only a select few could stand up to one formidable opponent. The boys prepared for the challenge. The huge heavy bars of the gate began to creak upward, releasing the monster. As the students watched, grimaces of horror began to appear on their faces and their knees began to shake. This was something they were definitely not prepared for. From the black opening in the mouth, a horrible creature, more like a dragon, appeared. Its entire back was dotted with sharp spikes, and it had long claws on its huge, massive paws. Its mouth was full of white fangs. The guy stared in surprise at the eyes of this creature and prepared to repel the blow. He braced his whole body to be ready for anything. Fear flashed in his eyes for a second. This is their opponent? Are they really going to be able to handle this thing? The dragon! He appears near the end of the game as a boss. How can they make them fight such an opponent? The dragon clacked its teeth and lightning bolts began to burst out. Lime watched all this with wide eyes. His face was full of confusion and fear. The dragon conveniently roared and released a wave of magical energy from its huge, horrible mouth. If someone were to fall under this beam, they would immediately be incinerated. The students scattered in terror. None of them would definitely be able to deal with this monster one-on-one. It was necessary to save their lives. Frightened shouts and cries could be heard all around. A second later, everyone was already lying down, hit by the dragon beam. Haig looked at the creatures fearfully. He had never heard of a storm dragon being released during training. How are they supposed to deal with it? Letty stood in front of the dragon as if I didn't care about anything. The girl prepared to attack. She looked a little silly on the outside, but she had a lot of courage. After a second, the girl swiftly rushed towards the monster. It was as if nothing frightened her. Her eyes were focused on a single target. Lime called out fearfully to stop her. What is she doing? It's not like she can handle him alone. The girl didn't listen to him. She said she had to pass this exam at any cost. There was determination and fearlessness in her eyes. She had to do it all for the kingdom. The elfess used her spell, and magical chains entangled the dragon's horrible body in an instant. The girl tried her best to hold back the monster to deliver a crushing blow with the wind arrow. She had already drawn the bowstring of the magic bow, as the dragon suddenly released its spikes and broke the magic chains in an instant. And Save the Monster let out a deafening roar. But there was nowhere to retreat to. The girl pulled the bowstring even tighter and prepared to shoot. This was bad. If she didn't do something now, she was going to die. She clenched her eyes shut and prepared to accept her fate. But suddenly, nothing happened. She opened her eyes and saw the dragon being held back by the magical barrier that Lime had released. The monster couldn't get through to them. Holding back the monster, the guy asked the girl how she was feeling. Letty was dumbfounded. She was sitting on the ground, ready to accept death. But then she was suddenly rescued. Stammering, she replied that she was all right. Lime turned to the dragon and said calmly that he would deal with him quickly. She didn't realize what was going on. Was he going to deal with him quickly? How was that possible? Her eyes expressed complete incomprehension. The magical barrier began to act even stronger and pushed the dragon away. The boy let out a battle cry and prepared to fight the monster. Lime struck and the dragon fell back, but apparently did not take any significant damage. Suddenly the heavens opened, and from there a huge bolt of lightning shot straight at the dragon. Thus it was gaining strength for a future strike. Lime stood in front of it, restraining the creature with his energy barrier. The dragon was beginning to build up power, its skin glowing with electric shocks. This was bad. We had to get out of here as soon as possible or they were finished. The protagonist grabbed his girlfriend and jumped high up to dodge the dragon's attack. It was just in time. There was a deafening explosion below. This dragon couldn't be penetrated that easily. How much trouble would he be in? Letty was dumbfounded. Are they flying? The guy said they didn't have much time and she should wait downstairs. Letty didn't have time to say anything before the guy let her out of his arms. For a couple more seconds, the girl didn't realize anything. But she was already flying downward at high speed. Finally, when she realized it, she screamed in fear. But there was nothing to fear. Soon she flopped onto something soft and wet. Fortunately, the princess was not injured. What the hell is that? A huge blob of slime appeared right below her. It was the summoning of the goblin slime's heroic spirit. The smoke from the explosion cleared, revealing to the world the horrible monster that sought out its new victims. Lime looked down at him and prepared to deliver his crushing blow. It wasn't about stealth anymore. It was about survival at all costs. The main character's body began to sink into dark magic. It was an acceleration spell. In your eyes, it was time to show your true power. Lime rushed forward with great speed. It seemed his speed was so great that it was hard to even see the guy. The storm dragon spat fireballs at him, but the protagonist easily dodged them as if he was commanding time itself. The beast was perplexed as it watched its victim, who had suddenly gained such strength. The dragon was already preparing to spew out a new torrent of demonic flame. Lime flew close enough to him and kicked him in the face with great force. The dragon was knocked backwards by the force of the blow. There was a rumble in the distance. It seems the guy overdid it again and hit it too hard. At that time, all the other students were fleeing the battlefield in terror. Among them was the vampire Haig, who had so recently mocked the protagonist, but now he was running away like a coward. Even though the blow was strong, the dragon quickly recovered and prepared to attack again. Lime hovered in the air, enveloped in magical energy. He realized that he would need even more energy to defeat this dragon. The sky was filled with black clouds and lightning flashed through them. Great, this dragon had decided to summon thunderclouds just as Lime had expected. The guy appeared behind the back of the vampire, hiding behind the column. He didn't even have time to realize anything, but just watched the unfolding events. The protagonist quickly snatched the sword from the vampire, who didn't even have time to realize it, but just stood there, looking at the raging creature with a frightened look. Haig finally realized what had happened, but it was too late. The protagonist was approaching the dragon at the speed of light. Suddenly, a powerful lightning discharge appeared from the black thunder clouds, which immediately flew swiftly into the ground. The dragon looked around dazedly, trying to find its prey. Lime held the sword in his hand, charging it with his magical energy. There was only one chance. He had to kill this thing with one blow or it would blow the place apart. A gleam of determination flashed in the kid's eyes, and he used a darkness sword strike. His eyes burned with a violet magical color. The dragon didn't have time to think of anything, but suddenly all this great power came crashing down on him. The last thing he saw before he died was the sword of Lime. A second later, there was a deafening rumble, and shards of rock flew in different directions. The monster was defeated. A plaque with information immediately appeared in front of the guy. The Reborn has completed the task awakening of the 3rd level. Received new black magic spells. Received a new item PM Jolner for killing a dragon. The examiner watched all this with amazement. He had never met such an unconventional individual before. He should have been reported to the principal immediately. Haig, together with his friend, pressed himself against the wall and watched it all with horror. He could not say a word, but just stared with frightened eyes. The elf princess looked at the protagonist with her eyes wide open in amazement and could not believe her eyes. She didn't understand how this guy had such power. Lime stood there as if nothing had happened. It looked like the combat test was over. The boy adjusted his hood and looked away. The academy was truly huge. Its courtyard contained several buildings, and the main building, which towered with its sharp spires into the sky. Lime and her friend were standing at the entrance. The elf was clenching her hands into fists, and it was obvious that she was very worried. Smiling, the girl said that she had no doubt that Lime would pass the exam. For some reason, she was enrolled too, even though she didn't mind. The guy turned to her and said in a calm voice that she was the one who first challenged the dragon after all. The girl grinned and, as if proud of herself, said, "If so, that makes sense." Lime asked, "So the girl's full name is Tiara Letitia Nilf?" The elfess smiled and said that was right, but it was too long, so let the guy just call her Letty. Suddenly, the girl twitched as if seeing something strange. Taking a quill, she began to write something. Lime watched her movements in surprise. The girl walked over to the nameplate with the names of the students and crossed out the word nameless individual, which was written opposite the race of the main character, and wrote the name Lime. Turning around, she smiled broadly. It would be like that now, since the guy already had a name. Lime smiled embarrassedly and squinted his eyes. He seemed to be embarrassed. Soon they came to a huge, spacious hall of white color. A man in a white uniform brought them a bundle of clothes. Soon they changed their clothes and looked like real students of the academy already. The elf princess was very happy. Apparently, the uniform was to her liking. A man in white robes approached them, holding out their robes and a book. He said that now these were their training robes and books. Lime took his robe and immediately threw it over himself, throwing his hood over himself out of habit. The man said they are in a dormitory. They have to pass a selection test to get a place in the dormitory before they can join. Another test? The guy was annoyed. What kind of rule is that? It was obvious that he was getting fed up with the whole thing. The man nodded and said in a cocky voice that it was exactly like that. In their academy, the dormitory was divided by the level of magic in the students' bodies. Soon he brought out some strange thing wrapped in a white sheet and tied with ropes. The students, standing on the balcony, watched the whole thing carefully. The boys also perplexedly began to stare. The instructor smiled wryly and said he wondered how they would pass the test. A young man with straight blonde hair stands at the group meeting, his gaze serious. Did these two pass the combat test? He asks, not hiding his doubt. The next shot shows two students standing slightly behind, with unperturbed faces. I heard it was very tough this year. A whisper rumbles among the people present, emphasizing the tension of the moment. On the stage of the academy, where the fates of young warriors are decided in the blink of an eye, a young man with pale hair stands, glaring at two unsure recruits. Though at first glance you can't tell they're capable of anything, he doubts their strength, not believing that they are true fighters. In a hall where every whisper turns into an echo, a voice rang out, "Hey you." One of the recruits, Letty, raises her fist with inspiration and determination, preparing to prove her worth not only in words but also in deeds. Letty, determined to become a better warrior, hears her comrade's voice urging her to calm down. "Calm down. It's not that important right now," he says in an effort to ease the tension, seeing how ready she is to fight. Letty looked at Lime with intense scrutiny. "Lime, you're too kind to them." The words sounded cautionary, as if she knew something Lime didn't, and her concern was not only for him but for the common good. Lime, for his part, seemed lost in thought. "So, what's the point of this test?" he pondered aloud, as if trying to penetrate a veil of mystery that Letty might have already solved. Their dialogues, like threads intertwined in the weave of fate, foreshadowed the trials ahead in which Lime would learn not only secrets, but also lessons about his own goodness. The device the scientist was talking about seemed like something from the future. "It's very simple. Stand in front of the device. It will automatically analyze the amount of dark magic in your body," he explained, confident in every word. Lime only needed to touch his palm to the panel, and the results of their magical analysis would immediately appear on the screen. The enthusiastic scientist did not hide his pride in his creation. "This machine is the latest model. Just recently the Academy allocated money for it. We were so lucky to get it," he exclaimed like a child with a new toy. But his look immediately became puzzled as he added, "And that's why. It's simply impossible to fool this machine." Letty and Lime, standing side by side, exchanged glances. The test, which had seemed simple at first glance, was now a test not only of their abilities, but also of their honesty. "And so, first up will be Miss Letty, please," the scientist said, pointing to the instrument. Letty, though embarrassed, seemed determined. The adventure was just beginning, and it promised to be full of discovery. Letty approached the device. Her palm touched the cold glass, and immediately the room was filled with light. She eyed the device and the scientist, waiting for results, but her eyes read something more than curiosity. Maybe she feared an answer, or maybe she was waiting for it as confirmation of her hopes. The room suddenly became quiet, and a series of symbols appeared on the screen. Letty held her breath, trying to decipher their meaning. The scientist, who had been watching the process, suddenly turned pale, his lips quivering in surprise. "What the hell?" he burst from him. What the device showed was clearly beyond his expectations. Letty, equally surprised, waited for an explanation. At that moment, the story took a new, unexpected turn. The scientist, still stunned by Letty's results, tried to find a logical explanation. "She's a princess of a rare race of dark elves, right? That's probably why the system enrolled her in this dormitory," he pondered aloud. His words reflected an attempt to meld scientific knowledge with the myths and legends of the dark elves. Then his gaze shifted to Lime, who stood quietly, gathering his wits. "Next, Lime," the scientist said briefly, dismissing the doubt. Lime approached the machine, his hand resting on the panel. He seemed calm, but there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "Though we'll measure your strength, I don't expect much from you. You're a goblin, after all," the scientist continued, but his words didn't seem offensive, more like he wanted to play a joke on Lime to relieve the tension. Lime only nodded, preparing to learn the truth about himself. "I've been checking my vitals for a while now," he replied, anticipating that the machine might produce results that would surprise not only the scientist, but the entire academy. As soon as Lime touched the device, a swirl of dark energy erupted around him. "I wonder how much stronger I've gotten." His voice was calm, but there was a sense of power in his words. The atmosphere in the room changed, becoming as if charged with this invisible power. The scientist looked at what was happening with wide eyes. "What is it?" he blurted out as the symbols on the screen began to flicker and change, reflecting the power that Lime carried within him. The walls of the room shook with a power that not even the Academy's magical devices could contain. It was a moment of truth that would reveal Lime's true potential, and perhaps reveal secrets that even he himself did not suspect. The girl squeezed her eyes shut so that the shards from the shattered apparatus wouldn't hit her face. An unimaginable wind began to whip up around her. Lime stood stunned beside the destroyed machine, smoke billowing from it. The scientist wondered how such a thing was even possible. He had seen it for the first time in his life, and he couldn't believe it. Fuck. Lime thought to himself. He'd overdone it this time too, and now how do I explain it? The scientist was furious. It was the newest machine. It cost 500 gold pieces. The scientist's grief was unquenchable. Lime just stood there, scratching the back of his head, looking into the eyes of the dazed scientist. He said that this machine had recently been purchased by the Academy, and it had worked perfectly well before this guy. What do we do with his test now? The kid just apologized in embarrassment. He didn't mean for this to happen. Now that made it harder. He had to explain the failure of the machine somehow. The scientist continued to get angry. As punishment, he would put the boy in the weakest of the dormitories. The man pointed his finger directly at the boy, who just stood there and flapped his eyes. Letty was horrified when she heard that. How could she? Now he would live with the weakest members. Lime stood there, unsure of what to do. Shit. If they put him in the worst dorm, he'd never meet the principal at this rate. A whisper fell among the students. Everyone was discussing what had happened. No one could believe that a freshman could break the newest machine, but he paid no attention to them. He now had to figure out some other way he could meet with the director. He lowered his gaze, trying not to show it. Soon night fell. The windows of the dormitories were darkened and all the students were getting ready to go to sleep, because tomorrow they were going to study hard. The boy sat on his bed staring blankly at the notification screen. He hadn't even gotten undressed in time to get ready for bed. Too many unforeseen events had happened that day, and he'd need to think it over. And so his main goal at the moment was to become the best student of the Academy. His eyes lit up with excitement and confidence. Kill him and seize all territories belonging to King Dior. However, because of his own mistake, he was assigned to the lowest-ranked dormitory, and what to do now? His mind was swarming with thoughts. He had to come up with a plan to get out of this difficult situation. Maybe in the future he could transfer to Lucifer's dormitory with Letty, but he'd still have to try to pull that off. Suddenly something caught his attention, and the boy shifted his interested gaze to the side. On the table was a book that had recently been given to him by the scholar who had taken them into the dormitory. The boy took the small piece of paper. It was just what he needed. This was his chance. A happy smile stretched across the boy's face. He seemed to have found the right way. He stopped in front of a door with a sign that had obscure symbols on it. Well, there was no turning back. If he wanted to realize what he had planned, he would have to act decisively. A girl sat in front of him and asked with a surprised look, "Does he really want to apply for the magic tournament?" Lime nodded his head affirmatively and pulled the very same piece of paper out of his pocket, showing it to the girl. Academic tournament, it is quite a challenge. It requires indescribable concentration and strength from each participant. This tournament is held once a year to find the strongest mage among the students of the Academy. This tournament is a centuries-old tradition of the Academy, and anyone can participate in it. The winner will receive a magical treasure prepared by the founder of the Academy, Dior. This prize is the highest value in the Academy. Simply put, the prize itself will be presented personally by the principal. This is a chance to personally meet him face to face. The boy's eyes were burning with determination. He had to act here and now. He stood in front of the application window. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that he had entered the Academy only 2 days ago. The guy nodded his head affirmatively. She said that a magic tournament is a pretty dangerous event. He understands that, doesn't he? Although anyone can participate, it's not recommended for freshmen to show up at the tournament. Annoyed, Lime said that he was aware of that and wanted to participate anyway. The girl sighed tiredly and asked him to wait a couple minutes, then withdrew in an unknown direction. The pen moved quickly over the piece of paper, tracing out the symbols one by one. There was a magic crystal on the table next to it, glowing blue. The girl said they had a strange freshman come in for an appointment. The man in glasses, sitting on a chair, said that he was the kid who broke the measuring instruments. The girl asked if she should refuse the application. The man's face stretched into a predatory smile. He shook his head negatively. No, she shouldn't. We should let him sign up for the tournament. The girl nodded. A few moments later, she reappeared in front of Lime. She slipped him an application slip and told him that he had been accepted into the tournament, but let him keep in mind that the organizers were not responsible for his safety at the tournament. The boy nodded this time too. He was aware of the danger he was taking. This was his one chance, which he was obliged to take. There was no other way. The boy's determined look spoke for itself. At this time, the elf princess was washing herself in her shower. She thought that she was very lucky to have met Lime after all. He had even saved her life. It was as if the prince had swept her up in his arms. The girl dreamily closed her eyes, and the events of recent days flashed through her imagination. But then she quickly came to her senses. After all, then this guy had ruthlessly thrown her away. What was she thinking about now? Soon she came out of the bathroom, sat on a chair and began brushing her lush hair. Her cheeks flushed. She thought she saw something majestic in his figure. A slight blush of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks. It was as if she couldn't take her eyes off him. It was as if she never wanted to leave him. Suddenly she twitched. The girl didn't understand why when she thought of this guy her heart was beating so hard. It was something strange. Night had already dominated the street, and all the students had long since settled into their beds to rest before tomorrow's tests. The kid was lying in his bed pretending to be sound asleep, or maybe he really was. Suddenly he heard a strange sound coming from outside. Lime opened his eyes and looked warily in that direction. He jumped to the roof of the building and landed deftly on the slippery tiles. The guy with a loud voice summoned the goblin priestess. After a second, a vortex of dark energy began to form around him, and the face of the priestess appeared. In a cocky voice, she said she was here, ready to do his bidding. The protagonist's face was serious, half hidden by a hood. Lime said he had a favor to ask of her. He'd need her abilities too. The boy hesitated as if searching for words. Suddenly he noticed that something was wrong. The goblin priestess was wearing an academy uniform. And why did she do that? It looked very ridiculous and strange. The Zadorn girl said that it was just a disguise, so that no one would reveal her. Lime sighed and said it wasn't necessary. But if she wanted to do it, let her do it. The boy said he needed to get married. The goblins explored the school using his ghostliness. She nodded with a smile and said she would do the master's bidding. Suddenly, a magical aura could be felt in the air. The boy pulled back his hood to get a better look at who had come to him. It was the same goblin fairy. She waved to him in a friendly manner and told him that she had delivered the girl to the village. Right now, she was in the care of Lime's little sister. Smiling, the boy thanked the fairy for her help. This girl really needed protection, so some more evil demon couldn't get a hold of her. The boy got busy and embarrassedly asked the fairy for one more favor. Even though she had just returned, could she and the priestess draw him a map of the academy? Mapu. The fairy was surprised at such a strange wording. The guy sighed and said it meant map. Draw a map of the academy's terrain. I sighed. Right away he would have told her so. She could draw a mappa. He's here, right? The fairy's eyes took on a serious tone as if she was looking for someone. Lime wrapped himself even more tightly in his hood and nodded affirmatively. He said, heading straight for him. And there he was, mystified and anticipating. No one knew about his mysterious plan. The guy stood on the roof of the academy and looked thoughtfully at the main building, above which the white glowing disk of the moon was already rising. Well, their secret mission starts now. The guy's voice sounded more confident than ever. The first place they would head to was the tower of the headmaster of the Magic Academy. It was like a tall mountain above all the other buildings. The guy was racing across the rooftops like some kind of mercenary. He had to be as stealthy as possible, so as not to draw attention to himself. He moved as nimbly as if he had been doing it all his life. His footsteps could be heard twice in the silence of the night. He had to use shadow camouflage to avoid being seen by anyone. A purple blanket of magic enveloped his body. It helped only partially to conceal his presence. He stopped at the window and listened intently to the conversation inside. There was a light on outside the window. Someone must still be awake. There were several people sitting at a huge long table. Apparently, they were the highest ranks of the academy who managed everything that was going on here, and there was some important dialogue between them. At the head of the table sat a man with a long gray beard, dressed in a light blue robe. He was the headman of the Wesker Council. Also there, all business, is a woman dressed in a gorgeous purple dress. Her eyes were of cunning and guile. It was the head secretary of the Magic Tournament Management Office, Mylene. Beside them, there was a man with glasses and a serious expression. It was Eddie's teacher. There was another man in their company. He had bright red hair, and his head was crowned with 2 large horns. He was the student council president of the Dragon Lord Kaya. Eddie's teacher adjusted his glasses and said in a concerned, serious tone that he was dangerous. An extreme degree of concern and even fear could be heard in his voice. He said that anything could be expected from this freshman. He is completely unsuitable for their academy. His existence here violates every age-old tradition of their institution. The council headman said in a calm voice that he was the only one who could defeat the feed dragon in the entrance test, right? The head secretary confirmed. They didn't expect anyone to be able to defeat it. But they were very wrong. The head elder thought about it and realized that this guy was extremely strong for his age and level. Eddie's teacher wouldn't let it go. He irritatedly said that, moreover, this goblin kid, Eddie's teacher, didn't stop. He said that their school doesn't accept the strongest people. It accepts the noblest people. This student is just a goblin, a member of the lowest race. This is unthinkable. They can't allow him to study at their academy. How will they be able to look the headmaster in the eye after all this? The old man asked. And that was why they decided to let him participate in the tournament? The woman covered her face with a luxurious fan and nodded affirmatively. After all, students are warned in advance about the risks in the tournament. Death in these fights is nothing new. The old man fell silent. They have, as always, a cardinal solution to such minor problems. Eddie's teacher wouldn't stop. He indignantly said that, moreover, this kid is a goblin. How could they even let him take the exam? The woman replied that the head teacher allowed anyone to take the entrance exam. The teacher became furious. Was he the only one concerned about preserving their age-old traditions? The boy listened to all this attentively without making a sound. Everyone has the right to enter the academy. However, not everyone is happy to see a goblin here. It was strange. The elder was silent and listened to the 2 men squabble. He looked away as if noticing something there. In a serious voice, the old man said that since they had already decided everything, so be it. He would end the meeting for today. It was time for him to get ready for bed. Everyone got up from the table and started to leave. The secretary looked at him in surprise. Did he just approve of their actions? That didn't sound like their headman. Eddie's teacher appealed to the old age of the student council. He ordered him to adjust the competition table so that at the first battle, this freshman would face a representative of their race. Fury glittered in the teacher's eyes. These dragon men are the pride of their academy after all, so let them get rid of this misunderstanding. Kaya nodded obediently. He would fulfill his teacher's will. Fury glittered in his eyes, and a strange magical aura of incredible power suddenly formed around him. The main character was silently watching all of this. When he saw this dragon eater, he wondered, what kind of creature is this? Well, okay, he'd love to fight him. The boy wrapped himself even tighter in his cloak. The girl secretary covered her face with the fan even more. The aristocrat is channeling all his strength to get rid of some goblin, laughing. This situation really amused her. Eddie's teacher slapped his hands on the table and declared that this woman didn't understand anything. It was not only about his personal honor, but also about the honor of the whole academy. Our hero continued to watch everything going on from afar. He thought he wouldn't hear anything interesting anymore, so it was time to head back to his room. With a quick jump, he seemed to vaporize into thin air. The guy stood on the roof of the main building and watched the academy grounds. A goblin priestess was standing next to him. I found out. In the academy's library, she found a secret underground passage behind the bookcases. The goblin fairy said that she had, at that time, drawn a map of the academy as the master had asked. The boy gratefully took the piece of paper from her. He thanked his associates and said that was the end of it. They could go their separate ways. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and the guy turned around in the direction of the incomprehensible sound. The stranger held the handle of the ball tightly in his hands, the blade of which glittered in the darkness of the night. He was practicing hard, and was swinging his weapon in different directions while emitting battle cries. It was also one of the monsters, and it had 2 beast ears on its head. Amazing, practicing until deep into the night. Lime was starting to look up to this kid. The goblin fairy said he's been training here since she started mapping the academy. He is a member of the kobold race, after all. Seems to come from an inferior race and lives together with Lime in the same dormitory. The boy continued to train hard. It turned out that nothing existed for him but his sword, and the boundless desire to become the best of the best. Lime pulled his hood up even tighter, and thought that everyone had a hard time in this world in their own way. He had to go back to his room and rest now. In a few moments he was already in his room and had removed his hood. There was no need to hide here. The boy turned to the goblin fairy. His face was troubled. Something seemed to be bothering him. Was going to bed, and not even though I asked what he wanted. The guy whimpered and asked what she was doing in his bed, and indeed the little creature was sprawled out in the bed valiantly, as if that's what she needed to do. The girl asked irritably, "Isn't she cute? How could such a beautiful fairy sleep on a chair or on the floor?" You could hear the irritation in her voice. She offered him to sleep together. Hadn't he ever dreamed of sharing a bed with a beauty like her? He could hear the playfulness in her voice. The guy brushed it off. If he's stirring in his sleep, he could crush you after all, so let her fly out of here. The fairy looked at him in surprise, as if she was thinking of something. Suddenly the room was covered with magic smoke. And in a second, a beautiful girl of normal human height took the place of the little fairy. She said, "What if I did?" The boy became even more embarrassed. He wasn't used to seeing a stranger in his bed. He said wearily that she should just let him sleep. I laughed and said she was just kidding. If the goddess found out, she'd be punished, and his sister would be jealous. The fairy took back her usual appearance and said she was going to sleep, wishing the guy a good night. She went to bed and covered herself with a blanket and fell asleep. The kid was awake before going to bed. He would need to summarize everything he had learned during the day. There was a lot of information, and his head was exploding. He unfolded the map of the academy in front of him and began to study it carefully. Tomorrow was a big day, so he had to be prepared so he wouldn't screw up. The dining hall was dominated by excitement. Everyone sat at their tables and devoured their food. The students had to gain strength before they could participate in the tournament. Lime was sitting at his desk, eating soup and bread. He looked away and began to watch someone. In the distance, he noticed his new friend, Letty. She was talking to her friends at the table, as if she didn't notice anyone. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze to the side and seemed to notice the guy. There was surprise in her gaze, mixed with joy. As soon as she saw Lime, she waved animatedly for him to notice her. A big, beaming smile immediately appeared on her face. It seemed that nothing could upset this girl at all, and her friends turned to look at her questioningly. As he thought, keeping in touch with the girl that lives in the most elite dormitory, not so easy if he himself actually lives there. The guy was embarrassed and waved at her rather discreetly. He stared at the invitation list for the magic tournament. It would start in 5 days. Well, one had to be well prepared. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind and an unfamiliar voice sounded. The stranger asked if he could sit down. Lime mumbled something to himself. It was the same kid who practiced last night. He smiled and thanked the Lime. The guy looked over at him and immediately recognized him. This is the same guy who practiced last night. He asked Lime, he's new to living at all, and Sarah, he's from there too. Lime said hello kindly. Now they would be familiar. Suddenly embarrassed, the boy said he had overheard something. His voice sounded like it was trembling. He asked Lime, was it true that he had applied for the magic tournament? The boy shifted his gaze to him and replied indifferently that it was true. His eyes suddenly lit up with happiness. He wanted to say that he was too, but didn't have time. 2 people he hadn't noticed came up behind him. Someone's heavy hand with great speed was descending straight toward the guy. One of these guys, in a very unfriendly way, put his arm around the guy and said in a gruff voice, "Who let him eat at the table?" Lime shifted his embittered gaze to him. The boy hesitated and stammered. He said that all students could eat in the cafeteria. The guy's face showed that he was really scared. His abuser's name was Nero. He asked in a rage who let the dog into the dining room. He should be eating in the garbage. The poor man lowered his gaze and said under his breath that he hadn't broken any rules. Nero asked angrily, "What's he yapping about?" You could hear in his voice that he had no intention of reconciling. Lime, apparently tired of enduring this, grabbed the offender's arm and ordered him to stop. The boy gave him an angry look. Nero gave him an angry look and asked dismissively, "Who the hell is that?" Lime said without fear that he was a goblin, so he couldn't eat lunch now that he was of a lower race. Hearing this, the bully looked at him with an unkind look. So it's a rookie. His eyes changed, a predatory tone. He said he would explain to him brotherly, "What are the local rules?" He crunched his fingers. his associates already prepared to stand at attention. Now it looked like a fight was about to break out. Lime said he was all for it, and a magical aura suddenly began to form around him. Let them enlighten him. His new acquaintances watched the rapidly unfolding events with horror. What to do, after all? He had gotten into a fight because of him. There was the sound of impact, but Nero's accomplices watched in horror. They had not expected such a reversal. Lime pulled his hand away, and there was a red mark where he'd just been holding on. Nero fell to the floor, holding his bruised arm. The boy crouched down beside him and looked him straight in the eye. His eyes reflected coldness. He began to say in a calm voice, "Anyone can dine in this dining hall." It seemed that he was now ready to kill this bully. Nero squinted at him, holding his lambent hand. He did not rise. How could this be? One touch hurt so much. His friends started to talk him out of it. The boy tried to get up, but his strength was suspiciously low. The other guys said that this first year was rumored to have defeated the dragon in the entrance exam alone. Hearing this, the guy's eyes went wide with surprise. He struggled to get them up with a hum and ordered his underlings to leave immediately. Lime just stared at him in silence. Lastly, he pointed a finger at the guy and said that he had been spotted by the dragon men of the Flame Breath faction. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. He said he would be very curious. How would the newcomer handle them? The guy with the dog ears thanked Lime for saving him. He apologized he had to get into a fight because of him. Lime coldly replied that it was okay and he shouldn't take it personally. In fact, he said that he had also applied to participate in the magic tournament. He took up his sword. If his voice trembled, it was to everyone's nose, but still Each phrase came to him with great difficulty. The poor man sadly lowered his eyes to his sword. Such a weakling, he can't even fight back. His words were filled with despair. It was ridiculous to think that he could win at all. Lime just stared at him in silence and listened to every word. Suddenly he shouted that this guy's name is Buttercup. So his name is Arcadia Buttercup? The guy didn't know what to say, so he leaned back. Stammering, he said that yes, that's his name. Had he met him before? Lime told the man to keep his head down, simple. He didn't have time to finish the sentence. Arcadia Buttercup. In the future, this young man would handle a large army by himself, and will be the strongest swordsman on the continent. Among his enemies, he will be known as the Black Knight. At this time, the uncomprehending people just stared at him without saying a word. Eventually, they said goodbye. Buttercup already had to go, and he waved goodbye to his new friend. But Lime stopped him. Buttercup asked, "What's the matter?" The kid said he could train with him at night if he wanted. Buttercup didn't expect that and asked where he had seen him. You could hear the embarrassment and fear in his voice. Hearing this made the kid happy. He was all for it. Well, now they'll try together, then let them meet tonight. But Buttercup didn't have time to finish. Lime said in a serious voice to be honest with him. The boy didn't know what he was talking about and stared at his friend questioningly. Lime said that if he was not mistaken, and Buttercup's sister is a nun serving in a church in the territory of the god Chanel, one of the Great Seven. Buttercup was shocked. How did he know? Lime replied that he had heard various rumors. The boy told Buttercup to listen to him carefully. Soon his sister would go to a village bordering human territories for missionary work. When that happens, let Buttercup tell her to go home without looking back. Let him consider it a long return for the incident in the dining room. Let his sister be careful, said the boy with alarm in his voice. Lime gave himself the most serious look possible. He asked Buttercup if he had got it right. The man only looked at him fearfully and replied in a stammering voice that he understood and would do everything. Lime smiled again, assuming his usual friendly look, and waved and said they'd see each other soon. He was about to go about his business when the fairy swept past him. She asked indignantly, "Is he up to something again?" The guy evasively replied that maybe he was. To himself, he thought that the information he had just said should change Buttercup's life. His plan is to wake him up while keeping his sister alive. The guy stood in front of the coffin where his sister was lying. A few days later, midnight, behind the academy, the guys, as promised to each other, started practicing with each other. Sword strokes cut through space. Buttercup looked forward joyfully. He had done it. The boy's eyes were filled with unconcealed delight. He was able to make such a cut with an ordinary sword. Lime turned to him. He said that the guy had been practicing every night after all, so such a result was quite expected. Buttercup couldn't believe his eyes. He denied everything. It was all thanks to the advice of his new friend. He didn't know that his strikes could be improved simply by enchanting his sword. Lime smiled and thanked his friend for his kind words. Buttercup looked at his sword, his face reflected in the blade, and a worried look on his face. Tomorrow was the first day of the tournament. He had to prepare. Buttercup annoyedly said that he thought this was their last training session. He held his sword in his hands and gently wiped it with a cloth. In such a short period of time, he had achieved a great result. He didn't give up and continued to stand his ground despite the fact that everyone thought he was weak. His true strength was determination. Buttercup listened to all this with his eyes wide open. Lime went on. Besides, he said, practicing with him every night, he realized something. His voice became determined. The kid looked at Lime with incomprehension. What other true abilities? Lime began to say usually latent abilities like Buttercup's powers are unlocked by a strong emotional shakeup. And frankly, he wished he could avoid that for Buttercup. Lime looked at him carefully. The boy continued, because if Buttercup experienced something like this, he would gain strength, but he would lose his mind completely. The boy listened to these speeches fearfully and did not know what to say. In the end, Lime sighed heavily and told Buttercup not to take it personally. It was just him thinking out loud. The guy then asked his friend to close his eyes for a second. Buttercup obediently complied with the request. Buttercup at this moment instantly applied the dark magic of shadow analysis. His eyes lit up with dark magic and he began to scrutinize Buttercup's internal state. It happened just as he thought it would. All of this man's dark magic is in a sealed state. It's like these iron chains are keeping a rabid beast under control. Lime realized that Buttercup had been growing with similar restrictions all his life. It was affecting his internal and external state, and something had to be done about it. He ordered Buttercup not to move. Suddenly, the guy felt as if magical energy was passing through his body. He couldn't move a finger, but he felt that something was wrong. After a second, it was over. Lime put a friendly hand on Buttercup's shoulder and said that was the end of it. The boy looked at him perplexed. Putting on his hood, the protagonist began to walk away in the opposite direction. Buttercup crouched perplexed on a rock. What had just happened? It was as if he had just been stabbed with spears. In parting, Lime tossed over his shoulder that their training was over for the day. Tomorrow would be a hard day. They needed to get ready. The boy nodded and said it was time to go. But still, he looked at his new friend perplexed, even fearful. Morning came. The events moved to the Great Colosseum, where the magical competition was to take place. The Colosseum was full of people screaming in anticipation of the magnificent spectacle, each of them cheering for their team. In the center of the Colosseum, the competitors appeared. Lime was among them. He was scrutinizing the people present and assessing his chances. His face was completely concentrated now. It was necessary to gather all his forces together to win by all means. Also, Buttercup was standing there as well. He looked around fearfully. It was the first time he had been in this position. There were too many people around and it was weighing on him. The dragonmen were coming out from the opposite side. Kaya was leading them. His face was full of determination, and his eyes glittered with anger and a desire for victory. Suddenly, a woman appeared from backstage. It was the secretary. In a loud voice, she began to speak. Everyone had been waiting for a long time, and now the day had come. The start of their all-time favorite magic tournament. This event has been held by their academy since its founding, and it has left no one indifferent. The crowd buzzed in anticipation of the spectacle. The woman continued. She said that the start of the event would be announced by their founder and everyone's favorite director, Mr. Dior. She sends him a word of welcome. Lime was wary. Determination gleamed in his eyes. Here it was, the moment was true. Now he would see this supreme demon. Magical energy began to spread everywhere, and the guy naturally felt it. Is this magic like goblin kinship? No. The connection seems to be coming from somewhere else. It's just a hologram. Soon an image of the headmaster himself appeared. In a thunderous voice, he said that everyone present was their future strength of the Royal Demon Army. His every word had a firmness to it. All the people present shouted enthusiastically. They put their fists upwards, saluting the academy principal. Letty lowered her eyes and concentrated, waiting her turn. Okay, thought the hidden goblin village suffering from the tyranny of this demon's manifestation. He would definitely win the tournament and kill that arrogant bastard. That was his main goal, the reason why he actually joined this academy. The kid was scrutinizing the sheet with the participants. He was trying to find out who would be his first opponent. Behind the glass, a mysterious world is hidden, and each bubble is like a small universe. The text dancing in the whirlpool of liquid is reminiscent of ancient runes. The character's gaze is focused and determined. He is on the threshold of a great discovery. The students at the School of Magic scream in surprise. Something unexpected and shocking happens off-screen, causing them to cry out for help. Lime finds himself the victim of a magical prank. He looks dumbfounded, as if one of his companions has done something surprising and incomprehensible. Letty, with 2 magical drinks in hand, is clearly behind this hilarious incident. Her cheerful question confirms that it was all just a good-natured prank. Letty and Lime were discussing the latest news of the academy in the shade of an ancient maple tree. "Geez, I just came to cheer you up," Letty exclaimed as a murmur erupted next to her. She felt her cheeks blush with embarrassment. Lime, her inseparable companion, only shook his head. "I understand, but why did you have to blush so much?" he asked with a slight rebuke. Her friend couldn't help but laugh, replying, "Come on, like I've committed some kind of crime." She waved her hand in the air as if trying to dispel the tension that had built up. Lime sighed, but there was a spark of interest in his eyes. "Speaking of which, aren't first years banned from the tournament?" he asked, turning to Letty. The girl looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with confidence. "No, the rules don't say that," she replied, already envisioning her name gracing the winner's board. Lime leaned over to Letty, squinting enigmatically. "Why are you wondering?" he asked, as if hinting at the girl's hidden intentions. "First years aren't welcome here, but no one's forbidding them from participating," he mumbled slowly, holding Letty's gaze on his own. Letty, for her part, merely shrugged and smiled slyly. "It's just," she replied, letting the words hang in the air. The secrets of her participation in the tournament were hidden behind those 2 words, and she knew that Lime was feeling a real challenge. Letty, with a smile in her eyes, jokingly remarked, "No, it's all right." She was surprised at how determined Lime was. "You just entered and immediately enrolled in the tournament." Her words overflowed with respect for his courage. Letty tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and said, "It's just that you seemed much calmer and more reserved to me, and you surprised me by doing that, that's all." Her voice sounded playful, enjoying Lime's slight confusion at her unpredictable decision. Sitting in the shade of the trees, Lime looked at Letty with a slight smile. "No, it's okay," he said, closing his eyes in pleasure. His relaxation was infectious. "If Letty knew why I was in this, she'd tell me off immediately," he continued, alluding to their bond of friendship where each of them strove to support the other despite all the pranks and antics. Letty, though trying to keep a serious face, couldn't hide a smile. "Geez, because you're asking yourself too much, Gadonja," she replied, knowing Lime was just being modest. "Oh, right." It suddenly dawned on her, and there was not only playfulness in her voice, but admiration for Lime's eagerness to prove himself. The story of their friendship and rivalry promised to be an interesting one. Lime was handed a small, neatly tied pouch. Its weight in the palm of his hand was almost weightless, but its significance was great. Lime, sitting in front of Letty, held in his palm a small bag tied with a red ribbon. There was genuine curiosity in his gaze. What can this be? He seemed to be asking not only her, but himself as well. He gazed into it, genuinely surprised. What could be in there? He thought, weighing all the possibilities in his head. And suddenly, with a slight wave of his hand, Lime opened the pouch and something that looked like a clot of stars, tiny, glittering orbs, appeared in his palm. "Is it really?" he blurted out, his eyes glowing with wonder and admiration at the treasure that lurked within. Letty, with her eyes closed and a sweet smile, was munching on chocolate. Lime remembered everything. Did she want to give the dog away? The girl perplexedly ran her fingers over his fingers as if he'd just used them for a trick. "It's just, thanks to your chocolate back then at the introductions, I was able to give my best. Well, I guess so," Letty explained. "Yes, but don't misunderstand me," Letty exclaimed, a little embarrassed and at the same time concerned about how her words might be interpreted. "It's just a way of apologizing for what happened. Nothing more. So don't take this chocolate seriously." "No, you've got it wrong." Letty tried to correct the situation, her face expressing utter bewilderment. "God, what am I talking about?" purred Letty, covering her face with her hands, overwhelmed with emotion from this misunderstanding. Lime, with slight bewilderment, replies to Letty, "I don't know what you mean, but thank you." His words are full of sincerity despite his slight embarrassment at her gratitude. "First time someone other than my sister has shown me such kindness," he continues as if opening his heart. The surprise in his eyes is replaced by warmth. Letty, on the other hand, though trying to maintain her seriousness, suddenly exclaims, "D fool." Her reaction is full of emotion. She clearly did not expect such a reaction from Lime. And then, as luck would have it, the clock on the tower announces the start of something important. "Oh, the start of the tournament is just around the corner," Letty says, her voice filled with excitement for the challenge ahead. Letty shouts out enthusiastically, "You've already done it, Lime." Her face glows with confidence and support. She has complete faith in her friend's abilities. They clash fists in a show of camaraderie and mutual respect, ready for the challenge ahead. But the next moment, Lime, with his hand raised in a parting gesture, walks away, leaving Letty bewildered. Apparently, it was time to act and prove her fortitude in practice. Letty looks under her fingernail with genuine embarrassment and says, "What the hell is going on with me?" Her excitement of embarrassment is out of the ordinary. The arena erupts in applause. Lime stands out among the freshmen by defeating a thunder dragon, and the audience pays tribute to him by loudly applauding his courage and strength. Lime, standing in front of the arena, ready for a new challenge, feeling the support of everyone present. In this moment, he is not just a student. He is a hero who has taken the first step towards his legend. The guy's opponent was the Dragon Lord from the Lucifer dormitory, Orphan Escudo. The guy's face was full of confidence. He was a member of the Flame Breath faction and their right-hand man. The girls clearly welcomed this handsome man. He was clearly their favorite. The guy reciprocated them. He said that these girls were as beautiful as ever. The secretary sat in her seat together and asked Eddie's teacher if it was too suspicious to put Basil from the Dragonlance faction in the first fight of a newcomer's second fight. Eddie replied that they were doing serious business here, not playing games. The elder sat in his main seat and silently watched the scene, stroking his malleable beard. The herald asked Lime if he should be provided with a weapon. The lad shook his head in the negative and said it was not necessary. Orphan smiled widely. It looked like this fight was going to be fun for him, but for his opponent it would be over very quickly. The referee waved his hand and ordered the fight to begin. Now the fate of one of the contestants would be decided. Orphan was confident in his strength. He would finish him off in an instant. Dragon Master skill, Wyvern mode. The guy used his strongest spell and air on magic wings, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The girls sat on the stands with their mouths open in amazement and looked at the handsome man with amorous gazes. He soared straight up into the sky. He's going to smash that goblin to the ground. The guy's body began to be covered in dark magic, and he used his magic covering spell. A jet of red flame began to fly quickly towards the Lime. The guy who took the form of a dragon flew at his opponent at a great speed. This newbie is going to be the end of him. I just watched silently, thinking that this was all a bit too easy for a dragon lord. Suddenly, the earth beneath the kid's feet began to crack. He hardly heard it. After a second, thick chains began to burst out from underneath the ground. They quickly entangled the kid's legs, preventing him from moving. This was his stealth attack. Lime turned back in surprise. The chains had already completely entangled his body, and now he couldn't move at all. The Elf Queen looked at all this with incomprehension. She began to worry about her comrade. At this time, the dragon finally accelerated and flew straight at the boy. Did he really think the dragon would fight fair? In a moment, it would catch up with its prey and tear him to shreds. A magical blade was formed in his hands, blazing with red flames. Lime just stood there, unable to move, and watched his opponent approaching him. For a second, fear flashed in his eyes. He had to act decisively or he would be finished now. The stands were cheering. Now their favorite would defeat the pathetic goblin. The girl was gleaming with happiness, watching her favorite. Letty watched in horror as her comrade was about to be sprawled on the ground. She cried out, but there was nothing she could do. But it was all right. Lime quickly freed himself from the shackles and put out his sword to block a powerful attack. It was the summoning of the shadow sword, Mjolnir. Escudo didn't understand what was wrong. How was this newcomer able to block his attack? But he didn't have time to complete his thought as he fell to the ground with a clatter. Lime soared through the air, ready to deliver a sharp, crushing blow. His opponent had no time to realize it before the heavy hand and the ball came down on his neck. The blow was so strong that it pounded the guy into the ground, shards of rock flying in various directions. Lime said in a calm voice that it seemed his opponent couldn't get up anymore, so the fight was over. This seemed to be a regular thing for the guy. The judge announced the winner in a trembling voice. From the excitement, no one expected this turn of events, but it didn't make the sight any less beautiful. The teacher and secretary sitting on the bleachers were shocked. How was this even possible? They could not find words to describe their amazement. The elder silently watched all of this. He realized that this guy's stock of dark magic was equal to the SSS rank. Even an old man like him found it hard to hide his surprise. At this time, Letty was jumping with happiness. She was thrilled that her friend had defeated such a strong opponent. Lime walked calmly down the corridor, as if this battle had made no impression on him. And so his first battle was over. Suddenly he heard something strange to the side. It was his sister Lilia, and with her the very girl he had recently rescued from the demon's hands. A fairy flew up to him and said that these two wanted to see him fight. They said they had a duty to support their brother. Lily was amazed. She said that her brother had done a really cool job on that guy. The girl he had just saved said in a shaky voice that he was unbelievable. Lime walked over to them and stroked both of them on the head. With warmth in his voice, he said he was glad they liked it. The girl with green hair timidly held out a small bundle to him. She didn't know what to say, so she just stuttered. The girls had worked so hard for this. Lime began to unwrap the package, curious to see what was inside. And inside was a flavorful pie that the girls had baked especially for him. It was incredibly sweet and touching. The guy looked at the girl and asked, "Her name is Miyu, right?" She looked at him warily, and my cheeks flushed a little. He smiled warmly and thanked the girls for such a beautiful gift. He was very pleased that these two had come to support him at such an important moment. Miyu told the guy to try his best in the next round, properly clenched his hands into fists, and enthusiastically said that they would cheer for him because of all their strength. The guy came to his little room to get some rest and prepare for his next fight. Now round 2 is about to begin. Suddenly he heard some strange sound like a door opening. The boy quickly shifted his gaze in that direction. An unfamiliar girl burst into the room and cried out anxiously that there was trouble. His companion seemed to be badly hurt. He felt a chill inside him. Something had happened to his sister. He quickly ran out of the room, trying to save his family. Lime ran outside, trying to find his friends and family. They had to be here somewhere. He frantically shook his head in different directions. I'm trying to find someone, but the street was empty. Suddenly, there was some figure behind his back that was exuding strong magical energy. The guy still tried to find his friends, but he paid attention to the sudden opponent too late. His legs were suddenly entangled with spiky plants. Now he could not move. Lime lowered his head. He just walked into a trap, and a pretty cheap one at that. They'd used his relationship with his little sister to lure him here. How despicable. A blindfolded woman was holding some sort of magical crystal in the air, and chuckled quietly. It was the same girl from the Draconid clan. However, it wasn't that simple. These plants didn't seem to pose any danger to him. Indeed, with his strength, in one move, the guy broke the shackles. The girl had already realized that, but she had a trump card up her sleeve. She wouldn't be the guy's opponent. The rest of the clan began to converge from different directions, ready to rush at the guy in a minute. He found himself surrounded by enemies on all sides. At the head of them was the headman. He said that the tournament could wait, but right now he would fight against the entire Draconid order. His eyes burned with determination and bloodlust. "We'll finger the main character," he screamed for the pathetic goblins to prepare for his death. Lime looked at him blankly. He was not afraid of anything at all, and in principle these people posed no danger to him. The girl who had originally bound his legs with magic plants mockingly asked, was he at a loss for words from fear? Lime remained silent. He was calculating in his mind the time left before the tournament started. Only 3 minutes left. He mumbled it to himself. The clan chief asked angrily what he was muttering about. Lime repeated that there were 3 minutes left before the next battle started, so they better get it over with quickly. The Draconid's eyes lit up with fire. He was furious at being treated like this. Lime cast his spell to end it all quickly, for he was getting tired of these games. But from behind, another Draconid jumped at him, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to his back. The guy drew his sword and blocked a powerful blow. In his hand, a bright purple-colored spell appeared. It was dark magic, hellfire. He released the spell straight at his opponent. But the Draconids weren't slumbering either. They used a simultaneous attack that the guy couldn't dodge. A huge fireball flew straight at Lime. The opponents were already celebrating their victory, but it was too early to rejoice. There was delight on their faces, mixed with surprise. But then something happened that neither of them expected. Lime dodged all the attacks and in a second was already behind the backs of his attackers. With a single swing of his sword, he struck several people at once, releasing one powerful wave of dark magic energy. They didn't even have time to react as the purple magic pierced through them. One of them flew into a tree with tremendous force and hit it, rendering him unconscious. His eyes watered. He couldn't even move after such a powerful, crushing blow. The clan headman became furious and had already taken on full dragon form, expounding flames in different directions. How dare this little guy stand up to them? The huge dragon opened its fierce eyes. Around him, flames were streaming in different directions, ready to destroy all living things in its path. The dragon lunged forward with the clear goal of incinerating that little annoying goblin in one fell swoop. The dragon roared, its roar echoing for miles around. But Lime was ready for that too. He concentrated all his dark magic in one hand and prepared to deliver a crushing blow with his enhanced fist. A moment passed as his hand studied under the jaw of the huge dragon, delivering a blow. The dragon, unable to react in time, received a powerful blow. His head was thrown high up. Without wasting a second, the boy prepared to deliver a final blow to the enemy's torso. He'd already tried it on and concentrated all the power he had. Many sparks of magic flew in different directions. A split second later, Lime's fist made contact with the dragon's torso, imprinting it deeper and deeper. It all worked out as the guy planned. His opponents didn't even have time to realize anything. The dragon roared in pain, but it was all over for him. The long tail of the dragon flashed in the air, and then the monster fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, with thick puffs of dust spreading out in different directions. Draconid had been defeated. He had taken his human form and now lay exhausted on the earth. He was breathing heavily, unable to move a finger. So now it was over. But then Lime jerked himself back as if remembering something. There was another enemy lurking in the back of the building. How could he have forgotten about him? The girl was shaking with fear and tried to hide from the guy behind a stone pillar, but it was all in vain. Lime approached her, and the girl bowed her head as if recognizing his superiority over her. She was silent, afraid to utter a word, for this man could kill her in an instant. Lime calmly asked her how much time was left before the second round started. The girl didn't understand the questions at first, and only looked at him in surprise. But then she realized, and pulled out a stopwatch and said in a trembling voice that there were 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Her hands were shaking with fear. Lime said cheerfully, "That was great. He would make it to the arena in time." The girl looked back at him with fear. She didn't understand how this guy was able to handle them all in such a short time. Lime didn't even turn around and walked in the opposite direction. She was left sitting alone, dumbfounded, trying to understand what had just happened. But in her heart, she was glad to be alive. The second round of the academic tournament had arrived. The next contestant was Lime, and his opponent was Draconid. But it looks like his opponent is late for the competition. If he didn't show up now, his absence would be counted as a technical defeat. He still didn't show up, and the judge announced in a trembling voice that the winner of this round was Lime. The boy scratched the back of his head and thought, which of those draconians was he supposed to fight? Lily and Miyu were sitting on the bleachers. I was watching everything with dumbfounded looks. Did the fight really end so quickly? How could it be? Eddie's teacher couldn't find a place to sit. How did this happen? What had happened? The elder smiled and laughed and said that this boy was lucky. The old man had a look of unconcealed joy on his face. Letty clenched her fists in excitement. Great. Good luck on their side. It was obvious from the girl's face that she was very worried about her comrade. Lily was happy too. They clapped their hands together with their friend. The girl didn't understand how come baby brother won. The judge reached out to the guy and announced that the winner was once again a Lime. Eddie's teacher had already lost all hope. He just sat in his chair holding his head. His plan didn't seem to be working. Suddenly he saw a familiar face. His lips pursed, uttering the phrase, "Did he come after all?" A joyful smile stretched across his face. Well, it had been quite a while since they'd seen each other. Lime stood looking at his future opponent. Before him stood his old acquaintance, Arcadia Buttercup. Not a trace of the indecisive boy he had known. Now before him stood a brave warrior who was ready to accept any challenge of fate. Lime's eyes glowed with dark magical energy. He began to speak. In a grateful voice, he said that thanks to Lime, he was able to become stronger. And he was happy to meet him in the finals. He smiled. It seemed his plan had worked and Buttercup's sister wasn't dead after all. He smiled and said that he too was glad to see his friend in his opponent's place. While the final battle was about to begin, Buttercup drew his sword ready to attack. Something happened that no one expected. People wanted to say so much about it before, but there was no chance. Suddenly the guy dropped the sword from his hands and raised them up. He said he was giving up. Everyone was shocked. Despite everyone's bewilderment, Buttercup began to speak. He said that he was really grateful for everything Lime had done for him. Therefore, he wanted to thank him for everything, and decided that in the final battle, he would give him the victory. It seems the protagonist didn't share his enthusiasm. He said in a disgruntled voice that it wasn't fair. He was looking forward to finally fighting him in the finals. If he's grateful to him, then let him fight him in a fair fight. Buttercup asked him in a defiant tone, "Is he sure about this?" The boy drew his sword, which suddenly began to exude incredible power. His face transformed, and if that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. The guy's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, that's great. Lime was excited to see what people had accomplished in such a short time. Well, the fight has begun. Buttercup rushed straight at his opponent with a determined look. This is going to be a magnificent fight. Lime was prepared for his comrade to not hold back in this fight. His eyes blazed with determination, and a battle cry came out of his mouth. They clashed in a fierce fight. The entire stage began to shake from the powerful blows of their opponents. Stone shards and dust flew in different directions. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of the Academy. Their swords clashed, metal clashing, and the battle grew more and more intense. Dust and stones swirled around them. Each of their rivals was doing his best to win in a fair fight. As expected, he had no equal in swordsmanship. Lime understood that because people had been training hard all this time, and now he had become a true swordsman, the best of the best. Buttercup bounced to the side, dodging the blow, and cut through the clouds of dust with his sword. He gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to deliver another swift and accurate strike. He had honed his swordsmanship to its limits, and now he was unrivaled in that skill. All of this was thanks to the magic of the Dark Knight. The bearer of this title gains tremendous physical abilities, but he still hasn't reached his full potential. Magical defense to dodge and defend against Buttercup's attacks. Their swords were once again in a furious battle. It seemed like they were dancing some kind of frenzied mad dance. It was a breathtaking sight. Their swords flashed through the air like bows and musical instruments. The protagonist's sister, along with her friend, watched it all from the stand. Her eyes widened. She realized that this guy was stronger than anyone who had fought her brother before. Letty looked at it all with a dazed and admiring gaze. This was all turning out to be incredibly cool to her. It was the first time she had ever seen such a stunningly beautiful fight. Her eyes widened with amazement. Teacher Eddie stood up from his podium. He didn't care who this guy was, just let him finish this goblin off finally. The swords were flying in the air with such speed that it was hard to follow them with the normal human gaze. Both opponents were at the limit of their abilities. It was truly a historic duel. Lime skillfully repelled all of his opponent's attacks with his magic sword. But suddenly the guy stumbled on a small pebble that was in the arena. His body fell sideways, and now he couldn't stay on his feet. The guy was falling sideways, and Buttercup couldn't pass up an opportunity like that for a win. Now his opponent caught. The lad rushed towards him, thrusting his sword forward to deliver the final blow. Liam barely had time to dodge from the glowing sword blade that passed from his throat only a few centimeters away. It went sideways, and Buttercup flew forward before he could stay on his feet. It was a clever ruse. Now Lime took the initiative and swung his dark sword to deliver a crushing blow, called the best swordsman. At the last moment, he dodged that deadly attack. The guy bounced to the side, breathing heavily. He barely had time to slow down. His boots were tearing out from underneath him. Buttercup looked at his opponent with a gaze full of determination to win. This man was not so easy to break. Lime watched his every move intently. Was he able to fend off his blow and not even get hurt? Buttercup stood shrouded in the dust of battle. His heart was beating at a doubled rate. It was getting more and more interesting. Lime prepared to strike again. He stood firmly on his feet, clutching the cold hilt of his sword in his hand. Buttercup looked at his weapon. The blade had simply broken into 2 pieces from such a hard blow. His clothes were also torn. We crossed their gazes, Lime looking at him with a calm but determined gaze. Such battles are a real chance for him to test his abilities. The guy realized that his opponent was left unarmed and hid his magic sword as well. Buttercup looked at him in surprise. What was he up to? Why had he hidden his sword? Lime understood that the Dark Knight's magic was tied to shadow illusions. Still, he wanted to fight him as an equal. It wouldn't be fair if one of them didn't have a weapon. That's it. No illusions and no deception. Lime looked defiantly at his opponent, determination in his eyes. He looked at him with the same determination, a smile gleaming on his face. The battle had energized him, and now nothing could stop the two of them. Lime wanted to explain himself. Let Buttercup not misunderstand him. He's not going to use dark magic against him. He just wants to fight him face to face. Honestly, without any tricks or deceit. Buttercup smiled broadly, beastly fangs gleaming in his mouth. Well, let him try. Light magical energy swirled around him, filling his body with power with each passing second. Their gazes crossed again. It was a real friendly duel. They looked at each other no longer as friends, but as rivals fighting for some very important title. After adopting a fighting stance, the guys began approaching each other at an unthinkable speed to deliver the final blow. It was weird. Let them fight seriously, but for some reason people were having so much fun. He was sure Lime wanted to win, but he so didn't want it to be over. He enjoyed the process itself. With each punch, he could feel himself getting stronger and stronger. It was just incredible. The guys were already standing a few meters away from each other, and they could almost physically feel the incredible energy that was emanating from them. It was only seconds before they would clash. And then the 2 energy bombs collided with each other, and there was an explosion so strong that everyone's ears popped. Lime bounced to the side, barely slowing down in time. The ground around him crackled from the battle. The kid looked at his opponent in surprise. Something was wrong. It was as if something had changed in him, something incomprehensible but tangible nonetheless. Buttercup had indeed changed. He had transformed even more, and now his body was enveloped by a vortex of light magical energy. Did he really pump up his level while fighting with him? It was simply astonishing. Suddenly, Lime realized this was bad. He could lose this way. The guy shouted for Buttercup to attack more boldly. After accumulating all his magical energy in his body, he lunged at him like a beast. But suddenly, Lime realized he'd missed his shot. Could Buttercup have dodged with such speed? Buttercup stood in the dust cloud, but at the same time did not lose his vigilance. He watched every movement of his opponent. The protagonist turned around and looked at him with undisguised curiosity, and even a touch of fear. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. Buttercup swung his leg to deliver a crushing blow, and Lime barely had time to dodge such a crushing blow. Another second and he would have been frozen. The kid couldn't believe his eyes. Surely he wasn't imagining things. What he was seeing was beyond what he had imagined. Did Buttercup really unleash this ability so soon? Well, we'll have to try something else now. The boy has resumed his fighting stance. To defeat him, he would have to use all of his power. The guy clenched his fists, and a veil of dark magical energy formed around him, filling his body with every second. He swung around and hit his opponent with his fist with all his might, but the latter managed to put up a block. The Buttercup grasped his hand and smiled predatorily. At that moment, he looked like a beast that had finally caught its long-awaited prey. Buttercup had a firm grip on his opponent's arm and kicked him in the stomach with all his might. But Lime was ready for that too. He concentrated all his magic power to dodge. Buttercup didn't understand what was going on. Had he disappeared? Was it really just an illusion? Lime found himself behind his opponent in a split second. He didn't even have time to realize anything, but just looked at him with a frightened and surprised look. Buttercup had time to feel someone's presence, but he was unable to do anything. The speed was too great. In a split second, there was a tremendous blow to his back. Buttercup couldn't stay on his feet and flew off into the wall with great speed, driving the stone even deeper inside. The impact took his breath away. and all his internal organs felt like they were stuck to his back. He tried to keep himself from losing consciousness, but it cost him a great deal of effort. Ludi let his eyes skip and finally came to his senses. He was already out of his beast state, and now his body was slowly leaving his strength. He had hardly passed into himself, and the first thing he saw was the face of Lime, who looked straight into his eyes with a confident look. But suddenly his comrade's gaze softened, and in an affectionate voice he said Buttercup became much stronger. At that moment, the strength had already completely left the guy's body, and he fell to the ground with a thud, closing his eyes. At this point, the last battle of this tournament was over. The winner was determined. But the man at this moment had received a far more valuable reward than a simple victory. He gained true power. Eddie's teacher jumped up from his chair, his teeth bared as he watched. He was angry. His plan had failed, and the goblin had won the tournament. Lime thanked everyone present for their attention in a calm voice. He had a calm smile on his face, and his eyes were confident. The elder proudly handed him the winner's trophy. He said that this trophy was rightfully his. The elder looked at the boy with an attentive gaze, and seemed to be studying every inch of his body. He was interested in this boy primarily because of his incredible strength. But finally the Lime plan was almost realized. He nodded calmly and said he understood. Suddenly the old man stopped him with his booming voice. The old man looked at him with an interested gaze. In a calm voice he asked who he was. After all, it was only the first year. But they had already won the magic tournament, defeating the strongest students of their academy. This kind of thing didn't happen often, if not ever. Lime just turned around to look at him, and silently stared. It's not an understatement to say that this young man is one of the strongest students in the academy. Suddenly, Eddie's teacher's silhouette appeared out of nowhere. Lime stood and looked at them with an incomprehensible gaze, silently holding the goblet in his hands. Eddie's teacher ran up to him, his secretary standing beside him. There was a mask of horror and incomprehension on the man's face. He said for the boy already realized that he had been tried to be killed countless times in this tournament. There were anxious spectators in the stands. It was a shock to them. It was not allowed to be rude at the tournament. The voice said that those who dared to do so would be severely punished. Lowering his head, the man apologized for the young man having to endure all that hell. Lime smiled and said that there was no need to apologize. He had fought to win this tournament, and he was glad that he was able to challenge a difficult opponent. The boy looked at the gray-bearded old man carefully. This grandfather is a magician, and a very powerful one at that. He began to speak in a sad voice. All the stands froze in anticipation now. Something completely unusual was going to happen. Old man still is sad who told us he wanted Lime's personal opinion on what their academy was missing. The kid wondered. It turns out that the academy accepts students at any time. But as soon as he was inside those walls, he saw the exact opposite of the stated attitude. Eddie's teacher's words about his race came to mind. Also, he remembered Nero's words towards his new friend. He remembered that guy saying that kobolds shouldn't eat among demons. That spirit of racism permeated the entire academy. The guy thinks that the curriculum itself is not bad at all, but the discrimination comes from the heart of the academy, starting with the dormitory by rank, and ending with teachers discriminating against others based on race. Eddie's teacher, along with the secretary, didn't know where to put themselves in fear. Their eyes widened to the point where they looked like they were about to fall out of their orbits. The elder suddenly realized everything. Then he should fire those two first. He looked towards the teacher and the secretary. The old man thanked the boy. He would take all his words into consideration. After which, the old man retired backstage. Lime looked jeeringly in the direction of the teachers who had allowed themselves to treat all the students like this all this time. Eddie's teacher, along with the secretary, couldn't believe their ears. Could they really be fired? The women screamed that she had nothing to do with it. Shortly after the battle, Lime met up with his other Buttercup near the entrance to the Colosseum. Buttercup congratulated his friend on his victory with a smile in his eyes. Lime thanked him. He too was happy that his friend was his final opponent. His effort was simply superb. Lime had a friendly smile on his face. Buttercup stretched and nodded his head. That's right, he'd done a good job. The rays of the setting sun, and for nothing did the sky shine with its light. By the way, Lime said he wanted to ask Buttercup something, but he didn't get a chance to say anything. As soon as the boy heard that, he rushed at his friend. Shall I ask? Buttercup? He'll do anything if Lime says so. Finally something he can do for his friend. The main characters even got a little scared from such determination, and covered himself with his hands. This guy seemed to be a lot more determined than he looked at first glance. His voice became serious, and Lime said that he was going to leave the academy soon. His gaze became a little sad. When Buttercup heard that, he also felt sad. His friend had just gotten here and was already leaving. Lime replied that he had his own reasons for leaving this place. Lime, however, had one request. The boy hid his face even more tightly with his hood, and his voice made Sahim. Suddenly he raised his gaze and looked at the men. In a loud voice, he asked him if he could promise him that he would remain his ally for the rest of his life. Buttercup was a little taken aback by such a request. An ally? But they are friends as it is, Lime continued. He asked in a serious voice. Would Buttercup be able to call him his friend even if the king himself and his entire retinue declared him an enemy? Buttercup didn't understand anything at all. Why was he talking about such a thing so suddenly? Lime was silent and looked at his friend with a serious gaze. He didn't have much of a choice, but he wanted to have at least one ally in this world. Buttercup nodded his head in a friendly way. He agrees he will remain his friend forever after all. They shook hands firmly. Buttercup looked at his comrade with friendly warmth. He would never betray him no matter what the cost. Lime turned to his comrade one last time. Lastly, he wanted to tell him something important. Lime's voice was as serious as possible. He wanted to admonish his friend for the time to come. The guy said that Buttercup's sword skills had improved significantly. He only defeated him due to his tricks. Without that, he would have definitely lost. People wondered, had his skills improved? Lime waved goodbye to his friend. The sunset rays illuminated his figure and made him look like a fairy tale. His comrade also waved goodbye. He was full of hope that someday they would meet again, and no longer as adversaries, but as true allies. The sunset rays illuminated the tall towers of the academy with their warmth. Life went on there, but the protagonist had to move on, leaving behind the stages he had passed. The boy walked confidently along the paving stones, as if he didn't notice anything around him. He was moving towards new adventures, full of confidence in his abilities. Suddenly he heard whose voice it was. A funny voice. I was alert. The voice said to his very well acquainted, and someone's figures formed beside him, approaching the guy with quick steps. It was his sister Lily and her friend Miyu. They laughed and grabbed the guy by both arms in a tight hug. Lime was a little shocked at this sudden appearance. His sister laughed and said that she didn't expect anything less from his big brother. Along with them was the goblin fairy. She looked at the boy with a cheerful look and smiled. Miyu shyly said that Lim-san was very cool at that performance. His sister looked at him with a look of admiration. She said that she had told everyone in the village how Lime had beaten them all at once. Miyu looked at the boy with a pleading look and asked in a whisper if he would go to the village with them. The boy laughed and thanked the girls for coming to support him in the competition. A little in the distance stood the elf princess, and quietly watched everything happening from behind a large tree pillar. She didn't realize, who were all these kids? What were they doing here? A look of incomprehension shone on her face, she realized, and hid behind a tree with her arms around her head. And why is she hiding here in the first place? More goblins appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the boy with cheers of joy. They were glad to have their big brother back. The children surrounded him on all sides and greeted him with cheers of joy. They asked the big brother to play with them. The children stretched their hands toward him and looked at the boy with interest. He was wearing some very strange clothes that interested them. It looked really cool. The main character didn't know where to put himself. There were too many kids, and he felt a little embarrassed. The boy shifted his worried gaze to the side, as if he saw something important there. In the distance stood an old man, the oldest man in the village. He too had come to greet the boy and to inquire about his progress. He looked at him from under his bushy eyebrows and smiled silently. It was evident that the old man was very glad to see his pupil. In a joyful tone, the old man said that their village was beginning to prosper, and it was all thanks to just one person, and that was Lime. Everyone in the village was overflowing with happiness. At last, they had a peaceful and quiet life. The old man thought, this guy's advice on improving the quality of life in the village came in handy. Earlier, standing in the headman's hut, the boy said that the earth in their village is very unfruitful. There is not enough water and fertilizer to grow crops, hence the lack of food for all the villagers. Lime asked the old man why they decided to settle in this particular place. The old man thought for a moment and replied that they didn't really have much choice. Their people are persecuted by everyone wherever they go. He didn't even know what they should do. Should they start looking for a new land again? The boy smiled and said it was not worth doing. After looking around the village, he realized why they were having trouble farming. This land had been cursed by someone on purpose. The old man was surprised. Such news dumbfounded him. He asked the boy if he was sure of what he was saying. The boy was sure that there were magical seals all over the village, defiling the land by sucking the life out of it. That's the reason why the land is so unproductive, and almost nothing grows here. Lime was sure it was a goblin who had put those seals on me. It was someone more powerful, with hope in his voice. The old man asked the boy if he could break the seals. The old man clung to the hope that he could resurrect his village and give its inhabitants grace. In a confident voice, Lime said that of course he could do anything. Let them rely on him. After analyzing all the circumstances, Lime concluded that in order to destroy all the seals at once, it was necessary to destroy the largest seal that hangs over the village. Someone has deliberately trapped the goblins, forcing them to live in this land but not even giving them a means of sustenance. The boy began to pull his dreams out of their sheaths and prepare to free this village from the curse after all. With his gaze, he immediately identified the location of the most important seal. Whoever it is will pay for this. The guy swung his sword in a huge, powerful energy wave from magic and shattered the most important seal through the air. Well, it was all over now. With confidence in his voice, the boy told you that everything would now be fine from the village. The land was no longer cursed, and the water spring near the village would soon be restored. After that, happiness finally came to the goblin village. There was plenty of food and everyone had a job and their own occupation. Lily said that since her brother had come to visit them, would he like to try their new dishes? The girl's eyes shone with joy. The rest of the goblin children lit up with happiness. They would have a feast. Cheers of joy began to be heard everywhere. Lime smiled and said he'd love to be a part of it. He wanted to rest after all the adventures he'd had. Soon they started cooking. All the tables were overflowing with delicious food, and the fragrant smell was spreading everywhere. And just like that, his weekend in the goblin village was over. The food that her sister and her friend had prepared was really delicious. On this day, bright smiles adorned the faces of all citizens. The guy thought that if the goblin goddess saw all this, she would be very happy. At this time, the woman from above was watching all of this. A fleeting smile flashed across her face, but only a little bit would make her happy. The events moved to the house where Lime slept. He had had a good rest and was now full of energy for new accomplishments. Lily and Miyu burst into the boy's room and started to wake him up. There was a glint of joy in the girl's eyes. They were very happy to see him. The guy greeted them with a gentle voice, and a wide smile stretched across his face. He was also very happy to see them. "Well, it's time for him to go back to the academy now," said the boy sadly. He didn't want to leave this cozy place, but the adventure was waiting for him. The girls were surprised so soon. "But he just arrived yesterday, why so soon?" The girls smiled. Since the guy was already leaving, they would like to give him a small gift. Miyu extended her hand to him. Lime accepted the gift. It was a small bracelet with colorful stones. He looked at it in surprise. What was it? Miyu looked at it with admiration and said that she made this bracelet together with Lily. His sister said it's an amulet. It will protect little brother from everything bad. Lily's eyes filled with happiness. She really wanted to keep her favorite little brother safe. The boy looked at the gift with gratitude. He had already managed to put it on his hand. He thanked the girls sincerely for the surprise. It was time for him to go, and the girls waved goodbye to him. They would look forward to his return. A goblin fairy flew into the room. "So," she asked the guy, "is he going to have an audience with the king? He's going to be tough to beat." With confidence in his voice, the guy told the woman not to worry. He already had a plan. Lime's eyes sparkled with confidence. He looked sternly ahead. "The boy won't lose by any means." The fairy hesitated. This was very strange. The boy's confidence even frightened her a little. After all, this adventure promised to be dangerous, even deadly. Very thoughtfully, the girl asked, "Then how does the guy know everything about him?" She quickly flew up to the guy's very face. "Is he definitely a goblin?" There was a look of disbelief in her gaze. Lime looked at her with confusion. What did she suspect? After a moment, he grinned wryly. Of course, he's just a regular goblin. No need to worry about anything. The boy smiled, and his eyes glowed green. The Demon King sat on his monstrous throne. He was dressed in black armor on which multicolored gems sparkled. The demon's face twisted into a wry smile. He was very interested in how this whole story would end. All this time, the king was being watched by the boy. His eyes were glowing yellow. Lime told Fairy she'd see for herself. Let her climb in now. He pulled back the pocket of his robe for Fairy to slide into. A sign appeared in front of the guy now. You had to click here. The guy pointed his finger right at it. A magical symbol immediately formed underneath him and glowed with a bright blue color. The fairy was surprised. Had he mastered teleportation as well? Why wasn't she even surprised? There was a playfulness and thoughtfulness in her eyes. Lime looked at her with a smile. He could now teleport to any place he had previously traveled to. It's quite a convenient way to travel. In fact, he needed to pick up an invitation to an audience. Lime threw his hood over himself and, clutching a piece of paper in his hand, prepared to teleport. Soon they found themselves in front of the massive black doors that led into the king's throne room. Guards stood by them holding massive axes. It seemed that not a single fly could get past them. Seeing the kid, the guard tensed up. He ordered him to stand. Seeing the one who came to them, the guard said in a thunderous voice that a lowly demon like the guy didn't belong here. Let him go away. Lime calmly pulled the invitation to the king's audience from his pocket and unfolded the piece of paper in front of the guard. Even with that, he wouldn't let him through. When he saw the paper, the guard seemed to hesitate. His breath hitched and he couldn't say a word. Finally realizing who stood before him, the guard bowed and stammered a shy apology. He invited the boy to come inside. As expected from the castle of one of the 7 generals of the Demon King, it had an imposing appearance. The boy looked at the huge castle building with interest. The fairy looked out of his pocket and asked wryly, "Did he come to look at the castle views?" The boy replied that he wasn't, and she was well aware of that. He's just trying to distract himself a little. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound came to the boy's ear. He became alert and looked in the direction of the sound. A man appeared in front of him. He was dressed in a neat black suit. Outwardly, not a single flaw was visible on him. It was obvious that this man was meticulous about his appearance. The man said in a soft voice that they were waiting for him. The castle of the Demon King. The center gate. There was a guard standing beside it, also guarding every inch of the entrance. The hooded figure stepped closer to him and apologized for disturbing him. The guard turned his formidable gaze on him and asked in a stern voice, "Who the hell is he? And what is he doing here?" The hooded figure said in a timid voice that he must have gotten overexcited and forgotten the invitation in his room. Could he pass it on? The guard didn't know what to say. The man in armor told the man to go, but quickly. The hooded figure nodded and looked gratefully into the guard's face. The stranger smiled, drained the bandage hiding him from his face. The hall was truly enormous. Tall columns stood beside a luxurious carpet that stretched far ahead. In the distance, the huge throne of the Demon King stood tall. The kid remembered that in the game, this hall was the place to fight, with the most dangerous boss. He'd finally gotten to him. The boy's face twisted in a satisfied grimace. His plan was about to come to fruition. He had gone through all this trouble for a reason. The Demon King was sitting on his throne. His appearance was terrifying. His skin was dark in color and covered in multiple armors. The throne was to match his king. It was covered in gold, and the seat was woven of red silk. The Demon King looked at the newcomer and greeted him with a loud voice. It was one of the generals of the Demon King's army, the cruel King Dior. He had often fought him in the game, but it felt different in person. Lime was visibly tense, and it was obvious that although he had his strength, he wasn't fully prepared to face such a formidable opponent. The boy bowed and thanked the king for the invitation. He said he was a student of magical arts at the Goblin Academy named Lime. The king said in his formidable voice that he knew who the kid was, and he watched all of his fights at the tournament. Is the guy really from the goblin race? Doubt could be heard in the Demon King's voice. He scrutinized the newly arrived kid. Lime calmly and seriously said, "That's right. He's a regular goblin." The guy said that he practiced every day to achieve such results. The Demon King didn't believe it again. Did he really do it all by himself? Even mastered the dark arts on his own? The Demon King thought for a moment. He still couldn't believe that an ordinary petty goblin was able to achieve such results alone. Lime stared at him intently, and there was an awkward second of silence. There was a look of wariness in the boy's eyes. He braced himself for the possibility that this demon king might attack him now. But all was well. The king raised his hand and said he was already better off if the lad joined their army in the future. Such strong fighters their kingdom needed. There was even a touch of pride in the demon's voice. The king pointed to the weapons rack and said the guy could choose any weapon from the ones here. On the weapons rack stood the cursed sword Arendite. It was enveloped in a dark, demonic aura. It seemed that the very sight of this weapon would cause pain to its wielder. In addition, the tincture stood a powerful demonic wing shield. It was forged from the strongest material in the universe. No weapon in the world could penetrate it. The tincture also stood the magical Hades chain armor. It was shrouded in powerful chains and a red gem gleamed in the middle. The armor also exuded the strongest magical aura. Space itself seemed to shrink around this terrifying armor. Lime looked at these weapons carefully. All these things. Legendary weapons that could be beaten out of a boss with a low chance of falling out. And now, he was standing in front of them. He pondered, and yet what should he choose? The choice was very wide, but the boy stopped his gaze on the demon ball. When the demon saw this, he raised his hand and said, "So be it." The sword flew up to the demon king and came down in his huge hand. In a thunderous voice, he told the boy to come to him and take his reward. Lime stepped closer and with hands shaking with excitement accepted the offering. The demon king bellowed that he trusted the servants to mine a special stone to decorate his throne room. The kid looked at him with a question. What is he talking about? The demon said that if this stone sensed a person with bad intentions, it would glow red. And so it happened. The stones that adorned the throne room lit up blood red. The boy opened his eyes in fright. His plan had failed. The demon swung his sword in an attempt to catch up with the guy, but he dodged just in time at the last moment. More and more trouble is brewing. Red blood began to drip onto the dark stone floor. It had gone wrong from the start. The boy braced himself to brace himself for the next blow. From the very beginning, he had fallen into his trap. The protagonist held onto his wounded side from which blood was oozing. The demon smiled predatorily and said the guy did pretty good. He was able to react so quickly to his blow. But after a second, the monster swung its huge sword again. Out of a scream, started to let out a sharp blade right at the guy. From out of nowhere, the servants of the demon king began to appear. Ugly monsters began to crawl out of every crevice. Ugly ogres and demons with red burning eyes and mouths full of teeth rushed straight at the guy, with the firm intention of tearing him to shreds in the name of their king. The monsters in front of him stood before him. They looked at him with their eyes red with rage, and were ready to rush into battle at that second. Lime clucked his tongue. This was bad. He had to act decisively and instantly, or he would be worked to pieces. The kid was completely surrounded by these monsters. They had him in a ring, and now there was no way out. The demon king growled for the kid to stay where he was, or he would die. Dior looked down at him. He said the boy could be hysterical and beg for mercy, but he would be punished worse than death for such thoughts. Suddenly, it was as if something had gotten to the guy. Sherry opened his eyes and thought. Suddenly, a smile stretched across his face. He said, "Let the demon not misunderstand him. He wasn't going to beg him for mercy." And since he knew his intentions, there was no point in hiding them. The protagonist's face took on a manly look. He looked at the demon king. It seemed that fear had completely disappeared from his mind, and now he was ready to fight to the death. The boy and the monster's gazes crossed. The demon asked him in surprise, "Is he serious now?" The boy's voice was completely determined. He sounded completely serious. The guy mocked him and said that the demon could certainly throw tantrums and beg for mercy, but it wouldn't work on him. Hearing such a speech, the king became furious and clenched the hilt of his huge sword even more tightly. A predatory smile appeared on his face. He could not tolerate such a boorish attitude towards his great one. Lime was ready for anything. He got into a fighting stance, his body tensed to the last muscle. Now, a historic battle was about to take place. Not only his life, but the lives of all goblins depended on it. In fury, the demon king shouted in rage to his servants to immediately finish off this impudent man. The horde of monsters heard their lord's order and immediately rushed straight at the guy. They roared like crazy. In a split second, the creatures were near the guy, but he managed to bounce away in time. Lime turned to the fairy and ordered her to heal his wounds immediately. The fairy hesitated. It all seemed useless to her, but there was no way out. There was no way out. She began to use the healing spell intensely. The guy suddenly felt his strength slowly leaving him. Suddenly he realized that it was all because of the bleeding debuff imposed by this very sword of Arendite. The protagonist jumped onto one of the tall pillars to get away from the monsters. Down below, they were already innumerable. The hordes of creatures were staring at him with their red, burning eyes, eager to tear their victim here and now. These monsters were like zombies staring at their prey. There was nothing but boundless bloodlust in their eyes. To get to the Demon King, we had to deal with his soldiers. One of those things had already grabbed onto a column and was climbing up trying to get to the guy. Even though he was alone, he had the strength of an entire raid. A dark, magical aura began to appear around him. And after a second, he cast a powerful spell that swept straight at the undead horde with great speed, tearing them to pieces. Suddenly he noticed that those things started destroying columns to get to him. A terrifying gargoyle was already bearing down on the guy from behind, thrusting its sharp claws forward. But then, the main character walked right out from under her nose. The gargoyle barely had time to slow down, and whipped her head around in surprise, trying to find her victim. The guy used an illusion spell just in time, and walked right out from under the noses of those nasty things. But they weren't backing down. Already a new armada was lumbering straight at him. But he had his own spell for that too. The protagonist used the dark magic of shadow threads to shackle these monsters. The creatures did not expect such a turn of events. They were now restrained and could not move. The guy pulled them towards him with force, and began to scatter the vile monsters in different directions. In addition, he used a spell to incinerate the vile creatures. The Demon King looked at it in surprise. What the hell is going on here? His army can't handle one kid. This is simply unthinkable. At this time, Lime was calmly massacring the demons one by one. The next spell was already burning in his hand. Who would be his next victim? His face transformed. It was now burning with the excitement of battle. One of the creatures was already coming at him from behind. It was a huge, one-eyed ogre, but the guy reacted in time and swung his sword right in front of the vile creature's face. He jumped high up, clutching his ghost sword of dark magic tightly in his hand. The creature didn't have time to react and fell to the floor with a clatter. The Demon King watched the carnage with a smile. He was incredibly happy with all this incredible cruelty. But suddenly the creature that had barely grabbed the protagonist fell to the floor, impaled by multiple swords. Seeing this, the Demon King became even angrier. This annoying little kid is about to kill his entire army. Out of nowhere, goblins in armor began to appear. They came to the aid of their savior. Each of them was ready to give his life for the freedom of his race. The old bearded goblin leader said that he was very happy to help his master. The goblin army was beginning to be infused with the dark energy of its creator. Now each of these warriors was worth a dozen demons. The Goblin King with his army, shrouded in many clouds of dark magic. Lime focused his serious and wary gaze directly on his main target, the Demon King. All he needed, all he'd been working for all this time, was to kill the bastard. The boy stood firmly on his feet. It seemed to me that nothing in the world could move him. He was determined to fulfill his long-held dream, to give the goblins their long-awaited freedom. Now that the Demon King's army had been destroyed, they were facing each other one-on-one. No one would be able to stop them. The Demon King stood before him in all his terrifying to Russia and held demonic weapons in his hands. Well, now they would move on to the second round. Dark magic began to condense around the guy, infusing his body with power. The Demon King saw all this and shouted with anger. He would make this insolent man beg for mercy. Lime didn't listen to him anymore, but simply jumped back, dodging the king's powerful blows. He concentrated all his dark magical energy and launched a powerful spell at the king. Lime stared straight at his opponent with concentration, nothing but determination and cold calculation in his eyes. The future fate of his family depended on this battle. He grasped his sword and crouched on the pillar, preparing to repel countless blows. The Demon King smirked at him, and Riley said that running away forever wouldn't work. The monsters were climbing the columns towards the guy in an unceasing stream, and he in turn fearlessly chopped their ghastly bodies with a single blow. The poor man felt that his strength was about to leave him. The Demon King noticed it too, and his kin contorted in an even greater grimace of joy. Was he already exhausted? The flow of the monster kept on going. There appeared to be no end to them. One monster after another climbed the tall columns and tried to grab the boy with its ugly paws. Lime smirked and looked at the king with a smile. He said he thought their battle was already moving toward the end. The king screamed with anger. He said that's exactly how it was going to be, because pretty soon he's going to kill that fucking goblin. Lime eyed the king warily and concentrated. He purposely avoided his army in order to accumulate magical power. Now that everything was ready, the final touch could be applied. The guy cast a spell and magic light began to spread in different directions. The body of the protagonist is enveloped by a dark magical energy. Following the light out of this impenetrable darkness, let him appear at his call and do his bidding. Goblin King. The concentration of magical energy reached its limit. Soon, the majestic silhouette of the Goblin King appeared out of the mist. It was an old man with a lush gray beard and strong hair. A majestic crown gleamed on his head. The king stood on the magical symbol that summoned him, in the world of the living. He had a good-natured smile on his face. Now things would go a lot easier. The Demon King was not a little surprised when he saw all this. What the hell is this? Who is this? Did this kid just summon one goblin? This is ridiculous. The Goblin King stood before him in all his glory, shrouded in magical energy. Deer was ready to burst out in laughter. He was amused by the boy's attempt to defeat him. Now the demons were once again coming straight at the protagonist. At this time, Lime just smiled. It was the Goblin King after all, and the king has his servants. The Goblin King raised up his golden rod and began to call his army. The demonic brats squawked at the bright magical color. Dead creatures began to appear out of the darkness. It was the Goblin King's army of the dead. With every passing second, more and more of them were forming countless troops of the Goblin army. Now they were ready to rush into battle for their ruler. Soon these goblins were already countless in number. There was no end to this army in sight. The strongest magical energy emanated from them, which infused the bodies of the rebellious goblins with incredible power. The Demon King didn't realize what had just happened. A summoned spirit was able to summon someone else. This was unthinkable. Did that little fellow really think he could defeat him in numbers? Lime replied that he was a goblin, and goblins are strong when they are united. The demon army rushed at the goblins with screams, in an attempt to tear them to shreds. But these creatures were not so simple. They covered themselves with shields and attacked with sharp spears. The mindless demons couldn't penetrate their defenses. Shouts of fierce battle rang out everywhere, neither side willing to concede. Goblins and demons mingled in the one stream, and now it was impossible to tell who was where. The king's hall was filled with the screams of fierce battle. Blood was pouring from both sides. Goblin archers clad in light armor drew their bows to fire sharp arrows and shoot down the flying demons. A few seconds later, their arrows reached their target, and the demon dragons began to fall down with howls. With each passing second, the Goblin army was growing exponentially. Now it was much larger than the Demon King's army, and they could easily handle their opponent. The Demon King slowly boiled with rage. This guy had never killed anyone with his own hands. Lime smirked and said he'd take those words as a compliment. The boy's face was full of joy and battle excitement. The Demon King began to amass all of his incredible power to finally defeat this petty goblin who dared to disturb his peace in such a brazen manner. Lime was wary. His opponent was very strong. Even the air in the hall became heavier from his dark magic. And since that's the case, the axe and the guy to show him what he's worth. Concentrating all his power in one hand, he began to use his most powerful spell. The goblin fairy screamed at him that he was an idiot. His wounds. It's not like he's still not recovered. It's dangerous. The guy realized it was impossible, all because of the bleeding that his sword was inflicting. Since that's the case, he must defeat the Demon King before his strength finally runs out. The boy grasped his sword to deliver another blow to this vile monster that made his mind suffer. He stood in front of the Demon King, who seemed even more majestic and terrifying up close. The protagonist held his sword with both hands, trying his best to block his opponent's blows. The Demon King looked at him with a predatory gaze, and slowly began to be covered in fire. The boy was wary. This was something new. He had to be extremely careful or the Demon King would just burn him to the ground. While trying to dodge, the guy lost his guard, and the Demon King immediately took advantage of it. Lime barely ducked in time to avoid the fatal blow. The blade of the Demon King's blade passed a few centimeters from his face. A second more, and the boy would have been finished. He ran aside, and the Demon King grew 2 more arms. He looked even more terrifying now. The guy was surprised. He had 4 arms. He didn't have that design in the game, and when using fire magic, The king throws the target into a gravity cage that is impossible to escape from. In a second, the guy was in a cage that bound his movements. The Demon King laughed caustically. Now he definitely holds victory over this petty goblin. But then suddenly he saw something he hadn't expected. His eyes squinted and his heart seemed to skip a beat. The guy behind the bloodstains was still on his feet from the last of his strength. He gathered all his will into a fist. He couldn't give up, or his entire exposed body would be exterminated. Despite his wounds, he continued to smile. He asked the Demon King, is it so hard for him to believe who he is that he survived? Behind his radiant smile, he hid his anxiety. He had almost no strength left. He hadn't expected the battle against the king to be so hard. Deer said he was even curious how long the kid could hold out against him. Having accumulated enough magical energy, he swung his sword and dashed towards the protagonist. Now he would finish him off. A powerful force that it seemed like space itself was about to fall apart. The monster swung his sword in an attempt to catch the boy, but he dodged skillfully, even though he had almost no strength left. The blade of the blade passed only a few centimeters from the lime's face, but suddenly the guy was distracted by something in the heat of battle and looked away. At this moment, a sword was already flying towards him at full speed. If he didn't parry this attack, then he was definitely finished. The blow was so strong that the poor fellow was slammed into the wall, and splinters of stone flew from him in different directions. He lay on the floor almost exhausted, unable to move even a finger. The battle had worn him out so badly. The boy was breathing heavily, his heart beating at an extremely high rate. Blood dripped down his face and his eyes struggled to focus on anything. 1090 Dior looked at him and smiled predatorily. Was he already exhausted? But now the king would finish him off. Lime held onto his sword and pulled his hood even tighter over his head. His weapon glowed with magical energy even more, and he needed to strengthen it as much as possible. The Demon King roared that he was just getting started after all. Lime didn't know what he was talking about. His eyes reflected fear. Right now, he didn't have enough strength to continue fighting at full strength, the Demon King said, recognizing that he was a fine warrior throughout their battle, never letting his guard down for a second. There was respect in those words, even though they were sworn enemies. The Demon King continued. He said the guy was watching his every move and dodging his *** perfectly. As a sign of respect, he will kill him quickly and painlessly. Lime tensed his whole body now. He needed to either dodge or fend off the attack, but he had almost no strength left. The Demon King had already released his fire spell at him. There was no way the guy would have time to dodge. The fairy already wanted to cover him with her body, and at the cost of her life save her master. But suddenly she saw something strange. Turning around, her face transformed and gained an expression of surprise. The fairy fell to the ground, hit by a strong magical wave. Suddenly Letty appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes were full of determination. She said in a serious voice that she would take revenge on the Demon King. The girl was standing and did not see the danger approaching her from behind. The goblin fairy struggled to recover from such a blow, and only lay exhausted on the ground with her wings folded. The protagonist held Letty in his arms. The girl was almost completely exhausted. Her eyes were closed and her chest was barely heaving. From her powerful spell, she had used up too much mana. The boy turned to the fairy and said that someone here needed to restore their mana supply. The fairy cheerfully said that for her heroes she would spare nothing. She began to transfer her mana supply to the girl, so that she could finally regain her strength. Lime looked affectionately at his friend, needing to protect her at all costs. Suddenly, a sign with information popped up beside him. He looked in the other direction to see if danger was approaching them. The guy looked carefully at the skill plate. He now had a new, unique skill. On top of that, he's got Erendite. Not bad, now his power will increase by leaps and bounds. The boy scrutinized the skills he had managed to pick up during the battle with the demon. Letty was already awake, and she tried to open her eyelids with the last of her strength. She didn't understand what was happening, or even where she was. The protagonist leaned over her and looked warmly into the girl's face. He said in a calm voice that he had defeated the Demon King, and it was all thanks to her. Hearing this, the girl was unspeakably happy and looked at the guy with eyes shining with joy. Suddenly she realized that Lime was holding her in his arms. She immediately blushed with embarrassment, and in a stammering voice asked him to put her in her place. The guy stared at her with an incomprehensible look. He knelt down and the girl covered her face with her hands and blushed even more. She was terribly embarrassed. Lime dropped the girl from his arms and she immediately fell to the ground. Realizing what she'd done, the boy immediately started apologizing to her. Letty started to rise to her feet, leaning on the cold stone floor. She said it was no big deal. The girl shook herself off, and her face once again sparkled with her usual enthusiasm and joy. But not a couple seconds later, she blanched again and flushed with all her might. It wasn't the first time Lime had held her in his arms, but at least this time he didn't send her flying. The guy turned to the girl. The girl turned to him and, still redder, asked him what he wanted. Stuttering, the guy timidly said that the girl never told him what she was even doing here. His look made everything serious again. First of all, he would like to thank her from the bottom of his heart. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and bowed. It was only because of her that he was able to defeat the Demon King. A grateful smile appeared on the guy's face. Letty waved it off and said with a smile that it was okay. It was just her job. But it was obvious from the girl's face that she was pleased that the boy had finally noticed her efforts. They were standing across from each other and talking embarrassedly. The girl couldn't stop blushing with embarrassment. She blushed again when she looks at the guy. She falls in love with him even more. She finally admitted to herself that she had been in love with this man from the beginning. The fairy just watched all this in silence. She was terribly curious as to how this whole story would end. The girl, apparently noticing her gaze on herself, stammered and began to deny everything. She had already said everything she wanted to say. The boy asked the girl how come she knew he was in the king's castle, and how did she find her way here. The girl made serious and said it was a very long story. Someday she would tell it to him. It was obvious that it was hard for the girl to talk about it, but she still said that in truth, she entered the academy for the same purpose as the guy. The girl's gaze sank. She was the princess of the Dark Elves, meant to avenge all her people. Lime looked at her in surprise, a turn of events he hadn't expected. Had this girl been nurturing the same hope and purpose as he had all this time? Surprisingly, this fragile creature was much stronger and more determined than he thought at first glance. Guy even felt embarrassed for a moment because he hadn't taken her seriously at first. Letty continued to talk, and with each word she became sadder and sadder. Yes, that's right, she's a princess, but her side is no longer on the world map. More specifically, her country no longer belongs to the Dark Elves. It's been completely taken over by demons. With sadness in her voice, she said that they had become a puppet state. No, more like a regular colony. With each passing word, it became more and more difficult for her. It was evident that she was overwhelmed with grief and despair that her country was no longer in the possession of its original owners. The girl told me that her father, the king of the Dark Elves, was put into an artificial coma so he couldn't interfere with anyone. The friends stood in the ruins of the Demon King's castle now. This monster can't hurt anyone. But after all that the elf woman's father had done for his people, now their best mages are being used to siphon off magical energy. Several dark elves stood in a circle and used one group spell. It was like someone was siphoning magic power out of them. Lime listened attentively to the girl's story. At the end, he asked in a serious voice why she followed him to King Diur's castle. It was very dangerous, right? The girl resolutely offered her hand to her chest and said in a confident tone that this was why she had entered the academy. To meet the king and take his sword from him. That was her true mission. With every word the girl said, Lime realized more and more how much he and she were alike. The girl continued. If she could only succeed in taking his sword, then. She paused as if trying to collect her thoughts. Letty clenched her fist confidently. And overcoming embarrassment and pain, she said that then she would be able to free her people from eternal oppression. The boy listened to her carefully and understood. He was surprised that their goals were almost identical. But then the girl fought herself. Though, to be honest, she said she hadn't expected them to have such similar goals. The kid looked at her with a gentle smile. At this time, someone's bony hand began to appear from the magic circle. Everything was still just beginning. The girl thought about it for a moment, and said in a suspicious tone that he was indeed too strong for an ordinary goblin. Lime looked away, trying to hide his suspicion. He'd wanted all this time to keep his true power a secret. But fortunately, the girl quickly forgot that. Her cheeks reddened with embarrassment again. She said it didn't matter now. She continued to look at her companion with a loving gaze. In all the time they had been together, he had become even closer to her. Lime suddenly seemed to remember something and wanted to ask something. With interest, he asked her, who exactly was now in power in the girl's country? Letty wondered. Suddenly, a thick black fog began to envelop the girl. It came out of nowhere and now covered the girl's body, as if the guy realized the irreversibility of what was happening. He called out to the two of them and told them to run away from there immediately. The nightmarish face of a skeleton began to appear out of the thick black fog. His voice sounded like a thunderclap. Letty turned to him and in a belligerent tone asked what he was doing here. The skeleton seemed to pay no attention to her. He turned his death-glowing eyes on the protagonist. He wondered, is this kid a goblin? That's just impossible. A mutant? That was very curious. The monster that crawled out from the very depths of hell was scrutinizing the protagonist with her gaze. This guy exudes so much dark, magical energy. He is also one of the generals of the Demon King's army. Letty had already prepared to cast her spell and drew the arrow of her magic bow. But the guy shouted for her to stop. The skeleton simply vaporized the arrow fired from his bow. With disappointment in his voice, he said that the dark elves, as always, did not impress him in any way. Before Letty could even blink her eyes, a cloud of dark magical energy was near her. The girl ducked down to defend herself, but then a lime spell appeared out of nowhere. It started to break the magical shackles. The girl looked surprised at everything that was happening. The main character's loud voice came from far away. The guy was determined, his body once again covered in dark magic energy. In a loud voice, he said, "Wouldn't dare to harm his dear friend." The Hellspawn looked at the kid with interest. Lime finally remembered where he'd seen the magic circle from which the Lich had emerged. It covered his entire village, making the soil unfertile and drying up the rivers. Hearing the boy's words, Letty blushed even more with embarrassment. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Leech pondered. He realized he was right after all. His colleagues totally underestimated the guy's looks. He wondered if he should make him his guinea pig. What did he think about that? Lime stood and looked at the Hellspawn with a menacing stare. But first, Leech said he needed to get rid of some pesky bugs. He was definitely alluding to the fairy and the elf queen. He held out his bony hand to cast a spell of destruction. The elf's body was thrown aside and she fell to the ground with a clatter, losing consciousness instantly. Lime turned to his friend, looking at her exhausted body out of horror. A girl lay unconscious on earth. She had a ghost blade sticking out of her chest. Everything seemed to swim in the guy's eyes. The man he loved was lying there now, but he couldn't do anything to help him. The giant skeleton smiled and asked if the guy didn't notice his mana streams. The skeleton's appearance was covered by a dark magic aura. The Lich's face transformed, becoming even more terrifying. His voice sounded as if from the very depths of hell. "What choice would the goblin make?" he asked. Lime looked at him with a baleful, close-toothed stare. "What other choice is there? Does he have a choice?" Space began to break apart and a portal appeared there. It was the portal to the goblin village. It was engulfed in flames. The demon spawn laughed thunderously. Whose life will the goblin choose? Will he choose to save his village or his singing friend? Lime was furious. He screamed in impotent anger. His eyes were filled with anger and a desire to avenge his loved ones. Lich looked at him through the streams of his dark energy and pointed with his bony finger. It was just beginning.